This man had millions of magical talent points, but he dumped every last one into a single stat: speed. This granted him abilities beyond human limits. But in the eyes of everyone else at the Magic Academy, he was a total reject. Only he knew the truth. In a world where magic was just a tool, speed was the ultimate key to survival. Turns out, 10 years ago, a game called Ear was released. At first, it was marketed as a dating sim for female players. But after just a few days, 90% of the player base was male. That's because the game let you play as countless characters, from high-talent elites on easy mode to completely useless nobodies on the hardest difficulty. Among them was a notorious trash-tier character with an insane difficulty curve. But some madman actually played this character for 10 straight years. And that lunatic was none other than Yuseol, our main character. In his room, Yuseol took a sip of water, his sharp eyes glued to his computer screen. A flood of hateful comments from other players filled his monitor. "Trash game, what is this demon bug? I can't even log in." Seeing this, Yuseol just mused, "Oh, some new posts on the forum? Is there a new update or something?" The confused comments just kept pouring in. "Damn it, where did this Dino butt come from? It just appeared and wiped my game data. What the hell is a Dark Demon Dragon? It says my character is dead and I can't log back in. What is going on? My character got deleted." Yuseol calmly scanned the status updates, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he thought to himself, "A final boss? In a dating sim? I thought the game just ended when you successfully coupled up with someone." Just then, a new post appeared on the screen, one that really caught his attention. "Everyone, this boss is completely unbeatable. This piece of crap Dark Demon Dragon has 99% automatic magic resistance with no cooldown. It just keeps hitting me with some kind of magic absorption and magic transfer. How the hell am I supposed to kill this thing? This has to be a bug." After reading that, he shot up in alarm. Wait, this guy is a famous ranker. But instead of feeling worried, Yuseol felt a thrill of excitement. He set his cup down and murmured, "A final boss, huh?" He stared intently at the computer, resting his chin on his hand. It's absurd. A monster that nullifies magic in a world built on magic. Is it really a bug? Everyone is freaking out because their characters got wiped. Instantly, a menacing dragon appeared on his screen, forcing him to believe the panicked comments. This must be it. The final boss with overwhelming power. The 13th Dark Moon Demon Dragon of the Black Knight has appeared. Yuseol's hand flew across his mouse and keyboard. So the story is, deep within the world of Ear, there's a cult called the Black Demon Worshippers. Their goal is to help another world, the Human Gate, conquer this one. And just when they were about to succeed, the Dark Demon Dragon shows up. Yuseol rubbed his chin, his eyes still locked on the game interface. The Human Gate has already conquered 90% of the territory. I've only ever cared about PvP, never paid much attention to the main story. But the entire plot has been thrown into chaos. Is this okay? His expression grew more and more serious. It's not like I can just avoid fighting it. Maybe I should give it a shot. His arm moved as he searched for information on the boss. The screen flashed with a notification. You will now duel the Dark Demon Dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked, yes. Yuseol's lips tightened into a thin line, his face dead serious. His fingers flew across the mouse. Time to unleash the skills I've honed for the last 10 years. Yuseol's character appeared on screen, a powerful warrior with a sharp, glowing sword. Opposite him stood the Dark Demon Dragon, a colossal black beast. Its entire body was covered in razor-sharp scales. Its eyes glowed with a mystical light, radiating an aura of majestic terror. The atmosphere instantly became electric with tension. The battle began. He put himself in the game, staring down the dragon with ice-cold eyes. If I had to introduce my character, Yuseol, he and the game character seemed to merge into one as he spoke. He is the only character in the entire game who cannot use magic, despite the fact that literally everyone else can use magic in this game. That's why even the most experienced players won't touch him. With this scrawny body, and all my years of experience, it's clear he's even worse than a side character. He sighed and continued, of course, he can use a little magic, just one spell. Suddenly, the Dark Demon Dragon opened its massive jaws, gathering a sinister energy. In a flash, it unleashed a devastating blast of magic, intending to send him to the next world in an instant. Yuseol was caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock. But then, a confident smirk spread across his face as he prepared to face the Dark Demon Dragon head-on. Yuseol instantly leaped forward, sword in hand, and cleanly sliced across the dragon's neck. He described the move. He can use the magic spell Flash. After landing the blow, he quickly touched down, remaining in a defensive stance. Seeing the situation, Yuseol's face quickly grew grim. It seemed his flash attack hadn't been effective. Playing as the character, he calculated his next move. It allows him to teleport randomly within a range of 3 to 10 meters, very quickly. With 10 years of gaming experience, he knew his character inside and out. The direction he flashes is completely random, so if you can't control the exact direction, you'll die instantly from the speed and impact. That fact forced him to remain constantly focused. On top of that, the cooldown and mana cost are ridiculous, and after using the skill, you're hit with a 2-second immobility penalty. So technically, anyone can learn it, but almost nobody ever uses it. Yusol spoke with confidence in his character. However, for a veteran player like me, I have completely mastered this skill. I can control the direction as well as the distance. I can also completely nullify the penalty. The stats became clearer. Character, Yusol. Skill, flash. Trait, chronic mana deficiency. He read the parameters and frowned in thought. It doesn't use up all my mana, because I don't even have a mana stat. Unlike other magic, flash is nothing more than a movement ability. Fired up, Yusol mashed the keys, thinking, but I'm addicted to playing this character because everything depends on my own skill. He continuously controlled his character, leaping high into the air, delivering a critical strike to the Dark Dragon. For the past 10 years, I've played the only character in the game who can't use combat magic. The dragon refused to back down, firing another blast of power toward Yusol. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, raising his sword to block the immense power. The battle raged on. Finally, after a long and grueling fight, thanks to the persistence and skill he had honed for 10 years, the dragon was slain at the hands of his character, Yusol. He stood proudly, staring at his achievement lying motionless on the ground. And then, a notification popped up. You have defeated the final boss, the 13th Dark Moon of the Black Knight. In the real world, Yusol sat before his screen with a shocked expression, unable to believe what he was seeing. What? I really killed it? He still couldn't process what had just happened, doubting himself. I know I was basically decked out in ancient-grade items from head to toe, but he's still a trash-tier character. Though shocked, his fingers were already flying across the keyboard. Oh well. With this once-in-a-decade achievement, an idea sparked in his mind. I'm gonna post on the community forums that I killed the Dark Demon Dragon. But his joy was short-lived. The moment Yusol clicked his mouse, a series of identical red notifications flooded his screen. Because a wrong ending has occurred, 90% of the world has been destroyed. Seeing this, he was completely stunned. What? Before he could even process the message, another line of red text appeared. But you were the one who got closest to the true ending, leaving him utterly speechless. And it didn't stop there. A new notification, brighter than his girlfriend's lipstick, flashed before Yusol's eyes. Achieve the true ending. This time, the message sent him into a spiral of pure panic as he screamed, "What?" Along with the notification, Yusol felt his body being ripped into another dimension. He vanished from the room. Now, in a blinding white void, his eyes shot wide open, filled with a mix of raw fear and a strange new feeling. Yusol woke up in a bizarre room, nothing like his modern setup. He was lying motionless on the floor when a wave of vertigo hit him. He clutched his head, pushing himself up, wondering, what the heck just happened? Shaking, he nervously scanned his surroundings, trying to get his bearings. He realized he was in a dilapidated shack and whispered, "Where am I?" His eyes darted around the room, and suddenly, he spotted exactly what he needed in a corner. A surge of relief washed over him as he exclaimed, "A mirror!" Yusol slowly approached the cracked glass, but his eyes widened and his pupils blew wide in shock at his own reflection. Time seemed to grind to a halt as he stared at the face in the mirror. A single question echoed relentlessly in his mind. This face, it's Usan. Just then, something strange began to flicker on the floor. Before Usan could even process the shock, he realized it was a system window. And just like that, a mission appeared right in front of him. Epicelda 1, escape the pursuit. The words on the screen made his eyes bulge with disbelief. He slowly stood up, any doubt vanishing as he realized this was Usan's tutorial mission. Everything was unfolding exactly like a pre-written program. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead as pure panic set in. No way. As if remembering a crucial detail, Usan quickly shoved his hand into his pocket to check for something. What he found was almost too much to believe. The paper Usan had just pulled out was an admissions letter. Holding it, he instantly knew. This was the acceptance letter for Stella Academy. Sweat rolled down his cheek, a lump forming in his throat. This was just like the game's storyline. It was unbelievable. His face darkened as he covered it with his hands, feeling utterly helpless. His mind raced, confirming the horrifying truth. This is the game world, which means I'm Yusol now. He pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to steady his nerves. In that moment, he made a bold decision. I need to think logically about this. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered something. That voice, it told me I had to achieve the ending. With years of experience, Yusol knew instantly. But from what I know, this game doesn't have a true ending. It only has multiple endings. But then his mind started racing at an unnatural speed. Wait a second, could it be? Yusol didn't need long to see how absurd this was. He clenched his jaw in anger, a wild guess forming in his mind. No one has managed to reach the true ending in 10 years? Following the game's script, he quickly moved toward the window, memories flooding back. Just like Usun did after waking up, he cautiously peeked through a crack, his body tense as he surveyed the scene outside. At that moment, he saw them. A group of figures in long, hooded cloaks were searching everywhere, cutting through the blizzard. The pursuers, he thought, they're about to storm the place. The strange, cloaked men were shouting in a frenzy. Where did that witch's son run off to? Seeing this, Yusol immediately held his breath and ducked into a corner, fighting to stay calm. He risked a glance outside and cursed under his breath. Damn it, they're here. Just then, the leader of the strange group stopped, his attention caught by something. With a hunter's instinct, he'd quickly picked up Yusun's trail. He roared to the others, "There's a house over there!" Without a second thought, he pointed and ordered his men, "Go search it." The others shouted in un-Iceland, "Yes, sir!" Hearing the leader's voice echo nearby, he pressed himself tightly behind the door, his mind racing. What do I do now? With 10 years of gaming experience, Yusol's eyes suddenly sharpened. I can't hide in here for long. He clenched his fists, frustration and helplessness boiling inside him. But I can't fight them either. Yusol was desperately trying to come up with a plan. What should I do? Shattering his train of thought, the notification window appeared once more. The system, right on cue, gave Usun a crucial piece of information. You can use the skill, Blink. He read the lines, still in disbelief, questioning himself. What? I can use Blink? The Blink skill icon appeared on the screen. Bright particles of light began to emit from his body, his thoughts running wild. This was Usun's body, cursed with the mana leak syndrome. A person who couldn't condense mana had only one sliver of hope. It was the one spell he had practiced day and night for his entire life, up until this very moment. He stood in the empty room, a system notification floating before him. You can use the skill, Blink, level 0. Max distance, 9 meters. Max cost, 1. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Yusun stared at the notification, confused and anxious. Is it telling me to use Blink right now? But I could only do that with a mouse and keyboard, controlling my character in the game. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder and louder. The leader, a mercenary captain, and his subordinates were rushing toward the house where Usun was hiding. The footsteps got clearer, and a terrible feeling washed over him as he stared blankly into space. He whipped his head toward the window, his composure shattering as he saw the danger closing in. Damn it, he thought, they're already here. Yusol was so panicked he felt a burning heat spread through him, leaving him speechless. I'm out of time, he thought silently. The situation was desperate. He couldn't just stand here and die. He had to take a chance. The only thing I can do is risk it all. Outside, the leader of the thugs suddenly spotted something, his face twisting with rage. They had seen Becky make a run for it. They roared in un-Iceland, "We found the little brat! After him!" They immediately gave chase like a pack of wolves. Don't let him escape. Stop right there. Despite his fear, he managed to keep a level head, pushing forward, running for his life as his mind raced. The first part of the tutorial, escape the pursuers using Blink. Luckily, a wide path opened up in front of him. Yusol dashed toward it, his mind working furiously. My pursuers are wearing magic boots. They're way faster than me. Because of that, the only way I can escape is by using Blink. At a clear disadvantage, he felt flustered about the magic and tried to calm himself down. Just calm down, he thought. You've used Blink countless times before. With 10 years of gaming experience, the skill was practically muscle memory by now. They were catching up to him. One of them yelled, "Hey, you little punk! You're not going to stop, are you?" Hearing that, Yusol shot them a sharp, worried glance. He realized they've already caught up. As a pro gamer, he knew the pros and cons of Blink all too well. If the user couldn't control the distance, they would slam into an object and die instantly. However, before he could plan his next move, the leader caught up, closed the distance, and swung his massive blade down for the kill. "I'll send you straight to hell! Die!" Yusun was frozen in terror, but in a split second, he turned the tables, activating his own magic. If I'm the one using it, things will be different. Blink! Using the spell, he instantly warped out of the path of the razor-sharp blade. It was only then that Yusol realized what he'd done. He saved his own skin, a smug smile spreading across his face as he thought, it worked. The mercenary stopped, stunned. What? Was that Blink? Is that kid a mage? The leader, seeing his target escape so easily, turned and roared in fury. What are you idiots standing around for? After using Blink, the user is immobilized for 2 seconds, making it the perfect chance to strike. But he cut himself off, his expression changing as he realized something was wrong. He could only watch Yusol run, screaming in hopeless rage. Wait, how is that brat still moving? Using the forest terrain, he ran, plotting his next move and constantly reminding himself of his plan. Focus. Gotta be even more careful now. With these deadly curves up ahead, Yusol knew he had to use this treacherous terrain to his advantage. Because if a player can't master Blink at this stage, they'll never reach the next part. Running flat out was draining his stamina, his lungs burning, but his mind kept racing. He knew the stats. In reality, 99% of players never even clear this tutorial, and the 1% that do, they can't break through the wall of controlling blink distance and chaining teleports. But hey, high risk, high reward. Once again, Yusol used his one and only skill. 3, 2, 1, blink. Finally, he stuck the landing. His pursuer was shocked by the move. Using blink in terrain like this? Is that brat insane? Then, his face twisted in anger. Mages, move up. Attack that punk from a distance. Following the order, the magic unit gathered together, preparing to strike. Hearing this, he glanced back at them. A flicker of worry in his eyes. Are they really about to use magic? In an instant, they unleashed their spells, bathing the area in an ominous purple light. But Yusol had already figured out his escape plan. Tutorial, Part 2. Use blink to dodge the magic arrows aimed right at you. A hint of panicked worry flashed across his face. He remembered the game's rules. I can see everything behind me on the screen, so I should be able to dodge them. In that critical moment, a notification popped up. The world of Ear was providing Yusol with skill information. The magic leakage syndrome was now active. Magic leakage syndrome, a skill that grants a sixth sense and accelerates mental processing. He glared at the streaks of blue light hurtling toward him. Those were the magic arrows, created by the mercenaries to take him down in one clean shot. Yusol activated all his accumulated skills, dodging the deadly projectiles. But life's never that easy. A magic arrow closed in, filling him with dread. Without a second's hesitation, he used his skill, a blink, followed by a world-shaking explosion. He'd barely managed to dodge a fatal blow from those hired guns. Yusol raised his arm to shield himself, shocked by the sheer power. As the dust settled, it revealed a massive crater left by the blast. Staring at the insane power of that attack, it finally hit him how close he'd come. That was almost it for me. But he didn't waste a second, immediately breaking into a run to escape their pursuit. As he ran, he replayed the game's storyline in his head. Okay, the final part. He was starting to feel the burn, breathing heavily as he stared straight ahead. Before him was a bottomless abyss. A few more steps, and he'd get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. If this was playing out like the game, then this was tutorial part 3. Cross the chasm using blink. Even someone with wings would have trouble crossing this chasm, let alone a low-level character like Yusol. But he'd been through this in the game before and learned from the experience. Yusol stood at the edge of the cliff, thinking, the only way across is to control my blink distance with perfect accuracy. The next part of the sequence played out in his mind. After this, I should meet a few passing mages and escape. And that's the end of the tutorial. But that was the game. Right now, he had to plan this carefully to survive. I need to cancel the blink spell after exactly 0.1 seconds. If I fail even once, I'll die right here. He stood there, observing the path and counting about 20 floating rocks. Staring at those massive stones, he felt a wave of internal conflict. 0.1 seconds. So much easier said than done. Yusol's mind raced, and he clenched his fist in frustration. What kind of psycho designed this game? That's what his head was saying, but he already had a plan. For a veteran player like Yusol, his mind had already come to a conclusion. Honestly, I can pull this off. And yet, as he stared into the deep, dark chasm, another problem popped into his head. The real issue is right in front of my face. At that very moment, his pursuers caught up, pointing at him and shouting, "There he is!" He turned, a cold expression on his face as he watched them. They're closer than I thought. Watching their movements, he made a quick calculation. The distance between us is about 100 meters. My blink needs 3 seconds to cool down. That's not enough time. Yusol relaxed his body, having made his choice. It looks like there's only one viable option for me to survive this. With a look of sheer determination, a radical idea sparked in his mind. I'll just have to kill every single one of them. Amidst the desolate, snow-blasted landscape, with a bottomless pit at his back, Yusol hid behind a rock outcropping, observing. Thoughts raced through his mind. Even I think this is completely insane. How can I possibly think I can do this when I've never even been in a real fight before? He silently watched the mercenaries closing in. If this were a game, the system wouldn't let me attack my pursuers. But this is reality. Seeing them get closer, Yusol came to a firm conclusion. There's no rule saying I have to blindly follow the game's logic. And just like that, he gripped his dagger, settling into a defensive stance as he continued to think. The idea of killing someone doesn't bother me in the slightest. And it's not because they're my parents' enemies from the storyline. Suddenly, Yusail's eyes became sharper than ever before. He focused on them, realizing, they're here. It's just that I think I can win. With that, Yusal revealed himself, his dagger hidden, appearing right in front of them and catching them by surprise. The leader's eyes widened in rage as he growled, "It's him!" He immediately ordered his men to attack. "Get that little punk, now!" They all responded in Unislan. "Yes, sir." The mercenaries, armed with heavy weapons, charged straight at him, ready to strike. One of them had a look of pure contempt. He dares to fight us alone? What an idiot. But Yusail didn't flinch. He thought to himself with cold certainty, "You're already dead." Facing them down, he showed no fear, calmly calculating his spell. Target distance, 8.7 meters. Blink. The cocky mercenary froze in his tracks, completely stunned. Even the leader's face was a mask of shocked fear. Yusal's sudden blink attack was flawless. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged his blade straight into one of the merc's stomach, making him cough up blood as he logged out of this world for good. Blood splattered across his face like a permanent mark. Even though Yusal knew he'd just taken a life, his expression didn't change. If anything, it became even more resolved. As blood dripped from the man's body onto his hand, a strange thought surfaced. I can feel the warmth of his blood on my fingers, but I feel absolutely no guilt. Snapping out of his thoughts, he mercilessly slashed the man again and thought, in the end, I'm just killing them to survive. He then ripped his dagger out, stunning the other mercenaries. Without pausing, he delivered a powerful kick. The arrogant mercenary was now completely defenseless, collapsing backward. One of the goons was down, sending their leader into a boiling rage. He looked like he wanted to tear Yusal to pieces. But Yusal used the opportunity to turn and make a run for it. Seeing this, the leader screamed, "He's getting away!" He sprinted for his life. The mercenaries were still hot on his trail, yelling, "Don't let him escape, no matter what!" The first step was done. As he ran, he thought, I took care of one of them, but the next attack will be difficult. What do I do now? Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him. He glanced back, wondering, why is it so quiet? Did they give up? Yeah, right. The mercenary leader appeared out of nowhere, blocking Yusiol's path. He skidded to a halt, realizing his mistake. Nope, definitely not. He stared at them, sweat pouring down his face. Are they planning to use magic again? If I just keep dodging, I'll never get through this. Yusol's legs suddenly felt like lead, his mind racing with frustration. This isn't like before. Damn it. They weren't planning on showing any mercy. Without hesitation, they unleashed their spells. The leader pointed, his voice booming. The words barely left his lips before a henchman unleashed a wicked spell, instantly blasting a massive plume of fire straight for Yusol. Instinct screamed danger. His eyes shot wide as he desperately searched for an escape. The flames pursued him like heat-seeking missiles. With no other choice, he turned tail and ran, cursing them with every desperate step. The spell was practically breathing down his neck. But then, a lifeline, a tree growing from a sheer rock face. A wave of relief washed over him as he yelled, "There!" No time to think. Yusol lunged for the branch, but he was just out of reach. He had to use it again. Flash step! In that instant, a massive explosion tore the world apart. The blast left a gaping crater, smoke and dust choking the air. The leader swaggered forward to inspect his handiwork. He stood there gloating. That'll teach the arrogant punk a lesson. But his eyes fell on nothing but an empty crater. The smirk vanished from his face, replaced by pure, baffled terror. His eyes darted around frantically. He's gone. But it was too late. Yusol was already closing in, dagger in hand. The leader only sensed the bone-chilling killing intent when it was right behind him. He spun around, eyes wide. As Yusin closed the distance, he finally understood a key aspect of Flash Step. Gritting his teeth, Yusan forced the answer from his own experience. It preserves momentum before and after the teleport. With a fierce cry, Flash Step, he reappeared, plunging his dagger deep into a henchman's gut. The man's scream echoed through the trees. The remaining goons stared in horror. What the? But before the words could escape his lips, Yusan moved like a phantom, taking down the next target in an instant. Cold sweat poured down the leader's face. One by one, his men fell in the blink of an eye. Soon, Yusiol was drenched in their blood. He was getting winded, letting out a heavy breath. They started as a full mercenary squad, and now this. But his battle spirit was still blazing. 2 more to go. Yusan's eyes were locked on his targets. 2 left. I have to end this before the ones chasing me arrive. The leader stared, a mix of fear and disbelief in his eyes. You freak! A mage shouldn't have reflexes like that, he bellowed. Just what the hell are you? Yusan met his gaze with icy calm, thinking, my reaction speed? It's faster than most pro gamers, but that's in a game. This is real. He paused, calculating his next move. I can't keep dodging forever, not this close. Then, like a coiled spring, he shot forward. I'm ending this. Now, seeing the charge, the leader didn't flinch. A smug grin spread across his face as he raised his blade. I've already seen through your little tricks, he thought to himself. All he has is that teleport and his daggers. The fool actually believed that as long as he guarded his vitals, the small blades posed no real threat. Yusin came at him like a hurricane, a direct frontal assault. The leader met the charge, sword at the ready. His voice dripped with arrogance. Come on, kid. Show me what you've got. He immediately unleashed his skill, Ice Wave, to crush Yusin. But Yusin didn't flinch, confidently activating Flash Step once more. Massive shards of ice erupted from the ground. The leader thought with glee, got him. Now let's see you squirm. But suddenly, his eyes shot open in horror. Yusan's target wasn't the leader at all. It was his last remaining man. In a flash, the final henchman fell, leaving the leader utterly stunned. At point-blank range, the mercenary leader saw the cold glint of the blade, and for a moment, he was completely speechless. After 5 long seconds, he finally found his voice. Damn it! A minute ago you were running like a scared rabbit. What changed? In stark contrast to his panic, Yusan was eerily calm. He shot the leader a sideways glance. A minute ago? A cold smirk played on Yusan's lips. He continued, actually, thanks for the practice. Those words were the final spark. The leader roared in fury. You little bastard! Don't mistake my curiosity for kindness. His rage boiled over. He raised his sword, screaming, this time, you die! Yusan ignored the threat. He coiled his muscles and launched himself forward once more. But this time, he wielded 2 weapons, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Then he hurled a spear straight at him, his mind racing. Using Flash Step in the real world leaves me open to a counter. He's throwing that to bait my defense so he can strike me from a different angle. Yeah, Yusan saw right through the tactic. I'm not falling for that. The situation in front of him made the leader laugh with delight. Perfect. I'll just strike him the moment he teleports. But before he could even react, Yusan vanished from sight. The leader's face went pale. His eyes bulged as a strangled sound escaped his lips. He finally realized something was terribly wrong. Gritting his teeth, he roared in disbelief. Impossible. The truth was, Yusan never fell for the feint. He had aimed straight for the leader's heart from the start. Only then did the man realize. From the very beginning, he was always aiming for a head-on attack, and just like that, the battle was over. This marked the end of Chapter 1, Escape from the Pursuit. A system window popped up. You have received experience. You will receive an additional reward for being the sole progressor of the Constellation Project storyline. Meanwhile, Yusan collapsed against a rock wall, covered in wounds, his breath ragged. He reached for his dagger, but his hand froze. He stared, stunned, at the blood-soaked bodies on the ground. He couldn't deny it any longer. Right, this is not a dream. His legs gave out and he collapsed. The gruesome images replayed in his mind. My first Flash Step, my first real battle, and my first kill. The silence was deafening. I killed people just to survive. Shaking the thought away, he forced himself to his feet, brushing the grime from his clothes. After a long moment, he sighed. I have to get out of here. But then, a thought struck him, and he froze. Turning back, he muttered, wait a second. He frowned, staring intently at the bodies. An idea sparked. He quickly moved from corpse to corpse, searching their pockets. I know this is messed up, he thought, but I gotta be practical. I'm broke. After a moment of searching, he found a pouch heavy with gold. A grin spread across his face. Jackpot. Let's see, this is about 2 million. Still better than nothing. But his relief was short-lived. He clutched the gold, his gaze lifting. Now the problem is the snow-covered cliff ahead and the bottomless chasm that stood in his way. He trudged heavily through the deep snow. Standing at the edge of the abyss, he knew he had no choice but to cross. As his mind raced, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Is anyone there? The voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Across the massive gap, a group of people were calling out. This way. Yusan saw them, hope flaring in his chest. He guessed. The group of mages from the tutorial. Right? Seizing the chance, he waved his arms frantically, shouting back, I'm over here. The other side responded, there's no bridge anywhere near here. Model. Can you make it across? Yeah, I'm on my way. A stranger overheard him and immediately alerted his team. Hold on, he says he can cross. Kai, hearing this, questioned it. But to cross this cliff, he'd have to be at least a third-class knight. Can that kid really do it? His partner answered vaguely. I'm not so sure. Suddenly, he trailed off, his eyes wide as he stared ahead. A collective gasp swept through the group as they saw him leap between the floating rocks in the blink of an eye. The two of them were glued to the scene, unable to look away. Yusol calmly used Flash Step to vault from one cliff to the next. Watching him, they couldn't help but wonder, what was that? Some kind of jumping spell? The first guy answered instantly, It's flash step. All the while, Yuseol stood by, silently observing Yuseol's every move. The red-haired student spoke up again. Flash step, you say, but you can't control its direction or distance. Watching Yuseol perfectly time each jump, he asked again, still full of doubt. So how is he doing that? Then, his jaw dropped in shock once more. He spotted two shadowy figures trailing Yuseol from afar and asked, confused, are those two with him? Before he could figure it out, his face twisted in sudden terror. On the other side, more of the mercenaries' mages were lying in wait. One of them, radiating pure killing intent, began to secretly cast a sinister spell. Then, he unleashed a blast of dark magic aimed straight at Yuseol, making everyone on the other side scream, "Hey, watch out!" Hearing their shouts, he spun around, cursing in his head. Asterisk, damn it, asterisk. To save his own skin, he couldn't hesitate. He immediately used his trusted flash step to dodge. Barely escaping with his life, Yuseol collected himself and glanced back at the damage. The aftermath of that single blast was insane, leaving a huge crater in its wake. One look was all it took for him to realize. Asterisk, those mercenaries from before? This is getting dangerous. Asterisk, Yuseol found a safe spot to think things through. Asterisk flash step needs another 3 seconds to cool down. Dodging all their spells is impossible. Asterisk. He looked back, his mind racing as he calculated his options. Asterisk. I need to find another floating rock to use as a foothold. Asterisk. But before he could act, his eyes shot wide with fear. Turns out, there was another mage. He had used Yuseol's distraction to prepare a sneak attack. Luckily, Yuseol's sharp instincts picked up on the danger, allowing him to successfully dodge at the last second. But even as the blast of energy grazed past, it was still close enough to singe off a few of his precious hairs. And it didn't stop there. The impact from the spell was so powerful that the rock beneath his feet couldn't handle the strain and began to crumble. It happened so fast he couldn't react, and just like that, he was falling. His mind registered the single, cold thought, asterisk, I'm going down, asterisk. But a main character's plot armor doesn't let him die so easily. In a split second, Yuseol twisted his body around, his eyes desperately scanning his surroundings. With this distance, he thought grimly, asterisk, damn it, all the floating rocks are too far away. Asterisk. At that moment, power began to radiate from his body. He decided to bet it all on one last gamble, hoping he could land somewhere. When he was just centimeters from a ledge, he instantly activated his flash step. His battered hand finally gripped the edge of the cliff. Even though he was left dangling precariously, Yuseol's heart swelled with relief. Asterisk, I'm alive. Asterisk. But before he could even catch his breath, a blast of fiery energy shot up from below, aiming to incinerate him on the spot. Even in this dire situation, his mind kept working. The attack was like a heat-seeking missile, already at his feet. Yuseol was 99% certain this was the end, thinking to himself, asterisk. So, I'm gonna die. Asterisk. Just as he was about to face his end, a bolt of blue energy flew in from out of nowhere. It easily and completely annihilated the terrifying dark magic from the enemy mages. After the deliberate collision, all that was left was dust and strange jade-green crystals. Yuseol clung tightly to the rock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He wondered, asterisk, what kind of magic was that? Asterisk. An ice spear wrapped in lightning. Who can even combine two elements into one spell like that? His eyes grew wider as he thought, asterisk. On top of that, to calculate the trajectory so perfectly without wasting any mana. Who could pull off such a flawless attack? Asterisk. At that same moment, down with the group of mages, all eyes were fixed on Yuseol. It was she who had countered the mercenary's magic, saving his life. As the two enemy mages saw their spell get shattered, their expressions shifted from surprise to pure, unadulterated fear. Asterisk, impossible, asterisk, they immediately sensed the danger and turned tail to run for their lives. Watching them flee, Yuseol let out a sigh of relief. Still clinging to the rock, he thought, asterisk, looks like I'm alive after all. Asterisk, after a moment, he finally made it to the other side of the chasm and began to interact with the group of mages. It took him no time to spot his savior. He quickly approached her to start a conversation. Thanks for your help back there. Yuseol didn't even spare him a glance, replying coldly, I didn't do it for your gratitude, so don't worry about it. Yuseol replied awkwardly, ah, okay then. He was immediately captivated by her mysterious aura, thinking, asterisk, she has the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, but she seems really hard to approach. Asterisk. But then his gaze became distant as he recalled the game's plot. Even though they were bandits who pillaged villages, from what he'd gathered, the truth was that most of those activities were orchestrated by the dark magic cult. But even that was over now, in confusion. The moment I cross this cliff, I'll be in mage territory. and the dark magic cult won't be able to follow me anymore. Yusol sighed, looking off into the distance, a bit of excitement building in his chest. Asterisk, besides, they don't even know who I am. Asterisk. Just then, a notification window appeared. The world of Ear was sending him a new message. Chapter 2. Admission to the Stella Academy. After a quick read, Yusol said with confidence, "This is Chapter 2? Sounds easy enough." But looking closer at the word Stella Academy was enough to make his head spin. He thought to himself, asterisk, how am I supposed to go to school at my age? Asterisk. In the dead of night, the mage's carriage moved silently, continuing its journey. The drivers quietly urged the horses on through the darkness. Yusol, exhausted, fell asleep in the carriage without even realizing it, and as he slept, memories from his childhood came flooding back. An image of Yusol as just a cute little boy with big, round eyes appeared, constantly calling for his mother. She, a slender woman, smiled brightly when he said, "I'm going to become a mage when I grow up." Her warm voice rang out. "All right, I believe you can do it." Yusol held a book, thinking as he read, asterisk, my parents worked so hard, saving up to buy me this old magic book. Asterisk. Even as a kid, he was determined to study hard so he wouldn't let them down. His mother saw his efforts and always took care of him when he fell asleep studying. But life is always unfair. Those dreams seemed to shatter completely when his mother anxiously called for the doctor. She held Yusol tight, refusing to believe what the doctor said. "You're saying my son has Mona-Leak syndrome?" At the time, he had panicked, shouting in denial, "No, that's impossible!" He and the game character seemed to be merging completely as he thought, asterisk, are these Yusol's memories? Asterisk. The memories came rushing in so fast that he couldn't tell the difference, making him question himself. Then, the image of a young Yusol sobbing uncontrollably appeared again, leading him to believe it was his own memory. The image of that little boy shocked him awake. His head was pounding like a hammer. He glanced at the sunlight hitting his face and mumbled, "It's morning already." The red-haired guy sitting across from him spoke up. "Ah, you're awake? I was just about to wake you." He added, "We'll be at Leroycha, the satellite city of Acanium, soon." After a while, the carriage slowed down, and the group leader called out, "Let's stop here and rest for a bit." Everyone got out of the carriage, scattering to talk amongst themselves. Stepping outside, Busan stretched his limbs after the long trip, but was surprised by a strange gaze fixed on him. Turning, he saw Aislinn staring right at him. Her unwavering look left him completely baffled. But then, she just turned and walked away without a word. He let out a forced laugh, thinking to himself, so cold. Looking at his new surroundings, he figured things seemed to be going well so far. I was worrying over nothing. I'm just glad this timeline is closer to the modern era than some medieval backwater. With 10 years of gaming experience, he knew magic existed in this world, but the cities were designated safe zones. Trains and airships, along with warp gates, were set up for convenient long-distance travel. Busan glanced at the vehicle and remembered he was headed to Leroychara to board an airship himself. Busan imagined a beautiful, vibrant city. Leroychara was on the route to Acanium, and the real story was set to begin in Acanium, the city of magic. Just like that, he had already pinpointed the school he'd be attending, home to the famous magic towers, magic knights, and the 5 prestigious academies of Acanium. And the school that housed the most powerful mages and the most exceptional students was none other than Stella Academy. Busan leaned against the vehicle, his mind made up. That's why Stella was a magnet for geniuses and nobles from all over the world. Finishing his thoughts on Acanium, he wondered how the original Busan even got accepted into a place like that. Just then, he remembered he still hadn't checked his own abilities yet. He immediately summoned his system window. Information appeared. Mana Leakage Syndrome, Level 1. Strength increased by 0.3%, agility by 0.5%, and perception by 10%. Sixth Sense. Consumes the user's mental power to activate. Detects mana within a 12-meter radius and triggers cognitive acceleration. Activates automatically when danger is detected. After reviewing his status, he felt a wave of relief. Sixth Sense and cognitive acceleration. Without these two, I would have been dead a long time ago. Recalling that incident, he realized a physical curse made it impossible for him to store mana. Mana Leakage Syndrome. Just like in the original story, it was a curse that had always been a part of Busan. And while that sucked, it also allowed him to detect surrounding mana with his sixth sense, letting him feel any attack coming his way without even seeing it. Thanks to that, cognitive acceleration gave him the ability to perceive events faster than a normal person. Whenever a threat came at him, it would feel like time itself was slowing down. After analyzing it, Busan concluded the ability was essential for someone like him who couldn't use mana. But Sixth Sense couldn't be used for long periods. It drained a massive amount of willpower and had some serious side effects. Next up were the stats. He looked down to continue his review. Bus on. Statistics. Strength, 1 star, 59%. Agility, 1 star, 81%. Stamina, 0 stars, 97%. Perception, 1 star, 97%. Endurance, 1 star, 51%. Willpower, 1 star, 43%. Mana, N, A. Experience, 10. Skill, Blink, level 0. Trait, Mana Leakage Syndrome, level 1. Looking it over, he thought these starting stats weren't half bad. The original Bus-On had terrible perception, but it seems part of my own personality boosted that stat. As a veteran player, he already knew that in World E, there weren't just levels. Every stat had its own rank. Skills had levels, and stats had stars. Bus-On recalled that the maximum stat rank was 9 stars, but basically no one had ever reached that tier. This got him thinking. He had played this game for over 10 years. My own record was only 8 stars in both perception and endurance. He tapped the system window, wanting a closer look. From now on, I should invest in perception to enhance my sixth sense and reaction speed. I can always train my stamina and flexibility through other methods anyway. Looking at the modified stats, perception, 1 star, 97%. Endurance, 1 star, 51%. Willpower, 1 star, 43%. He thought with excitement. All right, that's settled. After adjusting everything, his mind started racing again. The immediate problem is this mana leakage syndrome. If I don't find a way to deal with it, I won't survive for long. I have to upgrade it to natural body secret as soon as possible. Standing under the vast sky, Bus-On weighed his options. The only way to cure mana leakage syndrome is at Stella Academy. So, I have no choice but to go to Stella if I want to stop the apocalypse and cure this syndrome. He let out a long, frustrated sigh, and I really didn't want to go there. I wish there was some way to help me right now. Just then, a system message popped up. You have missed several notifications. He was surprised. He'd never seen that before. But before he could check it, someone called out, "Hey, let's go!" Bus-On snapped out of it. "Okay, I'm coming!" He turned to get on the vehicle, thinking he'd check it later. But he failed to notice that Aislinn was still watching his every move. Silently. The scene changes as the airship finally takes flight, heading straight for Stella Academy. The captain's voice came over the intercom. "We are now departing for Acanium. All passengers, please take your seats." At that moment, a rich kid with purple hair saw Bus-On looking around and shot him a disdainful look. He sneered to his friends. "Look at that guy, gawking around like a lost puppy." "First time on an airship? Must be some kind of country bumpkin," the purple-haired punk said loudly, making sure to mock him. "I don't get why Stella even lets peasants like him set foot inside." Hearing this, Bus-On turned to look at the group of nobles. They just continued to taunt him. The world's most prestigious academy is being tainted by these lowlifes. Bus-On endured their insults silently, not saying a word. Then, to their surprise, he let out a deep sigh. He turned away, thinking, kids are the same everywhere, huh? The purple-haired guy, furious at being ignored, turned beet red and shouted, "Did you just sigh at me?" Fuming, he muttered, "That worthless commoner." He ran after him, yelling, "Hey, get back here!" Suddenly, everyone around them stopped paying attention to him and started whispering about something else. He turned back, annoyed. What the hell is going on? These people were suddenly making a huge fuss. The purple-haired guy's jaw dropped when he saw who was approaching. A girl with long, platinum hair and adorned with expensive jewelry was walking toward them. Everyone around them immediately recognized her and cried out, "Princess Bon!" Hearing that name, Bus-On turned back, confused. Did he just say, Bon? A girl with platinum pink hair and crimson eyes. It was the princess of the Adolebet kingdom, Bion Adolebet. She walked with an air of pride amidst the crowd's murmurs. The purple-haired guy stepped forward to greet her. "It is an honor." However, his only reply was her sharp, ice-cold glare as she swept past him without a second thought, leaving him frozen and stammering. Bion walked toward the stairs where Bus-On was standing. She left a trail of dumbfounded nobles in her wake. As she passed Bus-On, he realized, so this is the world's villainess. Bion was one of the main characters in the game. She and the female protagonist were constantly at odds, and in the end, she always died. No matter which route you chose, she was brutally murdered in several endings. In another, she was bullied by the entire academy and eventually expelled. In yet another ending, after suffering some great humiliation, she was never seen again. It was as if the developers had a personal grudge and wanted her to suffer no matter what. Bus-On recalled that back in the day, all the guys who played the game had a thing for her. She really is beautiful, though. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly. Pushing his thoughts aside, he headed up the stairs. Gotta find something to eat. But after seeing the ridiculously luxurious food and the sky-high prices, Bus-On just stared, speechless, before turning and walking away. As he left, he grumbled to himself, "Everything here is so expensive. I'll just wait until we get to Acanium to eat." Just then, an announcement echoed through the ship. "Attention passengers, we will be landing in Acanium in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the first floor. I repeat, we will be landing in Acanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the first floor." Hearing the announcement, Busan smiled. It's finally starting. All right, from now on, this is my reality. Let's do this. Busan leaned against a wall, a troubled look on his face. He sighed, thinking, good thing I sorted that out. But a wave of sadness hit him. Can I really survive at Stella Academy? He thought about all the powerful people who couldn't make it in this world. Busan stared out the window. If only something could help me right now. It suddenly hit him. He had an unread notification. The system window materialized. Project Constellatio has sent you a special reward. 1. A lower version of the items you used in-game. 2. A lower version of the skills you acquired in-game. And 3. Experience points. Yusol stroked his chin, thinking, at least the system has some decency. Now, which one to pick? He was torn between reflection and lightning. As if reading his mind, the system announced, search results indicate the item's tier is too high and will be severely downgraded. He shot back, what about Super Space Flash Step? According to the search, this skill is an upgrade of Flash Step and cannot be acquired. However, you can use the reward to slightly enhance your base Flash Step skill. Hearing this, Yusol froze. Seriously, it has to be downgraded? The system continued. Due to a deficiency in your narrative energy, we cannot fully manifest these powers. He asked, my what now? The system replied again. The force that drives the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore the story's hidden episodes, this energy will accumulate. At that, Yuseol finally got it. So, in short, you can't give me overpowered items because I'm just a newbie, right? He fell into thought as the system went silent again. Yusol pressed on. Then what about the bulbul glasses? The system paused. After a moment, it responded, system analysis concludes this item can be provided. All right, I'll take it. The second he spoke, a blue light flared in his hand, forming a seemingly normal pair of glasses. Looking at them, Yusol thought, I can't believe the day has come when I actually have to wear this thing. The bulbul glasses held every piece of information he'd ever collected in the game. In the world of Ear, you can't just recall info about monsters you've hunted or knowledge you've gained. So, players developed countless items to store information in their own unique ways, and I was no different. With that thought, he put on the glasses. The lenses glowed, and an information panel appeared before him. Item, bulbul glasses. Description. Can't remember what you ate last night? Don't worry, because these glasses have recorded every detail you've ever seen. Special feature. Bulbul folder. Activate with mental power. Seeing that, Yusol immediately focused his mind to open the folder. System loading. Opening the bulbul folder. The directory opened, revealing all his data, alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Yusol scanned the list and thought, okay, this is good. He blended into the crowd. This place is just like the real world, so I can't talk about the system. But with these glasses, I can get back about half of my old power. Yusol closed the folder, lost in thought as he walked, until a voice cut through the noise. Hey, is that Aislinn? Up ahead was a girl, surrounded by a storm of whispers. You mean the eldest daughter of that traitor Dutch Mon? They hissed to each other. Geez, how does she still have the nerve to show her face here? Shh, she'll hear you. Yusol wondered. Come to think of it, one of the functions of the bulbul glasses lets me register and check info on characters in the storyline. He then used the glasses to pull up her profile. Name, Aislinn. Title, Fake Heroine. Class, Ice and Lightning Mage. Quirk, drinks pickle juice before eating pizza. Bio, eldest daughter of Dutch Monday. Her father's death led to the family's ruin. Dies later on. He thought to himself, she's the fake heroine? To understand Aislinn, the fake heroine, you have to know one thing. Even though I'm in the world of Ear, the truth is, Ear is a game based on a trashy romance novel, Don't Love the Princess. And that novel was about the heroine, Aislinn, who lost her entire family. She grew up fighting against the villain's schemes and ended up with the male lead. Thinking back, he felt a little sad for her. By the end, her whole revenge plot just fizzled out, and she ended up being protected by the male characters. It got a ton of backlash from readers and had a pretty bad ending. But the problem is, while the game world is based on the novel, the plot is completely different. In the game, a new character named Full Moon was added, and she completely took over the heroine's role. What's more, this character Full Moon had her own backstory. She was just a normal woman from the modern world, a huge fan of Don't Love the Princess, who was reincarnated into this world. Yuseol came to a conclusion. So, unlike the novel, Aislinn became the fake heroine in the game, while Full Moon became the real one. No matter how hard players tried, she could never survive in any of the storylines. This was the result of being pushed out of the true heroine's spot. After a moment, he took off his glasses and muttered, "Well, it's got nothing to do with me." Yusol watched Islan's retreating back. But is it just my imagination? He thought. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Then Yusol dismissed it. It's probably nothing. I should just get ready. Time passed, and at Stella Academy, the new students had all gathered in the courtyard. The headmaster began his speech. As you all know, the headmaster's voice echoed across the grounds. The dark mages are sorcerers who gained the power of another world and were twisted into monsters. Even now, those dark mages continue their invasion, opening gates called personas or unleashing ancient dungeons to attack our magical world. The mission of us mages is to protect this world from the invasion of dark forces. As the headmaster droned on, some students started whispering complaints, kicking off the semester with a boring speech. So lame, the headmaster continued. And now, for the oath ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, along with the freshman representative. Please step up to the stage. At the announcement, the mentioned students made their way to the platform. They were the center of attention, the important players right now. Seeing them, Yusol thought to himself, they all look so bright and shiny, totally fits their roles as main characters. His eyes lit up. The most striking one was the boy with brilliant, sparkling red eyes that Yusol was staring at, the one everyone below was buzzing about. The freshman representative, Ma Yu-sung. He got the highest score on the entrance exam. How can someone be so talented and so good-looking? That's when it dawned on him. So this is the famous Ma Yu-seong. He was the perfect example of a heavenly gifted prodigy, the chosen one. With a 9-star mana index, his potential was close to that of the gods. He was a natural-born genius who could control every element in the world. He made up his mind. Even if I can't make it to the true ending, I have to at least avoid the bad endings by getting Ma Yu-song on the good side. He glanced at the person next to him, a girl with short hair. That must be Full Moon. Yusol considered his options. It all depends on her actions from now on. She's an outsider like me, so maybe teaming up with her is a good idea. But things will get complicated if she sees me as an enemy and just shuts me down. Anyway, I have the advantage when it comes to information, so I shouldn't make any reckless moves. Full Moon read the trashy romance novel, while I played the fantasy romance game. I swear to carry out my duty. Though my importance in the story is less than some random NPC in a village shop. Besides, the heroine has a special ability that lets her purify dark mages. On the other hand, she also brings misfortune to those close to her. If I stick around her, I'll definitely get caught up in it. He looked at the students on the stage. My role is to support the main characters from a distance. Yusol steeled his resolve to get involved with them as little as possible. Just then, the headmaster spoke up. The entrance ceremony is now concluded. Hearing the announcement, Yusol and everyone else erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yeah! A system window suddenly popped up. Chapter 2. Entering Stella Academy. Complete. A gentle sunlight bathed the Stella Magic Academy. The students were all present, sitting properly at their desks. Yusol felt a little down. It's been a long time since I graduated from college, so it feels weird to be a high school student again. He mused for a moment, then sighed, pulling out a Stella charm. He examined it and thought, well, having this is pretty good. The object in his hand was the Stella pocket watch. It was proof that he was a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. Having this meant receiving better service and treatment than even those with a magic warrior certificate. Yusol smirked to himself. He tucked the watch into his pocket, eager to get outside and really test this thing out. Just then, the door creaked open, the sound shattering the room's silence. Professor Lee Hanwon entered, his face grim, holding a stack of exam papers. All students took their seats. He announced, "The evaluation will now begin, so put away everything except for the permitted items." Students wearing glasses had to have them inspected first. Yusol crossed his arms. A test? Right after the opening ceremony? Seriously? Stella Academy's curriculum was way more brutal than any university in Korea. A pop quiz on the very first day of school. It was called a placement evaluation, a test designed to sort them into their classes. Standing at the podium, Professor Lee Hanwon announced, "Your time begins now." Yusol stared at the questions on the page, but his mind was a total blank. He felt a wave of helplessness. He couldn't understand a single word. This is impossible. This placement test was nothing like the notoriously difficult entrance exam. Students would be sorted into F, A, and S rank classes depending on their results. The classroom fell silent once more. Every student was laser-focused on their paper. Of course, most of the overpowered main characters were in S class. In contrast, Yusol had entered the academy ranked dead last among 1,141 students. Yusol sat there thinking, hey, I still got in, didn't I? Should I just turn in a blank sheet? They wouldn't expel me for that, would they? I'd probably just be automatically tossed into F class. Suddenly, his attention drifted to the person sitting just ahead of him. Ma Yuseon was already looking away, utterly bored. Yuseol stared at him. Ma Yuseon, he thought to himself, is he already finished? He glanced at the exam on Ma Yuseon's desk. The test paper. It was completely filled out. Yusol let out a soft sigh. No wonder the guy's life was so boring. Ma Yuseon's main character trait was literally boredom. He was born into the world's most powerful family, a natural-born genius with incredible talent. Everything in life was just easy for him. Yusol figured that was why Ma Yuseon's personality, whether he turned out good or evil, was entirely dependent on the actions of the female leads. The black magic cult, a group bent on destroying humanity, would obviously be interested in a guy like Ma Yuseon. Yuseol watched him sit there, eyes closed in boredom. Yeah, he thought. His biggest problem comes from his family. He looked back at his own blank test paper. Man, comparing myself to a genius like that is just pathetic. But then, an idea struck him. Wait a minute, I can use the Boon glasses. I used them a ton in the library to grind for new skills. Yusol discreetly pulled the glasses out from under his shirt. Perfect. I've got nothing to lose, so I might as well give it a shot. Just as he was about to put the glasses on, Professor Lee Hanwon materialized behind him, causing him to freeze solid. Hold on. What are those glasses? Lee Hanwon looked at him with a stern gaze. I'm certain I said that if you intend to use glasses, you must submit them for inspection first. Yusol's heart sank. He definitely did say that. Before Yusol could utter a single word, Lee Hanwon reached out and took the glasses from his hand. I will inspect them. The professor held the glasses up, observing them for a long moment. Yusol stared at him. Now what? If he discovers they're magical, I'll be expelled for sure. Suddenly, he heard a faint ping. Huh? It was the sound of the system finding a missing part of the Boon glasses. Do you wish to summon it? Yuseol's jaw dropped in pure panic. No. Please don't do anything, system. Professor Lee Hanwon continued to observe the glasses without saying a word. He handed the glasses back to him. I can't sense any mana from these. But remember to ask for permission next time. Yuseol forced a smile and took the glasses. Ah, yes, sir. A wave of relief washed over him. Whoa, if its original function had activated, I would have been in deep trouble. He put the glasses on and activated them. The test immediately began to shimmer, and the answers appeared right after. Whoa, it's showing the real answers. Yuseol quickly started copying the answers. I've hit the jackpot. I could get first place with this. He was a little overjoyed. I'll definitely escape F class and maybe even get into A class. The voice of Professor Lee Hanwon echoed, shattering the silence of the classroom. Time is up. Everyone, submit your papers. Yusol looked up, stunned. Huh? Immediately after, the test papers began to fly. Yusol's jaw dropped. Huh? A current of magic was pulling the exams toward the professor. Panic seized him. I only finished 3 questions. Lee Hanwon scanned the collected papers, and his expression immediately changed. Yusol took off his glasses. I really thought I had escaped F class. Maybe that was asking for too much. As soon as he took the glasses off, he was startled. Huh? Professor Lee Hanwon was standing right in front of him with a dark expression. Hand over those glasses, immediately. Now, Yusol was completely confused. Sir? Lee Hanwon observed the glasses with serious intensity. Impossible. He turned his head and spoke to another student. You, go and call Dr. Green. That student immediately replied, Yes, Professor. Yusol looked at the professor, still not understanding what was happening. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? I even wrote my answers carefully so it wouldn't be obvious I was cheating. Did I get caught anyway? In another room, Lee Hanwon's voice rang out. What do you think? Dr. Green observed intently. He said the way that student answered the questions was truly suspicious. Professor Lee Hanwon immediately followed up. So he was cheating? Before he could finish his sentence, the doctor spoke again. But he wasn't cheating. I can't sense a single trace of magic emanating from these glasses. Green affirmed. He definitely completed this with his own ability. Dr. Green chuckled, patting Yuseol's shoulder in praise. Ho ho, how interesting. This is the first time I've ever seen a case like this. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwon, apologize to the student and guide him well. I understand, Lee Hanwon replied. He looked at Yuseol. It was my misunderstanding. I apologize. To be honest, I really was cheating. It's a good thing I turned the function off. If I hadn't. Yusol replied calmly with a placid voice. It's all right, sir. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. I was so lucky I didn't get caught. The morning at Stella Magic Academy was peaceful. In Professor Lee Hanwon's office, he was sitting at his desk with Dr. Green, reviewing the new students' exam papers. Lee Hanwon looked at a paper with the first question answered correctly. His eyes were very serious. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, Professor Lee Hanwon. Professor Eden Ten approached with a pleasant expression. Are these the exam papers for the new students this year? Lee Hanwon replied. Yes, she said enthusiastically. I heard there are an extraordinary number of outstanding students this year. Li Hanwan looked up and replied, It appears so. From the most famous family of fire magic, we have Bi Yon, Princess of Adolabit, the Kingdom of Flames. Next, at only 12 years old, he became the chosen heir for the throne of the Skelven Empire because of his magical talent, Jeremy Skelven, the prince who defeated all of his older brothers in the war for the throne. And from the largest magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, the heir to the magic tower, Gunriang. Professor Eden Ten smiled. I heard that creating the questions was very difficult because there are so many students from famous families. I'm sure there will be a lot of great questions this year, Li Hanwan replied. I'm glad you like them. After saying that, he looked back at the exam paper in his hand. But Professor Eden Ten had said that this year's placement test had new kinds of questions. The first three were incredibly difficult for normal students to solve. Those three questions all contained a hidden purpose, a test of flexibility. If it's a problem that can't be solved, does the test taker know to skip it and move on to the next question? Second, how would a student solve a problem that has never appeared in a textbook? Li Hanwan was still lost in his own train of thought. The era of learning magic based only on theory and memorization was over. Now is the era of struggle with creative thinking and rapid judgment. However, these questions didn't require students to provide an answer. In fact, more than 1,000 out of 1,141 students left this question blank. Among the 100 students who provided a solution, almost no correct answers were given. He frowned. Among the new students, only 3 had answered all 3 questions correctly. There was Ma Yu-seon, the nation's genius, who was seen as a comet with an unknown background. Next was Full Moon, admitted through the headmaster's recommendation. Despite being a commoner, that student's talent was recognized as being nearly equal to Ma Yu-seon's. The last one was Yu Sol. Li Hanwan thought deeply. Ma Yu-seon and Full Moon are called geniuses, and I'm certain that Yu Seol is the student with the lowest entrance exam score. I don't see how he could have solved all those hidden questions, especially when he couldn't answer any of the others. Eden Timon glanced at Li Hanwan, curious. Why are you so interested in a new student's score? Li replied, because one of them has a score that makes absolutely no sense. Eden just said, that's easy enough to understand. After all, even when endless formulas and calculations fail, a solution can still pop into your head. Li Hanwan looked up at Professor Eden Timon. Do you think this kid is a prodigy? Eden Timon just shrugged. It could also be a coincidence. She turned her back, and Li Hanwan watched her leave in silence. He let out a long sigh. On his desk was Yusol's file. Underneath it, a small note with clear handwriting read, admitted by special recommendation for exceptional mastery of flash step control. Li Hanwan mused, so the child the principal made an exception for is different. Is that it? The corner of his mouth curved up. A combat mage who specializes in flash step. Li Hanwan stared at Yusol's photo. We'll find out soon enough if it was a coincidence. Or if you're truly special. Students were gathered in buzzing groups, a mix of excitement and anxiety in the air. I heard the class lists are being posted today. I'm so nervous. I wonder what class I'll get into. My mom told me if I don't get into Class A, I shouldn't even bother coming home. Standing a short distance away, Yusiol thought with a sigh, I can't believe I have to check the board myself. In the game, I could just see it with a single click. All the students were packed tightly in front of the class assignment lists. Suddenly, someone recognized Yusun, and the whispers started. I heard he got a 1 on the magic evaluation placement test. Seriously? How did someone like that get into Stella? I'm starting to doubt this school's standards. Ignoring the chatter, Yusail slowly walked up to the lists. Whatever. Let them say what they want. I'll just check my class and get out of here. Thinking about his terrible test score, he obviously headed for the Class E and F boards. It's fine. Yu Seol calmly scanned the list for his name. Huh? My name's not here. His name was nowhere on the Class F list. It felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Don't tell me I got expelled for only answering 3 questions. No way. Is my life over already? Yu Sol. Oh my god. Why is he over there? There must be some kind of mistake. Finally, someone said his name. Yu Sol glanced towards the voice. A group of students stood before a different class list, their tone dripping with displeasure. Yeah, you're right. Uskle from the Marquis Sekhmet family got 29th place and still made it into Class A. Even with a perfect theory score, he only ranked 17th. So how did a guy like that? Yusiol frowned, confused. What's going on? Something's weird. Should I go check? Yusol was stunned. Whoa, that's his name. He stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Why is my name here? He was too tense to even speak. This can't be. What is happening? The most special ranking that every student dreamed of achieving. Class S, the place for the most exceptional students in the greatest magic academy. Unlike other divisions with multiple classes per grade, Stella Academy's S division had only 41 students and only one class. Yuseol's brow furrowed. Why was I put in Class S? This has to be a mistake. I'm going to lose my mind. Now I'll have to see the main characters all the time. Yusel considered his options. Getting tangled up with the main plot characters will only shorten my lifespan. I can't change classes. He immediately turned and started to walk away. Okay, new plan. Just try to be as invisible as possible. I can do this. Yuseol was so lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice a girl from a short distance away watching him. The girl opened her mouth, as if she was about to say something. In another room, a tense atmosphere hung in the air, the sharp sound of a slap echoing off the walls. It seemed Bi-yeon was on the receiving end of a brutal slap from her mother, Hong Jio, the elemental fire professor. Her face was a mask of fury as she screamed, "You got 3 questions wrong? Even the princess from the Monkwachi duchy got 2 right." Bi-yeon crumpled to the floor, enduring her mother's harsh words. "You couldn't answer questions that even insects could solve. You're worth less than an insect. Remember that, and do it again." Her mother continued. "Do you understand?" Bi-yeon replied without emotion. "Yes, mother." Her mother stared down at her daughter with a grim face. Hong Jio's lips twisted into a sneer as she continued. "Listen here, Bone," she threatened. "You will not follow my path, getting kicked out of the kingdom only to end up in this stupid professor position. You will not become a disgrace to our entire kingdom." Suddenly, Hong Jio bent down, her hand touching Bon's red, swollen cheek. "Your job is to become more useful than your sister." At this, a sinister smile spread across her face. Hong Jio's voice was laced with mockery. "Do you understand what I mean?" "Desperate and lost," Bi-yeon replied. "I understand, mother." After Hong Jio left, a single thought flashed through Bi-yeon's mind. "I don't understand. I live my life and solve everything exactly as I was taught. The problem was magic I'd never studied, spells I'd never heard of, and formulas I'd never been taught. Why?" Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why?" Bi-yeon was in despair. "Why, mother? Do you always torture me?" The scene shifts to the Class S lecture hall. The new students were buzzing with excited chatter. Only our hero, Yu Seol, was slumped over his desk in despair, thinking, "I'm going crazy. I've been thrown into a room full of antisocial freaks." Just then, hushed whispers caught Yu Seol's attention. "How did that guy even get in here?" "No idea. I'm super curious too." The freshman continued to gossip. "Did you hear? Our parents protested and demanded to know why he was placed in Class S. The only answer they got was that Yu Seol met the qualifications." "Seriously? That's not an answer at all." Hearing this, Yu Seol could only manage a bitter smile. "Looks like I'm already the class outcast." He stretched calmly, thinking, "They've all worked their butts off since they were kids. It makes sense they'd be annoyed that some idiot like me is sitting on their level. But it's fine. Everyone's class gets reassigned based on their grades after each exam." At this thought, Yu Seol's expression turned serious. And Class S is no exception. Of course, some students do get demoted. Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, there was one student who started in Class A and later moved up to Class S. Well, I'll look for them later. Yusol observed the room. This is so surreal. Every time I remember that these game characters are right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will be world famous. And about 5 of them will probably betray the entire magic world. With that thought, Yusol looked towards a certain boy. Mao is one of them. Then Yuseol's eyes shifted to Full Moon. He thought, it would be great if Full Moon could stop that from happening. Just as he was thinking this, Professor Lee Hanwon opened the door and entered. "Settle down, everyone." Yusol was surprised. Professor Lee began his introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. Some of you may already know who I am, but I'll introduce myself anyway." His face was stern. "I am the professor for Class S, Lee Hanwon." The freshmen couldn't hide their excitement. "That's the famous Professor Lee Hanwon. The number of dark mages he's hunted is in the 4 digits, right?" The students kept whispering, calling the professor a 7th-tier magic warrior. "He's on a completely different level." Just then, the professor's sharp voice cut through the chatter. "All of you, quiet." The professor said, "It seems we have a room full of talented students, and one on special recommendation." He continued, "As you know, this academy is where we train combat mages, true magic warriors. You will all undergo a rigorous high school education for 3 years. I don't expect you to keep up. However, I do expect you to show me your absolute best during that time." Lee Hanwon's voice was deep and serious. "Any questions?" No one raised a hand. A satisfied look appeared on the professor's face. "Good, then let's begin class." Before he could finish, the classroom door burst open, revealing Bi-yeon standing outside. One of her cheeks was still bright red. Seeing this, Yusol wondered, Bi-yeon, the one who follows the rules more than anyone, is late? As he watched Bi-yeon speak with the professor, his curiosity grew. Did something happen? Yusol immediately took out his glasses. I'd better use the Finch glasses to check this out. Just then, information on Hong Bion flashed before his eyes. The villainous fire mage likes red ginseng candy, gets burns occasionally, only drinks a Kalia-style espresso, and has a wicked mother. A guaranteed death. He stared at the unchanging system window. Bai Yun-un thought to himself. A guaranteed death. His eyes shifted back to Hong Bion. If Is died because of full moon, Hong Bion dies because of both full moon and Yisol. At that moment, a deep red notification window blazed into view. You could say it's the inescapable fate of a villain character. Byun-un took off his glasses. If I could, I'd want to help her, but in my current situation, I can't help anyone. Lee Hanwon told her, "Go back to your seat." Byun-un was once again lost in his own thoughts. It sucks that I can't do anything but keep my distance. Suddenly, Byun-un froze. Huh? Without him noticing, Hong Byun was now standing right beside him. She was just staring intently at Byun-un. He tensed up. Huh? Hong Byun pushed a chair out and sat down next to him. A storm of questions brewed in his mind. What is this? It feels like everything has changed, right from the very start. At the podium, Professor Lee Hanwon looked serious. Well, before we begin class, we will have an inheritance ceremony for the wands you'll be using. His voice echoed through the classroom. S-class and A-class will hold the ceremony together. As for the details, Bayunun muttered, the inheritance ceremony. A flicker of interest crossed his face. Kinda annoying, but I'm looking forward to it. There are two major events at Stella Academy. One of them is the Soulmate Covenant ceremony, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony held a special place. The scene shifts to the ceremony itself. Professor Lee Hanwon addressed the students. Is everyone present? He continued. Wands from the lowest rank to the high intermediate rank have been prepared here. Everyone listened intently. Your job is to walk up to the wand you like and take it, the professor warned them. The procedure to exchange wands is extremely tedious, so I hope you will all choose very carefully. Byun-un thought to himself. He can say that all he wants. But the truth is, we aren't the ones choosing the wand. It's the other way around. In this world, wands only respond to those they acknowledge, creating a resonance effect. As he walked, he mused. That means a person can't use a high-level staff even if they want to. Byun-un kept moving, but his mind was filled with nagging worries. He hesitated. Still, I don't know which one I should pick, he recalled an old memory. Before, I would have just grabbed an F-rank wand without a thought. But I'm in S-class now. I need to reconsider. Byun-un looked toward the magic staffs. A wand is what suits my position best. He analyzed the situation. Staffs are divided into two types, short wands and longer staffs. Wands are usually used by the knight class, people who use fast and continuous magic. On the other hand, staffs are used by the bishop class, who focus on a single powerful strike and need more casting time. But his train of thought was suddenly cut off by chatter from the new students. Yo, which one do you think he'll pick? Byun-un glanced over at the whispering crowd. Since he's in S-class, resonance shouldn't be a problem for him. Right? Byun-un paid them no mind, thinking, whatever, say what you want. But just then, he heard a voice call out. Hey! Byun-un was taken aback. He asked. Who are you? The stranger replied with a smug look. Me? I'm Yusail. Byun-un wondered. Who's that? It's the first time I've ever heard that name. He then replied, I see. So what? Yusail asked. Which staff are you gonna pick? Hearing that, Byun-un answered, I'm just gonna grab whatever. Yusail put on a superior sneer and said, you should choose one that fits your commoner status. Byun-un seemed a little surprised to hear that from him. Yusail continued to provoke him. Don't cause a scene and create trouble for the professors. Byun-un just calmly walked past him. Yeah, you try not to cause any trouble either. Hearing that, the guy's face turned beet red. Yusail yelled, You bastard! He pushed on. You trying to pick a fight? Byun-un felt a wave of annoyance. He took out his glasses. So noisy. In front of him, a profile appeared. Yusail Xiand, son of Marquis Band. Prince Jeremy's lackey, a third-rate bully. He put his glasses away, looking slightly disappointed. Is that all the info I get? Byun-un looked at the guy and sighed. Not very special, are you? Yusail pointed at a staff. That's the one I'm choosing. You better watch closely. Byun-un stared intently at that magic staff. He was stunned. Is that Edmund Edermere? He assessed it further. That one's definitely the highest rank here. High intermediate. High intermediate staffs are usually used by professional magic warriors. But no matter how talented they are, a low intermediate staff is already the limit for a student. Byun-un concluded. Even pro-magic warriors rarely manage to use a low intermediate staff. Besides Edmund Edermere, there was one other high intermediate staff here, mainly for display, since who could possibly claim it? Then, Professor Lee Hanwon spoke up, reminding them students should stand directly in front of the staff they like. Haegun Ryong had already chosen his, Jeremy Skelvin had as well, and even Hong Byun had made her choice. But suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from beside Byun-un. The freshman stared in awe, exclaiming, "The staff Haegun Ryong chose, isn't that Harden Amikoten?" "That's an intermediate rank staff." Prince Skelvin also chose an intermediate rank staff. One after another, brilliant lights began to shine. Princess Hong Byun, John Cavator, Lahavon, all intermediate rank. How many people are getting intermediate rank staffs? Normally, only certified mages can even use them. More than a few gasped. This year is absolutely insane. Ugh. Yusol gritted his teeth. Damn it, he shouted in frustration. Just you wait, I'll do it too. Seeing Yusol storm off, the crowd shifted their gossip to him. Oh, isn't that Yusol? The chatter started up again. You think he can actually get the high intermediate staff? Standing before his chosen staff, Yusol smirked confidently, thinking, watch closely. I'll show you all what real S-class talent looks like. Then, he gripped the magic staff tightly with his hand. Suddenly, a powerful burst of light erupted, with lightning snaking across the entire room. From a distance, Byun-un felt the intense energy, just as expected. He calmly continued. He failed. And sure enough, Yusol had collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. The people around them started to murmur. Oh my god, I think he's seriously hurt. Hey, someone call a professor, quick! Byun-un was lost in thought. A high intermediate staff is probably beyond your reach. You should just give up, he muttered to himself. Because at that moment, Yusol saw someone else approaching. He stammered, "Hey, stop." But Ma Yusong just kept humming to himself. Byun-un looked towards Ma Yuseong. That staff's owner was already decided. He looked majestic, with an arrogant face and striking red eyes that made him stand out. His swagger made everyone whisper, "That's Ma Yuseong. Is he really going to try and take that staff?" He gently touched the staff. They were amazed. I can't believe he thinks he can claim Edmund Edermere. And yet, Ma Yuseong firmly gripped the staff in his hand. A blinding light instantly filled the room. It was so bright it made Byun-un shout in surprise. A look of pure satisfaction spread across Ma Yusong's face. He admired the staff in his hand. The crowd was in total shock. No way. A new student managed to claim such a high-level magic weapon? They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? Byun-un sighed. Yep, not surprising at all. He looked over at the guy. Now, even more people will know just how gifted he is. Ma Yuseong keenly noticed Byun-un standing there looking dazed, and he flashed him a smile. Byun-un was speechless, thinking, what the hell? Is this guy crazy? His mind immediately jumped to a certain girl. After all, Full Moon already possessed a staff of a similar level, Taravon. An image of Full Moon surfaced in Byun-un's mind. However, if Full Moon successfully claims Taravon, this might be where our paths diverge. He recalled the original plot. Mei Yuseong would see her talent and become interested in her, unlocking the Mei Yuseong route. But if she chooses a different staff, it will open up a completely different storyline. Byun-un planned his next move. I need to use Full Moon to get Ma Yusong on my side. He suddenly saw Full Moon walking by. Ah, there she is. Full Moon was staring intently at the staff. Byun-un was dead serious. There it is, Taravon. The closer she got to the staff, the more anxious he became, wondering with a bit of curiosity, what are you going to do? As Full Moon drew nearer to the staff, he silently urged her on. That's right, take Taravon. Yusol waited with bated breath, hoping Maoyan would finally take an interest in Full Moon. He was sure this was it, their path to a happy ending. But then she walked right past the staff, leaving him utterly baffled. Huh? He watched her ignore the legendary weapon, his mind racing. She doesn't like Taravon? Yusol's jaw dropped. What in the world is going on? Does she not know what it is? Does she not have enough information? Maybe. Full Moon was still searching for her own magical staff. He thought to himself that either way, this was bad. As the main character, shouldn't Flame be able to resonate with all the staffs? Yusol gritted his teeth. What if she ends up picking some bizarre, useless staff that would throw the entire perfect scenario off track? He crouched down, preparing to use his magic. A golden light flared to life around his body. At that moment, Yusol knew there was no other choice. He had to push Taravon towards her himself. He took aim right at Full Moon's back. He used a flash step, appearing directly behind her. Full Moon sensed something and jumped, startled. Huh? Since when were you? He forced a bright smile and greeted her. Yusol started, I was just wondering which staff you were going to choose. Why would you want to know that? She shot back instantly. Yusol had to invent a reason. I just wanted to help you out, since you looked a little lost. Full Moon was indifferent. It has nothing to do with you. She turned her back, ready to leave. Later, Yusol was so shocked he reached out to stop her. He stammered. Wait. Yusol scratched his cheek. Something felt really weird. An image of her laughing with her friends flashed in his mind. Full Moon is supposed to be friendly with everyone, since she's an extrovert. So why is she being so cold? Yusol's resolve hardened. No, I can't give up this easily. My very survival depends on this. He called out. Hey, wait up! He was getting desperate. I seriously just want to help you pick one. Full Moon glared at him, furious. Mind your own business. Yusol stubbornly pushed on. But I feel like there's a staff here that would really suit you. Her patience was wearing thin. Flame yelled right in his face. What the hell do you know about staffs anyway? Yusol could only manage a weak, awkward laugh. What the heck? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she just doesn't care about support items. He kept talking. I've heard a lot of things about you. He pointed toward the staff. Do you think you have what it takes to claim that one? Full Moon glanced over at the staff and whispered, Taravon. Yusol smirked. That's the one. He was shocked. Huh? A look of fear crossed Yusol's face. What's that noise? Suddenly, something shot toward him at incredible speed, his eyes wide with terror. Yusol slowly peeked open his eyes. In his hand was the Taravon staff, but he hadn't realized it yet. That scared the life out of me. Yusol stared at the staff in confusion, then pure panic set in. He stammered, Why is it in my hand? Full Moon is the one who's supposed to have it. Yusol thought to himself, damn it. Yusol tried to call out to Full Moon, but her face was an ice-cold mask. She replied with a dangerous smile. What is it? Yusol's mind went blank. I'm screwed. I'm totally, completely screwed. That afternoon, after classes ended, students began heading out. Full Moon was walking back to the dorms, carrying her books. She overheard some students gossiping. Hey, did you hear? Full Moon glanced at them as they chattered excitedly. Apparently, 2 students managed to claim high-grade artifact staffs this year. Whoa, really? In the past, only 5 people have ever done that. Yeah. So now that makes it 2 more? One of the boys said. But the weird thing is, one of them only used Flash Step during the entire magic evaluation test. His friend looked stunned. What? Flash Step is basic magic. How is that possible? My parents told me Flash Step is trash tier magic. The boy was freaking out. There must be some kind of mistake, right? Hearing this, Full Moon remained silent. A little later, at the Academy's self-study hall, the afternoon sun was starting to peek through the windows, casting long shadows down the hallway. Full Moon walked with a long sigh, muttering, finally, some peace and quiet. She thought back to the students' conversation. That's all anyone has been talking about today, no matter where I go. The news about the 2 students claiming high-grade staffs spread like wildfire, but there's something I just can't figure out. Full Moon remembered the moment Yusol got the magic staff and how shocked she was. There's no way he could have gotten Taravon. Who even is he? Yusol was a total unknown. I read the original novel 3 times before I came here, but the name Yusol never appeared, not even once. Full Moon couldn't keep her cool. The novel said no one could claim Taravon, yet that guy managed to resonate with it so easily. Full Moon gritted her teeth as an image of him holding the staff with a smug grin appeared in her mind, as if he were trying to show off to her. Full Moon shook her head, annoyed. Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? Just then, a voice called out to her from behind. Her classmates saw her and asked cheerfully, Are you heading to the study hall too? Hearing them, Full Moon turned around and gave them a gentle smile. She said playfully, What, you guys think I'm some kind of bookworm? The blonde girl chimed in. No, but you always say you have nothing better to do, so you study. Full Moon quickly denied it. That's not it at all. The brown-haired girl tilted her head, confused. But Full Moon, why do you always call us kids? We're the same age. Hearing this, Full Moon got flustered. Oh, it's just a habit. I was always treated like a grown-up where I used to live. On the outside, she was smiling, but inside, her thoughts were a tangled mess. Now that I know I'm inside a novel, I can't just act like a normal kid anymore. Just then, a voice cut through her thoughts. So, are you planning to study alone again today? Full Moon looked at the red-haired girl who had just spoken. She tried to remember. Her name is Iris, right? Full Moon thought to herself. Why does her style feel a little bit like mine? She quickly waved her hands. Not at all. There's a supplementary meeting about to start, so I was heading there. Full Moon smiled. Anyway, I've got to go. Seeing this, everyone said their goodbyes. Okay, then let's get coffee next time. Full Moon walked away, but not without looking back to wave goodbye. As she walked down the hall, she thought, girls at this age. Full Moon was lost in her own thoughts and wasn't watching where she was going. It's pretty hard to make friends when you're this age. She accidentally bumped hard into something, or rather, someone, making Full Moon rub her aching head. The boy recognized her and called out, Full Moon. She looked up and saw Hyun Rang, who immediately asked, Are you okay? Full Moon nodded. I'm fine, but Hyun Rang noticed something was off. He asked with concern, You don't look so good. Is something wrong? Full Moon was surprised. Is he worried about me? But she still said, no, it's nothing. Hyun-rang pressed on. Really? On your way to study? She asked him a question in return. Are you heading to the S-Class Special Training Building again? Hyun-rang looked at Full Moon with determination. You can't slack off on daily training. The two of them went back and forth. You're not being honest at all. You shouldn't say things like that. Oh yeah? As they were talking, they both suddenly fell silent. Hyun-rang stared at Full Moon, making her feel uneasy. Then, he broke into a strange, bright smile and reached out as if to stroke her hair, startling her. Hyun-rang looked at her with a gentle expression. Well, see you later. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Full Moon completely bewildered. She thought, so lame. Then Full Moon turned to leave as well. She suddenly saw someone. Jackie was standing by the door. She was staring intently at Full Moon. Full Moon was confused. Jackie? Why is she still here? She was about to wave, but before she could, Jackie ran off. Full Moon was left standing there. Well, whatever. Full Moon started walking again. This isn't the time for that. After a while, she finally reached the classroom in the self-study building. She stood in front of the door, thinking, the special supplementary meeting. Full Moon recalled that according to the original novel, Iris and Hong Bion would both participate in this conference. Watching the female lead and the villain face off against each other is a crucial event. With that thought, Full Moon pushed the door open and entered the classroom. She walked in slowly. Full Moon scanned the people in the room and thought to herself, all the important characters are here. Then she looked up to see who was at the front. On the podium, Kai looked a bit flustered. Full Moon observed the moderator, Kai, from Class A. He looks like he just rolled in from somewhere. Full Moon walked to her seat. This is supposed to be a supplementary meeting for students who need to improve their grades. And yet, most of the students here are from the S class. As soon as she sat down, Full Moon immediately looked towards the front rows. She was quite surprised. Maoyan is here too. Maoyan, who could basically be considered the male lead of this world, was very interested in Yuseol. Full Moon stared at Yuseol. This definitely isn't a coincidence. And Yuseol isn't doing anything except preparing his 3 infernal questions. She clenched her fists. From the very beginning, Yuson knew if he solved those questions, Full Moon would be certain he belonged in the S class. Full Moon's lips tightened, her mind racing. A shadow of sorrow crossed her face as a disturbing theory began to form. If Yuson truly knew everything in advance and acted this way, then he was a genuinely dangerous person. Lost in thought, she stared at his unnervingly calm expression. At that moment, Yusun let out a tired sigh. He wasn't happy at all, and actively avoided Yusion's blinding smile, wishing someone would just drag the guy away. Yusion beamed, asking, Yuson, what are you doing here? You don't need to listen to this stuff, right? Is there a special reason? Yuson turned with a forced laugh and replied, haha, not at all. Inside, he was screaming, it's because my scores are in the gutter that I have to be in this class! Yuson narrowed his eyes at Yusion. He was baffled by the guy's cheerful grin, wondering, why is this dude suddenly so interested in me? Abruptly, a voice cut through the air. I believe that's enough chit-chat. Kai, standing at the front, began the session. Today we will discuss the problems from the ranking exam. He continued, as you know, this test had a section so notoriously difficult, everyone calls it the 3 questions from hell. The room listened intently. Seeing X-Viter and the other geniuses, he forced a smile, and I will now explain how to solve them. Inwardly, he was cursing. Damn it. Why are times they times here? My plan was to boost my own reputation by helping these idiot nobles. Suddenly, something caught Kai's eye. Seeing Yusun's serious expression, Kai thought to himself, no, this is my chance. I heard Yusun got the lowest score on the entrance exam. A sinister, calculating smile spread across his face, his mind made up. Perfect. I'll show him just how much better I am. Kai picked up his book and addressed the blackboard. First, this is the method I use to solve them. As he wrote, he explained, this is actually a type of trap question. It's designed to trick you into giving the wrong answer. The students below scribbled notes diligently as Kai lectured on. Just then, Yusion smiled, watching Yusun's focused expression. Then he asked a question that made Yusun look up. What do you think? Do you think his method is correct? Yusun turned to see Yusion's gentle, smiling face. Yusun was completely bewildered. What the hell is he talking about? Asking if I think he's right? I don't even understand what that guy is teaching up there. And what the heck are the 3 questions from hell anyway? He didn't answer, instead turning away with a sigh. Honesty is the best policy after all, Yusun replied casually. No, I don't know. Up at the podium, Kai froze mid-sentence. It seemed Yusun had spoken a little too loudly. Murmurs erupted as every student heard him. What? That was Yusun. A classmate whispered, did he just say Kai is wrong? Kai's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Noticing every eye in the room was on him, Yusun looked around in confusion. Huh? Why is everyone staring at me? Seething with rage, Kai crushed the piece of chalk in his hand and then challenged him. Am I wrong? Hearing that, Yusun froze, staring up in shock. A cruel smirk played on Kai's lips. In that case, Yusun. Kai glared at him, his voice a mocking challenge. Why don't you come up here and solve it for everyone? Yusun was stunned into silence. His face went pale, a jolt running through him. What did he just say? What is happening now? Then he glanced to his side and saw Yusion's bright smile, a thumbs up, and a whispered, You can do it, Yusun. A surge of anger hit him. I knew it. He totally set me up. With a heavy sigh, he walked toward the podium. Fine. I'll just wing it. Whatever. From her seat, Full Moon's eyes followed his every move, and so did Hongbi's. He picked up the chalk and began to write on the blackboard. Looking at the words on the board, Yusun's mind drifted. The 3 questions from hell. To Yusun, these were less like problems and more like word puzzles. An image from the question formed in his mind. For example, a mage chants, "Oh, Mother Earth, please shed your tears," and then the amount of ash doubles. Why does this happen? The answer was ridiculously simple. A smug smile crept onto Yusun's face as he figured it out. Are the dust particles crying? Not at all. It's just a state of division. Realizing this, Yusun rubbed his head, tired. What a stupid question. But to them, it's a huge deal. I wonder who even comes up with this stuff. But then he looked up. He saw Kai's furious, scowling face and thought, that Kai guy solved this like it was a math problem. Something about division when it cries. Looking back at Kai's solution, Yusun had to admit something. The method was dead wrong, but the answer was right. Talk about dumb luck. But if he faced another question of the same type, he'd be completely stuck. Yusun turned and said bluntly, I can't really show you how to solve it, but I can tell you where you went wrong. Kai was shocked by this response. Huh? Yusun explained. The question mentions the earth, but what if the element was water or wind? Yusun asked. Would your method still work then? Stunned, Kai stammered. Well, then I would just use a different method. Yusun pressed further. In that case, you'd need multiple methods for the exact same type of problem. Chai was speechless, biting his lip in frustration. Yusun mercilessly exposed the truth. The only reason you got it right was pure chance. That's not the answer the creator was looking for. Realizing he'd been completely exposed, Kai couldn't form a coherent sentence. His spirit crushed. He mumbled in agreement. You're right. For a moment, Yusun felt he might have gone too far. Oops, I think I just shattered his confidence. Still, he calmly comforted him. Anyway, this part here is wrong. He then read out the solution. Kai immediately took out his notebook to write, and the students behind him quickly followed suit. At that moment, Full Moon realized with a shock that everyone in the room was writing nonstop. She thought in a daze, how can this be? They're all writing down everything he says. Even the 2 smartest girls were listening in silence. Aizel and Hongbi-jeon should have been part of the debate, but now, both of them were completely focused on his solution. Full Moon felt a familiar unease, a growing anxiety. Is this really okay? By the time the sun began to set, Yusun was packing his books, waving and smiling at Yusun. See you tomorrow, Yusun. He was as radiant as a blooming flower until the very moment he left. Yusun managed to smile and waved back. The second he was gone, Yusun buried his face in his hands. Ah, crap. If I get tangled up with a guy like Yusun, forget tomorrow. I don't want to see you for the rest of my life. Yusun sighed, helpless. Staring at his empty hands, he thought, it might be because of the phone. He walked with a heavy heart. I can't use it anymore, but I've already caught Yusun's attention. I don't get why he keeps getting close to me. Before, no one but Full Moon ever used it. Lost in thought, Yusun suddenly saw Hongbi standing in front of the classroom door. She was just standing there, as if waiting for someone. Seeing her, he thought, isn't that Hongbi? Looks like she's waiting for somebody, but then he shrugged it off and started to leave. Not my problem. Time to go home. Suddenly, she called out his name, Yusun. He froze in his tracks as she slowly walked towards him. Her voice was cold. Yusun, I need to ask you something. He was stunned. Hongbi wants to ask me something? He opened his mouth and asked, what is it? She crossed her arms and questioned him. Why didn't you explain your method earlier? Hearing this, he was speechless. It's not that I didn't say. It's that I times couldn't asterisk. How do you explain a riddle that makes no sense? He figured she must have misunderstood something. He tilted his head, rubbing his neck. There just wasn't anything to explain. Hongbi was silent for a moment, then finally, Hongbi-jeon seemed to understand. I see. With her arms crossed, she said with an accusing tone, you just didn't want to reveal it there, did you? Her words caught him completely off guard. Huh? That's not it at all. Suddenly, she made an offer. Let's make a trade. Yusun just stared back. What? She spoke with total confidence. I will compensate you properly, she added. So explain everything that's in your head for me to understand. His mood plummeted, and his expression became awkward. Is she for real? Inside the library, a yellow lamp cast a dim light. Yusun and Hongbi sat down at a table, looking at the test papers spread out before them. Yusun put on his glasses and picked up the 3 sheets, asking curiously, I really don't get why you'd pay me to explain 3 questions from the placement test. Hongbi simply said, I have my reasons, just start talking. He sighed in defeat. Yes, my lady. As he looked over the papers, he voiced his confusion. But you only got these 3 questions wrong. Aren't you embarrassed asking me for help? The guy who got everything else wrong? She lowered her gaze and stated flatly, Not at all. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still don't understand how to solve them. She spoke calmly. As long as I find the answer, I'll do anything. Yusun looked her straight in the eye, sizing her up. A model student indeed. Curiosity got the better of him. But why are you asking me? At this, Bi-yeon-jeon glanced up from the exam paper and said, You're a princess. Why not ask one of your many friends? She hesitated. Well, then she laid out the current situation. Out of 1,141 candidates, only 3 people managed to answer the 3 hell questions correctly, including you. The realization hit Yusun like a ton of bricks. Huh? What did you just say? Bi-yeon shyly brushed her hair back. These trick questions weren't supposed to have solutions. But Ma Yusong, full moon, and you all solved them. It's really been bothering me. His whole body trembled in shock. Wait a second. He shot up from his seat, pointing a shaking finger at the paper. These 3 questions were just tricks? They were unsolvable from the start? Bi-yeon casually replied, That's right. You didn't realize that while you were taking the test? Yusun quickly regained his composure, slowly sitting back down and cursing himself. Man, I'm an idiot. Now I get why I was placed in the S class. But then, a thought struck him that soured his mood. He remembered why Full Moon had tried to stop him. Now, facing Bi-yeon's curious gaze, he just felt lost. I don't know the detailed mechanics of this world, and I had no idea those were trick questions. But Full Moon is different. As far as Yusun knew, she was a transmigrator who had read the entire novel. Even without game knowledge, she would have known all the world's hidden rules. That, of course, included the 3 trick questions. He thought to himself in silence. But with an extra character who wasn't in the original story, Full Moon had no choice but to accept Yusun's existence. Yusun was completely bewildered. No wonder she acted that way. Noticing his sudden change in mood, Bi-yeon asked, What's wrong? He replied wearily, It's nothing. He frowned, lost in thought for a moment, then reminded her, Don't forget the deal. You said you'd grant me 1 request if I taught you. She quietly replied, I know. Yusun stated his wish. My request is simple. Turn my magic staff into a magic sword. He added that it was a simple request because any blacksmith in his kingdom could do it easily. His words surprised her, but only low-rank mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you use it? He nodded, casually crossing his arms. It's just my style. But inwardly he thought, there's no way I'm telling her it's because of my own shortcomings. Yusun put on an impatient look. So, can you do it or not? Bi-yeon had no choice but to agree. Of course, it's a piece of cake. A triumphant thought flashed through his mind. Sweet. He pointed his finger to a line on the exam sheet. All right, I'll tell you how to solve this one first. Yusun then began casually. My method is to change your perspective. Bi-yeon looked down, puzzled. Change my perspective? He replied. Exactly. He knew Bi-yeon-jeon's weakness. She used magic strictly by the book, never unleashing her full potential, which made her completely dependent on formulas. She would only realize this in her 2nd year, after suffering a humiliating defeat at Full Moon's hands. Sitting across from her now, Yusun knew what he had to do. I can't reveal too much to her right now, he thought, but I can at least point her in the right direction. So, he opened his mouth and said, Do you know what dad jokes are? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Bi-yeon. Yusun calmly posed the question, Do you have any idea what those silly riddles are? Hearing this, Bi-yeon froze, but she misunderstood completely. Silly? I think I've heard of it. Yusun explained calmly. Let me give you an example. What's between one knee and another knee? After a moment of confusion, she gave her answer. The back of the knee? Yusun immediately shot her down. Wrong. It's the word and. She looked baffled. How is that possible? Yusun grinned as he explained. I asked what's between one knee and another knee, remember? Hearing this, Bi-yeon just sat there, completely silent. Then, her eyes shot daggers at him. Yusun felt a chill and tried to calm her down. Hey now, don't look at me like that. He waved his hands with a smile, trying to diffuse the tension. Just calm down and think about the question again. Pointing at the red marks on her paper, Yusun analyzed, It's obvious these use formulas and methods you've never seen before. That means you have to solve them purely with your own creativity. But you can't just memorize creativity, can you? His words left Bi-yeon stunned. As if struck by a thought, She lowered her gaze and answered faintly, "No." Getting the answer he wanted, Yusin smiled, satisfied. Then he added, "Of course, learning all those techniques and spells is very important." This caught Biyon's attention. He continued, "But for a mage, the most crucial thing is to see the world from a perspective beyond imagination. Magic can grow from the smallest changes." He then bluntly pointed out her flaw. "But you only think about things as you've seen them." Yusin reminded her, "Spells aren't just meant to be memorized and then forgotten." He stated with confidence, "You might be better than me at analysis and judgment." He paused, then pointed out her biggest missing piece. "But you lack the most important quality of a mage, creativity." Under the table, her hands began to tremble slightly as a dark aura radiated from her. Yusan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Oh man, that look on her face is terrifying." He nervously scratched his head and forced a smile. You understand everything I've said, right? Even if it's a little complicated." By then, Biyun's mood had improved. She looked up and replied, "Of course." Keeping that smile plastered on his face, he cursed himself internally. "This is great. I have no idea what I'm even talking about." Then he said cheerfully, "I'm glad you understand. Now, let's begin." Yusan then posed a question. "What has legs but cannot walk?" Biyun was stumped. She repeated the question to herself, "What has legs but cannot walk?" Unable to figure it out, Biyun gave up. "I don't know." He revealed the answer was a pair of pants. Yusan immediately moved to the next one. "Why are beds so lazy?" She awkwardly replied, "I don't know." He explained, "Because they're always lying down on the job." He hit her with another one. What would happen if rock, paper, and scissors had a race? She was getting visibly frustrated, repeating her answer mechanically. "I don't know," he cheerfully explained. "Rock would roll, but paper and scissors are stationary. Get it? They won't move because they're stationary." Biyun began to tremble, which made Yusan a bit nervous. Her brow was furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, trying to contain her anger. Suddenly, she shot up from her seat. Realizing he might have pushed her too far, he froze. "Whoa, she looks like she could explode any second." But to help her have a breakthrough, Yusin had to ask one more. "So, what did the clouds say to the ocean?" He stammered, trying to finish the question. "What could the clouds say?" As the raindrops were falling, seeing her continued silence, his heart was in turmoil. "Come on, please." To his complete surprise, Biyun answered, "I'm crying a river over you." Hearing the answer, he paused. "Oh," then he broke into a grin. "You got it right." Realizing she'd solved it, she beamed with a radiant smile. Yusin couldn't help but notice. "Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile, in the game or in real life." He rested his chin on his hand and chuckled, praising her. "Just as expected of a princess, your creativity is on another level." Hearing the compliment, Biyun blushed and quickly changed the subject. "All right, that's enough. Next question." Seeing her adorable reaction, he happily continued with more trick questions. As night fell upon the ancient academy, students began to leave their classrooms. Yusin also strode out. His face was etched with fatigue, dark circles visible under his eyes. He let out an exhausted sigh. "I spent 3 whole hours asking Biyun those stupid riddles." The memory of the ridiculous session he just endured flooded his mind. "I can't believe she actually bought everything I said." Yusun stared blankly ahead. From what he knew of the beautiful but quiet girl, Biyun was undoubtedly a brilliant mage with a sharp mind. He mused to himself as he walked away. His biggest weakness is that he's predictable, always stuck in the same old patterns. But even for a villain, taking advantage of that feels a little dirty. Yusal knew he had to forge Terraphon into a magic sword, and fast, if he wanted to get anything else done. "Ugh, not like I have another choice." Looking up at the city lights, he shook his head. "Enough wasting time. I need to get that book, now." A short while later, Yusil found himself on a deserted street. He scanned the area, asking himself, should be around here somewhere. Damn, I can't quite remember. Suddenly, his eyes shot upward, and a grin spread across his face. He cheered, "There it is!" As dusk settled, he stood before a rundown, cracked building. The place was covered in cobwebs, but the bookshelves stood in perfect, neat rows. He stepped inside carefully, taking it all in, definitely seen better days. Then, his gaze fell on the shopkeeper hunched over his desk. They exchanged a simple nod. "But I know this old guy's weird habit. He pretends to be asleep, but he's watching your every move." The man's face was hidden under a hood, his eyes tracking every new arrival. A thought surfaced in Yuseol's mind, hidden in this no-name bookshop. Are the notes of Maizen Tyren, Stella Academy's valedictorian from 10 years ago. A priceless treasure, recorded by her, is stashed right here. In the game, a system window would pop up, with a simple button and a question. Will you study this lecture? Yes or no? But in the real world, I need that actual notebook for the class. It's simple, really. Depending on the textbook, the rate your score increases will be different. He could almost see the rare books glowing on the shelves. Looking at the stacks, he thought, at first I wasted time in all the big-name shops, but I quickly learned the real treasures are hidden in places like this, with no sign on the door. Yu-Sol strolled around the aisles, scanning every shelf. If I can take the magic engineering class using Maizen Tyron's notes, I'll definitely ace it. Stepping toward a row of books, he mused. Then again, just using the Mockingbird glasses is enough for a perfect score, but that won't help me develop any real skills. Suddenly, Yu-Sol spotted something and froze. A small blue book at the very end of the aisle caught his eye. This is it! As he reached for it, his hand brushed against someone else's, going for the very same book. Startled, he whipped his head around to see who it was. Huh. And the owner of that hand was Isel. She was clutching another book, looking just as surprised as he was. Hearing him, she asked, a little confused, "Do I know you?" Yu-Sol shot back without missing a beat. "Of course, you're pretty famous, you know." That's when recognition dawned on her face. "I remember now," she said. "You're in the supplementary group. Yu-Sol, right?" Hearing her words, he was stunned, thinking, seriously? She doesn't remember what happened on the first day of school? Suddenly, she brought up his big moment. "That debate was impressive, but I was a little disappointed you didn't explain everything." He blinked, remembering. Now that I think about it, no one could have solved that problem. With that, she turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder. "Anyway, nice meeting you." Yu-Sol grabbed the blue book, his eyes glued to her, retreating back. As she disappeared down the aisle, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank God, she didn't take it. But then he saw her browsing another shelf and muttered, "Wait, what is she even doing here?" Isel picked up another book, glanced at the outrageous price, and sighed, putting it back. Asterisk v whoosh. Asterisk. Yu-Sol watched her, a little confused, thinking, what was that about? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Right, this shop mostly sells used books, so the only students who come here are poor kids, like me. He glanced over at Isel, a girl from a fallen noble family. She lost everything. Of course, she has no other choice but to come here. Her father was probably killed by the dark magic cult, leaving her with no one to back her up. Thinking about it, Yu-Sol felt a pang of pity for her. How sad. A princess like her, now worrying about the price of a single book because she's broke. Yu-Sol remembered the original novel's plot. What's worse, he thought, is Isel's tragic ending in the story. She dies even before full moon, this world's main character, taken out by a single spark of fire that ruined her young life. You could say the unluckiest character in this entire game is Isel. She noticed him staring and looked away, flustered. Shaking it off, Yu-Sol carried a huge stack of books to the counter and set them down. He flashed a bright smile at the shopkeeper. "I'll take these, please." The old man's eyes widened. "All of this? All right. You're stronger than you look, kid." Noticing Isel's gaze, he shot her a small smile. Isel just looked down at the floor, totally embarrassed. At that moment, Yu-Sol spoke up. "What's up?" she stammered. "It's just, you picked out some interesting books." Yu-Sol forced a smile, thinking to himself, was she about to insult me? Looking at the titles on the covers, he asked curiously, "Like what, for example?" Isel answered immediately, "All of them. Why are you even reading about high-level sealing magic?" She glanced over, asking intently, "Sealing theory is an ancient magic that requires a catalyst, so in a world where alchemy and magic engineering are underdeveloped, this magic is almost never used." Hearing that, Yu-Sol calmly replied, "Oh, this? Yeah, you're right. It's a magic that's rarely ever used." Her shoulders slumped. "So you know that." But then he added another sentence, "And that's exactly why I chose it." At his response, her eyes flew open in shock. Isel quickly turned to him and demanded, "What?" He picked up his paid-for stack of books, a sly grin on his face. "Everyone thinks like you do, and that's exactly how I'm going to score higher in class." With that, Yu-Sol left. Later, he left Isul standing there, completely baffled. Yu-Sol walked off with his books. He smirked to himself. Isel was right. Almost no one wants to study sealing theory. But because of that, I can spend less time on it and still get a higher grade than in other subjects. This thought made his confidence soar. With this, I'll breeze through the semester. Isel stood in silence, her eyes following him until he was gone. On the morning of the second day, sunlight streamed into the academy. Walking down the hall, Isel was already lost in thought about her classes. First period is nihilism. In her head, she'd already calculated which subjects would be an easy grade, but this one was still a good bet, so it should be fine. But when she got to the classroom, it was totally packed. All around her, her classmates were buzzing with conversation. "You're taking nihilism too?" The girl next to her replied, "Yeah, but this looks bad. I only signed up for this class because everyone said it was an easy A. I guess everyone had the same idea. All the top students signed up for this class. Isel quietly found a spot for herself. The students next to her continued their conversation. Ah, I'm so screwed. She looked at the crowded room and could only sigh in defeat. This is hopeless. I guess I'll just have to try harder in my other classes. After a while, the professor finished up the lecture for the day, telling the class, "That's all for today." Everyone slowly started to file out. Man, I'm starving. Isel lingered at the back. Up ahead, a group of friends chatted excitedly. What should we get for lunch? Let's just decide at the cafeteria. Knowing the road ahead was only getting tougher, Isel sighed as she walked. This is a mess. If there are this many people in my classes, it'll be impossible to get a scholarship. Suddenly, her stomach growled, and she blushed, hugging the book in her hands even tighter. Looking at the meal card in her hand, she thought frantically, should I go eat something first? Isel continued walking, trying to carefully calculate her options. Let's see, since I only have 60 meal tickets for the whole semester. Today, it's just bread. Suddenly, her gaze drifted towards a nearby classroom, and she spotted a familiar figure. It was Yu Seol, wearing glasses and staring intently at the blackboard. Isn't that Yu Seol? Walking past a classroom, Isel accidentally spotted a familiar figure, and it was none other than Yu Seol. She stopped in her tracks, watching his every move, wondering, what's he doing in there? Then she saw the things on the board and it clicked. Ah, a lecture on ceiling theory. In complete contrast to her class, this room was nearly empty, with only a few students scattered around. Isel thought to herself, not many students in this class. It seems to be filled with slackers and low scorers. Before leaving, she hesitated. This course is probably getting canceled soon anyway. Then an idea sparked in her mind. If I sign up for this class, I could probably boost my GPA without even trying. She clutched the book to her chest, a shiver running through her. And I'd have way more time to study for my other courses. And that means I can get scholarship money. Isel's gaze hardened with a newfound resolve. Watching his focused expression, she wondered about Yu Seol. Does he somehow know this class is an easy A? Oh, right, he's basically a prophet. Did he already calculate every single move to his advantage? Her stare intensified. Shaking her head, she turned to leave, trying to calm herself down. No way, I'm just overthinking this. It has to be a coincidence. Outside, the gentle morning sunlight washed over everything. The professor on the podium continued his lecture. You all should already know about the origins of magic. This was a professor who researched the moon god, Professor Raiden. He began to explain. The first mage, the white mage, spread magic throughout the world, and humans and other races learned to use it. He went on about the great deeds of that mage. He taught the elves nature magic. As Professor Raiden spoke, an image of the elves, graceful and one with nature, formed in every student's mind. And then came the dwarves with their sharp weapons. Professor Raiden added that the mage taught them material magic so they could forge magnificent arms, and taught humanity elemental magic. And finally, he ascended to the heavens. Everyone below was silent. Even Usala was lost in thought about the time to come. How the hell did I even survive these 3 years? He scribbled miserably in his notebook. Going back to school at my age is absolute torture. He couldn't help but compare it to before. Back then, I could just hit the skip button for this entire cutscene. Yusol sighed, annoyed. But this lecture is actually pretty important. I might find a clue here about the true ending. Then Yusiol muttered to himself, it's just a theory for now. But then, a thought struck him. He glanced suspiciously at the person next to him. Has Isel always been in this class? He was shocked to see her sitting there. I don't remember any main characters taking this course. But whatever, he thought, dismissing it. He refocused on the lecture. Humanity's curiosity, it turned out, didn't stop with elemental magic. Professor Raiden pointed to a drawing on the board. Mages began to travel the world, stealing the magic of other races. Even so, they were still not satisfied. Then he added, but their learning had reached its limit. The first mage left behind the 12 moon gods and vanished, abandoning everything. At this point, he looked down at his students and asked, does anyone here know about the 12 moon gods? Isel's voice cut through the silence. They're known as the guardian deities who maintain the continent's balance of power. It's said they were scattered across the land to carry out their mission, until 1,000 years ago. Professor Raiden raised his staff, agreeing with her. Exactly. They possess special powers to protect the continent. Professor Raiden explained the structures of their magic. For example, the moon god representing summer, the 6th moon of red summer, wields a brilliant crimson full moon, and they say that full moon can never be extinguished. A dangerous-looking octopus appeared, surrounded by a blazing red aura. At this point, the professor said casually, if you go to the bottom of the Alamanta Sea, you can still see that red full moon, so anyone curious can go take a look. Hearing this, Yuseol stared in disbelief, silently asking Professor Raiden, are you kidding me? Watching Professor Raiden lecture from the podium, he recalled the professor's last words and thought to himself, if any living creature enters the territory of the Sea King Alamanta, they'll fall asleep instantly. Pointing to a flower-like drawing on the board, he introduced it. This is Borelevian, a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean that was frozen by the 12th moon, the blue winter. He added, each moon has its own power, and a miracle will occur if they are all gathered together. Just then, a student spoke up. What kind of miracle is it? Placing a hand on his book, Professor Raiden answered calmly, that, no one knows. They all fell into a deep slumber 1,000 years ago. Hearing this, Yusol agreed with him. He's right about that. Yusol had battled through this before. At the very least, I met a few moon gods back when I played the game, but I only ever encountered 5, and they were all from limited-time events. Yusol recalled the days he was glued to his computer screen. I was the one who gathered intel from every other player in the community. No one has ever encountered more moon gods than me. At this thought, Yusol's eyes took on a strange, profound depth. If my theory is correct, then the 12 moon gods are connected to the true ending. If no one found the true ending in the last 10 years, the answer has to be hidden in content that nobody has ever reached. He thought grimly, I only managed to find 5 after risking my life multiple times. Yusol did a quick calculation, but I don't have any other choice. If I want to witness the true ending, I have to do it all over again. At that same moment, in another place, someone was blasting a training dummy with fire. A white-haired instructor's voice rang out, power isn't everything. She summoned a magic staff, reminding everyone, no matter how strong your attack is, it's useless if you can't hit your target. This was Professor Hongdio's fire class. The students raised their staves and began to channel their firepower. Suddenly, the professor's eyes narrowed. A powerful blast of fire magic rocketed toward the dummy, causing a massive explosion of smoke and dust. Hongdio casually observed the situation. Then her eyes shot wide open. As the smoke began to clear, the dummy's hazy silhouette was revealed. When the dust finally settled, the dummy was completely unscathed. The student stared in stunned silence. After watching, she gave her cold assessment. Pathetic. Hongdio looked toward the girl responsible, Bi-yun. A while later, Bi-yun sat dejectedly on a bench. She was miserable, thinking to herself, I disappointed Mom again. She sat there wringing her hands in frustration. Mom must really hate me. Suddenly, someone calling her name made her jump. Princess. The person standing before her was Adelvaig. She smiled warmly, asking cheerfully, Are you okay? Afterwards, the two sat down together. Seeing the silent atmosphere, Adelvaig broke the ice with praise. You're really amazing. Hearing this, Bi-yun was confused. What do you mean? Adelvaig, sitting beside her, praised her again. Your magic is the same type as mine, but isn't yours many times stronger? Bi-yun replied flatly. I can't even aim properly. Adelvaig smiled brightly, trying to comfort her. But your magic is incredible. It looks super cool. Then she added, Actually, I've heard stories about you since I was a little kid. That's when it clicked for Bi-yun. Oh, that's right. She's a fire mage, like me. If I'm not mistaken, this girl with the cheerful, squinty-eyed smile is named Adelvaig. Bi-yun tried to remember what she had heard, that a new genius fire mage of this generation had appeared, one who wielded immense power. Bi-yun compared that to herself. Even so, she's nothing compared to my magic. At that thought, her face darkened. Her voice turned sharp. Your aiming ability is pretty amazing, too. This made Adelvaig a little awkward. But if you practiced more, how could I possibly compare? Bi-yun suddenly shot to her feet. She spoke with a tone of pure arrogance. A skill like that is only good enough to scare off trash. Then Bi-yun gave Adelvaig an indifferent look. In any case, talking to you made me feel a little better. After that, she turned and walked away, leaving only a single word of goodbye. The other girl looked down, no longer happy. When she looked up, her eyes held a deep, hidden meaning, no longer showing the warmth from before. Soon, the sky began to shift toward dusk. A door opened into a room where a potted plant was still green and vibrant. Stepping inside, she let out a tired sigh. Phew. A quiet voice called out to Bi-yun. Princess. A person was standing at perfect attention in the room. It was Bi-yun's personal guard, Ia Terin. Her face was expressionless, but her voice held a hint of cheerfulness. Welcome back. Your candy and tea have been prepared, Altarisha said. Please enjoy the tea and some ginseng candy. Bi-yun gave a simple reply. Thank you. Altarisha bowed her head respectfully and began her report on the weapon modification you ordered the other day. Because the magic staff is of such high quality, they'll be able to forge it into a high-grade sword. Hearing this, Bi-yun picked up a piece of candy, unconcerned. Is that so? Altarisha spoke again, this time more cautiously. However, there is something a bit unusual. Bi-yun's movement paused. She raised an eyebrow and looked up, asking, Unusual? Altarisha answered slowly. It said the staff continuously and forcefully drains the owner's mana. Hearing this, Bion froze. She asked again in disbelief, completely clueless about the weapon. Is it a dark artifact? Aya Terrarin stroked his chin thoughtfully before answering. Slightly different. It resonates with natural energy. Hearing this, Bon immediately shot it down. Impossible. How can it drain its master's mana yet resonate with nature? Her mind was filled with questions. Bon looked over and asked, then why is that staff ranked high intermediate? Aya Terrarin stood by, answering calmly. That is precisely the reason for its rank. The answer only confused Bion more. What are you talking about? She asked, her tone turning analytical and cold. The staff's original ability significantly boosts the user's mana, which should make it a high-tier weapon, or maybe even higher. She then explained further, but because it drains the user's mana just by holding it, the artifact was downgraded to high intermediate. Realizing that an ordinary-looking staff held such immense magic, she shot up from her seat. Waving her hand in shock, she exclaimed, high tier? How could a student possibly wield something like that? Even Aya Terrarin found it strange. I'm quite curious about that myself, he admitted. The information was unsettling for Bion. She clutched her head and closed her eyes. I knew from the start it wasn't something just anyone could resonate with, but I never thought someone would actually use it unless they had monstrous mana reserves. Or none at all. Then she casually shook her head and waved her hand dismissively. I don't get it. That commoner will surely figure it out eventually. As she lifted her teacup, she paused, hesitating. In any case, he can't be just an ordinary person. By now, the sky was slowly turning the color of late afternoon. A few days after the semester began, with the sun high in the sky, students dutifully attended their lectures. Down below, Yusol sat in silence, looking like he was seriously focused on the lesson. Offensive magic requires more detailed application than any other type. That's why this mana guidance class is mandatory. The professor lecturing, with hair that had seen many years, was Professor Kalaman, a mana guidance specialist. A few desks away sat Isel, completely engrossed in the lesson, hanging on his every word. In your combat spars, you will learn guidance by focusing on casting and aiming. Professor Kalaman picked up a piece of chalk and began to draw. A circular, wheel-like diagram took shape. He pointed to the diagram and looked out at the students. First, we will discuss trajectory formulas. This equation on the board means, from a distance of 760 meters to the north, Cho is running south at a velocity of 12.6 meters per second. What is the proper trajectory and predicted observable distance Y needs to hit target Cho with water magic? After he finished reading the problem, the entire class went dead silent. Just then, a few students behind UCL started whispering. Of all the attributes, it had to be water. How are we supposed to answer if we aren't water system mages? Another student chimed in. He's totally trying to mess with us. Just listening to the lecture was draining. Yusol let out a small yawn. So boring, he thought to himself. Why are these classes such a drag? But that one unconscious move caught the professor's hawk-like gaze. Their eyes met, and he flinched. Of course, he was the target. Professor Kalaman's stern voice called Yusol up to solve the problem. Yusol stood up with a strained smile and replied, Yes, sir. Inside, he was screaming, Damn it, I'm busted. A moment later, he had completed the problem. The chalk in his hand stopped. He turned to the professor and said, I'm finished. Seeing the flawless, detailed solution, the professor's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in shock. Professor Kalaman examined the board carefully. Excellent, he told him. You solved this with ease in such a short amount of time. The old man then walked over, asking about his magic attribute. Is your innate attribute water? Yusol smiled until his eyes crinkled, waving his hands in denial. Nope. With that, the professor sent him back to his seat. Good. Let's continue the lesson. Isel pursed her lips, watching him silently. Soon, the class ended, and students began filing out of the room. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out, Excuse me. He immediately turned around. He saw her staring at him, clutching a book to her chest, looking confused. She just stood there for a moment, eyes wide, before finally speaking. I have something I need to ask you. Yusol turned back, realizing who it was. He froze for a second, lips pressed together, then finally spoke. What's up? Isel didn't say anything, just scanned him from head to toe with wide eyes. Her mind was already racing. Observing Yusol, I'm sure of one thing, she thought. Grades aside, he's definitely intelligent. He could probably even compete with the best. She recalled how calmly he solved that impossible problem, casually saying, I'm finished. At that moment, Isel had to stare with her eyes wide open, but she still couldn't believe it. No way. The problem on the board was ridiculously hard, at least at the university level, maybe even professorial level. Sitting there watching him talk with the professor, she wondered. They say Stella is a gathering of geniuses, but what is Yusol's real identity? Seeing his unremarkable appearance and his average grades, Isel naturally hadn't thought much of him. At first, I thought it was impossible, but now I'm sure of it. He definitely has a strategy for choosing his classes. If that was the case, she frowned, an urgent look on her face as she blurted out, "What's your next class?" Isel had a new plan. "I absolutely have to get that information." Her sudden question made Yuseol's eyes widen in surprise. After a beat, he awkwardly shot back, "Why are you asking? You got a crush on me or something?" Isel recoiled in disgust. "What? That's so gross," he shot back. "You think I don't find it grosser? Please." Feeling his last comment was a bit childish, he chided himself. "I'm an adult. What am I even doing?" Yusol rubbed his neck and closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Anyway, why are you asking?" She frankly stated her objective. "I've researched some of the classes you're taking, and it seems they're all courses where you can easily get a high score." Hearing that, he froze. Now, Isel went all in, without hesitation, so I'll get straight to the point. "Where did you learn that strategy? Because it's pretty important to me." The moment she finished, Yusel panicked internally. And here I was wondering what she wanted to ask. On the outside, Yusel just waved his hand with a forced laugh. What do you mean? Learned it? It's probably just a coincidence." Seeing things were getting complicated, he quickly looked for an escape. He turned towards the door. Before leaving, he tossed a line over his shoulder. "If that's all, then I'm out." Seeing him walk away, her eyes widened in shock. "Wait!" Isel called out frantically, but he didn't stop. She was stunned, her lips parting to let out a small, "ah." Then she pressed them together firmly. She resolved to chase after him, shouting loudly, "Please, wait a second." Hearing this, Yusol's eyes widened in surprise. He turned back to look at her. Isel awkwardly rushed over, stammering, "Just a minute." Seeing her follow him, he asked, bewildered, "What the hell? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here." Then he added, "Or you could just copy what I'm doing. You said you already researched it, right?" Isel was panting, trying to catch her breath. But facing his blank stare, she nervously summoned her courage and explained, "Anyone who takes Lunar Sanctum gets an A+, so that one's fine. But if I enroll in the other classes you're in, it will negatively affect your grade." Seeing her standing there, waiting anxiously for his answer with expectant eyes, Yusel felt a pang of pity. If she doesn't get the scholarship, she's the one who loses out the most. But even in that situation, she's worried about someone else's grades. It's kind of a pain, but I guess the main character is still the main character. With that thought, he observed her silently. Just then, Isel looked up at him, putting on a cute face and blinking her eyes for help. "Anyway, could you just suggest one class for me? One where it's easy to get a high grade?" He answered coolly, "You really think that expression is going to work on me?" She immediately touched her face, trying to look even more delicate. "It's not working? That's strange," she wondered, trying to win him over. "Every time I look at this face, all my worries seem to melt away." Yusol stared at her bizarre expression, feeling nothing but dread. He shot back, completely bewildered. "Are you serious right now?" After teasing him, Isel's eyes crinkled into a mischievous smile. "Just kidding. I knew you'd be like this, so I came prepared with a reward." Hearing that, his eyes widened slightly. "A reward?" Her words reminded him of Bi-yeon, who'd offered the exact same thing. He mentally sighed, completely baffled. Why is everyone so obsessed with rewards? Where do they even learn this stuff? Then, Isel leaned in slightly. "Do you know anything about the ghost in the 7th tower?" Her question made him freeze. Yuseol's eyes locked onto hers, filled with suspicion. Facing her directly, he gave a curt reply. "Yeah, I know about it." His answer lit up her face. "Really? Almost nobody knows that story." Regaining her composure, Isel casually shared what she'd heard. "It's a vanished, abandoned tower. But there are all these barriers keeping people away from where it used to stand. But that place..." Before she could finish, Yuseol cut her off sharply. "Hold on." His sudden interruption left her confused. She glanced at him, noticing his weary expression. "Is everything okay?" As she kept talking, he just closed his eyes. "This is driving me crazy," he groaned internally. But for him, this was a huge deal. A wave of anxiety washed over Yusol. This information was a major plot point, a way for Full Moon to get closer to the main character. If Full Moon knew, that meant Isel knew in the original novel too. This could be the fated, romantic encounter between her and the protagonist, and Isel was only supposed to give this info to the hero. It definitely not a side character like him. Yusol started walking, casually tossing over his shoulder. "It's a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it." Not interested at all. Isel just stared, completely dumbfounded by his sudden change. As they walked down the hall, he spoke again. "It's not actually that scary, you know. Are you afraid of ghosts? At your age? Don't worry, I'll tell you for free." She hurried to catch up, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "You're acting like you weren't going to tell me at all. Did you change your mind or something?" Yusol sighed, sounding a bit defeated. "Yeah, I changed my mind." He paused, seeing the hopeful anticipation on Isol's face. That earnest look is enough, he thought to himself. By the way, UCL began, shifting topics. I've got some advice for you. It has nothing to do with grades, but it'll be incredibly useful. For your liberal arts elective, sign up for Journey of Meditation in the Abyss. Isol tilted her head, confused. Meditation? For a liberal arts class? Moon Saint studies in meditation? Are you planning to become a farmer? He immediately shot that down. Not even close. Yuseol scratched his nose, trying to find the right words. My master is a bishop, just like you. And she was able to massively increase her magic power through meditation. Just with meditation? Isol asked, her voice full of disbelief. Yep, he confirmed, while a deeper thought crossed his mind. In truth, nobody knows this yet. But for bishops who wield destructive power, meditation is absolutely critical. An image of a bishop holding an almighty scepter flashed, followed by a scene of deep meditation. Yusol knew this for a fact, thanks to formulas and calculations. But ultimately, mana originates from the mind. He turned back to Isol to explain more. I don't tell this to many people, but you're cute, so I'll make an exception. You just said I was ugly, she deadpanned. A small smile played on Isol's lips. Well, thanks anyway. It's a shame it won't raise my grades, but I'll still sign up for it. Seeing that his advice had landed, Yuseol just shrugged. Suit yourself. Having gotten what she wanted, Isol left with a cheerful wave. Yuseol watched her go, lost in thought. He let out a long sigh. I really told her, and I'm terrified of how this will change the future. A horrifying, bloody scene flashed through his mind. But if all this does is help her escape her fear, she's still doomed to die a terrible death. Please, let this meditation be enough to save her, Yuseol prayed. Then, something clicked. He stared down at his own hand, a look of pure shock on his face. Wait a second. Now that I think about it, I'm a mage too, right? Why didn't it dawn on me to start training? He recalled the original game. The game version of Yuson trained relentlessly, and awakening his revelation magic caused insane growth spurts. As he headed downstairs, Yuson was lost in his own world. In the game, gaining experience was as simple as clicking a button. But now, I have to do it all for real. Things have been too quiet lately. With no challenges or monster hunts, I can't level up at all. A soft smile crossed Yuson's face. I should really be thanking Isol for this. He glanced around his room, thinking, this dorm is huge. It was a rule at Stella Academy that all students had to live on campus. He remembered the dorm system was just minor side content in the game, a place where players could decorate their rooms for fun. But for this Yuson, this was his only home. The only one he had left after his village was burned to the ground. Pacing around, he recalled how the dorms were set up. They were divided by student class rankings. All the rooms were the same size, but the number of occupants depended on your rank. Naturally, the S-class students got the penthouse floor. Yusun felt a pang of loneliness, but having a roof over his head was a blessing. With a weary sigh, he settled into a meditative pose. All right, he thought. Let's begin. Yusun closed his eyes, focusing inward. Stats aren't everything. This is reality now. I need to master this body. He remembered the game lore. Yusun was a genius who could manifest a blade's aura by using the infinite circulation of mana flowing through his body. And because no one ever paid him any mind, his secret talent remained completely hidden. The original story flashed through his mind. The real Yusun was a legendary swordmaster, the only one in the entire world to reach the apex of swordsmanship. Yusun focused, meditating deeply as a golden stream of mana began to envelop his body. I have to walk that path again. He could feel the energy coursing through him, his own breath, the key to controlling its flow. If I can slowly build my mana with every breath, I'll gather enough power soon. As he meditated, the mana flowing through him began to radiate out into the air around him. Skills don't level up just by gaining experience points. You have to actively use them to make them stronger, which means the only answer is to train. The soft ticking of the clock on the wall pointed to 4 in the morning. As the sun began to rise, the mana around Yusun shimmered faintly. He snapped out of his trance, suddenly realizing something. He studied the mana flow closely, thinking to himself, this must be what the original Yusun felt. He focused on the current. As someone who had mana leak syndrome from a young age, it's faint, but I can definitely feel it. A system notification suddenly popped up. Skill, mana leak syndrome has leveled up. Skill, blink has leveled up. A triumphant shout echoed through the small room. Yes! Yusun clenched his fist, a satisfied grin on his face. I'm one step closer to my goal. His eyes flashed with pure determination. I will find the true ending, no matter what. The scene shifts to a vast green field. The entire first-year class was gathering at the assembly point, a wide-open field of endless green. Full Moon gently felt the breeze on her skin, carrying the fresh scent of grass. This field and wind are probably made of magic, she thought, but they feel so real. In the game, Stella Academy was a pocket dimension created within the established game campus. This allowed its size and features to be adjusted at will. All the major events, from sports festivals to dungeon raids, gate clearances, and monster training, were held here. The students gathered together, not in neat lines, but not in a chaotic mob either. Her gaze swept across the crowd, taking everyone in. Full Moon stood near the back, doing a quick head count, a total of 141 people. She recalled the details from the novel. 50 students in classes Aoni and Atu, and 41 in S class. But wait, in the novel, S class only had 39 students. She thought silently, including me. That makes 40. So one more person was added. A question immediately popped into her head. Where did Yusun come from? She tried to recall the side stories from the original plot. The novel had a total of 1,040 first years. Plus me, that's 1,041. In other words, Yusun must have been in the original novel too. Full Moon tried to remain calm, but worry etched itself onto her face. I'll figure it out. Eventually. It's fine. I can handle this. She clenched her fists, trying to calm her racing heart. After all, I'm the only person in this world who knows the future. Full Moon started to follow the other students. Class was about to begin. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chatter, catching her attention. Young Master Jeremy, did you finish your course registration? Jeremy replied with a brilliant smile. Of course I did. The other student continued. We all signed up for elemental magic studies because we heard you were taking it, young master. At that, his smile widened, sparkling as if blessed by the sun itself. Is that so? Then let's work hard together. Full Moon overheard the entire exchange, casting an emotionless glance at the group of fawning sycophants. She recognized him instantly. Prince Jeremy, with his signature golden hair and constant smile. In the novel, the prince was obsessed with Isel, but she brutally rejected him, and by the end of the story, he'd become a full-blown villain. Full Moon assessed him carefully. He seems nice on the surface, but every move he makes is calculated. I need to be careful and keep my distance. Jeremy's eyes flickered to the side, noticing Full Moon watching them. He immediately flashed a smile and gave her a friendly wave. Full Moon waved back, thinking to herself, okay, he's definitely handsome. I get why everyone fawns over him. But that didn't lessen her suspicion one bit. Prince Jeremy was, without a doubt, the most dangerous person in this entire academy. Full Moon turned to leave, her mind already shifting back to her own problems. I need to focus. This world is my reality now. I have to prepare for what's coming. Jeremy watched her walk away, a faint smile playing on his lips. He recalled her name. If I remember correctly, it's Full Moon. Meanwhile, once all the students had gathered, their professor stepped forward to address them. He cleared his throat. Everyone, listen up. The professor stood before them, explaining the day's agenda. We'll begin with a simple training exercise before the main lesson. I need to gauge your individual skill levels to tailor my instruction. I will be supervising this training personally. If you don't like it, that's too bad. His stern expression swept over the students. Before we begin, a little reminder for you all. As you know, we professors have the authority to raise or lower your academic scores. And remember, fall below a certain threshold, and you're expelled. With that warning out of the way, he moved on. Now, I will explain the details of this training exercise. The professor gestured forward, explaining calmly, we will be conducting a simulated dungeon training test. I'll be using effects, traps, and monsters identical to those in a real dungeon to assess you. The rules are simple. You'll earn 4 points for every Danger Level 1 monster defeated, and 8 points for every Danger Level 2. He then summoned a staff, adding, and 20 points for retrieving this score staff. The staff vanished as soon as he finished speaking. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and priority shopping privileges. Any student who scores 0 points will receive a penalty. Full Moon listened intently, absorbing every detail. If you're afraid of failing or working alone, you can form a team. But remember, your points will be divided equally among all team members. A moment later, his explanation finished. He began to fade away. But not before adding one last, chilling rule. If you manage to defeat another student, you will steal all of their points. That is all. Good luck. And then, the ground began to tremble violently. The students began to panic, stammering in fear. What's happening? A single scream cut through the chaos, drawing everyone's attention to the ground. Then, more screams erupted, one after another. From beneath their feet, massive tree branches erupted from the earth. Full Moon instantly recognized the scene. This is it, she thought. The tangled, massive branches from the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The map materialized, revealing a sprawling jungle of massive, interwoven trees, creating a breathtakingly epic scene. All the students stood frozen. This sudden change left everyone too stunned to make a rash move. Full Moon stood her ground. While others scrambled to find teammates, the initial shock of the dungeon's transformation had already faded from her face. Gripping her weapon tightly, she silently steeled her resolve. All right, time to move. Suddenly, a voice called her name from behind. Full Moon! Are you planning on going solo? It was Jackie, who approached with a curious smile. Behind her, a few others waved. Oh, hey, Jackie, Full Moon said quietly. She quickly weighed her options, calculating the pros and cons of going alone versus teaming up. Teaming up would have its advantages, but going solo meant more points for her. The decision was made. Sorry, Full Moon said, turning them down. I want to try this one by myself. Jackie's eyes narrowed into a cheerful slit as she replied, her tone carrying a strange edge. Oh, I get it, Jackie said. If you team up, you have to split the points, right? Full Moon simply replied, yeah, that's right. Faced with such blatant sarcasm, she could only think, it really sounds like she's throwing shade at me. Before turning to leave, Full Moon added one more thing to keep the peace. Let's team up next time. Jackie turned back and answered, sure. Full Moon didn't leave right away, pausing for a moment to watch Jackie walk back to her friends. Seeing the way they talked, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Am I overthinking things? Or does it feel like she's trying to copy me? Full Moon's going solo, Jackie told her friends, who just shrugged it off. She didn't pay it much mind. Full Moon turned away, telling herself, whatever, it'll probably stop eventually. Time flew by. An hour later, a small green monster was defeated, exploding on the ground. After fighting non-stop for so long, even Full Moon was starting to feel exhausted. Man, I'm beat, she sighed, surrounded by the corpses of low-level beasts. When is this training session finally going to end? Then, she sensed something was wrong. Full Moon uttered softly. In the next instant, a massive tree with huge branches lunged at her. Full Moon's reaction was swift. She threw up a magical barrier to block the attack. The branches immediately recoiled, scattering around her. They quickly retreated back into the earth. Full Moon glanced around, thinking, it's not just the monsters. Even the plants are attacking? A look of pure surprise crossed her face. This is Stella Academy for you. Even their dungeon training is on a whole other level. She mentally calculated the points she'd earned after an hour of grinding. I've gathered 18 points so far. Not bad. But with this lead, someone else could catch up to me with just 1 point stick. Full Moon quickly left the area, thinking she had to keep moving. Suddenly, in the distance, she spotted a hazy, indistinct silhouette. The figure stood against the sun, making it incredibly hard to see. She gasped softly. The shape was so unclear, her first thought was, is that a monster? Looking closer, Full Moon thought, no, that's a person. But how can a student have such incredible stealth skills? She gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter. I can also conceal myself using my union with nature skill. She ducked behind a massive tree, carefully recalling her skill set: binding, destruction, defense, and healing. Ambushing this opponent was the most logical plan. Peeking out from her hiding spot, Full Moon cautiously observed the person ahead. Suddenly, she let out a gasp. She couldn't believe her eyes, her shock written all over her face. It's Yusol! Yusun scanned his surroundings, and seeing no one with him, Full Moon guessed, is he going solo too? She remembered rumors she'd overheard from other students. They said lots of people wanted to team up with Yusun, but he turned them all down. I wonder what this guy is planning. Then Full Moon noticed something that made her eyes widen in shock. The thing Yusun was holding was a point stick. He already found one? Full Moon's mind raced, and she made a decision. This is the perfect opportunity. Looking over at Yusun, she thought, let's test you. She cast a light infusion spell, and her weapon immediately began to glow. She estimated the distance, about 15 meters. From that range, there's no way he can defend in time. A brilliant magic circle appeared around her as her expression turned dead serious. She thrust her weapon forward, unleashing a light bullet spell without a moment's hesitation. The orb of blinding yellow light shot towards Yusun. Sensing the imminent danger, Yusun's head snapped around, and in the next instant, he desperately used flash. A split second before the light bullet could hit its mark, Yusun vanished into thin air. Full Moon couldn't believe her eyes. What the? She exclaimed in utter astonishment. She stared at the spot where Yusun had been standing. The ground where the spell hit was scorched black, and smoke billowed everywhere. There was no sign of Yusun at all. Full Moon tightened her grip on her weapon, her face a mask of confusion. How? She wondered frantically. How did he dodge a Tier 2 spell from that distance? The scene shifts to Yusun's perspective. At that moment, using flash, he had vanished and instantly reappeared in a different location. From his new position, he could see Full Moon and thought with exasperation, holy crap, was she trying to kill me or something? Why would she just fire a light bullet like that? Thank goodness my monoleak syndrome leveled up, or I would have been toast. A status window appeared. Flash, max distance 12, level 1, max charges 2, cooldown 3 seconds. He looked at the notification and considered his options. I only have 2 more uses of Flash. If I use the terrain to my advantage, I might be able to handle her. But it's better to just avoid her. Yuson then used his Flash skill repeatedly until he stopped at a spot he deemed safe enough. He calmly thought, this should be fine. My goal is 5th place. There's no need to take any risks. He recalled the prize. The reward for 5th place is the etheric elixir, which boosts stamina and strength several times over. Yusol walked casually, thinking, anyway, the top 4 spots will go to the main characters, and at this point, they only need 3 more point sticks. A voice suddenly rang out, filled with an unusual tone and a heavy dose of challenge. Well, look who it is. A group of people blocked his path. The same person continued to taunt him. If it isn't Yusol from the S-class. Yuson immediately recognized him. The group stood opposite Yuson, separated by the roots of a massive tree. Yusol from the S-class, huh? The guy's arrogant posture triggered a memory. That's Ridden. He's been getting pretty popular around school lately. Yusol figured he was probably one of Jeremy's cronies, just one bootlicker after another. Yuson's eyes narrowed as he sized them up. He glanced at what Ridden was holding and was surprised. He has 3 point sticks? Yuson thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. He definitely used his lackeys to get all of those. One of the lackeys whispered to Ridden, I heard he's a weakling who cheated his way into S-class. Ridden laughed with delight, his voice dripping with scorn. Getting into S-class just for answering 3 stupid questions? Stella is probably going down the drain, he whined, clearly enjoying his own voice. God, you're so uncreative. Ridden then called out to him. Yuson, since we're here, why don't you hand over that point stick of yours? Not interested, Yuson replied, his tone mocking. Huh? You're resisting? Ridden scoffed. Seriously? He let out a condescending laugh. You think you can fight all of us? With that divine little high school staff of yours? He sneered. You can't even use magic, let alone a magic staff. Yuson remained calm, calculating how to deal with the clowns in front of him. What should I do? Yuson analyzed the situation. With my low-level Flash, I can't take on someone from a major family like the Vens. Suddenly, an idea sparked. There's still one other way. Yuson glanced at the point stick in his hand. My plan is perfect for this dungeon's terrain. A strategy formed in his mind. He held up the point stick and said calmly, Here. Ridden smirked triumphantly. Now that's more like it. The fish had taken the bait. Yuson let out a tiny, almost invisible smile. In the next second, before Ridden could even see what was happening, Yuson shot forward, appearing directly in front of him. Ridden didn't have time to react, only managing to let out a grunt. Yusol stared him down, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But Ridden quickly assessed the situation. Without delay, he threw up a protective barrier, just in time to block Yuson's surprise attack. Watching his protective barrier shatter into a million pieces from a single strike, Raiden could only grit his teeth in disbelief. Damn it. He seethed with rage, thinking, this low-life commoner. Raiden blasted away with a spell, trying to create some distance as he screamed in pure fury. You bastard, I'll. But before he could even finish his threat, the sight before him left Raiden stunned. There was no one there. Confused, he wondered, where did he go? Then, Yuson's mocking voice echoed from right behind him. My. As Raiden stared in shock, Yuson spoke with a casual air. That was a close one. Yuson held up the 2 point sticks he'd snatched, a smug look on his face as he glanced at the stunned group. Thanks for these. Raiden screamed, You scum! Give those back! Yuson shot back. Nah, I don't think I will. He grinned, looking at the loot in his hands. These point sticks were definitely the key. He remembered a trick he'd learned from a game. The system window described the point sticks, but revealed they were actually glitched items. Their unusual durability made them immune to student-level magic. They essentially held the power of most magical tools. Yuson quickly did the math in his head. While they were more useful for mages, for a physical attacker like Yuseol, a weapon with 100% raw power was perfect. Having witnessed Yuson's strength firsthand, Raiden knew he couldn't just charge in recklessly. He watched Yuson with a hint of fear. Ugh! That bastard dared to steal my points. He turned his anger on his lackeys, his voice rising. What are you standing around for? Get him now. Suddenly, the dungeon began to transform. The ground shook violently, and massive trees started to move on their own. Raiden looked around in a panic, thinking, damn it, what's happening to the dungeon? Raiden quickly barked orders at his lackeys. Everyone, group up, prepare your magic and don't lose sight of him. As if waiting for this exact moment, Yuson used their panic to his advantage, circling around behind them. Moving like lightning, he used the terrain and his skills to make a quick getaway. One of Raiden's lackeys spotted him and yelled out, You soul is getting away! Instantly, they aimed their weapons in his direction. Blasts of energy shot through the air as one of them screamed, "Where do you think you're going, you coward?" By the time Yusan turned to look, the magical attacks were nearly on top of him. He had to admit, they were better than he thought. But in a flash, he vanished from between the storm of attacks. The group couldn't help but scream in frustration. Damn it, he used Flash Step again. Golden after-images of Yusan's skill were left scattered all around them. They stared at each other, confused. Where'd he go? He's too fast. I can't find him. As he zipped around, Yusan thought to himself, with my years of PvP experience, using the terrain is second nature. Raiden was getting more and more agitated. He yelled out, a mix of anger and panic in his voice. Damn it, I just need to hit him once. One of his minions reported in, his voice trembling with fear. Raiden, the dungeon is. Raiden spun around and snapped at his underlings. Calm down. He's still around here somewhere. The second this dungeon settles down, you all attack on sight. Raiden scanned his surroundings, observing everything. He didn't forget to add a warning. If we fail, the magic will backfire. Be careful. He barely got the words out before Yusan suddenly appeared right in front of him, like a dangerous monster. Yusan unleashed an attack that shattered his defensive barrier in a single blow. Raiden stumbled backward from the force, accidentally bumping into a goon who was in the middle of casting a spell. The guy let out a grunt as small vortexes of magic started leaking from his weapon. Realizing what was happening, the guy screamed in terror. It's over! The spell is backfiring! The magic meant for Yusan was reflected back onto the casters. Bolts of lightning rained down on them as the whole group cried out in agony. His work done, Yusan turned and moved to a new spot, landing gracefully on a small hill not far away. Looking down at Raiden's group sprawled on the ground, he thought to himself, it's over. Faint groans of pain could be heard. Raiden looked around furiously, covered in dirt and wounds. A pathetic sight. He screamed, damn it, you soul! Yusan called down from his high perch. I'll be taking these too. In his hand were 3 more point sticks, the spoils of war he'd won from Raiden. Yusol flashed them a bright smile, his voice dripping with mockery. Maybe I'll give these to my future girlfriend as a present. Raiden looked up from the ground, completely shocked. When did you? He scrambled to his feet, yelling like a child throwing a tantrum. Give them back! Yusan thought happily. Guess I'll give him one last parting gift. Then, he generously announced, it's been fun playing with you guys. I'm outta here. And just like that, Yusan vanished into thin air. Raiden trembled with rage, his hands clenched into tight fists. He stammered, then screamed, you son of a... Hidden behind a tree, someone had quietly witnessed the entire scene. Yusan strolled casually down the path, laughing to himself. Hey, I really hit the jackpot. He swung his loot back and forth, mentally reviewing the battle. If we fought normally, they would have robbed me blind. But in a dungeon, things are different. That's what you call adult experience, kids. Yusan stopped and looked around, a confused expression on his face. But I have a weird feeling. Something's not right. From somewhere behind him, Yusan felt a wave of intense heat. A swirling vortex of fire magic was racing towards him. As Yusol wandered through the forest, he felt a growing sense of unease. Yeah, something definitely feels off. There's a strange presence nearby. A massive fireball was streaking across the sky. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. A giant sphere of flames was rocketing toward him with incredible force. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and yelled, "You've got to be kidding me!" The fire slammed into the ground where he stood, creating a terrifying explosion like a natural disaster had just struck. Just before the flames hit, he managed to use Flash Step to escape. Even he couldn't keep his cool anymore. The close call sent shivers down his spine. Yusol stood at a distance, watching the forest burn to ash. That was way too close. As he wondered who could have launched such a powerful spell, a dark figure emerged from the smoke. She stood before him and called out, "Hey, you, commoner." It was Bion. She held her staff tightly, questioning him with a haughty attitude. Why didn't you take one more stick from them? Her appearance completely surprised him. Bion? Yusan felt something wasn't right. What is she doing here? With that thought, Yusan scratched his head and answered, I think you've misunderstood something. It wasn't that I didn't take it. It's that I couldn't. But even so, what does me not taking their sticks have to do with you? After he spoke, they stared at each other in silence for a moment. Then, something clicked in his mind. Don't tell me. Yusol's anger flared as he pointed a finger right in her face. Were you planning to take them all from me if I had? I already taught you a lesson once, but you never learned, do you? Are you even human? Bion placed a hand on her chest and replied with an arrogant tone. I am royalty. Yusan was taken aback. Oh, she quickly provoked him. Now that you know, hurry up and attack. This made him incredibly wary. Bion raised her magic staff, pointing it straight at his face. As a royal, robbing a commoner is beneath my station, she stated frankly. Therefore, I will defeat you and take your items fair and square. Yusun felt his blood pressure drop. What kind of twisted dignity is that? You think bullying the weak is something to be proud of? Hearing this, Bi-Yon asked in surprise. The weak? She replied with a serious expression. I saw you toying with that group. You fought them without even using your magic properly. Yusol was a bit flustered by her words. At that time, she had been wandering alone in the forest. Bi-Yon walked anxiously, thinking, I have to hurry. To avoid getting yelled at by my mother, I need to be quick. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching her attention. That voice, Hong Bi-Yon glanced over, just in time to see Jiden's crew hunting for him. He just vanished. Where did that brat go? Seeing this, she was a little surprised. Right at that moment, a dark figure darted past their group. It was Baek Yusun, panting as he ran. Bi-Yon watched him, thinking he must be one of Jiden's lackeys. She sized up the situation, wondering if she should attack. No. Even for her, taking on 6 opponents at once was reckless. Bi-Yon's knuckles whitened on her staff. She decided it was better to let this play out. Just as their stamina was failing, she saw something that made her eyes go wide in disbelief. He was using a simple point stick, combining it with Flash Step to launch a counterattack against Jiden's crew. She was stunned. What in the world? Was that commoner really not using any magic besides Flash Step? He was shattering their defensive spells with nothing but a stick. Bi-Yon stood hidden in the trees, her eyes filled with contempt. He was still a step below her, but a true prodigy from a mage clan could toy with opponents like these. Shaking off the thought, Bi-Yon bit her lip in anger, snapping back to the present. In that instant, Hong Bi-Jion's power erupted. She gripped her magic staff, thinking, the only way is to incinerate him with everything I've got. A moment later, Hong Bi-Yon unleashed her spell, firing a volley of fireballs. The blazing projectiles rocketed towards Yuseol, filling him with dread. He instantly used Flash Step to dodge the assault. Yusun reappeared a safe distance from the impacts, only to see another, larger fireball already bearing down on him. This one radiated a terrifying heat that consumed the very air around it. Yusun was forced to Flash Step twice in a row to escape. All the while, Bi-Yon's gaze remained locked onto him. Not a hint of surprise crossed her face. After escaping the inferno, he finally allowed himself a shallow breath. That was close. Bi-Yon's power was no joke. Thank goodness for all that intuition training, but she couldn't wrap her head around it. How could he possibly dodge that with just 2 movements? How was it possible? After a moment, she suddenly called out, Your staff. You're not going to draw it this time either? Yusol looked confused and replied, What are you talking about? You're the one who took my batong staff. Don't you remember being in charge of modifications? She questioned sharply. Bi-Yon stared him down, her voice calm. Weren't we all issued a basic staff upon enrollment? Hearing this, it suddenly dawned on him that he had completely forgotten about it. He stammered, right. I have one of those too. He had received it on the first day of school and immediately stashed it away. He thought to himself, I had a staff but never had a reason to use it, so it totally slipped my mind. Seeing his pathetic act, disgust washed over her face. You still love playing games, don't you? At that, her eyes blazed with fury. She stared right through him, thinking, I'm trying my absolute hardest and this commoner is just toying with me. The thought made her seethe with rage. Even a blockhead would know better. You'd be wise to start treating me with some respect. Her words sent a chill down his spine. He thought, no way, I'm always serious. I just can't use magic. She suddenly warned him, if you don't, and before she could finish, a sea of flames erupted behind her. She was done holding back. I'm going to kill you. An ocean of fire now raged at her back. Hong Bi-Yon's face was a mask of pure determination. She raised her staff, one thought burning in her mind. Today, I will crush this commoner for good. With that, she commanded the inferno to surge towards him. Yusol could no longer keep his cool, desperately dodging her relentless assault. After a series of dodges, Yusun was stunned when a fireball materialized right in his face. He instantly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the blast. But as he did, Bi-Yon unleashed another attack. He shot back to his feet, facing a new wave of fire rushing toward him. Yusun watched the massive wall of flames approach, thinking, damn it, even if I try to Flash Step, the attack range is too wide. What do I do? Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind him. He glanced back, his eyes landing on a patch of charred trees. Instantly, an idea sparked. There, he quickly used his Flash Step, teleporting far away. Looking back, he saw the flames growing even larger, spreading rapidly. He was now crouched behind a large boulder, having barely escaped with his life. Yusun glanced towards her, thinking, I was lucky to dodge that one, but it took a lot out of me. He watched her standing defiantly amidst the inferno. He realized, even if I get close to Hong Bi-Yon, those embers swirling around her will explode the second I'm in range. Yusun couldn't help but remember past encounters. I've faced fire mages before, but I know her skill level is far higher than I ever imagined. The scene before him put him completely on guard. Yusan analyzed her again, then slowly stepped out from his cover. If this were a flat battlefield, I would have been ashes in under a minute. But no, she had already spotted him. Bi-yeon raised her staff once more. I never should have started this fight. She unleashed a torrent of firebolts towards Yusul. As he watched the fiery rain descend, an idea suddenly ignited in his mind. Yusan tightened his grip on the point, sticks in his hands. His gaze hardened with resolve. We'll just see who really comes out on the losing end of this. With that thought, he charged forward. Yusan audaciously dashed straight into the raging inferno. Countless firebolts streaked towards him, and in that moment, Yusan's eyes began to glow. He could suddenly see the trajectory of every single bolt. He saw them swerving to intercept him. There. Each spark was aimed directly at him, but Yusan could read their paths, swiftly using his sticks to parry every last one. Seeing Yusan block her firebolts, a gasp escaped her lips. Impossible. A single thought raced through Bi-yeon's mind. Is he parrying magic spells with a physical weapon? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. How is that even possible? Meanwhile, Yusul blocked and analyzed with every move. The more time passes, the more my senses are returning. He realized this was completely different from before. This wasn't a game controlled by a keyboard and mouse. This was the feeling of his own body moving, facing a real mage. He could now see the flow of mana all around him with perfect clarity. The currents of magic were so tangible, he felt he could grasp them with his fingertips. His sixth sense was becoming as sharp as his sight, hearing, and touch. On the other side, she was frozen, staring at his incredible display. How are you doing that? This wooded terrain should have given her fire attribute an advantage. Bi-yeon grit her teeth, biting her lip hard. If that's how it is, I'll just have to blow him away with an even stronger spell. Thinking this, she immediately began to chant a new incantation. Yusun, meanwhile, was finding it difficult to deal with the relentless barrage. His expression was dead serious. Yusun quickly ducked behind a nearby tree, thinking, I can't just keep defending like this forever. By any means necessary, I have to break Bi-yeon's magic barrier with this staff. He caught sight of Bi-yeon. He realized she was in the middle of casting a spell. Seeing his chance, he immediately stopped defending. He changed direction and bolted straight towards her. This is it! Flash step! He instantly teleported through the wall of fire, appearing right in front of Hong Bi-yeon. His sudden appearance made her gasp in terror. Bi-yeon grit her teeth and made a decision. She quickly activated her crass spell, willing to take damage herself. Seeing this, Yusun was momentarily taken aback, but his mind analyzed the spell instantly. When I get close to those embers, the knockback magic will trigger an explosion in a 2-meter radius. A sly grin spread across Yusun's face. However, I've dealt with this kind of thing plenty of times before. With that thought, he leaped backwards, to Bi-yeon's absolute shock. She couldn't believe it, her jaw hanging open. But the moment his feet touched the ground, Yusun shot forward again. He brought his point, stick down on her barrier with tremendous force. Bi-yeon watched in utter disbelief as cracks spiderwebbed across her shield. This power is unreal. And in the next instant, Yusun shattered her defense completely. The moment the barrier shattered, Bi-yeon collapsed to her knees, crying out in pain. Yusun stood over her, squatting down with a gentle smile. Looks like I win, he said softly, but she wouldn't accept defeat. Damn it, Bi-yeon asked flatly. Just who are you? Yusun stood up, dusting himself off before giving a lazy answer. What do you mean? I'm just a normal student. But that's not important right now. He tilted his head, glancing behind her. You can stop hiding. Come on out. From behind a tree, a figure had been watching the entire fight. He called out her name. Full Moon. She was completely shocked. Now that she'd been spotted, Full Moon had no choice but to step out. She eyed him with suspicion. I wasn't hiding. How did you know I was here? He closed his eyes and chuckled nonchalantly. Let's just call it a gut feeling. Internally, he knew the truth. It was his mana leak detection skill, but his vague answer only made her more suspicious. A gut feeling, huh? Then how did you break a magic shield with a totally ordinary staff? Her question hit the nail on the head, making him jump. That was a gut feeling too. Her question sent a wave of panic through him. He was totally rattled, his mind racing. Seriously, a game-breaking bug like this was never supposed to show up in the original romance novel. He couldn't possibly tell her the truth. Yusun tried to come up with a lame excuse. Hey, this thing is surprisingly sturdy, but she immediately shot him down. Sturdy? So what? You think you can just swing it around and shatter a magic shield? If that were true, knights would have gone extinct a long time ago. Hearing that, he knew he was cornered. There was no way to argue. You have a point. She pressed on, laying out her thoughts. Ever since I got to this school, I knew something about you was off. She asked again, her tone dead serious. Yusun, who are you, really? Hearing that, he fell silent. Beside them, Bi-yeon just looked at him in confusion. He sighed internally, realizing he'd been found out. So it's finally come to this, huh? And it hasn't even been a month. Bayou-san considered his options. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, that's a terrible idea. Full Moon already has it out for me. Doing that would be way too dangerous. He decided to spin another excuse to get her off his back. Look, you can suspect me all you want, but I'm not the bad guy here. His answer just made her more confused. Huh? Full Moon demanded an explanation. What's that supposed to mean? Bayou-san hesitated for a moment before replying. It's just like I said. I want to help you. Help me? What in the world? She was completely taken aback by his answer. Seeing his chance, he decided to make a quick exit. Class is over. I'd love to chat more, but I'm out of time. See ya. As he turned to leave, Biyun shot him a hesitant look. He silently urged himself, okay, just walk away. But suddenly, Biyun hurled all her point sticks right at his head. Whack! Full Moon stared, stunned, as he was pelted by the point sticks. Ow! Bayou-san clutched his head in pain and spun around. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Biyun just smirked arrogantly. I thought you'd catch them. You can dodge all that magic and those traps, but you can't even catch this? Bayou-san rubbed his head, thinking to himself, give me a break. Even my mana detection has its limits, he cried out in pain. Ow, that really hurt, Bayou-san tried to explain. My intuition's duration depends on my mental energy. I'm completely drained, so now I've even got a headache. So why'd you throw this at me? Biyun said flatly. You won, so take it. He stared at the point sticks scattered on the ground, lost in thought. Was this just because of her pride? But if I take all of these, my score will go through the roof. Besides, the other stuff is useless to me. Bayou-san then bent down, picking up a single point stick, which surprised her. He stood up and smiled. All right, fine. I'll just take this one. You can keep the rest. With that, Bayou-san quickly said his goodbyes and took off. Well, I'm out of here. As he walked away, he got lost in his own delusions. Man, what a good guy. Always merciful to the defeated. I'm so freaking cool. But contrary to his fantasy, Full Moon just stared at him with pure contempt. Is that guy for real? Biyun casually replied. He's probably a commoner, so his head's a little. Full Moon watched his retreating back, still pondering Bayou-san's true identity. Meanwhile, in another location, all the instructors were monitoring the exam. Images of each student flashed across the monitors. Someone approached Professor Hanan and said, Ho ho ho, this year's first-year S-class students are all rare talents. It's truly worth watching. The person next to him agreed. Indeed, it's very interesting. She added, back in my day, I was even better than this. These two were Teth, an elder from the Magic Council, and Jarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Professor Hanan was stunned by their presence. The Magic Council and the Blue Tower Council. To have such high-profile figures show up for a simple student training session was unheard of. He frowned, thinking it over. I guess this is what it takes to scout new talent. He figured most of the other professors were probably watching the session as well. Suddenly, an image appeared on screen that grabbed everyone's attention. He Guiriang was facing off against Ma Yusong, causing a stir. Whoa! He Guiriang and Ma Yusong are clashing! Down in the dungeon, the two had finally met. He Guiriang aimed his staff at Ma Yusong, magic gathering at its tip. It shot directly at him, but Ma Yusong instantly leaped away to dodge the attack. A magic circle flared behind him. The onlookers were shocked. A consecutive triple activation of Tier 3 Mana Leap? At 17 years old? Hanan considered it. Normally, it takes an average mage until they're at least 25 to reach Tier 3. Yet, at just 17, Ma Yusong was already using it with absolute mastery. Someone gasped. Unbelievable! Look, both of them are using 3 different attributes. The two were locked in a fierce battle, wielding multiple elements. Hanan watched the display, deep in thought. An ordinary mage can only control 1 attribute. It takes immense training just to master 2. That's right. Controlling 3 attributes is proof of innate, God-given talent, a gift they were blessed with from birth. He couldn't deny the incredible skill of these two. Asterisk, screech, asterisk. Suddenly, a piercing cry made even Hanan jump. Is that a hidden monster? A giant bird appeared out of nowhere, right in the middle of their fight. It let out a deafening shriek that shook the heavens, firing beams of magic at both of them. Just as the two looked up in alarm, a shadow zipped past. The next moment, the massive bird was slammed into the ground, defeated. Illy suddenly appeared, casually remarking, "Oh dear, was I interrupting something?" Standing on the monster's body, she offered a sincere apology. "Sorry to bother you." Watching from the outside, Hanan analyzed the situation. Hidden monsters only appear under specific conditions. They're not only hard to find, but extremely difficult to defeat. He was speechless. As she hopped down to face the two boys, he looked on in sheer amazement. And yet, that girl managed to hunt it down all by herself. Just then, someone else spoke up. The traitor, M's eldest daughter. What a shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous crime, her talent could have blossomed even further. Teth suddenly noticed something on another screen. Isn't that the princess of the Adonit kingdom? Beyond was in the middle of a battle. Her image, along with her opponent's, was displayed on the monitor. Seeing it, Teth asked, "Who's that she's fighting?" I don't recognize his face. Then, his eyes widened as he saw something unbelievable. What is that magic? Could it be Blink? He watched the screen, captivated by the image of Bu Son using Blink in combat. Chapter 26. He was stunned, realizing it truly was Blink. He knew the history of that spell all too well. It was a forbidden magic that countless scholars had dedicated centuries to researching and trying to control. But every single one of them had failed, either giving up in despair or ending up crippled. It was truly an uncontrollable spell. Teth couldn't tear his eyes from the screen, his mind filled with awe. And yet, here was a student wielding Blink as easily as if it were one of his own limbs. Through the monitor, Byusin fought on, showing no signs of weakness, which only deepened the elder's suspicion. Who in the world is that boy? Before Teth could even voice his question, Professor Lee Han-won, standing nearby, saw the look on his face and spoke. That student's name is Baek Yu-sol. With a proud tone, he continued. A very special student uses Blink as his primary skill. When Ina Aeon heard the professor's words, she was confused, asking aloud, Blink as a primary skill? Tress, standing beside her, quickly explained that this was different from the overwhelming talent of someone like Ma Yuang. He looked toward Professor Luan and asked, but why is he just toying around instead of using other magic? If he used magic, this match would have ended long ago. It's baffling. Seeing his obvious disbelief, the professor shot back, no, he's fighting with everything he's got. Just as he finished speaking, the doors suddenly swung open, and a young man with the air of a student stepped inside. A hush fell over the room, broken only by a few quiet whispers. It was him, the one and only Elm Moon Elwin, with his handsome turquoise hair and brilliant eyes that scanned the crowd. As he entered, he spoke. He's been serious from the very beginning. It seems none of you were able to see it. Elm Moon Elwin glanced at the screen and let out a sigh. Truly interesting. Following Yusol's every move, he announced to the room, that student's fighting style. It reminds me of the spirit of chivalry, which only existed in ancient times. Everyone was stunned into silence. The spirit of chivalry. Even Tress was taken aback. He stammered, You mean the chivalry that vanished along with the sword masters and ancient magic? Nearby, Professor Lee Hanwon stood silently in a corner, listening. His eyes remained fixed on the screen as a realization dawned on him about the young student. That's right, the spirit of chivalry. He explained further. In a world dominated by magic, chivalry was the fighting spirit of knights who wielded swords, like the heroes of legend who fought against evil to protect the world. They said those heroes faced demons with nothing but a single blade. An elder of the Magic Council on the other side was also deep in thought. In a world of magic, fighting with a sword is impossible. But that student was truly wielding his wand as if it were a sword. And so Tress stole a glance at the newcomer, secretly accepting it. Besides, if Eltmoon Elwin himself made such a comment, he was, after all, the principal of Stella Academy, the school known as the best magic academy on the continent. Though he appeared as a normal student, few knew that Eltmoon Elwin was a ninth circle archmage and one of only 10 great sages on the entire continent. Trey stared openly at Eltmoon Elwin, thinking, if a great sage believes it. The scene then shifts to the S-Class exclusive training grounds, where the first dungeon practical exam had just concluded. In the training grounds below, the constant sound of spells hitting a dummy echoed. It was Hei Gunryang, relentlessly practicing his magic. After some time, Hei Gunryang was completely exhausted, panting heavily. Looking at the wand in his hand, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana. Hei Gunryang gripped his wand tighter, trying to steel himself. It's still not enough. I still have a long way to go. He had suddenly become like this, because out of the 141 students who took the dungeon test, 39 had been eliminated. Io took first place for killing the griffin, and I took second. Hei Gunryang recounted as he walked away from the training grounds. Ma Yuang was sixth, but I don't feel like I won at all. He suddenly stopped, his face twisting in anger. He recalled the training session at the academy when a hidden monster appeared during their match, and he couldn't stop blaming himself. If only that thing hadn't interfered. The thought made Ha Gunryang even more furious, and he ground his teeth. He remembered the sight of Ma Yuang and thought, from the very first moment I met him, I've had this feeling. The image of that guy just kept replaying in his mind. Even though Ma Yuang always acts indifferent to everything, whatever he does, he performs at a professional level or even beyond. Hei Gunryang stood frozen, thinking, even in this practical exam, I set up magic circles everywhere and meticulously calculated his every move. His whole body was rigid as his thoughts raced. However, Ma Yuang still effortlessly dismantled every single one of my attacks. In that moment, the image of Ma Yuang relentlessly pressed down on him, forcing Hei Gunryang to question himself. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Is this wall of talent really that high and that thick? Haegunryang stood there in silence, not saying a word, but a fire was lit within him. No, there's no time to blame myself. I have to try harder. Just then, Bi-yeon happened to walk past the training grounds. She witnessed the scene of Haegunryang creating a terrifying vortex of magic. It startled her, and she thought, Haegunryang? He's always so calm. Why is he so agitated today? But then Bi-yeon began to cast her own spell, thinking, well, I guess I shouldn't talk. She then created a flaming arrow and launched it straight at a dummy in the training area. She seemed to be pouring all her anger into that dummy, her face tight with irritation, her eyebrows furrowed. The power behind Bi-yeon's magic was not to be underestimated. It shattered every obstacle in its path. A massive explosion erupted, catching Haegunryang's attention. Just then, Bi-yeon, with her staff in hand, came to stand beside him. Her face clearly showed her frustration as she thought, it's so infuriating that I had to give up my wand and only got third place. My mother seemed pleased with the result, but if I don't get that wand back, I'm definitely going to be punished. Bi-yeon took her anger out on the dummy, pouring all her strength into a terrifying blast of power that destroyed everything, cursing inwardly. That commoner is so arrogant and unbearable. After that devastating attack, she panted heavily, as if releasing all her pent-up frustration. Seeing this, Haegunryang didn't dare ask what was wrong, only thinking to himself, Princess, is something the matter? Having witnessed Bi-yeon's actions firsthand, Haegunryang realized something. Am I mistaken? The princess's magic seems more precise than before. He continued to watch silently. Princess Bon's fire magic was powerful but notoriously difficult to control with finesse. There's no way she could improve this quickly. Or was it just a coincidence? As for Bi-yeon, she paid him no mind, still lost in her own thoughts. Damn it. The more she thought about the time she had to ask him for help, she realized, I don't want to admit it, but Yusan's special lecture was actually effective. Gripping her staff tighter, she admitted to herself, thanks to his ridiculous words, my mindset changed, and my magic control has improved significantly. The harsh truth was, even though he was a low-ranking commoner with a terrible personality, Yusan was the only one who knew how to fix my weakness. At this point, Bi-yeon felt a little better, but she was still annoyed. But still, I'm so ticked off. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. Princess. It was her attendant. Bi-yeon then asked, Jitarin, what is it? She quickly replied, the teleport wand you requested has been repaired. Carefully holding the box containing the wand, Jitarin spoke hesitantly. Should I take it to Yusan now? Bi-yeon calmly replied, go ahead and do that. The attendant bowed. Yes, then I'll be on my. Before she could finish, Bi-yeon placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Wait. Turning back, Jitarin saw that the princess's cheeks were flushed red, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. She asked gently, what is it, princess? The scene changes to Auxiliary Tower 2, a magnificent and grand structure. Just then, Bi-yeon was standing alone at its base, lost in thought. I came here because I heard Yusan was here, but this is Auxiliary Tower 2, where the professors have their research labs. Is he meeting with a professor? Despite her initial excitement, she suddenly felt shy, her cheeks turning bright red. Bi-yeon lingered for a while, wrestling with her decision. Wait, why did I even come here? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds. This makes it look like I'm chasing after some commoner. And so, to preserve what little pride she had left, she made a decision. This is wrong. I have to go back. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a voice rang out. Ah, Princess Bi-yeon. She hadn't expected to meet someone she knew here. Professor Hammerin. She politely approached and greeted him. It's been a while, Professor Hammerin. Not at all, Professor, she replied politely. It felt like just yesterday the professor was teaching her magic in the palace, and now she was all grown up. Professor Hammerin asked with genuine concern. So, what brings the princess here? Bi-yeon looked away, quickly changing the subject. I had some business, but I should be heading back now. The professor's voice was gentle. Things are a bit chaotic, so it's probably for the best. Bi-yeon felt a flicker of confusion, but kept her composure. Understood, Professor Hammerin then explained. Mages are flooding the academy to see that student, Yu Seol. It's caused quite a stir. That name struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her mind immediately flashed to him. With a hint of irritation, Bi-yeon shot back. What's so special about that commoner? Professor Hammerin explained calmly. As you know from fighting him directly. He doesn't use magic at all, does he? She replied flatly. That's right. She said the words, but inside, Bi-yeon's mind was a whirlwind. So the professor watched that match too. The shame of showing such a pathetic display in front of her most respected teacher was overwhelming. Noticing her silence, Professor Hammerin's eyes widened slightly before she offered gentle words of comfort. Princess, There's no need to blame yourself. Your opponent also fought with everything he had, the professor continued, a spark of interest in her eyes. But he used no magic. That is his creed. The word hung in the air. Biyun asked, a bit dazed. His creed? What do you mean? The professor began to unravel the mystery. After watching the practical exam, the headmaster speculates. That student is trying to revive the spirit of the knights, a path lost to ancient times. The word sent a shockwave through Biyun. You soul? Pursuing the way of the knight? That's absurd. Then, her eyes shot wide open as a memory surfaced. She remembered the moment he fought her. It's true. Yu Sol used his magic staff like it was a sword during our duel. Biyun suddenly thought of the box and the magic sword inside. She fell silent for a moment. Then, another thought struck her. But not using magic in the academy. The penalties are severe. He'll fail his practical magic exams. And that's not all, she added. Professor Hammeren's expression was serene. Indeed, that student knows all of this, and yet he still chose this path. The professor then asked, it's astonishing, isn't it? Even after achieving so much with his blink ability, he never stops pushing himself. That creed of his is undoubtedly real. After their conversation ended, Professor Hammeren departed, leaving Biyun standing there in silence. A war was raging in her mind. Anyone who dreamed of becoming a knight these days would be laughed at. The age of knights was long over. But Yu Sol, could he really be serious about this? The afternoon sun cast long shadows, deepening her thoughts. And I got angry at him. I told him to stop messing around. Her train of thought was shattered by a familiar voice. Yu Sol appeared out of nowhere, enjoying his 5th place reward, an idyllic route. What are you doing here? Biyun jumped, whirling around, her cheeks flushing crimson like a tomato. Seeing him, she suddenly snapped, shouting, You! I'm here because of you! Yu Sol just stared back blankly. Huh? What are you talking about? She just glared at him, face burning. After a moment, Biyun regained her composure, holding out the box to him. Forget it. Just take this. Yu Sol's eyes lit up. Whoa, is this a terraphone? Thanks. He eagerly opened the box. What lay inside was a special kind of weapon that left him stunned. Could this be an invisible sword? Adon Lid's work is truly on another level. The craftsmanship is insane. The princess really went all out for me. Something this good is hard to come by, even with money. Wait, Yu Sol, you're getting greedy. Can I just have this? I bet I could sell it for a fortune. She replied coldly. Do whatever you want. Hearing that, Yu Sol was overjoyed. Yes, he cheered. She just looked at him with disdain. Such a typical commoner. But then, Biyun's expression softened. She called his name quietly. Busan. He turned instinctively. Biyun looked him straight in the eye and asked, Are you really never going to use any other magic? The question caught Yu Sol completely off guard, leaving him speechless. His silence only made her more flustered, her cheeks glowing red. As the quiet stretched on, Biyun couldn't take it anymore. She spun away, stammering, it's nothing. I'm leaving. Yu Sol, completely baffled by her intentions, just stood there and watched her go. Once her figure had disappeared into the distance, he finally turned to leave. Clutching the box, his mind was filled with thoughts of anything but other magic. Come to think of it, Professor Lee Hanwon said something similar earlier today. He recalled the moment with a slight smile. I understand how you feel. I respect your beliefs. All just a bunch of confusing words. Well, whatever happens, happens. He held the box tightly. With this magic sword, I'll be more prepared for the next part of the story. Now then, let's see what this thing can do. Twilight had fallen, blanketing the entire academy. Yu Sol stood in the training grounds, staring intently at the invisible sword. All right, let's see. He clenched his fist. I just need to pour my mana into it, right? The moment he did, the invisible sword erupted with a massive surge of power. Yu Sol could feel its incredible energy as he admired it in his hand. Heh, not bad at all. But his excitement quickly turned to contemplation. If Full Moon held this sword, it would shine even brighter. He recalled the original story's plot. The main heroine, Full Moon, was a special existence. Though human, she could wield all forms of magic from elves, dwarves, and even angels. Yu Sol was lost in thought. This staff alone constantly drains the user's mana. Not just anyone can wield it, but Full Moon could use it as an ultimate skill, thanks to her ability to recover mana from nature itself. He sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment. As for me, I don't have any mana to lose in the first place. Though mana is constantly being absorbed, my mana leak trait means it can't accumulate, it just gets expelled. In other words, Yu Sol thought, the concentration of mana in my very breath will determine the power of this terraphone. A grin spread across his face. All right, status window. Instantly, the panel appeared. Yu Sol. Strength, 1 star, 77%. Senses, 2 stars, 29%. Strength, 1 star 87%. Senses, 1 star 55%. Agility, 0 stars 97%. Stamina, 1 star 43%. Next, the system skill, Mana Leak, level 2. Strength increased by 8%. Agility by 15%. Senses, intuition activated by consuming the user's spirit. Faintly senses mana flow within an 18-meter radius. Simultaneously activates cognitive acceleration. Automatically triggers when the user is in danger. Active mana circulation speed increased by 1%. Looking at the notification, Yusol's mood lifted instantly. Eating that idyllic root from the test really did give me a nice power boost. Yusol made a decision right then and there. Now that I have a weapon, I can finally start gaining real experience. He said to himself, I need to start practicing my swordsmanship too. From now on, things are going to get really, really busy. The scene shifts to the academy's interior, where a new day has begun. The first class of the day is underway. The instructor's stern voice echoed. Today, we will have a practical lesson in combat magic. This was Barian, the defensive magic instructor. He commanded the entire class. Everyone, spread out and take your magic staves. The students obeyed, each finding a spot to practice. Magic shield! Magic shield! Barian walked around, observing them with a critical eye. This year's class seems to have a lot of talented students. The decision to divide classes by rank was a wise one. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. In the distance, he spotted Yusol, just standing there motionless. He thought, isn't that the S-class commoner from the rumors? Barian sized him up, his mind filled with scorn. A mere commoner who managed to resonate with an intermediate staff and placed 5th in the dungeon exam. How infuriating. He marched right over to him. Hey, Yusiol, why are you just standing around? Startled, Yusiol gave a strained reply. Well, I'm practicing a different kind of defense, so I don't really need to learn the basics. Hearing Yusol's defiant answer, Barian forced a fake smile. Oh, is that so? Your own unique defense? Sounds interesting. But in his mind, Instructor Barian was seething with contempt. Such arrogance. Unless you're Princess Bion, who studies the successor magic of Aden Levite himself, a commoner like you shouldn't even dream of having some kind of special defense. The instructor laid out the situation. Apparently the rumor was that Yusol couldn't use any magic besides Blink. Hearing this, Instructor Baron saw an opportunity. In that case, why don't you demonstrate that amazing defense for us? Give the other students something to talk about. He turned to the crowd of students, searching for a challenger. His eyes scanned the group and landed on a particularly rowdy bunch. Ah, yes, he announced. Moso from Class B will be the perfect opponent. The kid was a talented student, but he had a cunning, sly look about him. Turns out picking Yusol's opponent wasn't random at all. It was a calculated move by Baron. As a defense instructor, staying on the good side of influential students was key to keeping his job. And Moso Dordan was from the Sven Empire. Sucking up to him definitely wouldn't hurt. With a grin, he sweetened the deal for Moso. Think about it. If you show off against an S-class student, it'll look great on your record. Yusol didn't hesitate for a second. Yeah, all right, let's get on the platform. Moments later, Yusol and Moso Dordan stood facing each other on the academy's dueling stage. Moso shot him a contemptuous glare, his arrogance practically radiating off him. But Yusol remained perfectly calm, carefully observing his opponent without underestimating him. Down below, Moso's crew started cheering him on. Moso, crush him! Humiliate that guy in front of everyone! Moso's voice dripped with confidence. All right, just you, watch. Yusol sighed, completely unimpressed. Asterisk, what is this? Asterisk, he thought. Looks like Uslake and Reedon's fan club. Kids these days are so petty. Asterisk. Seeing how cocky the guy was, Yusol was actually thrilled. Asterisk. This is perfect. It's a required class, and since I can't use magic, this works out for me. Asterisk. Then his gaze shifted to the instructor who set this all up. Asterisk. Now that I think about it. Baron's had a reputation for being cruel since my first year. Asterisk. With a surprisingly good mood, Yusol made up his mind. Asterisk. All right, let's do this. Asterisk. His own confidence was just as high as Moso's. Asterisk. This is a good chance to test the results of my training. Asterisk. After the two sized each other up, the rules were announced. The match would be turn-based. One attacks, one defends. No other magic was allowed. The announcer's voice boomed. Moso attacks first. Moso immediately took his stance, ready to strike. Moso's crew started shouting again. Moso's got this in the bag. He's a master of offensive earth magic. There's no way that guy can block his attacks. Unseen by most, Jeremy Skelvin had appeared in the crowd, silently observing the tense showdown. At that moment, Instructor Baron's voice cut through the noise. Ready, then he roared, Begin! Instantly, a smug look crossed Moso's face as he unleashed his special spell. A murmur rippled through the students below. Is that second-tier magic? The unwritten rule for basic magic class is to only use first-tier spells. Everyone looked worried for the main character. Is Yusol going to be okay? But in Moso Dordan's mind, there was only scorn. Asterisk US class punk. Get a taste of my real power. Asterisk. He immediately launched his Stone Pierce spell straight at Yusale. But contrary to Moso's arrogant assault, Yusale stood his ground, perfectly calm and ready to counter. He tightened his grip on the invisible sword. His eyes blazed with determination as he unleashed his countermove. With a single fluid motion, Yusale effortlessly shattered Moso's Stone Pierce spell. Down below, Baron broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Jeremy Skelvin remained silent, his gaze fixed on their every move. On the platform, Moso couldn't believe his eyes. His entire body trembled as he stared where his spell was just destroyed. What? No way! My magic! It just vanished! After that single strike, Yusole stood completely composed, taking in the scene. The female students started chattering amongst themselves. Did he just cut magic with his sword? But can you even do that? Can magic just disappear? Instructor Baron couldn't believe what he just witnessed, trying to process it. Asterisk, no, just slashing it isn't enough. Asterisk, asterisk. But Yusole definitely made Moso's magic disappear. Asterisk, from what he knew, all magic had a flow of mana. If you could cut that flow with pinpoint precision, the spell would simply cease to exist. Looking at the imposing figure on the stage, Baron couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk, did he really pull that off? Asterisk, Yusale glanced down at the invisible sword in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. Asterisk, not bad, huh? Asterisk, asterisk. Right now, I can only cut up to third-tier magic, but all those days and nights of training are finally paying off. Asterisk. He quickly made his decision. Asterisk. This is more than enough. Asterisk. Unable to accept reality, Moso's face turned beet red. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. How dare a commoner like you? Instructor Baron was panicking just as much, worried about his own skin. What a mess. If Moso loses here, I'm in huge trouble. So, Baron called out, his voice loud and clear. Yusole, I acknowledge your defensive skill, but that kind of defense can only block one attack at a time. Eventually, it has its limits. He deliberately emphasized his next words. For example, when facing a barrage of attacks, the hint was as subtle as a brick. Moso's eyes lit up with understanding, and a sinister smirk spread across his face. Baron's words annoyed Yusole. Asterisk. What is this clown talking about? Asterisk. Before he could process it, his instincts screamed a warning. Moso was already casting another spell, weaving a completely different magic circle. It seemed Moso had let his anger get the best of him. A demonic look twisted his features. His actions sent the crowd into an uproar. Wait, hold on. This is going too far. That's dangerous. Isn't the professor going to stop him? But the chaos only seemed to fuel Moso. With a wicked grin, he lunged forward without hesitation. It's over, he screamed, aiming his stone spear barrage right at Yusole. Yusole was caught off guard by the sudden attack. For a moment, he could only stare wide-eyed. He stood frozen, about to take the full force of Moso's vicious spell. But in reality, his mind was racing. Asterisk. A total of 11 projectiles are flying at me. Asterisk. Asterisk. Can't use blink. Can't slash them all. Asterisk. He made his decision in an instant. Asterisk. There's only one option left. Block every single one. Asterisk. And with that, Yusole unleashed his counter technique. Seeing this, Moso's confidence faltered. His brow furrowed, and he glared at Yusole, grinding his teeth. In that moment, Moso was completely stunned. Asterisk. How could my strongest spell be neutralized so easily? Asterisk, he thought. Down below, Instructor Baron was having a meltdown. Asterisk. Damn it, what the hell is Moso doing? Asterisk. Asterisk. If he loses, I'm finished. Asterisk. Back on the platform, Yusole admired his invisible sword. Asterisk. Oh, let's try copying that move I saw in the game. Asterisk. Not bad at all. This technique, I'll call it sword sweep. Asterisk. From experience, Yusole knew maintaining the blade's form like this consumed several times the normal amount of mental energy, leading to a serious drop in stamina. He mused to himself. Asterisk. Plus, the defensive power is weaker than blocking a single target. In a real battle, this would be tough to pull off. Asterisk. Yusole felt a rush of relief. Asterisk. Good thing this is just a practice match. Asterisk. The sight of his easy deflection caused a stir. Whoa! I've never seen a technique like that. It's like a magic shield. Is there really a defensive magic like that? At this rate, Moso's going to lose. Every word was like salt in the wound, deepening his humiliation. Moso clenched his jaw. Damn it all. At that moment, Moso looked like he was about to snap. The magic in his hands began to warp strangely. Asterisk. How dare he? A mere commoner. Asterisk. He raged internally. The other students noticed something was wrong. Huh? Is he going to attack again? But Moso's turn is over. Hearing this, Instructor Baron cheered inwardly. Asterisk. That's right. Keep attacking. Asterisk. Fueled by a dark power, Moso roared with fury. Get ready, Useol. This time I won't hold back. Just then a voice cut through the noise from below. Professor. Baron turned. Huh? He saw a student calmly approaching him. He softened his tone. What is it, Jeremy? Jeremy offered the instructor a friendly smile. But he cut right to the chase. Jeremy Skelvin asked directly, why haven't you switched the turn to Useol? The question made the instructor freeze, his face twisting awkwardly. Well, that's... He didn't dare give a real answer, his shifty eyes darting around as he mumbled under his breath. The other students erupted in protest. This was no basic first-year training session. With one wrong move, someone could get seriously hurt. What was this instructor thinking? His turn was over. Lost in the crowd, Baron didn't dare meet Jeremy Skelvin's gaze, thinking to herself, damn it, I was so focused on the match I didn't even notice everyone's reaction. The professor was sweating bullets, his eyes wide with panic as he stammered, I'm switching to a magic shield attack. But in a flash, Mu was already on the ground, defeated at the tip of Useol's sword. Just then, the commentator's voice boomed, declaring Useol the victor. Mu was frozen in shock. His earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by pure, unfiltered fear. Down below, Jeremy Skelvin let out a faint, satisfied smile. So Useol won after all. He's even more impressive than I thought. But then, his expression twisted into a sinister, demonic grin. After the match, inside a lavish room, piercing screams of agony echoed endlessly. Bear stood silently in a corner, listening to the horrifying cries. Please, please spare me. Those screams belonged to the pathetic loser, Mu, who was being punished for his challenge against Useol. He now lay broken in a pool of his own blood, and his tormentor was none other than Jeremy Skelvin himself. He casually wiped the last traces of blood from his hands and called for Burr. She quickly responded, Yes? Jeremy, calmer than ever, said to her, It seems my friend is quite badly hurt. Take good care of him, will you? I'd be heartbroken if anything were to happen to him. Baron could only reply, Yes, I understand. He even politely said, Sorry to trouble you. Then he turned and walked away, leaving her mind in a complete mess. Baron watched him go, completely bewildered. Not a subordinate, but a friend? As she knew it, in the Skelvin Empire, where magical power decided everything, Jeremy Skelvin had crushed all his siblings to claim the title of Crown Prince when he was just 12 years old. But if Mu wasn't Jeremy's subordinate, it meant the Doden family would be exiled from the political arena. Forever. With a worried look, Baron thought, it's not just Mu. Now that the commoner Useol has caught Prince Jeremy's attention, his peaceful school life is officially over. The scene shifts back to the academy, the dream institution for so many hopeful students. It was potion-making class, and the students were all present, with two of them buzzing with gossip. Hey, did you hear? About Useol from the S class? What's all this about a knight spirit? What a joke. What does a magic academy have to do with knights, anyway? But still, he defeated Mu of the Doden family. For real? The Doden family has some serious influence in the Sven Empire, don't they? Full Moon, who had arrived early to prepare, overheard their conversation and felt a surge of irritation. Everywhere she went, she heard people talking about Useol. Even though I don't want to attract attention, this is getting on my nerves. Just who is this guy? Suddenly, a sharp, bitter female voice cut through the chatter. All right, focus up. It was Menton Tyran, the professor of alchemy. Holding a vial, she lectured, alchemy demands absolute precision in dosage, time, and temperature. Menton Tyran announced loudly, Today, we will be brewing the Tyran recovery potion, which I personally researched and developed. Everyone, pay close attention. Down below, Full Moon was meticulously measuring every last drop, completely annoyed. This is so frustrating, she thought. One tiny mistake and it's all ruined. The professor's lecture was making her drowsy. To be honest, I want to stay as far away from alchemy as possible because it's so complex and tedious. At the same time, from across the room, Menton's shrill voice rang out. Aunt Theresa, what in the world do you think you're doing? She relentlessly scolded the student. And you call yourself an alchemist? The terrified student could only stammer, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Full Moon recalled a crucial memory. Professor Menton Tyran is fated to become a notorious dark sorcerer. I need to get more ingredients. So, I have no choice but to continue with this class. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to someone who was brewing something with a sinister expression. That's right. That's it. The female main character felt a flicker of anxiety when she recognized Yu Seol. The sight of him sent her mind into a spiral. At first, I thought he joined this class to get closer to Anello, but now, it seems he's just a genuine creep. What the hell did I just see? She let out a long sigh. Whatever, I just need to find my ingredients. After a long period of concentration, Full Moon's 2 potions were finally complete. She let out a weary sigh of relief, feeling a bit of pride in her heart. Finally done. Good thing I'm a top student, or I would have never finished so quickly. Suddenly, remembering something, she scanned the room and wondered, wait, where's Anel? There she was, engrossed in her work at the very next table. Seeing her so diligent, Full Moon felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, it looks like she's doing just fine. Just as she finished that thought, Full Moon froze, a realization hitting her. Wait a second. Just fine? According to what she knew from the original story, Anel was supposed to have accidentally found Mazen Tyran's magic technical notebook, and by some miracle, she was supposed to create a recovery potion even more advanced than the Tyran potion in this very class. Full Moon was lost in her own thoughts. So why is she brewing the potion like a normal student? Her train of thought was shattered by Professor Menton Tyran's shrill voice. Yu Seol, who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients? He replied calmly. Huh? But this way gives a better result. Hearing his cheeky answer, she became even more furious and snapped. Is this the time to be talking about results? Menton Tyran continued to screech. This is not the Tyran recovery potion I requested. Full Moon was stunned by those words, a question exploding in her mind. What? Looking at Yu Seol's calm demeanor, she couldn't believe it. Could it be that the advanced potion Anel was supposed to create was made by Baek Yusun instead? Full Moon stared at Baek Yusun in shock. Something was seriously wrong here. She looked at his potion vial, wondering why Baek Yusun was able to create the advanced Tyran potion instead of Anel. Tyran put a hand to her head, completely fed up. This is absurd. Your attitude is abysmal. See? I told you commoners can't handle this. Hearing that, Full Moon's memory clicked, and she thought, that line was supposed to be, see? That's why your entire family was annihilated. That line, originally spoken by Professor Menton Tyran to Anel, became a deep trauma for her, haunting her to the very end after she lost her family. Full Moon's eyes remained fixed on him as she continued to analyze the situation. Could it be that Yu Seol knew this would happen and deliberately made the professor target him in order to protect Anel? She felt a bit worried for him. Professor Tyran was an influential figure at Stella Academy. Once you got on her bad side, your grades in all other subjects would be affected as well. She blurted out, that idiot, then thought, is he really willing to go this far just for Anel? Suddenly, Professor Tyran shrieked, what is with that attitude? She furiously demanded, get your parents here, now! Only then did he realize the severity of the situation. He let out a sigh. I almost forgot. Baek Yusun was annoyed. I was so absorbed in alchemy that I forgot about this troublesome plot point. He answered in a weak voice, I don't have parents. Hearing that, Menton Tyran's face turned beet red with rage. How dare you say that to me? But he didn't care anymore and thought, whatever, I'm already a target, so what's there to be afraid of? All right then, tomorrow I'll try making a kimchi potion and a coke potion. A few weeks later. You Seol. Professor Tyran's shout echoed through the hall again, causing all the students to turn and watch the unfolding drama. The argument between the two of them hadn't ended since that day. She said, annoyed, how many times do I have to tell you not to change the alchemy ingredients? He replied nonchalantly, but I only tweaked your formula a little, Professor. The results are better. Hearing this, she was left utterly speechless. What? Baek Yusun subtly touched his glasses, activating them to read her information. A system window appeared. Menton Tyran. Dark corruption rate, 21%. Traits, inferiority, jealousy. Title, Dark Contractor, Alchemy Professor. Chapter 8, Corruption Confirmed. He watched Menton Tyran tremble with rage. He smiled to himself. Good, everything is going according to my plan. Yu Seol remembered the information related to her. Chapter 8 boss, Menton Tyran, is corrupted by darkness. She is one of the villains who succumbs to her inner demons. Once her dark corruption rate exceeds 90%, she will fully transform into a dark humanoid. But a corruption rate under 50% is magically undetectable. He analyzed the situation grimly. May's current dark corruption level is 21%. There's no way to prove she's a dark magic user. Without proof, he can't expose her. The only option is to keep provoking her until her corruption spikes past 50%, then call in the dark magic elimination squad. Normally, there's a way to save someone from dark corruption before they're fully converted. But Mei Jean made a pact. She willingly signed a contract with the darkness. The seed of evil is already rooted in her body. There's no saving her now. Baek Yusun watched her, his guard raised. He'd only read up to chapter 4 of the original story, but he knew she was a powerful boss. He had to be ready, or she would turn the other students into dark magic users and threaten Stella's safety. May crossed her arms, glaring at him. "You just never learn, do you?" She sneered, her threat a warning to all the other students. "Oppose me, and you can forget about passing my alchemy class." He didn't care. He just sighed. Even better, he thought. Let her focus all her attention on me. In the meantime, might as well get some muscle training in. A little while later, everyone was split into groups, making Yusun groan. "You've got to be kidding me. He never expected the practical exam to be a group project." The two guys assigned to his team didn't look happy about it either, sharing silent, annoyed glances. Even Eamon was completely silent. The tension was suffocating. "Geez," he thought, "look at this gloomy atmosphere. You'd think we were at a funeral." So he decided to break the ice. "Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Yusun." One by one, the others introduced themselves. "I'm Cassian. I'm Marianne. And I'm I." Suddenly, Marianne buried her face in her hands and started to cry. "Our group is completely screwed," she wailed. She explained that Professor May gives terrifyingly low scores to students she hates. Taking the test was pointless. A pang of guilt hit Yusun. "This is my fault. I dragged you guys into this." But Amon immediately shot that down. "We can't just give up like that," one of them stammered. But she quickly explained, "Listen, at least 3 alchemists from the association will be here to judge the practical exam. That means Professor May can't just fail us on her own." It was like a light bulb went off. Hope washed over their faces. They looked at each other, nodded, and let out a huge sigh of relief. A new energy filled them. "All right then, we have to give it our all, thank goodness. Besides, this is a potion I've always wanted to try making." Baek Yusun turned to her with a cheerful look, which startled her. Eamon was surprised for a second, then quickly turned her head away, ignoring him. She continued, "Anyway, the D-grade enhancement potion in this assignment isn't that difficult if we combine what we know. The only issue is, the ingredients are hard to find. So, who's going to get the main one, the fire lizard's tail?" Without a second thought, Yusun raised his hand. "Leave it to me." The room buzzed with discussion as the team got to work. Everyone knows monster corpses are the most important ingredient in alchemy, right? You have to choose the freshest ones. Of course. Eamon glanced at Baek Yusun, thinking to herself, "He seems so confident. Maybe this will be okay." He just smiled, already thinking, "Fire lizards? All right, I'll deliver them myself." That evening, in a dark room somewhere, a student went to see Professor Maytiran. "You called for me, Professor?" She immediately handed him a sheet of paper. "Take this notice to the alchemy class students." A wicked smile spread across her face as she stressed the most important part. "And make sure you exclude Group 12. The student took the paper and left. Yes, Professor. She had it all figured out. The practical alchemy exam would take place under the watch of professional alchemists from the association. When they see his pathetic display, his future in alchemy is over. She leaned against the wall, muttering with satisfaction, "Baek Yusun, I'll teach you the consequences of defying your teacher." The next day, in the S-class training hall, Full Moon was practicing her magic. She heard someone call her name and turned to see who it was. The student handed her the paper and said, "This is for you. A notice from the alchemy class." Full Moon took it. "Oh, thanks." The student quickly added, "Hey, don't tell anyone about this, okay? People who know what's good for them will keep quiet." After giving his warning, he quickly left. She watched him leave with a sigh. He just means don't tell Baek Yusun's Group 12, right? Full Moon thought. And why should I listen to him? She opened the paper and read the notice. The practical exam topic will be changed from the D-grade enhancement potion to the Tyrann recovery potion. Students are advised to take note. After reading it, Full Moon was stunned. Wait a second. She realized that if Baek Yusun knew the events of the original story, he would have prepared for this. Instead of getting fire lizard tails for the D-grade potion, he'd be preparing Adalix shells for the Tyrann recovery potion. Thinking about this, she clenched the paper in her fist, making a decision. That's it. Full Moon realized this was the perfect chance to put him to the test. To prepare the ingredients for the practical, Yusun teleported to the Ribley Coliseum. The moment he arrived, he grabbed his head and groaned. Teleportation gates are great, but the dizziness is a real killer. Suddenly, a strange voice caught his attention. "Welcome, Mage Baek Yusun." A blonde staff member greeted him warmly. "It is an honor to welcome you to Ribley." Yusun bashfully shook his head. "I'm not an official mage yet, just a student," she replied cheerfully. A student of Stella receives the same privileges as an official mage. When the staff member mentioned Stella, a buzz rippled through the people nearby. "Hey, look, a Stella student," one person whispered to another, pointing at him. "Really? It's my first time seeing a Stella uniform. I'm so jealous." The girl continued her friendly welcome. How do you find it? If you need any assistance, just let me know. Baekyu-san gave a quick thanks and started walking. As he went, he thought, all you need is a pass and a Stella pocket watch to be treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy truly is amazing. Plus, I can use the teleportation gates for free, something that usually costs 100,000 credits. Thanks to that, I've been using the gates every weekend to visit the surrounding cities, and the result is that everything I've seen is exactly the same as the world I know. After walking for a while, he went deep into the forest and looked around, muttering, this should be the place. Baekyu-san knew that today's target was the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Although their strength and power were only a little higher than a normal beast's, they had high magic defense and were incredibly agile. You needed at least level 2 magic to take them down. Yusan remembered hunting level 1 monsters before, and it wasn't too hard. A level 2 shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, something flashed past him like the wind. Baekyu-san immediately recognized it as a monster and thought, it's here. He drew his sword, ready to attack. He stood perfectly still, not moving an inch, focusing his senses. From inside a bush, a pair of blood-red eyes stared right at him. Then, it locked onto its target and shot out with terrifying speed. Baekyu-san activated his intuition skill for the fight. With no wasted movement, he spun around just as his sword pierced straight through the fire lizard's body. It coughed up blood and shrieked in pain. Baekyu-san coldly watched it struggle in its final moments, feeling nothing at all. After a final twitch, the fire lizard went stiff and collapsed to the ground. He let out a breath and swung his sword down. That's one down. Hearing a rustling all around him, Baekyu-san immediately turned. He saw several more fire lizards that had rushed over after hearing their comrades' cries. He gripped his sword, and a smirk crossed his lips. And now, he charged towards them with excitement. Let's start collecting materials. The day of the practical exam finally arrived. Eamon's eyes went wide with shock at the pile of glistening ingredients he brought. She exclaimed, they're so fresh. Baekyu-san nodded with pride. Of course, she hesitated. At least you know how to choose ingredients. He shot back. If you know that, then be quiet. Eamon was thrilled when she saw they had everything they needed. Great, now we just have to combine them. The group members looked at each other, smiling and encouraging one another. Let's do this. At that moment, Professor Maytiran, standing next to 3 other judges, spoke up. Once everyone was gathered, the professor addressed the judges. As we announced, today's examination will be witnessed by esteemed alchemists from the official Alchemy Association. Perform well for them, and your future in alchemy will be limitless. Now, let us begin. Then Manhwa announced the day's test, a Type B Tyran supplement potion. Yusal's team was totally stunned. What? The professor continued. You've all prepared your ingredients, haven't you? Amon frantically raised her hand, stammering. Excuse me, Professor, but we thought the assignment was a strengthening potion. The professor gave a faint, cold smile. It was, but I already announced the topic had changed. It was now a restorative supplement. She glanced down at the students. Isn't that right, everyone? Amon looked around, but no one else said a word. It was obvious the entire class knew except for Baekyu-san's team. He thought to himself, she's playing dirty. I'll be fine. But if the others fail because of this is bad. Baekyu-san frowned, racking his brain. Was this part of the original story? He then noticed Full Moon staring at him. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away, leaving Yusiol baffled. Full Moon herself was bewildered. What's going on? Doesn't Baekyu-san know the original plot? Why isn't he stopping this? Professor Menatiran feigned concern. Oh dear, did you bring the wrong ingredients? The student just stammered. She feigned disappointment. An alchemist, a seeker of truth, mixing up materials and losing sight of their goal. Then, a wicked smile spread across her face. It seems there's no other choice. Team 12 will be... Before she could finish, a voice cut through the tension. Hold on. Baekyu-san raised his hand. What's so difficult about making a Tyran supplement potion? The professor was stunned. What? Baekyu-san continued. I'll make it. Manhwa was floored as he declared he'd brew it with different ingredients and make it even better than hers. He just smiled with his usual confidence. The 3 visiting alchemists began whispering amongst themselves, but she just looked at him and sneered. The main ingredient for a Tyran supplement is the italic spider shell. This shell contains massive amounts of nutrients, which is precisely what makes the potion so effective. And yet, this kid planned to use a fire lizard's tail. Manhwa's smile widened. Even better. I'll use this chance to end his alchemy career in front of everyone. She looked at Yusal's team and gave her consent. Very well. You have 1 hour. Menatiran's voice was stern. Complete the Tyran supplement potion within the time limit. Staring at the red lizard tail, a teammate cried out, Are you insane? Kasahun stammered in confusion. But that's... Yusol. But he just shrugged with a wry smile. Well, it's come to this. We have no choice but to risk it. Baek Yusun reassured his anxious team. Just trust me and follow my lead. It's better than getting eliminated. Hearing this, their spirits lifted. All right, I'm in. Yeah, let's show them what we've got. Seeing their morale restored, Baek Yusun smiled, satisfied. Okay, listen up. A golden magic circle appeared. Alchemy. His mind drifted back to his time in the real world. During my journey to conquer the game, alchemy was always one of the fields I was most passionate about. He remembered sitting at his computer typing away. I meticulously recorded every single recipe, down to the smallest detail. And obviously, the formula for the Type B Tyrann supplement potion was no exception. He thought, I never intended to use this recipe, because it's something the future Professor Manhwa was supposed to invent after years of research. Pointing at the lizard on the table, he explained, the reason italic spider shells are so nutritious is because they're essential for reproduction. He indicated an exposed piece of skin. A fire lizard's tail has a similar organ, this very blood vessel. He added, I heard the Alaco tribe in the southern desert uses these blood vessels to boost their chief's health. They live incredibly long lives, so this can definitely replace the spider shell. Maliwan raised her hand to volunteer. I know a little about the Alaco tribe's processing techniques. Should I handle this part? Baek Yusun immediately agreed. Yeah, that's perfect. He then looked at the red leaves. This mistletoe needs to be dried using a special desert method. Anyone know how? Kasahun quickly caught on. The solar energy drying method, right? I learned it from my father. With this many blood vessels, I can dry them in about 5 minutes, he continued. What about the rest of the processing? Another teammate quickly volunteered. I'll take care of it. He gave a grateful nod. I'm counting on you. After assigning all the tasks, the team got to work with intense focus. Baek Yusun watched his teammates, thinking, everyone's pretty skilled. Once the prep work was nearly finished, he spoke up. All right, now we'll start brewing, just as I instructed. Professor May stared at the final product, completely stunned. The vial held a mysterious, shimmering purple liquid, exactly as she'd imagined. He smiled and presented it, the Type B Tyrann supplement potion, Professor. The red-robed alchemist behind her began whispering, I can't believe it. Did those kids actually pull it off? Minatiran seethed internally. Ridiculous. It took me years of research to create that potion. How could they possibly complete it so easily? One of the red-robed alchemists reached for the vial. Allow me to inspect it. She closed her eyes, using magic to analyze the potion, then they shot open in surprise. Another in the group asked, What is it? The examiner replied, There are still some minor flaws, and quite a bit of wasted material, but its effects are even better than my own Tyrann supplement potion. Hearing this, Yusol's team erupted in silent celebration. The professors couldn't stop praising the potion. Excellent! You young people possess such novel knowledge. Minatiran's voice cracked as she yelled, Give that here! Things weren't going according to her plan, and she was furious. She snatched the potion. Let me verify this myself. The moment her hand touched the vial, her jaw dropped in shock. Holding it, she thought, there's no mistaking it. This potion uses the technique of converting monster nutrients into human energy. A technique times researched. She grit her teeth, her knuckles turning white. This is clearly a perfect Tyrann supplement potion. Impossible. How could they create something superior to my own work in such a short time? A vicious thought then crossed her mind. Whatever. In the end, I'm the one who gives the grade. She slammed the potion onto the desk, thinking, I'll just fail them for using the wrong ingredients. She spoke up, preparing to announce her verdict. After careful review, Team 12. But she was suddenly cut off by one of the red-robed alchemists. An A rank would be too low for Team 12. He smiled at Minatiran. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Mayren? Minatiran scowled, gritting her teeth as she glared back at him. Damn these old fools, she thought. Finally, she reluctantly announced, Team 12 passes. The members of Team 12 broke into huge, happy smiles. They all cheered in Unicelan, We did it! The members buzzed with excitement. Not bad, huh? That was epic. Behind them, Minetiran clenched her fists, her face twisting with rage. I'll deal with you later. You sull. A system window appeared. Professor Minetiran's dark corruption rate is increasing. Later, at the training grounds, students were busy practicing magic on dummies. Full Moon stretched and sighed. Finally done. I'm too old for this school stuff. It's exhausting. Suddenly, a voice caught her attention. It's okay, Akshu. 2 students were comforting a crying, pink-haired girl. You did great. Right now, you're still way better than the princess. Full Moon watched Akshu wipe away her tears, thinking, Isn't that the kid they call the fire magic genius? One of the girls comforting Akshu said, But her rate of progress is terrifying. We've been training for years, and yet the princess. The other girl added, Sooner or later, the princess's power will grow beyond our control. Full Moon was stunned. Her control isn't supposed to develop until her second year. Why is this happening now? She turned her head slightly, looking at the girls behind her. Was this Yuseol's doing too? She replayed the memory in her mind. Now that she thought about it, the alchemy practical exam was also strange. She started connecting the weird little details. The formula for the type B Tyran supplement was originally discovered by the future Enel, only to be stolen and perfected by Manent Tyran. Full Moon stroked her chin, lost in thought. How could Yuseol know a formula that never even appeared in the original story? This scene was definitely not in the novel. A sudden theory sparked in her mind. Wait a minute, he knows information from the future, but he doesn't know the plot of the original novel. Full Moon considered an impossible scenario. What if he isn't a transmigrator, but a regressor? Her eyes lowered as she began piecing everything together. If that was the case, then everything made perfect sense. If Yuseol came from the future, he'd only know about future advancements. He wouldn't remember every single minor event that happened to Enel. That's when it hit her. In the original story, Ma Yuseon had also regressed once. Her hands recalled the image of a glowing, golden hourglass, the one and only artifact in this world with the power to control time. If it's the power of that person, a voice cut through her train of thought. What's wrong? She looked up in surprise at the approaching Haegun Ryong. She quickly rushed over to him. Perfect timing. You know Yuseol, right? What kind of impression does he give you? Haegun Ryong looked back, confused. What do you mean? I just see him as a slightly unusual student, that's all. Full Moon pressed him. Anything else? You don't feel anything different about him? Haegun Ryong simply said no. She let out a disappointed sigh, covering her forehead. I see. Haegun Ryong asked curiously. Hey, Full Moon, do you, by any chance, have a thing for Yuseol? She hesitated before answering. I think I might. His eyes widened in shock. You do? Full Moon looked down and confirmed it. Yeah, she thought to herself. After all, Yuseol is just like me. He knows the contents of the original novel. Golden sunlight streamed into the hall where they were talking. But this isn't right. This can't keep going. What do you mean? He asked. Full Moon looked at Haegun Ryong with new resolve. Just standing around here doing nothing? That's not my style at all. And speaking of Yuseol, maybe I should just go find him and confess right now. Haegun Ryong froze at her words, his mind screaming, confess? After their heart-to-heart, Full Moon smiled and waved. Thanks for listening to me. I'm heading out. With that, she turned and left, leaving Haegun Ryong behind with a strained smile plastered on his face. As Full Moon's figure disappeared, his smile vanished, replaced by a dark, brooding expression as he muttered to himself. Full Moon stood alone in the school courtyard, feeling a bit lonely. The next day, Yuseol sat alone, sipping tea in the academy cafeteria, surrounded by the cheerful chatter of other students. He thought, what am I supposed to do now? Manent Tyran's dark corruption rate had already hit 37%. In less than 3 months, the tragedy would strike. Manent Tyran's corruption would bring disaster upon one of the students. He ran through the names: Jeki, Full Moon's close friend, Bond's loyal female knight, and Haegun Ryong, the sole heir to the Moonlight Tower. If Haegun Ryong fell to the darkness, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that thought, he stood up and hurried away, his heart heavy. Even though the probability was extremely low, Haegun Ryong's corruption would mean the absolute worst-case scenario. He had to be especially careful with those three. The one with the highest chances. As he was lost in thought leaving the cafeteria, Yuseol ran right into Full Moon. She immediately crossed her arms and confronted him. What do you think you're doing? Yuseol asked. What are you talking about? Full Moon shot back. You never gave me a clear answer last time. About who you really are. Yuseol got flustered. That question again? She really knew how to put someone on the spot. His eyes met hers, and an idea sparked. Maybe I should just tell Full Moon the truth. It could lead to more information, and maybe a better ending. All or nothing. Might as well try. But just as he opened his mouth to say, I am, countless red warning windows popped up around him. Insufficient story power. Warning. Do not reveal your transmigrator status to this character. Warning. Do not share knowledge or information with this character. Yuseol clutched his head. This is driving me insane. What the hell is this? In the end, he had no choice but to obey the system and find another way. All right, let's do this instead. Everyone has their secrets, so let's just tell each other half the truth. How about that? Full Moon considered it, then said, okay, I agree. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Full Moon spoke first. Then I'll ask first. You can see the future, can't you? Yuseol broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I said half the truth. Why did she just hit the nail on the head? He fired back. The fact that you're saying that means you can too, right? What's your purpose for coming to this school? Full Moon answered. To stop the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Yuseol sighed in relief, though he had no idea if that was true. Full Moon crossed her arms. Now it's my turn. Why are you doing all this? Yusol was confused. Doing what? I'm not sure what you mean. But he decided to play it cool, so he replied, for no reason. I just do what I think is right, he thought anxiously. That should be enough, right? But Full Moon's reaction was surprisingly intense. She trembled and then yelled, That's a lie! Why would anyone be that kind? Yusol was taken aback. Full Moon stated firmly, You definitely have a goal. There's something you want to achieve, he stammered. No, I don't, she yelled. What? He clutched his head. There's nothing I want to achieve? Honestly, I don't really know anymore. Full Moon was confused. You don't know? Yusol answered truthfully. I just want to survive. But those words made Full Moon freeze. Survive? Hearing this, her expression softened for some reason. I see. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yusol was totally lost. Then, as if her mind went somewhere else entirely, Full Moon covered her face, started crying, and turned to run off, leaving him with just one line. I have to go. Yusol was bewildered. Wait, it's my turn to ask. Is she crying? Before he could even try to stop her, someone called his name from behind. Yusol. He turned around to see Hae Gunryong stalking towards him, radiating pure killing intent. What now? Yusol stammered. Hae Gunryong's face was dark as he demanded, Answer me. Why was Full Moon crying? Lie, and I won't forgive you. Yusol felt like he'd been turned to stone. Man, getting glared at by the most powerful character's rival is seriously terrifying. Now I remember. There's a plot point where Hae Gunryong has a one-sided crush on Full Moon. A misunderstanding here would be a total disaster. I have to clear this up right now. So, he said it straight. There is absolutely nothing going on between me and Full Moon. Why do you ask? But Hae Gunryong's hostile attitude didn't change. You think I'd believe that? Yusol gave an awkward laugh. Please believe me. Especially what you're thinking right now. It's not happening. I promise. He thought, that should do it, right? Hae Gunryong was silent for a moment, then bowed his head slightly to Yusol. I asked an unnecessary question. My apologies. Yusol waved his hands. No, it's fine. With that, Hae Gunryong also turned to leave. Then I'll be going. Yusol gave a farewell smile, but a seed of doubt was planted in his mind. What was that? That was completely out of character for him. Hae Gunryong, the guy who's always cold and rational, acting so unstable? This is making me really uneasy. That evening in her room, the blue-haired girl closed her book with a frustrated sigh. I couldn't focus at all today, she thought. She remembered what happened that morning after class. Yusol, I have a question for you, he had asked. What is it? That formula from earlier, did you come up with it on the spot? He had answered casually. You could say that, she murmured. I see. His answer had dealt a huge blow to the girl's pride. I've always thought of myself as a genius. I believed that with enough talent, I could beat anyone. But today, I was pathetic. Amon gritted her teeth. If I keep this up, how will I ever get revenge for my father? Her hand, resting on the book, clenched into a fist. He was framed by them, branded a traitor, and sent to his death. The rotten and corrupt Aonlit family. I will never let them get away with it. I can't give up now. Amon slapped herself hard across the cheek, steeling her resolve. She told herself, this is only the beginning. I have to get stronger. Suddenly, a voice whispered, If there was a way to get your revenge in the most satisfying way possible, would you take it? Yusol seriously questioned the trembling assistant. Aunt Teresa stammered, denying everything. She was just a lowly assistant. What reason would she have for revenge? If she got fired, she'd be out on the street. A wandering ghost has his perks. Ignoring her words, he continued his tempting offer. All right, then how about this? The assistant will become an alchemist even greater than Professor Men. His words sent a jolt of shock through her. What? Yusol pressed on, ensuring no one could ever look down on her again. Her eyes glazed over in a daze as she replied with immense gratitude. If that could happen, it would be wonderful. Seeing her reaction, he paused, lost in thought. Aunt Teresa was clearly exhausted with her life. There was no way she was content just cleaning a dusty warehouse all day. Yusol pictured the assistant, always so diligent in her tasks. Aunt Teresa secretly harbored a dream of becoming an alchemist, free to create her own inventions. And she had more than enough talent to make that dream a reality. His gaze sharpened with conviction. Because she was destined to become the greatest genius alchemist of the era, the one who would create countless artifacts with her intellect, masterpieces born from unique ideas. But the Aunt Teresa of now was the complete opposite of the legend she would one day become. Aunt Teresa said awkwardly, Sorry, I didn't even get to buy you a coffee. He gave a wry smile. It's fine, don't worry about it. Assistant Yusol was absolutely certain of his path. Although she's put her dream on hold due to harsh reality, I'll help her achieve it soon. As Stella's midterms were ending, I visited Aunt Teresa often. She clapped her hands cheerfully when she found someone who shared her ideas. Ah, you think so too? I was planning to add a color-changing button to the magic pen. He suggested adding an eraser function as well. Aunt Teresa's mind immediately caught on. Oh, you mean like a mechanical pencil? That's a great idea. Watching the assistant work so hard, Yusol thought to himself with admiration. Good. The number of Aunt Teresa's inventions is steadily increasing, but her ability to decipher formulas is still weak. He watched her struggle day after day. He desperately wanted her to escape her current fate. I have to guide Aunt Teresa to the solution before Menon does. But man, this is tough. While his soul was wandering, a voice called out, "Hey kid, why are you spacing out like you've lost your mind?" Full Moon's sharp voice broke through, warning him he was about to walk right into someone. He knew it was her. His face soured as he shot back. "Who are you calling a kid?" Full Moon instantly fired back. "You look like a kid, that's why." Yusol was annoyed but couldn't do anything, so he just grumbled under his breath. "It's true. I never told her my age. We must be running into each other too often." He decided to just let it go. Actually, running into her was a good thing. He grabbed her, determined to solve a lingering suspicion. "Hey, you know JKI, right?" Hearing the name, Full Moon's guard shot up instantly. She tried to deflect, reminding him, "Just what are you planning? I'm planning a crime." Shocked by how fast she jumped to conclusions, he immediately tried to clear things up. "I haven't even said anything yet." Seeing the doubt in Full Moon's eyes, his voice grew serious. "Please, just keep an eye on him for me." He looked at her intently, explaining, "He might be in some kind of trouble." Yusol analyzed the situation in his head. If he's been influenced by the darkness, his mood will be incredibly unstable. Flame crossed her arms, offering him a small piece of information. "I'm not sure, but we promised to go hunting together this weekend. I'll watch him then." Hearing this, Yusol immediately pressed his advantage. "Yeah, I'm counting on you." He quickly calculated in his head. During hunting season, there was only one place they'd go. The setting of Chapter 4, the Materis Cemetery. It was a desolate place, shrouded in dark energy. All the key players like Masion, Isel, and Full Moon would be at this event, and a massive battle was set to unfold with the appearance of a level 5 necromancer. Yusiol added silently, "Even though I have nothing to do with that storyline, collecting the hidden reward there would be a huge advantage for the Familia Pledge ceremony." Yusol politely handed the documents to Professor Linwon. "Here is my travel pass, sir." The professor read it and answered his own question. "Practice? I suppose that makes sense. There's no one at Stella who teaches swordsmanship or the spirit of chivalry," he asked, probing for information. "Yes, sir." The professor immediately became evasive. "It's nothing." He stared intently at a single point. Noticing a stack of papers on Professor Lahangwan's desk, he wondered, "Is that Ma Yusung's leave of absence request? Should I try asking about it?" He decided to go for it. He looked at the professor and started a new topic. "A lot of people are taking leave to go hunting lately, huh?" This time, Professor Lee Hanwan was surprisingly forthcoming. "They're all heading to the Mattis Cemetery for a club activity. I think they're hoping to open a shop." Yusol used his words to steer the conversation toward his real question. As expected, Masion and He Gunryang are both excellent, diligent students. Professor Linwan corrected him. "No, Masion said he wanted to go home." He then added that He Gunryang was going with Full Moon. The news hit him like a lightning bolt. What? Without Ma Yusung, how will they ever survive the necromancer's attack? He recalled the boy's usual arrogant and wild demeanor. What could possibly make Ma Yusung, who never went home without a major reason, suddenly request leave? He quickly analyzed the new situation. One thing was certain. With the current lineup, they stood no chance against a level 5 necromancer. He stroked his chin, his expression deeply worried. "What should I do? Without solid proof, I can't request reinforcements. Plus, because of the plot's power, I can't just reveal what I know." Yusol clenched his fists with determination. "But I can't just let them die." His eyes darkened with a risky thought. "There's no other way. I'll have to handle this myself." A few days later, at the Materis Cemetery, a place consumed by dark energy, the desolate, cold scenery was enough to send shivers down your spine. A young man took down a giant fish, throwing it onto the ground. The second-year student known as Mad Toxin sneered, "And they call this a level 2 monster? This piranha is pathetically weak." Another voice yelled from a distance, "Hey, you idiot! You completely ruined it!" A second-year student, Kasif Dirk, stepped forward and shouted, "Didn't you hear the captain's orders?" Mad Toxin scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, my bad." His completely careless attitude made Kasif Dirk explode with anger. "You think this is funny?" Over on the side, another second year, Bandian, looked at them and said, "Just leave him be. It's pointless talking to him." She then turned to reassure Amon, "Hey, you don't have to pay any attention to them." The girl quickly replied, a little startled, "Okay, The two girls' conversation was immediately interrupted by the guy's grumbling. Hey, we can hear everything you're saying, you know? Bandian shot back provocatively. So what if we can hear you? Her teammate roared in response. Shut up. Can't you watch your mouth in front of a junior? Bandian just kept laughing and teasing them. The three of them were having a blast, completely ignoring the embarrassed girl standing right next to them. Amon looked at the three of them, feeling a sense of relief. I only came here because I heard this club gets you out of class and they were recruiting. Luckily, they don't seem like bad people. The girl from before called out to her. Amon, let's go, she quickly answered. Yes, Senior Ban. But before she could finish her sentence, a magic spell erupted nearby, freezing her in place. Bandian asked, confused, what was that sound? Mad Toxin, hands in his pockets, replied, sounds like someone's having a pretty intense fight nearby. Bandian looked at Kasif Dirk and made a suggestion. Let's go say hello. We should avoid any trouble over hunting grounds, right, Captain? He was a bit slow to react, stammering his reply. Yeah. The team of four headed toward the source of the powerful magic. Amon froze in her tracks, staring in absolute shock at the scene before her. She wondered what was happening. In front of her stood Full Moon and Bi Yun, locked in a tense standoff. A sinister dark energy swirled around them both. Amon was stunned, watching the two of them, who were practically radiating hostility, trying to understand what was going on. Bon and Full Moon were surrounded by a heavy, gloomy atmosphere that only amplified the suffocating tension in the air. The two girls stood facing each other without a single word. Their gazes met, both pairs of eyes shining with unyielding determination. A single thought flashed through Amon's mind, an unaskable question. Why are Bon and Full Moon here? The loud bickering from her own team members suddenly echoed, making the tense air even thicker. An angry voice shouted out, I obviously took down that giant piranha first. Someone else shot back immediately, his voice dripping with annoyance. Are you kidding me? It's in our hunting zone, so it's ours. Suddenly, a surprised voice cut in. What the? Her eyes locked onto the massive fish on the ground, completely stunned. She thought to herself, is that a giant piranha? Another thought flashed through her mind, a mix of shock and curiosity as she realized just how rare this creature was. Rumor was, it was a Tier 3 monster, and an incredibly rare one at that. While everyone was scrambling, she just watched, completely unfazed, and took a quiet step back to let them handle it. She figured they were just fighting over the spoils of battle. Looking at the chaotic scene, AO knew getting involved would just be a headache. She glanced up, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Then, her gaze fell on Bon, who was still standing there silently, her head slightly bowed. Ai thought to herself that she really didn't want to face the sister of the man who killed her father. She started to move, a single thought racing through her mind. No, I have to get out of here now. A male student suddenly rushed past her, heading straight for the commotion. All right now, my dear juniors. He closed his eyes with a mischievous smile, soaking up the attention before speaking in a ridiculously charming voice. If you've got a problem, you can always talk to your senior, he continued with a sly tone. In a great atmosphere like this, but before he could finish, Full Moon and Bizon cut him off in Un-Iceland, yelling, shut up and get lost. His face stiffened at their words, but he tried to play it cool, forcing out a confident voice. Is that how you talk to an upperclassman? Bon's eyes were like ice, showing no sign of backing down as she retorted, then maybe you should start acting like one. Hearing that, he started stammering, his eyes locked on her with a completely flustered look. What did you say? Suddenly feeling the ground tremble beneath their feet, Bon and Full Moon both snapped their heads up, shock written all over their faces. A wave of anxiety washed over them. The ground shook violently, as if something massive was about to burst from below. A single, stunning thought flashed through their minds. This energy. Just then, a skeletal arm shot up from the dirt. Its bony, pale fingers moved slowly, but with immense power. Seeing this, Isel and the male student next to her could only stare, their eyes wide with speechless shock. Faced with the chilling sight of the skeletal arm clawing its way out of the ground, Bon was just as stunned. She stood frozen, her eyes glued to the bizarre spectacle before her. Full Moon stared at the scene, her eyes wide and her voice caught in her throat. No, it can't be. One after another, pale skeletons reeking of a dark aura began to emerge, creating a truly grim and terrifying sight. The skeletons had appeared. In the graveyard, thick fog now shrouded the tombstones, making the air feel heavy and dark. A system voice echoed in the silence. Skill experience has increased. The voice rang out again, clearer this time. Stat experience has increased. Another voice spoke in the desolate space, his gaze landing on a fallen creature as he sighed. Man, if only I could use magic too. Bi-Yu-sun rested his sword on his neck, his expression indifferent but laced with disappointment. He muttered, why did it have to be flash step? Flash step. Suddenly, Bi-Yu-sun's head shot up, his eyes sharpening. Is it that time already? He glanced left and right, scanning the silent area for something. His eyes fell upon a misty area up ahead. His expression turned serious as he let out a short breath. Before Yusan stood a massive tomb, simple in design but radiating an ancient aura. He whispered softly, "Found it." He paused, lost in thought. I don't have some overpowered skill to just wipe out an army of skeletons like Mao Xong does. After a long silence, he thought, and I don't have overwhelming strength either. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. There's only one way to survive here. Bu Sun stood firm before the tomb, his eyes sharp with determination as a new thought took hold. I have to fight like a player. He stood proudly, his gaze unwavering, like a warrior ready to face any challenge. A sharp notification rang out. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Assault begins. A sudden noise made Bu Sun's brow furrow, his sharp eyes darting towards the sound. A thought flashed in his mind. There, rising from the ground before him, was a skeleton with an aura of command. He narrowed his eyes as a thought quickly surfaced. A skeleton general? The commander of 100 skeletons? He stared at the menacing skeleton as it emerged, his mind racing. A skeleton general, a sub-boss monster that only appears 3 times in this chapter. At my current strength, a head-on fight is certain death. His eyes widened with sudden clarity. Of course, I have no intention of doing that. Bu Sun suddenly shot his hand out, punching the skeleton's head with full force as he spoke in a cold voice. "Get back in there!" The skeleton roared in pain from the blow. A grin spread across his face as he raised a hand like he just discovered a universal truth. Bu Yuan thought with absolute confidence. It's an unwritten rule in these stories. When someone is transforming or summoning something, you have to stand still and watch. The skeleton, tormented by his attacks, was completely helpless, unable to do anything but stand there. He continued to think, but that doesn't mean you can't get captured while you're standing still. Bu Sun held up the skeleton's head, and after a moment of silence he shouted, "Spine staff, complete!" A wicked smile spread across his face, his eyes glinting with smug satisfaction. In his hand was a staff made from the skeleton's head. Immediately, a sly voice announced, "Now, command of the skeleton general belongs to me." Suddenly, his voice dropped, his expression turning dead serious without a trace of humor. "All right then." Bu Sun paused for a second before his voice filled with resolve. "Let's begin." Back with Bon and Full Moon, the skeletons stood motionless, their soulless eyes staring down the students. The students were backed into a corner, tension rising as they realized they were completely surrounded by the watching skeletons. Full Moon raised her staff, her expression tight and her eyes showing clear anxiety. "I let my guard down," she thought. This is the Necromancer chapter. But then, she felt a strange sense of unease. She frowned, thinking, but something's wrong. She glanced at the others being attacked when it suddenly hit her. If I remember correctly, the one who clears this chapter is Mao Xong. Full Moon was confused, looking around and wondering, why am I with these people? Where is Ma Yuxong? She tightened her grip on her staff, a heavy feeling sinking in her chest. Don't tell me I have to face a level 5 necromancer with this group? While Full Moon was lost in thought, the familiar voice of He Gunryong cut through her daze. "I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy with my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they get here." Someone in the group nodded in agreement, their voice a small comfort that gave everyone a bit of strength in the tense situation. "Right, we just need to wait a little longer. The professors from Stella will come." But the situation was dire as the skeletons relentlessly closed in. Just then, a girl in the group spoke up, her voice firm. "Even if we can't beat the necromancer, we can at least escape." Bon raised her brightly glowing staff, her face serious as her determined voice rang out. Now is not the time for comforting words. Sizing up the situation, Bon scanned the area with sharp eyes. This is a graveyard. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons will appear. And just as she said, more skeletons began to shamble toward them step by step. Bon shouted with conviction, "We have to get back to the base now!" Jackie gasped as 2 skeletons cornered her, getting closer with each step. She screamed in panic, "No! Stay away!" The skeleton completely ignored her cries and continued to charge at her with a vicious growl. As the skeleton lunged, its sharp claws aimed straight for Jackie. A stream of energy suddenly blocked the attack. It was Isu. Isu looked at Jackie with concern. "Are you okay?" Jackie, sweating bullets, managed a small nod. "Yeah." Nearby, a senior was casting spells non-stop, a slight frown on his face and a smirk on his lips. "Oh? Not bad for a first year." After observing for a while, A.E. Isel was certain. It seems this necromancer was very well prepared. She continued in a low voice. "It's highly likely he created an energy vessel." The purpose of an energy vessel was well known. It was a technique necromancers used to store their own mana. Isu frowned, deeply considering their current predicament. Even for a necromancer, their mana isn't infinite. If you summon skeletons the normal way, she thought, a tier 3 or 4 can only pop out 15 at most. But looking at the massive horde in front of them, this was deeply unsettling. And yet, this guy was controlling a massive area. An upperclassman glanced around, noticing the number of skeletons just kept growing, and he nervously blurted out, "Skeletons are swarming this place." A look of exhaustion crossed his face, his eyes seeing the grim truth behind this attack. He let out a sigh, his voice laced with fatigue. Looks like this was all planned out. His eyes stayed glued to the creepy skeletons casting spells, his tone dead serious. They're probably trying to kill us to create skeleton mages. Next to the senior, a male student forced a smile, trying to hide the fear rising inside him. He figured that as the team captain, he had to step up, but as his eyes fell on the approaching skeletons, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. He told himself he'd just wipe them all out with one powerful spell. Feeling the pressure, he gripped his magic staff tightly. The moment his fingertips touched the wood, a small magic circle appeared as he began to cast. Suddenly, a bony hand burst from the ground. Its sharp, dry fingers clawed at his leg, grabbing on tight. He freaked out, eyes wide with terror, his body recoiling from the ice-cold grip of the skeleton. He could only let out weak, choked gasps, like a hopeless cry for help. "Ack, ack, ah!" At the same time, the skeleton let out a horrifying roar that echoed through the area, like a creature straight from hell. Seeing the kid panic, the senior didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and slammed a powerful punch right into the skeleton's face, trying to save his teammate. But it was the worst possible move. As the senior charged in, he accidentally slammed into the kid right as he was casting his spell. The magic went wild before he could finish. It exploded outward along with his panicked screams. "Ah!" His opponent saw the danger, eyes bugging out as he broke into a cold sweat. Glancing at the kid, his heart hammered in his chest as he realized just how bad this was. "Crap, they're chanting!" Someone screamed. "It's a counterattack! Get down!" Just as the words left his mouth, a blue circle crackling with energy started to expand. Full Moon and the girl in front heard the shout and spun around, their eyes wide with disbelief. With helpless looks, they could only whisper, "No." Her voice was thick with undisguised panic. Her entire face tensed up as her eyes darted toward the out-of-control spell. "If that thing blows, we're all dead." The scene shifts to a remote academy, where bodies littered the ground as survivors fought desperately against the skeleton soldiers. As the battle dragged on, the girl's vision started to go dark with exhaustion. Full Moon started to panic. "This is bad. I'm at my limit." Her friends had already been taken down, and the situation was getting worse. She was almost out of mana with no time to recover. The skeleton spirit's eyes were a terrifying, solid black. It opened its empty mouth in a silent roar, relentlessly stalking toward her. And there were just too many of them. They all started to close in on her. Full Moon bit her lip, trembling with fear. Her mind started to fade. Is this it for me? She despaired, wondering, am I going to die here? The skeleton soldiers were right on top of her, just inches away from her small frame. But in that instant, Full Moon froze. "What the?" she muttered in pure shock. In a surprising twist, the skeleton soldiers stopped their attack. They just stopped moving. The sound of someone's footsteps approached from the distance. A boy with dark brown hair stood silently behind the skeleton horde. He had a handsome face and ice-cold eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "You Soul?" she whispered. "Why is he here?" Suddenly, a skeleton soldier appeared, radiating pure rage. The sight made her jump. "Is that a skeleton general?" The skeleton leader roared in fury. Sparks of magic crackled in the air. A skeleton general was way stronger than a regular one, and it was even protected by elite skeleton soldiers. And yet, this guy was about to take it on all by himself. Yusun stood there casually, preparing to crush it. In a single flash, it was taken down. Blood splattered everywhere, even spraying near where Full Moon was standing. She was completely frozen in disbelief, I think. "I think we've been saved." The scene changes to outside the academy, where a boy with orange-brown hair spoke up. "Thanks, man. You saved our asses back there." Yusun just replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing." Aizel couldn't help but ask, "But how did you even get the skeleton general's head?" Yusun just grinned, shot him a thumbs up and joked, "I fished it out of some bone broth." Then he muttered to himself, "No need to tell them I was camping the general's spawn point." This just left the girl completely confused. Yusol seemed a little worried, so he cleared his throat and said, "Anyway, we need to figure out a plan, and fast. If the necromancer ignores the general and just controls the soldiers directly, we'll be in big trouble." The dark-haired boy then asked, "Hey, you got a plan or what?" He immediately turned to them. "On my way here, I saw the necromancer has already taken control of the area near the base. Breaking through this encirclement is impossible." He continued with a serious tone. "So, there's only one option left. We rush the boss. The other two just stared at him, breaking out in a nervous sweat. They were totally silent for a moment. Then they both yelled, "Wait, what? Are you insane?" Yusol just said, "Didn't you learn anything at school?" A necromancer's greatest strength is summoning, but their own body is incredibly weak. The gray-haired girl shot back, "But he's surrounded by tons of guards." Hearing this, he just nodded slightly, his tone unyielding. The necromancer controls a huge area. If we don't attack him head-on, we'll never get out of here. Yusun's face was serious as he calculated. Right now, the necromancer's guards consist of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton soldiers, and 50 regular ones. And their numbers will only keep growing. This is our only chance, but how do I get them on board? Suddenly, a voice spoke up, agreeing with his idea. "I'm in." It was full moon. He might seem like an idiot, but his combat experience and power are way beyond ours. The other guy added, "I agree too. Honestly, I don't think we can break through this siege. Besides, the necromancer would never expect us to attack him directly." The brown-haired guy looked back at the gray-haired girl. Both of them had anxious and worried looks on their faces. One of them said, "I have no idea where you get this confidence from, but we can't escape on our own, so we'll work with you." Then another voice added, "All right, let's give it a shot." He looked at the group and gave a slight smile. Before the necromancer could notice, deep in a forest stood a church. A bone-chilling mist clung to it, making it look absolutely terrifying. A man's foot stepped into view, and he spoke. "How lucky to run into Stella's little newbies out here." He looked utterly demonic as he continued. "If I turn them into skeleton mages, that pathetic dark magic alliance won't dare look down on me anymore." The Dark Tower's Tier 5 necromancer, Safyuk. He walked toward a field of tombstones, shrouded in a cold fog. He looked at something and muttered, 7 years of collecting mana for the power vessel. This place holds 700 skeleton soldiers." Safyuk let out a twisted smile and said confidently, "Now, no one can ever look down on me again." Suddenly, his eyes flew open in shock. He frantically wondered, "What was that?" "I just felt a disturbance. Don't tell me my skeleton general was stolen." His face darkened. Suddenly, a blinding blue light appeared right behind him. When he whipped around, the magical light was already lunging at him. Safyuk's eyes bulged and he broke into a panicked sweat. The bone shield he created began to crack, before shattering completely. He staggered back in total shock. The old man gripped his magic staff and roared with fury. "My bone shield, a 4th circle magic, actually cracked? You punk! I am going to make you pay for this!" Then Sashiyuk's eyes flew wide open. He spotted something way more terrifying than a cracked shield. Suddenly, with a massive boom, the sky exploded. Blazing tendrils of fire and lightning rained down from above, heading straight for him. Nearby, 2 strange girls appeared in the distance. They saw the whole thing. The bone shield was completely incinerated, with smoke still coiling into the air. He just stood there, stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Saphyuk gritted his teeth, his knuckles white around his magic staff. A deep sense of dread started to bubble up inside him. "I was too careless. I never thought they'd dare to attack me head-on." From the distance, 4 figures started walking toward him. They were just a bunch of rookies, but they were Stella Academy students nonetheless. He thought to himself, "I didn't want to use this move, but fighting them like this is too risky. I have no choice but to summon my elite bone soldiers." He raised his index finger to his mouth and bit down, drawing blood. Saphyuk then spread his arms wide and yelled, "My soldiers, serve your master." A violent surge of purple magic exploded around him, mixed with splatters of his own blood. The bone soldiers began to stir, and soon, a massive army of them stood at his command. He suddenly coughed up blood, wiping it away with a flash of anger. "The summoning took a toll on me, but this will be more than enough." He roared, ordering the bone soldiers to intercept the intruders. They began to swarm forward chaotically. Sap Hyuk let out a satisfied, sinister laugh. "Good, they're fighting well. Now I can relax." But just then, Bu-sun appeared, wielding a staff that crackled with golden lightning. His face was a mask of worry as he clenched his jaw. Sap Hyuk whipped his head around, his eyes wide and his jaw on the floor. Who are you?" he stammered. The boy just smirked back, radiating a confidence that said he was ready for a fight. The scene was shrouded in a thick, hazy smoke. Bu-sun stood there holding a skull-top staff, looking impossibly cool. Seeing him, Sap Hyuk's voice dripped with rage as he screamed, "Who the hell are you? Where did you crawl out from?" In stark contrast to his fury, Yuseol just offered a slight smile. For a second, it sent a chill down Sap Hyuk's spine. He thought, "That's impossible. I've been tracking every single Stella student through the eyes of my bone soldiers. How could he not have seen this guy?" But before he could process it, his eyes locked onto what Baek-yusin was holding. That's my bone general." Without giving him a chance to say another word, Bu-sun slammed the bone general into the ground. Boom! Not even 2 seconds later, A brilliant light erupted from its core, and it shattered into a million glowing fragments. Sap Hyuk clutched his chest in agony as fresh blood spewed from his mouth. He choked out a curse. Damn it! His face went deathly pale as the realization hit him. I got way too cocky. Yusol stood before him, an imposing and powerful figure. Sap Hyuk looked up in awe, thinking, so, this is the power of Stella Academy? But a moment later, that cool, intimidating image was replaced by a look of utter confusion. Uh-oh. This wasn't part of the plan. His mind raced as he remembered what was supposed to happen. Doc Wang and Bandian were supposed to take out the Bone General and back him up, but they were completely pinned down by the new elite soldiers. Over there, his friends were desperately fighting off the swarming skeletons. A wave of anxiety washed over Yusol. He thought, don't tell me I have to fight this guy all by myself. The thought of having to rely on his own strength gave him a headache, but I'm the weakest one in the group. Maybe I should just run for it? While Yusol was lost in his spiraling thoughts, a coughing sound from Sap Hyuk snapped him back to reality. He watched the necromancer stagger, clearly in pain and struggling to stand. Yusol slowly sized him up. Looks like he's injured too. An idea suddenly sparked in Yusol's mind. That's it! He pushed himself too hard, summoning those elite soldiers, and suffered internal damage. Convinced his theory was right, Yusol shot him a provocative smirk and pumped himself up. Looks like I might actually have a shot at this. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight was an endless storm of fire and steel. Bai Yun was completely surrounded by the elite bone soldiers. Seeing her trapped, Bon couldn't stop worrying about Yusun's situation. This is bad. I have to finish these things quickly and get to Yusol. Just then, a scout ran towards her in a panic, breaking her train of thought. Princess, it's an emergency. The necromancer and Yusol are fighting one-on-one. Unable to believe what she was hearing, Bon screamed in shock. What? Yusol is only a level 1 mage, and his opponent is a level 5 necromancer. How can he possibly win? Everyone knew it was an impossible matchup. The odds were Yusol was going to be completely crushed. At that same moment, a massive boom echoed from the distance, followed by a blinding flash of purple light that illuminated the entire sky. Seeing that, Bon grit her teeth and muttered through a dark expression, "If you die, I'll never forgive you." Back at the main fight, Yusol was stunned by the raw power Sap Hyuk was still unleashing. Even injured, the guy could still fight back against Yusun's assault. Giant, monstrous claws erupted from the ground, and just looking at them, you knew Yusol's fate was sealed. Seeing this terrifying display, the confidence in Yusol's eyes evaporated, replaced by shock and extreme caution. Immediately after, Sap Hyuk launched an attack straight at him. A beam of light shot from the center of the claws, but Yusol quickly shifted his body to the side, dodging it just in time. In a flash, Yusol had circled around and teleported directly to Sap Hyuk's position, landing a blow before the necromancer could even react. However, this guy wasn't going down that easy. He roared in anger. It's not that simple. While dodging a counterattack, Yusol pulled 2 vials from his pocket that he'd prepared earlier, a confident smile returning to his face. I prepared some cola potions, just for a moment like this. It was the ultimate weakness for bone soldiers. He expertly tossed the potion toward the bone shield. Sap Hyuk seemed to know exactly what Yusun was planning. He saw the cola potion flying through the air and screamed in horror. What? The potion ate away at his magic, corroding the shield. My bone shield! He yelled in fury. Sap Hyuk cursed him out. You damn rat! Without waiting for a reply, he unleashed another attack, a claw of pure magic that looked like it would tear right through Baek Yusun's body. But Yusol had already used a spatial shift. He blinked behind Sap Hyuk's back, so fast that the necromancer probably didn't even realize he'd moved. Yusol swiftly raised his sword, ready to land a sneak attack. This was his chance. But just then, the wicked Sap Hyuk turned around and looked right at him with a horrifying, twisted grin. Yusol had been discovered. He was walking right into a trap. Yusol's heart stopped. Crap! At that moment, a bone spike shot up from the ground. It had been prepared in advance, lying in wait for the perfect moment. The bone spike shot upwards, impaling Yusun completely. Ugh! A pained grunt escaped Yusun's lips as his face went ghost white. He fought through the pain, gritted his teeth, and immediately leaped backward to create a safe distance from the evil Sap Hyuk. Sap Hyuk pulled the bone spike, now slick with Yusol's blood, from the ground. He held it and sneered arrogantly. You worthless punk. You ran around making a mess, and now you face the consequences. Yusol was panting heavily. He thought, I totally underestimated him. Even injured, he's still a level 5. Despite the obvious, massive gap in their power levels, he forced himself to stand up straight, refusing to back down. Yusol carefully analyzed his opponent. In other words, this is all he's got. He must be totally exhausted too. If I can just land one more hit, he'll definitely go down. But unfortunately, Yusol was now seriously injured. He thought in frustration, The pain is so bad I can't focus my mind. At this rate, I can't reset my blink cooldown. What am I supposed to do? For a moment, Yusol panicked, his mind racing. He couldn't calm down. But then, an idea flashed in his head like a bolt of lightning. That's it! Yusol stayed slumped on the ground, baiting Saphyuk to come closer. The necromancer took the bait, closing the distance to deliver a finishing blow. With a triumphant look on his face, he screamed, "Die!" Seeing the attack coming, Yusol instinctively dodged. He scrambled to keep his distance, but the injury caused him to trip and fall flat in a mud puddle. Seeing the once cool Yuson now scrambling in fear, Saphyuk burst out laughing mockingly. "Pfft, ha ha ha. Look at you, running for your dear life." Ignoring the taunts, Yusol's face was dead serious as he struggled to crawl forward. He told himself, "Just a little more." Seeing Yuson staggering away only made the chase more exciting for him. His voice rose with manic glee. "It's useless to struggle. I'm gonna kill you right here and now." Hearing this, Yusol didn't even flinch. A cunning smile crept across his bruised face as he thought, "I've already won." Chapter 39. Yusol's face was covered in wounds, and he was gasping for breath. Suddenly, Saphyuk's voice echoed from right behind him. "I'll end you right here." Hearing that, he stopped catching his breath, a victorious smirk on his face. Baek-Yuson turned, tightening his grip on his weapon and lowering his center of gravity into a combat stance. He estimated the distance to the necromancer's subordinate was about 13 meters. Yusol's lip curled confidently. "That means I don't even have to cancel my flash step." With that thought, he vanished. Sayuk stared in absolute disbelief. Before he could process it, a blinding flash of light erupted right beside him. Huh? Baek-Yuson was on him in an instant. His sword arced through the air, giving Sayuk no chance to dodge. Yuson roared, pouring every ounce of his strength into the decisive blow. The blade ran the man clean through, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Meanwhile, the tide of battle had completely shifted. To everyone's astonishment, the elite skeleton soldiers had stopped dead in their tracks, their movements frozen. Kwangdok stared in shock as the skeletons began to disappear. He stammered in a panic. "Don't tell me!" Baek-Yuson defeated the necromancer's agent? Jackie collapsed to his knees, utterly spent and bewildered. "No way!" A moment later, a joyous roar erupted from the crowd. "We're saved! We're alive!" Back on the battlefield, Sayuk lay defeated at Yuson's feet. Baek-Yuson pushed himself up, his face caked with grime. He groaned, "Man, I'm beat. Let's just go home." Later, we were escorted back to the academy by Stella's magic knights. Inside the school, the professor's voice cut through the air. "Baek-Yuson." The professor stood with his arms crossed, his expression severe. "You said you were going to train somewhere with fresh air. I trust the cemetery was refreshing enough for you?" Hearing the sharp scolding tone, Baek-Yuson answered without emotion. "I apologize," Lehan replied sternly. "According to school regulations, you will be punished. There are no exceptions." Yusol had expected as much, so he wasn't really fazed by the threat of punishment. But strangely, the professor's next words caught him completely off guard. However, the professor turned away. "The fact that you broke the rules to protect your friends is highly commendable. The academy will grant you a reward and bonus points. Look forward to it." This was something Baek-Yuson had not predicted at all. Watching his teachers retreating back, he whispered, "Thank you." "Well, that's over." Baek-Yuson breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, "The doctor said my thigh needs a few days to recover. I should probably get some rest." Just then, he caught a familiar silhouette in the corner of his eye. He saw her standing before him and asked in surprise, "Isu?" She clasped her hands together, hesitantly offering her thanks for his courage. "Thank you for today." Very quickly, Baek-Yuson replied without a hint of emotion, "Yeah, whatever. Just buy me a meal next time." His answer left Isu speechless as she anxiously looked away. After a brief, hesitant pause, Isu summoned all her courage to ask Yusol, "In that case, can I become like that too?" The question left Baek-Yuson momentarily stunned. Seeing his reaction, she quickly clarified what she meant. "If I try my best, can I become like you?" Baek-Yuson never imagined Isu would ask a question like this. He looked at the girl before him, acting so strangely, and knew something was wrong. The Isu from the original story would never ask this. It has to be, because I interfered. He thought to himself that his interference forced Isu into a trial she couldn't win, but there was something else that troubled him more. But pushing that aside, he finally responded to Isu, "You don't need to ask me that." Seeing the confused look on her face, he continued to encourage her. "You've already achieved something others thought was impossible. That in itself is a miracle." Isu was floored by his words. How does he know so much about her? How did you Baek-Yuson cut her off? "Because I've always been watching you." Hearing those words come directly from his mouth, Isu's eyes flew wide open. "What?" Seeing Isu's reaction, Baek-Yuson was instantly horrified by the words he'd just let slip. "Wait. Did I just admit to being a stalker? It sounds like I've been watching Isel forever. What the hell just came out of my mouth? The words are out there now. No taking them back. Flustered, Byusin scrambles to get away. I'm out of here. Whoa, that was way too close. As he bolts, Isel lowers her gaze, silent. She seems lost in her own world, deep in thought. Watching his retreating figure, her heart trembles. Because no one has ever shown concern for the daughter of a traitor. Isel watches him go, a question echoing in her mind. Has he really been watching over me all this time? The thought sparks a new fire within her. Someone actually cares. A miracle? Yes, it feels like a miracle. This newfound hope becomes her driving force. The next morning, in the Academy Plaza, a massive crowd has gathered. The appearance of so many bigwigs piques Byusan's curiosity. He scoffs internally. The Ministry of Magic, reporters, even nobles, all this for a simple award ceremony? Talk about overkill. But then, his attention shifts to the ridiculously gleeful expression on Bond's face. Man, she looks way too excited about this. Maybe he's staring a little too hard, because she catches him. She glares daggers at him. What's your problem? He just shrugs back. Nothing. From the podium, Professor Liangon's familiar, stern voice cuts through the noise, instantly silencing the crowd's chatter. Settle down. Today, we honor the 12 brave students who fought against the necromancer's forces. The moment the professor finishes, the silhouette of the headmaster appears. He glides silently to the podium, awaiting the professor's next words. And these awards, the professor pauses, his gaze sweeping over the students. The headmaster maintains that polite, unreadable smile. After a beat, the professor continues. Will be presented by the headmaster himself. The announcement hits like a lightning bolt, stunning Byusan and everyone else in the crowd. Jaws drop all around. Byusan is completely blown away by this. He stares at the man, a sense of awe washing over him. That's him, the pinnacle of humanity, a ninth circle mage, Eltmound Elwyn. He'd heard the legends about this mage, a man who always wears a gentle smile, but carries the infamous title of the Butcher, the strongest mage in the world. A man like that is a complete enigma. Despite his age, the headmaster's youthful, almost friendly appearance is jarring to everyone. He gently pats a student's shoulder. You've all worked so hard. Continue to be brave and diligent. His simple touch makes the student tremble, snapping to perfect attention. The headmaster moves down the line, his gaze deep and penetrating, until it lands on Yusin. The scene should be serious, but it's actually kind of funny. The lanky Byusan has to look down at the legendary headmaster. Awkward. A powerful blue-purple aura radiates from Elmond Elwyn. It's both overwhelming and unpredictable. Byusan feels the pressure just by looking at him. So this is the power of a ninth circle mage, one of only 10 in the entire world. He knows it's rude to stare so intently at someone, but he can't seem to control himself. It's impossible to look away. The headmaster notices his intense gaze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But he doesn't question it. Instead, a warm smile spreads across his face. You're as diligent as ever, aren't you? Just as I expected. And with that cryptic comment, he moves on, leaving Byusan utterly confused. Giant question marks pop up over his head. What was that supposed to mean? Just then, the professor's voice booms again. This concludes the awards ceremony. Looking at the haul of rewards he just scored, Byusan can't suppress a greedy grin. Whoa! A prize of 5 million credits. Now that's what I'm talking about. Guess I won't have to worry about money for a while. His voice drops, his eyes shifting to an energy orb. And on top of that, I even got a share of the necromancer's heart vessel. Just thinking about it makes Byusan ecstatic. It's not ready yet, but Aunt Teresa should be able to create a subspace soon, and then carrying all these items around will be a whole lot easier. First, I need to decipher that magic engineering alchemy formula. Good thing the others were willing to let me have it. Just then, a familiar blue window appears before him. Next up, System Rewards. A message flashes on the screen. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Attack. Complete. You have acquired a large amount of EXP. Due to your unique story progression, the Constellation Project has granted a bonus reward. 1. A lesser version of a previously used game item. 2. A lesser version of a previously learned game skill. 3. Bonus experience points. Byusan isn't surprised. Oh, this again? He thinks to himself, I was on the fence about what to do. But the most important thing right now is to pour my experience points into Flash. He replays the last battle in his mind, analyzing every detail. That fight showed me just how weak I really am. Hard work alone isn't going to cut it. I have to use all my game knowledge to get ahead. The system responds instantly. Skill. Flash has accumulated sufficient EXP. Level up. Flash. Level 2. Max range, 12 meters. Max stacks, 3. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Byusan feels the power gathering around his body. This reward has given him a serious power boost. He clenches his fist, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Finally, 3 stacks of flash. Now I can use it much more freely in a fight. He turns, gazing out the window, and a new thought crosses his mind. Now, what about Isel? Meanwhile, in the Academy's journey to the soul meditation class, Isel is deep in concentration when a sudden voice calls out to her, snapping her out of her trance. She realizes with a jolt that she must have fallen asleep. Ah, when did I doze off? Seeing her blank expression, the instructor presses on. Miss Isel, what is the meaning of this? Why are you casting magic during meditation? Isel has no idea what she's talking about. Huh? The instructor sighs. Just look, above your head. She hesitantly looks up, and the sight that greets her is absolutely breathtaking. A beautiful, aquamarine meteor floats silently above her. She stares at it, completely mesmerized, before a thought hits her. Wait a second. When did I create this? I didn't use a single formula, or any calculations at all. She cautiously glances around. Did no one else even notice? Even for a first circle spell, there should have been a visible flow of mana when it was cast. A sense of dread begins to creep in. If this is really the result of his meditation advice, does that mean he calculated this would happen too? After class, the students head to a nearby pastry shop. Isel gazes down at the warm, delicious treat in front of her. She's so grateful for the prize money. It's enough to afford this 1,500 credit red bean cream bun. This is pure happiness. As she's lost in the moment, a voice cuts in. Hello, Isel. Jeremy Skelvin studies her for a moment before offering a friendly smile. Have you joined a club yet? She answers honestly. Ah, not yet. Is that right? He presses. Then how about you join my club? Isel sets her pastry down, her guard up. What's the catch? Her caution makes him chuckle. Catch? There's no catch. I just like you. Isel can tell he's lying through his teeth. Liar, she thinks. You just want to turn me into another one of your trophies. When she doesn't respond, he leans in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. You don't believe me? But Isel, I'm serious. There are no conditions. All you have to do is join my club and stay by my side. I can give you so many things. You know who I am, after all. His words hang in the air, his gaze full of meaning. Isel's mind races. Oh, I know exactly who you are. The Skelvin Empire is in a power struggle with the Adon Levit Kingdom. With the influence of Crown Prince Jeremy, her life of hardship could finally be over. She'd never have to feel pathetically grateful over a single red bean cream bun again. She wouldn't have to suffer the humiliation of being called a traitor's daughter anymore, even though she knows it's wrong. She slowly begins to answer him. But seeing her tremble with indecision, Jeremy's friendly mask drops, replaced by a twisted, predatory smirk. Suddenly, a hand slices through the tense air. Smack! Someone rushes in and slaps Isel across the face. The sudden attack leaves her completely stunned. Huh? Her bold move even made Jeremy's eyes go wide. Full Moon looked completely spent, just standing there, gasping for air. Isel stared at her, stunned. But instead of explaining herself, Full Moon just started yelling at her. You trash! You said you wanted to date me, but you're hitting on someone else behind my back? I told you I liked you, and now you're just gonna ditch me? Isel was speechless, getting blasted out of nowhere. Then Full Moon grabbed her hand and started dragging her away. Come with me. We need to talk. Isel was too shocked to even respond. The other girl pulled her along, rushing her. What are you standing there for? Let's go! Isel stammered. W, wait a sec! Watching them leave, a sinister smile crept across Jeremy's face. As if he could see right through their little act, Full Moon led her to the outer wall. Once she was sure they were safe, she let out a sigh of relief. Whew, that was a close call. Isel asked, completely confused. What was that all about? Full Moon didn't explain, just telling her, forget it. You should be thanking me, she warned her. If you had rejected him directly, he would have harassed you to death. With that, her job was done, and she immediately took off. But she didn't forget to apologize to Isel. Anyway, sorry for hitting you. I gotta go. Though Isel didn't get it, she still replied, oh, okay. Full Moon hurried away, her face filled with worry, replaying what had just happened. Did I do the right thing? If she joined that club, Jeremy would have completely destroyed her. I tried not to interfere with the original story, but seeing Yusin like that wasn't so bad. She suddenly stopped, unconsciously glancing back. A bit of fear crept into her heart. I wonder if he figured out I was lying? Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Jeremy was relaxing with some tea. Thinking about the girl from earlier, he smirked. How cute. Pretending to lie just to snatch someone away from me. The girl's fiery spirit had sparked Jeremy's curiosity. Interesting. Even more interesting than Isel. His desire to conquer was ignited. I think I want her now. Professor Luan pointed towards the projection screen, where locations for the practical exam began appearing. Today, we will begin our simulated monster combat training. The students looked on intently, hanging on his every word. For this practical exam, your target won't be level 1 or 2 monsters like before, but a mid-tier, level 3 monster. A much tougher opponent. The professor's face was stoic, his voice steady and calm. The procedure is as follows. Form a team, research your target monster, and eliminate it using sound tactics. Yusun listened with a serious expression. It was clear he was taking this exam very seriously. The professor's voice continued to echo. After selecting a mid-tier monster to hunt, you will have time to train and prepare. After outlining the exam, the professor gave them their designated location. You will all move to the Stelladome. Find suitable terrain and hunt a mid-tier monster that matches your attributes. Class A and Class S will participate. The evaluation will take place in 4 days. He then gave information about team composition. The professor left them with one final command before leaving. Form teams of up to 6 members and submit the roster to me. Isel, standing alone in a corner, couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, I hate group projects the most. A voice from nearby shattered her thoughts. Princess, will you be on our team? In another corner of the room, a girl with hip-length, reddish hair was surrounded by others. Their voices were practically dripping with flattery. What are you talking about? It's my turn. No, I'd be a much better partner. At the center of the crowd was Bion, princess of the Aden Levite royal family. Isel's thoughts drifted back to the old days, a time when she was still at the pinnacle of fame. Before the Aden Levite clan destroyed my family, I was surrounded by those same sycophants. When she and Bion were born, they started from the exact same place. The ducal house of Mor, with its ice attribute, and the royal family Aden Levite, with its fire attribute. Back when their two families competed for dominance over the magic world, Bion and Isel were the two prodigies born with immense natural talent. But perhaps because of their opposing attributes, they could never stand at the top together. A winner had to be decided. Isel wrapped her arms around herself, as if to brace for the memory. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I still get my revenge on the Aden Levite family now? Someone approached, noticing her standing alone. And just like that, Isel's train of thought was derailed once again by another voice. Hey, are you by yourself? She looked up to see Yusun. Isel stammered, answering his question with one of her own. Is something wrong? Yusun just smiled softly, raising his hand. He pointed to himself with a bright grin, extending an invitation. You should team up with me. Bion, standing on the other side of the room, quickly noticed the two of them. She wondered to herself, Yuseol? Then she saw he was with Isel and her expression soured. Why is it her? Isel was just as surprised by Yusun's offer. Did you just say, team up? He quickly answered, confirming her suspicion. You know there's no minimum number of members, right? We can form a 2-person team and get bonus points for having a small group. Isel immediately shot the idea down. She couldn't believe a 2-person team could pass this exam. Are you crazy? How can 2 people possibly take on a mid-tier level 3 monster? Doubt clouded her beautiful eyes. But Yusun remained firm, flashing an incredibly confident smile. He asked her again, so, are you in or not? Isel was taken aback by his determination. In fact, his confidence was starting to win her over. Finally, she made her decision. The two of them were officially partners. I'm in. It's not like I have anyone else to team up with anyway. Yusun got what he wanted, and his smile grew even wider. Great, I'll go submit the roster then. Isel silently watched him walk away. Then, a pair of slender legs stepped into her view. She looked up to see Bion, arms crossed, glaring down at her. Isel felt a familiar hesitation facing Bion, but she forced her voice to be firm. What do you want? If you're trying to compete with me, Bion cut her off, clearly annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting now? She looked down her nose at her. Every word a pie's-line-tipped dart. Just worry about yourself, you pig in human skin. With that, Bion turned and walked away, her gorgeous long hair swaying with each step. Isel clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing in Bion's mind. It's not like I'm competing with you over Yusun, but the fact that he teamed up with Isel, they irritated her to no end. Her footsteps faltered. This is so annoying. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? She scanned the room, her mind already scheming. She knew she could team up with anyone. But to have an advantage, she needed the strongest knight. And then she spotted him. A tall figure standing alone in the corner, bathed in the soft light from the window. Yuseong immediately felt her gaze on him. He glanced at Bion and greeted her. Hello, princess. Can I help you with something? She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Have you formed a team yet? He gave a short reply. Not yet. I was planning on going solo, just as Bion expected. She quickly made her offer. Then team up with me. But Yuseong seemed less than thrilled by the idea. Is that really necessary? Yusun and Isel have already formed a team. That sentence seemed to hit him hard. Seeing his reaction, Bion pressed on. I don't think they're aiming for a normal mid-tier monster. They're going after a special mid to large tier 1. Her gaze shifted to the new team, laughing and talking happily. Baeon seized the moment while Yusung was hesitating, reinforcing her offer. I'll say it again, team up with me. A smirk played on his lips as he considered it. A confident, battle-hungry smile slowly spread across his face. Yusung accepted her offer. Sounds interesting. I've been wanting to test my skills against Yusun for a while now. A smirk played on Bon's lips, her wish granted. All right, I'm counting on you. Her eyes sharpened, glancing at the two people talking in the distance, a silent vow forming in her heart. Yuseol and Iselo. This time I'll crush you both. Time flew by after the teams were formed, and after 4 grueling days of preparation, the beast combat simulation finally began. A grotesque, colossal purple monster stood opposite the students. Lee Hanwon glanced at the clipboard in his hands. All right, everyone. The evaluation for Class S and Class A will now commence. 2 students launched a magic circle at a snail monster, but a tree root beast easily incinerated it with a blast of fire. The other students started whispering, "Whoa, did Group 16 really pick Mugri? This mid-sized monster looks like an easy kill." Full Moon took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. It's fine. I've practiced more than enough for this. She couldn't hunt a special monster for the bonus attribute points, but taking down a mid-tier, level 3 beast by herself would still guarantee a perfect score. A group of armed students stood before the hideous purple creature. Usually, it takes 5 first-level mages working together to handle a single mid-tier, level 1 monster. But with the right elemental advantages, experience, and environment, taking down something even stronger wasn't impossible. Full Moon lowered her gaze, feeling a little helpless. My magic is the light element. It has no advantage against anything, so I just have to push through. Her attention was suddenly pulled to a blue-haired girl standing off in a corner. She silently prayed that Anel would ace this test. Her mind drifted back to the original story. Bon had made it impossible for Anel to team up with anyone, forcing her to get the lowest score in the class. I was even planning to ask her to join my group back then. You're back? Yeah, I'm back. Baek Yusun scratched his head with a dopey grin. Iselo just sighed. I was in the bathroom. You've got to be kidding me, Full Moon thought to herself. Still, if Baek Yusun was by her side, Anel's future would definitely be a lot brighter. An announcement cut through her thoughts. A large monster had been defeated. Group 16, you all did well, Instructor Lee Hanwon announced. He then called for the next team. Next up, Group 17, to the stage, Full Moon shouted her reply. Yes, sir. She jogged down the hall towards the exam area, passing Baek Yusun and Iselo. The moment Full Moon brushed past Baek Yusun, she stumbled. Her untied shoelace had gotten caught under her own foot. Her world tilted as she fell forward. Huh? In a flash, he grabbed the shoulder of her uniform, pulling her back. Pulled back by the collar, Full Moon was still completely dazed. Baek Yusun looked flustered. Ah! Full Moon was frozen, only able to utter a single sound. He gently set her back on her feet. Turning away from him, she mumbled, Thanks. Baek Yusun glanced down at her shoes. No problem. You should tie your shoelace. Only then did Full Moon look down at her own feet. Ah! She remembered her friendly classmate offering to help her just a moment ago. Genki tied it so tightly for me earlier, though. Want me to get that for you? Thanks. Baek Yusun kindly offered to tie it himself, but Full Moon refused. No, it's fine. Good thing I noticed. That could have been dangerous. She stepped confidently onto the stage, weapons in hand, shifting into a ready stance. The chatter from the other students started up again. Is she going in alone? Looks like it, another student said, his voice laced with disbelief. No way. Is she seriously planning to take on that monster by herself? A massive, ferocious boar was summoned to face Full Moon. Min Full Moon stared down the terrifying beast, her mind already analyzing. That thing has no special attributes, so I can't exploit any weaknesses. Lihan's voice boomed, signaling the start. Group 17, your test begins now. The students watched the boar's storm-like rampage, whispering amongst themselves. Look at how reckless it is. How can she possibly handle that alone? Full Moon calmly began to cast her spell. Whisper of petals on the wind. She focused her mind, staring down the beast as it charged madly toward her. Ivy vines erupted from the ground, racing to ensnare the rampaging boar. Bound by countless magical vines, the monster shrieked in agony, but Full Moon remained calm, continuing her chant. Material transmutation. The flimsy ivy petrified, hardening into solid stone. Now trapped by stone tendrils, the boar thrashed even more furiously. Full Moon watched it, thinking, We're not done yet. A shimmering magic circle appeared above her head. The stone vines began to crack under the boar's immense strength. With a final, explosive heave, the stone restraints shattered completely. The freed beast roared with primal fury, charging straight for Full Moon. But Full Moon was ready, magic staff in hand. The boar thundered towards her, its massive mouth, full of sharp tusks, gaping open to swallow her whole. Despite the danger, Full Moon showed no fear. As it closed in, she poured every last drop of her mana into a single, decisive attack. A brilliant golden light converged in one spot. She struck the monster right in its open mouth before it could react, the blinding radiance piercing through its crimson eye. The monster's eyes widened, staring at the human who had so easily defeated it. Full Moon gripped her weapon, panting as she watched the giant boar fall with a heavy thud right in front of her. The students were stunned into silence for a long moment. Finally, the whispers broke out, shattering the quiet. No way. My team of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-sized monster. Who is that girl? She ignored the praise, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. But as she was walking away, another female student caught her eye. Her eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Am I seeing things? Li Hangwan made the next announcement. Bi Yun and Mao Xian were already on the stage. We will now begin the test for Group 31. Bi Yun and Mao Xiang stood side by side on the platform. The students who were waiting their turn cheered wildly. Look, it's the princess. Go, princess, go. Seeing this, Full Moon was shocked. Why is Bon with Ma Yuxiang instead of one of her own faction members? In the original story, those two had absolutely no connection. She couldn't help but feel confused. What is this lineup? A moment later, an eerie green light signaled the monster's summoning. A hulking beast with red lips, white teeth, and tough green scales appeared. The colossal creature, covered in red stripes, let out a massive roar. A student in the crowd recognized it instantly. Wait a second. A Suwa LP? Murmurs of shock and awe spread like wildfire through the audience. Oh my god, that's a special mid to large-sized monster, as expected of the princess. It's amazing she found such a rare creature to hunt. Full Moon stared intently at the beast, thinking, it's not just a special mid to large monster. She carefully analyzed their attributes. Bon's elements were fire, earth, and thunder. Her gaze then shifted to the monster, which radiated a wild, primal energy. The Suwa LP is a water type. It has high resistance to fire, and it can fly. It's a perfect counter for both Bon and Ma Yuan. She came to a stunning conclusion. Not only are they aiming for a high-level special monster everyone else failed to find, they've intentionally given up their elemental advantage. They're going all in for the maximum possible score. But, she thought, that's a score you only get if you actually succeed. The monster's deep blue wings twitched. With a powerful flap, it stirred the air and let out a deafening roar. Bi Yun calmly faced the creature, staff in hand. Let's begin. At her word, Ma Yu-song drew his sword. Understood, princess. He took a few steps backward, surprising the students watching. Huh? What are they doing? I thought they'd attack immediately. Another student asked, why is the knight moving behind the mage? Ma Yu-seong simply smiled without explaining. He vanished in a blur of black and purple light, leaving only a faint trail behind. He then reappeared from a magic circle suspended high in the air. A brown-haired student stroked his chin, impressed. Whoa, a pretty decent blink, the girl beside him added, for a first year maybe. But at that level, there's no way he can touch the Suwa LP. She sounded confused. Besides, you can't use blink mid-air. What are they planning? Ma Yu-seong just grinned and activated his mana. The green starlight in his sword began to glow intensely. Chunks of rock around them began to float, lifted by his overwhelming pressure. Ma Yu-song leaped onto one of the floating stones. From below it, a powerful burst of fire erupted. He used the momentum to launch himself off the rock, soaring even higher than the flying beast. At the same time, the rock exploded in a ball of full moon. The brown-haired boy yelled, "Whoa!" The girl next to him was speechless, her jaw hanging open. Bai Yun, using her staff, was casting fire magic to support Ma Yu-song's ascent. Mao Xiong looked down from above, his eyes fixed on his partner below. The crowd was stunned by their perfect sync. It was unreal. He summoned a boulder twice his size, then shot forward like a cannonball. Oomph. Just as he predicted, it tried to flee. He hurled the massive rock at the monster, slamming it from midair and crushing it into the ground. Its tough green scales finally started to crack under the pressure. Mao Xiong instantly poured mana into his sword, chanting an incantation. Massive, glowing green stones erupted from the earth, pinning the Su LP as it roared in pure agony. The Suwa LP struggled desperately to move. It let out a furious roar, its eyes blazing with a golden light, and just like that, the beast shattered the stone prizon, breaking free. He landed gracefully. Just as he thought, it was trying to run. He gave a dark smirk, but it was already too late. A swirling torrent of orange-red mana was engulfing Bi Yun. The princess's spell was now complete. Biyun's fire magic was primed and ready to face the monster. A blazing pillar of crimson light descended from the heavens, striking the SYNOPSIS directly. Watching the spectacle, a student could only gasp, "Oh my God!" not believing his own eyes. They watched in shock as the monster crumbled under Biyun's onslaught. It was writhing in pain. But wait, the SYNOPSIS is supposed to have high fire resistance? Mao raised his sword as a brilliant blue mana flared to life around him. He declared with a victorious smirk, "It's over." The azure magic combined with the crimson blaze, descending on the monster and instantly vaporizing it into nothing. The SYNOPSIS head turned to ash, its body frozen stiff before disintegrating into dust on the wind. The entire arena fell deathly silent. After a moment, someone finally spoke. The SYNOPSIS was taken down without even a chance to fight back. This year's freshmen are absolute monsters. A level of skill like that could rival the third-year S-class seniors, someone remarked, watching Biyun and Mao Xiang step off the stage. So this is what it feels like to be a genius, Biyun thought with a smug smile. How about that, Biyusun? She shot a glance down at the arena floor. No matter what you choose, you stand no chance of beating me. A sly smile crept across Biyun's face. She watched Biyusun and his partner walk onto the stage, thinking with absolute certainty, "This victory is mine." Down below, Biyusun spoke to the proctor. "Give me 5 of them." Biyun stared at him in shock. A wave of murmurs swept through the other students. Did I just hear that right? It took 5 of us struggling just to handle one mid-sized monster. And those 2 are planning to take on 5? All attention was now locked onto Biyusun and Aezel. I've heard the rumors about him, but this. He seemed completely unfazed by the crowd's shocked stares. Someone finally blurted out, "Is he out of his mind?" The monsters were immediately summoned at his request. In an instant, 5 beasts surrounded the pair, the summoning now complete. The monster studies researcher, Bai Tran, quickly noticed something strange. That frog-like creature with the incredibly long tongue is a Hymerodon. The one with the iron nose ring and white mane is a black sand Azeln. The one with the large yellow beak like a stork is a Cardon. And the one next to it that looks like sentient crystallized water is a Nami slime. The bat is way larger than normal, giving off a purple glow. And a sensitive bat, too. He gasped in surprise. Don't tell me this lineup is... Biyun crossed her arms, turning to her partner beside her. Mao Xiang, do you understand what's happening? Probably not. Mao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the arena. But I'm also curious to see what Yusan is planning. Mao watched as Biyusun and Aezel stood back to back, assuming their fighting stances. You know, I'm kind of looking forward to this. Professor Li Hanwu, however, frowned and asked, I just have one question. Who was the one who decided on this monster lineup? A young man among the proctors answered, That would be me, sir. Li Hanwu studied the monster formation. You're a knight, so you can easily score points in dangerous situations like this, but a bishop can't. I think this strategy is asking too much of the bishop. The young man simply smiled in response. Not at all, sir, he stated with utter confidence. This strategy was designed specifically for the bishop. Hearing that, Li Hanwu didn't object further. Is that so? He gave the signal. Very well, you may begin. Biyusun leaned over and whispered, Hey, you can handle this, right? Aezel shot back. Of course I can. He tried to act tough, telling her to just trust him. She scoffed. I've heard that one before. But then, he followed up with a line that made her freeze. I believe in you. She fell completely silent, wanting to respond, but not knowing what to say. She thought to herself, Biyusun, you really are impossible to understand. Aezel kept her head down, following him into the forest simulation. As she walked silently behind him, she quietly called out his name. Hey, Biyusun turned at the sound of her voice. She finally worked up the courage to ask what was on her mind. Why me? Seriously, with a talented knight like you could have picked anyone else. He didn't answer right away, scratching his head as he thought it over. After a moment, he finally spoke. It's true, there are a lot of talented people. In terms of firepower, no mage can compare to Bizon. For control, Full Moon is the undisputed champion. He continued listing them off. Mao Xiang is, without a doubt, the strongest freshman. And Sin Warian, or Adolin, who specialize in single-target attacks, would have also been a great match for me, she asked with hesitation. Then why? He turned to walk away, then looked back over his shoulder. Even so, I still felt you were the most suitable one. He smiled at her. That's the only reason. Biyusun's words snapped her out of her trance. So, shall we continue? Now it's the Cardin's turn. She simply stared at his retreating back. The flashback ended. Aezel gripped her weapon tightly. She closed her eyes, thinking, I still don't understand what you mean, but you must have had a reason for choosing me. Her feet slowly lifted from the ground. So I will show you. A brilliant blue aura of mana erupted around Aezel like a halo. The students watching this scene exploded into a flurry of excited discussion. Wait, hold on. Isn't that supernatural resonance? No way. That's a phenomenon that only happens when mages at level 6 or higher enter a state of complete focus. The entire room's attention was fixed on A. Isel, floating in midair. She was surrounded by ice mana. If she loses focus, the mana flow will reverse, and she could be permanently crippled. And she's just a first-year student. Byusan glanced over in her direction, a proud smile on his face. As expected of a candidate for the title of Winter Queen. He grinned, his resolve hardening. All right then, let's get started. He gripped the dagger in his hand, looking up at the massive monster without a trace of fear. The battle of 2 people against 5 mid-sized monsters had begun. He instantly kicked off the ground, vaulting high into the air. He used a flash step, appearing behind the monster in an instant. With a decisive move, he drove his dagger deep into the monster's flesh. His bronze-colored eyes glinted with killing intent. His slash left a huge wound on the monster, causing it to roar in agony. The frog creature was struck in the stomach before it could even react, letting out a pained cry. He calmly analyzed the unfolding situation. First up, the Heimerodon. He glanced over at the Biseln with its glowing red eyes. Next up, Black Sand Iseln. It's your turn. Perfect. Just as he predicted. The frog's pained cry attracted the Biseln's attention. The red horn on the frog's head seemed to deepen the crimson shade in the Biseln's eyes. It snorted, its red eyes glowing as its killing intent grew stronger and thicker. He didn't flinch, but smiled in satisfaction. Good, just as predicted. He had found the answer to dealing with 5 mid-sized monsters at the same time. The Biseln's eyes flashed red. The slime suddenly became startled and confused as the bird and the bat closed in on it. He watched with satisfaction as everything unfolded exactly as he'd hoped, turning them into enemies of each other. Some of the students looked down with terrified eyes at the scene, causing one student to exclaim, "What in the world is that?" Down on the stage, 2 of the beasts were tearing each other apart mercilessly. Their eyes held nothing but the intent to kill. The boy could hardly believe it. Are the monsters really attacking each other? From another advantageous observation point, Byusan was grinning from ear to ear. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to his plan, which was to make the monsters become hostile and attack one another. In other words, this was the classic strategy of borrowing a dagger to kill an enemy, a tactic that uses the strength of others to eliminate a foe without expending your own energy. Veteran players of Ether War had always asked themselves how a small party could possibly take down a huge number of monsters. And after countless experiments, they finally found the answer. You exploit the unique characteristics and attributes of the monsters. First, you attack the Heimerodon. Any opportunity to attack is a good starting point. When attacked, the Heimerodon's forehead will begin to glow bright red. This is the specific trait that we can take advantage of. This crimson light triggers the Black Sand Iseln's attack instinct, causing them to completely lose control. The enraged Iseln spews sand everywhere. And when that sand hits Nami Slim, these bizarre creatures have a beautiful blue hue, but they're packed with danger. They generate massive amounts of water to keep their skin moist, enough to completely submerge anything caught in their path. Yusol was instantly in a battle stance. His hand gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the water already flooding around his feet. Good. Thanks to the school's barrier, the water is rising fast. He shifted his focus to another beast lurking behind him, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, just as Yusol expected, the bird-like monster opened its massive beak. A terrifyingly loud sound erupted from within. Because when a cardon feels warmth, it lets out a piercing shriek above a 7-octave frequency. And that's not all. That sound also attracts another, equally dangerous species, the bats. It triggers the hypersensitive hearing of the sonic dive bats, creatures extremely reactive to sound. A giant bat slammed its black talons straight into the bird's head, using so much force that its opponent couldn't even struggle. Nami Slim wasn't about to be left out of this brawl. It charged forward with a powerful current, aiming straight for the bird that unleashed that ear-splitting scream. The bird and the bat locked eyes, communicating in a silent language no one could understand. The 3 monsters faced off, none of them willing to back down. Someone watching from above analyzed the situation. All the monsters down there are just triggering each other. The person with reddish-brown hair next to him stroked his chin in amazement. Whoa, does this kid really know the traits of every single monster? Even I, an expert in monster studies, never thought of this. It's incredible. The blonde woman beside them crossed her arms. Compared to Yusol, she was more interested in his partner. But what's even more amazing is Isel's concentration. From her observation, in the middle of such a fierce and tense battle, the girl's ability to maintain her mana flow and focus was truly astonishing. This is only possible because of the bond between teammates. She must have absolute faith in her knight. Isel placed her complete trust in the swordsman standing before her, shielding her with everything he had. Suddenly, something happened in a flash that forced him to leave his post. The giant bird monster lunged forward, looming over Isel. Yusol instantly teleported, following up with a direct kick to the bird's body. Its head was knocked violently to the side. The force of that kick was no joke. Yusol pushed off the water, leaping backward toward Isol's position. His eyes widened in shock. An attack came out of nowhere, creating a huge explosion in midair. Isol's eyes were still closed in deep concentration, seemingly unaware of the chaos erupting around her. Blades of light flashed as Yusin used every move he had to keep the girl behind him safe. Ma Yuang called out to Bian with a grin. "Hey, princess." She glanced over. "What is it?" He then asked a question with an obvious meaning behind it. "Don't you think Yu Seol looks like the ideal knight? The way he's protecting Isol. It's just like a knight protecting his princess." Every slash of his sword was brimming with power. Darkness suddenly swept in, surrounding the blue light radiating from Isol and enveloping her small frame. Her whole body felt like it was floating in the void. All around her were circles filled with strange drawings and special characters. The outermost ring was a sequence of letters from some unknown language. Streams of light, sparkling like falling stars, poured into Isol's mind. She slowly opened her eyes. A crystal flower appeared. She had successfully awakened her own power. Blue ice crystals began to form one after another. They appeared in greater numbers around Isol, following a specific pattern. Slowly, they formed a circle of ice petals, like a flower made of pure frost. The students watched the scene unfold, too stunned by its beauty to speak. With a final whoosh, the ice crystal flower was complete. The monsters surrounded the flower, and bone-chilling cold radiated from it, making everyone afraid to get closer. Someone gasped. "It's so beautiful." Isol slightly parted her lips and gave a single command. "Shatter." As the word left her mouth, the flower obeyed its master's command, instantly breaking into countless pieces. The shards shot out in every direction, carrying immense power. They were as sharp as blades, making direct contact with the beasts. The ice fragments pierced their bodies, moving too fast for them to even react. In an instant, all 5 monsters were completely frozen solid. A cheer went up. Is it over? Did they really defeat 5 mid-tier monsters with just 2 people? But things are never that easy, are they? No. Look, the layer of ice slowly began to melt. The freeze was no longer holding them. The monsters' eyes turned cold and sharp. It looked like they were genuinely angry now. "They're waking up. They're really waking up. Looks like Isol failed." A spectator sighed with a bit of regret. "Man, they couldn't finish them off. What a shame," he continued. "But with a performance like this, they've already scored high." Before he could finish, Isol raised her hand again, unleashing a massive torrent of brilliant golden power. Now this was truly shocking. "That mana flow. Could it be?" she shouted. "Descend." Following her command, a pillar of golden magic slammed down on the monsters. The enormous magic, with her at its center, created a colossal explosion, wiping out the hideous beasts. The spell's area of effect just kept expanding. Its power was overwhelming. The entire pack of monsters was completely annihilated by the single, powerful blow. Kella Kwankwak witnessed the scene, completely stunned. Isol's eyes were wide, sparkling with a brilliant light. She thought to herself, "This is my magic." Isol looked at the palm that had just unleashed the spell. "So, I can do this too." She quietly recalled a memory. Just as he said, in that memory, a shocked Isol screamed at Yuseol. "What? 5 at once?" She couldn't help but curse at him. "Are you insane?" But faced with her panic, he was completely calm. Yuseol said with total conviction, "You can do it, and I trust you." His next words stopped her cold. "So, trust me, the person who trusts you." Isol clenched her small fists as scattered memories flooded back. "Before, I never had anything. Not faith in the path I chose, nor anyone who could tell me that my path was the right one. In Isol's memories, no one was ever on her side." But his voice snapped her out of it. From the moment she met Yusol, she followed his every step forward. Watching his determined back, the shyness within her slowly faded. She started to run, chasing after that silhouette. But it's different now. Following in his footsteps, she told herself, "I won't be lost anymore." An announcement echoed through her relief. "The test for Group 32 is now complete." Isol broke into a satisfied smile. In contrast to her peace, Yusol was leaning against a wall, muttering, "I almost got caught in that. You could at least give a warning first." Biyun and Ma Yuang looked at the results on the board. Monster Combat Simulation Test results. First place, Group 32, 199 points, Yuseol and Isolmo. Second place, Group 31, 127 points, Masion Bonadon Levit. She sighed. A complete loss. She crossed her arms and mumbled, "Even after choosing special mid- and large-sized monsters that countered my own element, to still lose like this, I have to accept it." He grinned mischievously. Oh, giving up that easily? She shot him a cold glare. Yeah, shut up. Despite his teasing, Bi-yeon thought of Bi-yu-sun. My knight is Yu-seol. Bi-yeon stubbornly clenched her arm, thinking, I can use magic that's just as good as Isel's. In her selfishness, she couldn't understand it. Why was that commoner so devoted to Isel? And Bi-yeon's dangerous train of thought went far. If a perfect knight exists in this world, then he must belong to me, the perfect queen. She gritted her teeth, defiance and disbelief etched on her face. To admit defeat, that was a lie she just couldn't tell herself. This was impossible. Bi-yeon spun on her heel, a new resolve in her eyes. I have to dig up everything on Yu-seol. Suddenly she froze, a flicker of shock on her face. Standing before her was a girl with glasses and long, silky hair. Bi-yeon's eyes narrowed as a name surfaced in her mind. Alan. She forced herself to keep walking, brushing past the girl as a storm of thoughts raged within her. Did she really come all this way just because she heard I lost to some commoner trash and a traitor? What a pain. They passed each other like ghosts. Alan stayed behind by the door, her gaze locked on Bi-yeon's retreating form. A sly smirk crept across her lips as she whispered, still so green. Elsewhere, Full Moon was completely absorbed by her notebook and pen. Her delicate hands moved with a graceful flow, filling the page with elegant letters. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her cheek. She couldn't believe it. She actually manifested the crystal flower so quickly. Full Moon tried to capture the image of Isu's magic. That crystal flower was Isu's signature ability, something that should only appear after she'd clawed her way through despair and finally regained her confidence. Her pen stilled, but her mind was racing. According to the original novel, Isu should be sinking even deeper into depression right now. Then, an image of Yu-seol flashed in her mind. It all clicked. For her to use the crystal flower in front of everyone, it had to be because of Yu-seol. In the original romance novel, Mao Xian and Isu were the ones who faced the end of the world. A new theory began to form in her mind. But what if there was a side story she never knew about? What if Yu-seol, a nameless character who loved flame, chose to regress instead of Mao Xian at the very moment the world was destroyed? She propped her chin on her hand, her gaze lost and distant. To rewind time for the one you love, even knowing you'd be completely forgotten. Did Yu-seol truly have no regrets? Full Moon touched the pen to her cheek, her eyes distant. A love so powerful you'd trade your very existence to turn back time. What would that even feel like? Meanwhile, Yu-seol stood with his arms crossed, reading the notifications that were popping up. Chapter 51. The monster combat simulation has concluded. A large amount of experience has been acquired. You have successfully guided the story in a positive direction. Subproject Sten Latio will grant an additional reward. Yu-seol's brow furrowed in thought. What reward should I pick? His gaze hardened with focus. My skills are already pretty buffed. It's better to prepare for the next chapter. After carefully weighing his options, he spoke to the system. I choose the item, Leaf Key of Jaifail. As the system fell silent, he felt a flicker of anxiety. After a tense moment, the system finally replied. System is verifying. Reward has been granted. A grin spread across his face. Awesome. The Leaf Key of Jaifail wasn't an artifact, but it was an insanely rare item that only the highest level players could obtain. This was the key to the home of a divine being. He stroked his chin, calculating. But to use this, I have to get off campus. And after that whole necromancer incident, getting permission to leave has become way stricter. What now? Suddenly an idea lit up in his eyes. A club. The scene shifts to an ancient, elegant building, bathed in the soft morning sun. The letter was titled, My Growth Process. Since I was young, my family was poor, and we rarely ate out like other people. Whenever my mom went to work, I could only make myself instant ramen to eat. When I got sick of ramen, I begged for something delicious. My mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of jjajangmyeon. I was so happy. But even though my mom was with me, for some reason, she didn't eat. She just said she didn't like jjajangmyeon. Yu-seol stretched his arms with a smile. All right, that's done for now. His expression turned serious. Now, time to find a club. Standing before a bulletin board plastered with flyers for various clubs, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Yu-seol stroked his chin, considering his options. Okay, but which one should I pick? The board listed clubs like Creative Writing, Study Hard for University, the Suncrest Club for the Ultimate Wizard Sport, and even an original novel book club. Faced with so many choices, he had to be strategic. Among all these clubs, not many are allowed special activities off campus. I have to choose wisely. Suddenly, Yu-seol glanced to the side. Hey, he looked at Isu with a curious gaze. You looking for a club too? Still haven't joined one? Annoyed, but also a little flustered, she asked. What's it to you? So what if I am? Yu-seol asked, genuinely confused. I figured every club on campus would be scouting you, she replied helplessly. Don't you know who I am? he answered casually. Sure, you're Isu. You've gotten pretty famous lately, she stammered. Well, that's true. Yusol watched her with a thoughtful expression. After the evaluation, her reputation totally flipped. She must have realized that herself. A voice suddenly cut in. Is this a buy one get one free deal? The two of them had been so focused, they hadn't noticed someone approaching from behind. Ma Yuseong came up and clapped him on the shoulder with a friendly grin. Yuson, my man. Yusol immediately shoved his hand off, thinking to himself, Ma Yuseong, can't this guy take a hint? The guy was relentless. I saw your evaluation battle. Plus, I heard you commanded the necromancer hunt. You're seriously awesome, dude. Yusol brushed off his shoulder where he'd been touched and gave a non-committal reply. It was just luck. Ma Yuseong's eyes narrowed, studying him intensely. After a long moment, he concluded, I knew it. There's something about you. His voice dropped to a dark whisper, and Yusol felt a chill, something completely different from everyone else. Yusol stayed silent, secretly calculating how to get out of this. After a moment, he replied, You know, I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to be better than others. Ma Yuseong laughed. Is that so? Guess you've been using your time much more effectively than I have. Yusol tried to change the subject. What are you doing this weekend? Ma Yuseong asked back. Me? Then, without any hesitation, Ma Yuseong replied, studying. The answer made both him and Isu freeze. Yusol deadpanned. I was just making small talk. You didn't have to make something up. Thanks a lot. No, the other boy insisted. I'm really studying, he continued. I studied, and then I practiced. Hearing this, the guy's shock only grew. What? Baek-Yusun pressed on. That's not like you at all. He seems genuinely confused, huh? Well, yeah, that's true. I'm not sure why myself, but I've been doing it a lot lately. After their conversation, Baek-Yusun started piecing together a timeline. Ma Yusun starting to train. That was supposed to happen way later. So what could have triggered it? Suddenly, Isu spoke up. The dungeon practical, right? His face lit up in recognition. That's right. If the young lady hadn't interfered then, I might have been in real danger. Isu scowled. Don't call me young lady. Hearing that, it all started to click. That's right. In the original story, Ma Yusung teamed up with Full Moon and easily defeated He Gukryong. He replayed the events in his head, but this time, because I interfered, Full Moon was held back, and he had to face He Gukryong alone. Could this be the reason for this change? Whatever the reason, this is a good thing. This way, both He Gukryong and Ma Yusung will train themselves. Yusol looked at the two of them, his mind calculating. Unlike me, their growth is guaranteed to bring a positive influence to the happy ending. Ma Yusung's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. So, Yusan, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since school started. He gave a short, cold reply. Because I've been busy. Ma Yuseong grinned, pointing to himself. Then you should join my club. Yuseol glanced away. We'll see. If you can meet my conditions, I'll think about it. Ma Yuseong asked curiously. What kind of conditions? Then Yusol rattled off a list that left the other two stunned. Quiet, with few members, no private gatherings, guaranteed 4 major insurances, lunch with cheese and pork cutlets, freedom for outside activities, respect for personal space, and special permission to go off campus. Isu blinked. Cheese, pork cutlets? Ma Yuseong just looked confused. The 4 major insurances? Isu was the one to shatter his ridiculous fantasy. There's no club in the world like that. He put on a dumbfounded expression, thinking to himself, obviously not. I was just messing with them. But while the other two were bummed out, Ma Yuseng was all fired up. He pointed a finger at his own handsome face and declared, Fine, I'll just make a club like that for you. Yusan was completely stunned. What? He asked in disbelief. You can really create a special club with off-campus privileges? Yusong's answer was firm and unwavering. Yeah, I can. Suddenly, something clicked in Yusan's mind. That's right, with Ma Yusong's connections, it's definitely possible. But he crossed his arms and challenged him. What's in it for you? Making a club for me? Ma Yusong's answer was so blunt, it knocked Yusan completely off balance. Of course there's something in it for me. It's because you're special. A cold sweat ran down his back. He knows something? He quickly stopped himself, saying nothing more. Ah, I remember now. One of Ma Yusong's core issues is that he's terrified of being alone. After a moment of hesitation, Yusun agreed. All right, go ahead and make the club. What's so special about it anyway? Hearing this, Ma Yuseong's face completely lit up. Really? Yusun, acting like he didn't care, confirmed it. Yeah. Then he pointed at Aizel and added, but she has to join too. Aizel looked up, surprised. Huh? Me too? Yusun crossed his arms, calculating. In the original story, these two were a match made in heaven. If it's Aizel, she can take care of Yusing's mental state. Yusing's face bloomed like a flower. If the beautiful Lady Isel joins, I'd be more than happy to welcome her. His enthusiasm was met with a splash of ice-cold water. Don't call me lady. It's annoying. Her less-than-friendly tone made Yusun rethink things for a second. Or maybe not. Probably. Ma Yusung was excited. So, what should we name the club? Yusun paused. About that. I've already got an idea. The form clearly stated, Application for the Gourmet Club. Club name, the Gourmet Club. President, Bu Yusun. Members, Ma Yuseong. Isel. Purpose, culinary exploration. Isel stared at the form with a doubtful look. Is this really going to work? To get the special activity stamp, you need a faculty ad Iseler and at least 4 members. Ma Yuseong said confidently, I can handle the members and the stamp. But then his shoulders slumped a bit. Finding an ad Iseler, though, even I'll have trouble with that. Yusun questioned him, confused. Why? You can get the special off-campus permit, can't you? Faced with the question, Yusung's expression darkened. They're all just a bunch of trash. His words left Yusun a little bewildered. Is that so? After their talk, Ma Yusung left, waving the form. Well, I'm off to get this application stamped. Yusun replied, Yeah, I'm counting on you. Yusun watched him walk away, thinking to himself, the stamp for special activities isn't something just anyone can get, but if they're willing to stamp it for him, it has to be one of times them asterisk. Main Tower 1 was bathed in a warm, pleasant sunset. In the vice principal's office, a middle-aged man was admiring a porcelain vase when the sound of the door opening made him glance over. He was too surprised to form a complete sentence. Seeing Ma Yusang stride in, he blurted out, Oh my goodness. He bowed respectfully. Welcome, young master. Yusing replied formally. Yes, it's been a while. He slowly sat down in the chair. Yusun acted excited. This seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it. The vice principal gave a strained, sneaky smile. Is that so? He narrowed his eyes, cursing internally. Why the hell is this lunatic here? So what brings you here today? Yusun pushed a piece of paper towards him. He propped his chin on his hand, a sly grin on his face. A club application. Stamp it for me. The vice principal picked up the form. A club application? You say? First, I need to check if it meets the requirements. Before the man could even look, Yusun slammed his foot on the paper, pinning it to the desk. The vice principal's pupils shrank in shock. He pursed his lips suspiciously as Yusun spoke. No need to read the contents, right? Just stamp it. Yusun's smirk was a clear threat. You're going to do it for me, aren't you? The vice principal quietly swallowed. He deliberated, staring at Yusun's triumphant face. I can't fight back. As long as this kid is times that man's times heir, I absolutely cannot resist him. Yes, I'll do it. As the vice principal reached for the form, Yusun lowered his gaze and adjusted his tie. I knew you would. His business done, he turned to leave. Thanks. I'll be going now. The vice principal stared at the door, deep in thought. He pressed his lips together, his face twisting in disgust. He scowled, his pupils constricting with rage. Like father, like son, an exact copy. How dare he be so arrogant? He slammed his hands on the desk, his eyes burning with killing intent. But it won't be for much longer. One day, I'll slice that arrogant head off with a single strike. A clear, early morning at the academy. All right, that concludes today's lesson. As soon as the professor finished, he packed his things and left. Jiki quietly organized her notes as whispers filled the room around her. Finally, it's over. Those professors are always so nitpicky during presentations. Tell me about it. They're especially harsh on the commoners. The girl's hand paused over her papers. Jiki bit her lip, looking down anxiously. I should have done better in front of everyone. I got nervous and made a mistake. I know I can do better than Flay. Flay approached her with a gentle smile. Hey Jiki, your presentation was great today. She tried to comfort her. Don't worry about what the professor said. You did a good job. Jiki looked upset, cutting her off and walking away. That's enough. Flay frowned and let out a sigh. Honestly, that kid, I'm just trying to look out for her, and she doesn't get it at all. A sudden voice next to her made her jump. I know, right? She was startled. What is it? Yusun acted casual. It's nothing big. But you're close with the professors, aren't you? I'm trying to start a club. Could you ask a professor for me? Flea was confused. Why don't you do it yourself? He answered honestly. The professors hate me, so it's a bit awkward to ask. Yeah, that makes sense. I can tell from your daily attitude. She narrowed her eyes, her tone dripping with scorn. You always talk back to them. You're lucky you haven't been expelled for sleeping in class. Yusun gave a weak laugh. It's not that bad. Flea closed her eyes and turned away. Besides, who would agree to do something so troublesome? Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Yusun was caught off guard by her question. Wait, aren't you close with the teaching assistant, Aunt Teresa? He walked down the academy hallway, lost in thought. So a TA can also be a student advisor. I just played the game following the main story, so I had no idea that was even a thing. Yusun pursed his lips, his attention drawn ahead. A female professor in a long robe swept past, holding a stack of books. Professor Tiran shot him a sly smile. Yusun just stood there, watching her go with a dumbfounded look. What was that about? The wooden sign outside a classroom read, Aunt Teresa's private research room. Yusun walked in with a slight smile. Hello? His eyes widened in shock. The room was a mess, with papers scattered everywhere, and in the middle of it was T.A. Aunt Teresa. The woman bit her lip, turning to him with a panicked look. Ah! Aunt Teresa frantically wiped away her tears. You're here, Yusun asked with concern. T.A., what on earth is going on? He frowned as he heard her choked-up voice. This is... His gaze fell to the papers all over the floor. Yusun's sudden question made her flinch. T.A., the thesis you said you prepared. Where is it now? She clenched her fists, overcome with anxiety. Aunt Teresa forced a smile. I already gave it to the professor, you know that. The academic conference is coming up. The professor said he'd use my thesis for it. I should really be grateful. As she was speaking, Yusun cut her off, his voice low and serious. A gathering of such brilliant alchemists. His eyes turned sharp as steel. Doesn't that just mean he stole it from you? Is your name even going to be mentioned? Aunt Teresa looked flustered, trying to smooth things over. It's okay. Things like this are just life experience. Yusun bit his lip and turned away, scratching his head. Damn it. I shouldn't have just come here to ask her to be our advisor. His pupils dilated as a plan formed in his mind. He noticed the blackboard, covered in writing and complex magic circles. Professor Menzin will solve that formula eventually, but I wanted Aunt Teresa to complete it herself before that happens. Yusun suddenly spoke up. T.A., you're working on another thesis, aren't you? We worked on solving it together last time, remember? Aunt Teresa answered blankly. Huh? The random number intersection algorithm combined with key? A large, intricate magic circle was drawn on the board. I tried applying your unique idea, but I couldn't get it to work at all. There's a reason this problem remained unsolved for 3 million years. Aunt Teresa turned back to the board. If she could just break through this one single blockage, the entire path forward would become clear. Yusun's words made her eyes widen in shock. I already solved that part, Anissa stammered. Huh? What did you just say? You're telling me you actually solved it? He calmly approached the board. Yes, but I only solved it by using a trick by chance, so I don't truly understand it. Yusun picked up the chalk, adding to the board piece by piece. Anissa stood there dumbfounded, staring at his back, her pupils dilated. Watching her stare so intently, Yusun smiled and turned to face her. But with you, it will definitely be different. Aunt Teresa rushed to his side, her eyes following his every move. That's it. If you add scattering and reflection to the Chini coefficient in this formula, and then add the Panus Zen flow. Yusun stood beside her, smiling to himself as he watched her mutter the formulas. She was already completely lost in it. Such an astonishing level of concentration. Yusun quietly turned away. Unlike me, who can only imitate what I see, she is a true genius. A genius who can change the future for all of humankind. My role here is now over. Yusun smirked. All that's left is to believe in her talent and wait. A hazy mist lingered outside the train car. As Yusun stepped off, he let out a heavy sigh. I'm finally here. He let out a tired yawn, rubbing his neck with a groan. After that, with Aunt Teresa's help, I successfully established the culinary club with myself as the leader. I could finally get a permit to go outside. My body is so sore. He chuckled to himself, remembering Professor Hanwon's serious face while reading his permit application. Though there was a little suspicion during the process. Practicing while applying for an off-campus pass under the name of a culinary club? Yes, that's exactly right. In any case, it was a relief the permit was issued so easily. Yusun walked along the stone-paved road. As long as I don't cause any trouble, I should be fine. His eyes widened in wonder. Whoa! Ahead of Yusun was a massive tree, its branches growing downwards, wrapped around the trunk. Is that the third world tree of the Manhwa spiritual garden? The branches stretched far out over both sides of the road. Yusun walked deeper inside, his eyes wide with awe. This couldn't even be compared to some in-game graphics. A white-haired spirit greeted him with a friendly, squinted smile. It's an honor to meet a mage of Stella. Another spirit spoke in a soft voice. May the sincere hearts of our friends reach Mother Earth. He smiled back happily at them. It's probably because the Elm and Elchwin people saved them long ago, in the second world tree when it was burning and about to collapse. May you always receive the blessings from the world tree that granted this beautiful garden. Many elves recognized the Stella uniform and acted quite friendly. Yusun looked around, praising it internally. Just like the game's setting, there are so many handsome men and beautiful women. But among them, there's one elf who is especially beautiful. The image of an elf with white hair and a long veil entered his mind. the king of the flower elf tribe, Hoa Sioran, with the appearance of a goddess. Hoa Sioran had made countless male gamers' hearts flutter, and was the character with the most die-hard fans in the game World of Ear. Two beautiful spirits were embracing each other. However, elves are originally born without a gender. Only when they experience true love does their gender change to match the one they love. Hoa Sioran had two opposing designs, both male and female. Hoa Sioran was also born in a female form, but because she had never truly loved anyone. According to the lore, this character had no gender yet. Later, after falling for full moon, Hoa Sioran chose to become male. As Yusun walked along the forest's edge, he suddenly recalled something. No matter which storyline you chose, there was never an option for Sioran to become female. This fact drove countless male gamers into despair. What a bittersweet story. I used to have a crush on Hoa Sioran too. He grinned. Found it. A stone door hidden behind a layer of forest trees. This was the secret labyrinth, the garden of the divine spirit, Lee Heno. He glanced around. My skills have been strengthened quite a bit by now. It's best to prepare for the upcoming events. Yusun remembered the information the system had once provided. Obtained by item. Leheno's leaf-like key. He smiled, pulling out a silver key. Glad I can use this sooner than I thought. He stepped forward to insert the key into the lock, when suddenly, the system panel flashed a warning. If this gate is opened, there's a chance another person holding a key will also detect it. Yusun narrowed his eyes. I've definitely seen this warning in the game before, but all the players confirmed that no special event ever happened. He quickly turned the key in the lock. At this point, what else could possibly happen? A blinding light flashed. The gate to the Garden of the Divine Spirit, Lee Heno, was opening. The space around him transformed. A massive rock appeared, floating in midair, the kingdom of the elves, the cradle of the divine wood spirits. And on top of that rock stood a luxurious castle. Hoa Sioran was sleeping soundly in bed. She slowly pushed herself up. Hoa Sioran gently got out of bed. She walked over and opened the large window, resting her hands on the sill as she gazed out towards the world tree. She frowned, looking down below. The world is so peaceful today, isn't it? The king of the elves, Hoa Sioran. White gulls soared across the clear blue sky. Hoa Sioran looked up. I wonder when I'll ever be that free. She squinted, a sad smile on her face. Just looking at those birds makes me feel jealous. Suddenly, Hoa Sioran sensed a strange presence. This aura is. She clutched her head, biting her lip with worry. Someone has entered the secret garden where Lee Heno is sleeping? No one is supposed to be able to get in there. Who could it be? Hoa Sioran pondered. But this is no time to think. She hurriedly reached for her veil. As Hoa Sioran rushed to the door, she lightly touched the fabric of her headdress. I mustn't lose control. I've endured for decades. I can't act recklessly now. Hoa Sioran's face was pale as she stared at the ground. What if the curse activates again and drives someone into madness? She bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously. I have to wait until the day of the heavenly descent. I'll investigate then. Meanwhile, in another space, Yusun suddenly sneezed. He walked along a hazy path. This damn pollen. Yusun gritted his teeth and started running as several vines attacked him. Damned roots! He yelled, sliding across the ground to dodge. A horde of abnormally large plants moved before him. If I just keep fighting, this will be endless. But Yusun just smirked, pulling out a vial. Knowing this would happen, I prepared some Molotov cocktails with alchemy. He leaped into the air, throwing the bottle towards the mass of plants. The explosion erupted in a massive inferno. Yusun raised his hand, pulling out a small dagger. He rushed towards the mutated flower plant. I can't miss this chance. Flash! Step! Yusun's pupils glowed as he focused intently ahead. A pair of small eyes revealed themselves behind the flower cluster. There it is! Yusun jumped, pressing the hilt. The blade shot out, plunging straight down. A faint groan echoed as the massive plant slowly vanished. Yusun calmly surveyed his surroundings as a system notification appeared. You have received experience points. For trash mobs, this should be enough. He pressed his lips together, his eyes scanning the area. A faint light glowed ahead of Yusun. Now, time to go for the real objective. You are entering the labyrinth's boss room. Hoa Sioran sat leaning against a stone pillar in a field of flowers. Yusun walked forward in a daze, letting out a gasp of awe. His pupils widened in shock. The figure praying in the distance left him utterly stunned. The divine spirit. Lee Heno, a field of flowers stretched to infinity. Hoa Sioran leaned against a stone pillar, her hands clasped in prayer. The most mystical being in the world. A divine spirit is a pure soul that has cultivated for hundreds of years, until it finally achieved enlightenment and was reborn as a new entity. Even in this world, such beings are incredibly rare, but the one before him was not a complete divine spirit. Yusun stood at a distance, watching her intently. Right before she could become a divine spirit, her heart was stolen, causing her body to be frozen in this state for all eternity. He narrowed his eyes and let out a long breath. Yusan summoned his courage and began to walk forward, step by step. Suddenly, the space around him began to tremble violently, startling him. Yusan gritted his teeth as he collapsed to the ground. This is magical suppression. As expected, even in death, a divine spirit is still a divine spirit. He cried out in pain. But I can't give up here. Yusan struggled to lift his feet. His entire body trembled as he approached the statue of Hoa Sioran. The moment he arrived, Yusan dropped to one knee, then sat heavily on the ground. He panted, exhausted, beside the statue of the Elf King. His pupils dilated in shock as the system announced his mana leak trait was leveling up. Yusan broke out in a cold sweat, collapsing backward. Finally, he could breathe. His stats were rising. He grit his teeth, staring intently at the Sioran flower statue. That's right. This was the ultimate natural training ground. The last place a heavenly spirit was seen, a nexus of power that mages across the world would kill to find. Just training normally here was hundreds of times more effective. By absorbing the heavenly spirit's aura, his harmony with nature was skyrocketing. He let out a smirk. So basically, I went through all that hell just to find the world's best gym, he thought. I don't even work out in real life. Just then, he noticed a glowing branch nestled in the statue's hands. First things first, Yusan grabbed the branch, a satisfied grin on his face. He'd acquired an artifact, branch steeped in grudge, a high-grade item. Its description read, a grudge that doesn't fade with time but burns hotter with rage. Special trait, grudge. 1. The first touch inflicts the grudge status effect on a target. 2. The second touch detonates the grudge, dealing massive damage. 3. The grudge accumulates over time, increasing damage daily for up to 8 months. 4. If the target is rank 6 or higher, damage may be halved. It can only be activated once. Yusan's heart pounded with excitement. With this, he could finally take on the Chapter 8 boss, Men Tyran. Now that I've got the artifact, it's time to start training for real. A few weeks later, a system window popped up. Due to Mana Leak Level 3, Strength plus 8%, Agility plus 12%, Senses plus 20%. Sixth Sense consumes the user's stamina to vaguely perceive magical phenomena within a 24mm radius. When activated, it triggers heightened perception, automatically engaging if the user is in danger. Mana circulation rate in blood, 2%. Yusan wearily stroked his chin. His stats were probably around mid-tier, 2-star level now. He frowned, training relentlessly in the flower field. There was still a long way to go. The original main character had multiple stats over 4 stars. After all, Yusan set his jaw, spinning and swinging his sword. In this world, there was no master to teach him swordsmanship. He had to stab and slash until he could pierce an enemy's weak point instinctively. He gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve. I have to push harder. Yusan continued his swings, mana swirling around him, paying the price in blood and sweat, with an effort that pushed him to his very limits. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, a shock running through his entire body. Yusan dropped his sword to the ground, coughing violently in pain. His eyes widened in horror as he gasped for air. A portion of the special mana breathing method has been comprehended. Skill. Breath of the Heavenly Spirit acquired. Yusan's face went pale, exhaustion hitting him like a truck as the world around him began to blur. His eyelids grew heavy, about to close, when a sharp voice screamed from afar, jolting him awake. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Can you hear me? Hello! Can't you hear me? Are you ignoring me? I hope so. You're listening, right? Answer me. I'm waiting. Hurry up and answer. Hey! Yusan stumbled back. What the hell? Where is that voice even coming from? The voice spoke again. You heard me just now, didn't you? He dazedly looked behind him. Who are you? The Sioran flower statue remained perfectly still beside him. The heavenly spirit, Lee Heno? Yusan stood frozen in thought. Did the heavenly spirit Lee Heno just talk to me? He furrowed his brow, his mouth agape in disbelief. What is this? Is a corpse talking to me? The other person's voice shot back, filled with rage. I'm not dead, you damn human! Yusan was skeptical. What? How can you talk? The flower statue was motionless. I've been talking this whole time. You were just too deaf to hear me. Then why can I suddenly hear you now? Yusan bent down to pick up his sword. Perhaps because you've become more like me? He looked up at her, completely bewildered. Just now, you breathed in perfect sync with my rhythm. Come to think of it, the system had just told him he'd acquired the skill Breath of the Heavenly Spirit, Level 1. Through the Heavenly Spirit's breathing rhythm, the user can become one with nature. The mana circulation rate in the blood drastically increases, but the Divine Beast corrosion effect will occur. First stance. Strength plus 107%. Second stance, Agility plus 125%. Third stance, Senses plus 147%. Fourth stance, Taste plus 101%. Maximum duration, 15 seconds. Divine Beast corrosion level, 1%. Yusan stared at the system window, completely stunned. What is this? This skill is insane. The duration is short, but for a moment, it can boost my stats to a 4-star level. Wait a second. The penalty is Divine Beast corrosion? He pursed his lips, his mind racing. This was basically saying he would lose his human body. A divine beast can maintain its form with its own mana, but for me, someone with mana leak, losing my body means death. It was a skill that shortened his lifespan every time he used it. Yusan's brow furrowed, but his eyes were firm. No, I have to think positively. In a crisis, this will be an incredibly useful skill. The Sioran flower statue, which had fallen silent, suddenly spoke again. How strange. This is the second time a human has been able to breathe like a heavenly spirit. You're just like him. Your presence is so faint, with absolutely no mana in your body. It's as if you don't truly exist in this world. Yusun suddenly asked, who was he? Her answer made his eyes go wide with shock. A swordsman, like you. He could cut through magic itself. He even cut a heavenly spirit. What? Yusun clenched his fists, his mind filled with questions. The game never mentioned a swordsman like that. If he was strong enough to cut a heavenly spirit, he must have been an absolute monster. Can I meet him? The flower spirit coldly refused. No, he was killed by one of the great founding mage's disciples. He was stunned, the words hitting him like a thunderclap. The great founding mage? So, he died a long, long time ago? She suddenly spoke, surprising Yusun. Do you want me to teach you? He was shocked by her offer. I was very close with him. I have recorded all of his breathing techniques and his swordsmanship. Really? The Sioran flower statue remained perfectly still. Her voice was soft, but there's a condition. I cannot leave this place. I can't talk to anyone. I'm as good as dead. Yusun's eyes widened, stunned by her proposal. So find my heart for me. Save me. He thought carefully before speaking slowly. I already know the answer, but I'm sorry. That's impossible. His words made the air grow heavy. With my current abilities, I can't possibly find the heart of another heavenly spirit. The statue fell silent again. The flower spirit spoke up. It doesn't have to be the heart of a heavenly spirit. A pure heart from a divine beast will be enough. Yusun was doubtful. If you use a divine beast's heart, you'll lose almost all your power, won't you? Her voice echoed in the silence. I don't care. It's better than being trapped here forever in solitude. Yusun blinked, then sheathed his sword, ready to compromise. Yeah, you're right. If it's just the heart of a normal divine beast, it might not be impossible after all. He smirked, his eyes filled with confidence. Besides, I'm training for the upcoming summoning contract ceremony anyway. I'll be running into tons of divine beasts then. Compared to finding a heavenly spirit's heart, this is way easier. I'll do my best to find one, as many as I can. The flower spirit sounded touched. Thank you, I'll be waiting. Good morning, I have something for you. Yusun was surprised. For me? Thin vines were wrapped around the stone pillar. Check the pillar behind me. What is this? Yusun took the small flower wreath from it. Proof that you are my friend, Wreath of Lee Heno. Description: certifies friendship with Lee Heno. No special abilities. He closed his eyes, thinking for a moment, then casually stuffed it in his bag. I've never heard of this item in the game, but oh well. If things get bad, I can at least use it as firewood. Yusun's hand froze. Wait a minute. She's a heavenly spirit. He smirked, looking at the wreath in his hand. A certificate of friendship from a heavenly spirit, huh? This might actually be a pretty useful item. Light streamed through a window, and Aunt Teresa's hand, holding a piece of chalk, stopped midair. She stared in disbelief, then sank to the floor. The moonlight illuminated her figure in front of a blackboard covered in writing. I did it. She quickly turned away. No, this is no time to get distracted. Anissa quickly sat at the table, her pen poised. A single drop of glistening ink fell. A satisfied smile spread across Aunt Theresa's face. Tomorrow, a new era would begin. She left, leaving a sheet filled with incomprehensible characters on the desk. If Yusan knew about this, he'd be thrilled. Night began to fall over the land of the dwarves. Out of the spreading darkness, the kingdom emerged, glittering under the light of its brilliant tower. The Dwarven Kingdom, the stunning ore capital of the Black Iron Empire. Beneath the quiet night sky, a group walked slowly, their eyes fixed on the tower ahead. Before the grand gates, Aunt Teresa and Yusun walked side by side, pausing to take in the view. We're here. Yeah, we are. On the magnificent grounds of the academy, golden light spilled onto the stone steps where people were filing in. Today was the day of the academic symposium. This prestigious event was held in a different location each year. This year, it was hosted at the Golden Light Academy, the top alchemy school in the Dwarven Kingdom. Since dwarves were the progenitors of material magic, the scale of this event was bound to be extraordinary. Amidst these thoughts, the image of a legendary scholar appeared in her mind, a symbol so powerful that no one could take this event lightly. Yusun smirked, his eyes gleaming. On top of that, the world's leading alchemist, known as the Golden Alchemist Koden, was attending. This was the perfect stage to unveil Antaresa's research. However, a quiet whisper broke his focus. But Yusun, is this really okay? Antaresa's brow furrowed, her expression a mix of hesitation and worry. This is the research the professor spent half her life chasing. I can't tell if she's a good person or just a fool. How can she say things like that after having her life's work stolen from her? She suddenly looked up at Yusun, surprised. Don't worry, he smiled and said, it's not like we're stealing the professor's research. Seeing Aunt Teresa's confused face, Yusun continued, it's just a case of the assistant surpassing the master. The two of them headed inside. Thank you. Should we go in now? That red carpet looks intimidating. Maybe we should use the back door. That's a great idea. The symposium had begun. Welcome, esteemed doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemical Society. The host on stage held a script, presiding over the event. We will now commence the 87th Golden Section Academic Conference. A pair of high heels clicked softly on the marble steps, ascending the grand podium one slow step at a time under the brilliant golden lights. In our first session, we will be announcing a new type of potion. Under the hall's lights, Professor Tyran stood confidently on the podium in a formal suit, offering a calm smile to the crowd. First, please welcome Professor Mayan Tyran from the Stella Academy. As her name was called, she introduced herself in a clear, confident voice. She gestured behind her, directing everyone's attention to the projector screen as it lit up. I am Mayan Tyran from the Stella Academy. I will be presenting the alpha version of the red potion. First, if everyone would look at this section. In that moment, a faint smile appeared on her face. The light glinted off her glasses, hiding eyes that held absolute certainty in her research. In the seats below, a few attendees' expressions shifted as they followed Professor Tyran's presentation. After she finished, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Cheers and murmurs of amazement filled the space, showing their deep appreciation and support for the professor's dedicated research. I will now conclude my presentation. Down below, Yusun sat with his arms crossed, listening intently. How wonderful, Professor Mayan Tyran. Innovating that notoriously difficult red potion is a brilliant idea. His eyes narrowed. To brazenly lecture on Aunt Teresa's research as if it were her own. There are countless ways to make her pay for this. Next, Aunt Teresa walked towards the stage. But the main event was just getting started. And next, she stood center stage, will be the presentation by Assistant Aunt Teresa from the Stella Academy. Aunt Teresa began to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Hello everyone, I am Anthesa, an alchemist affiliated with the Stella Academy. Yusun listened from his seat below. Oh my god, she's the one that pharmaceutical company introduced a while back. Murmurs spread through the crowd regarding the natural regenerative cell extraction the professor just mentioned. The magic staff with the protective pharmaceutical coating that the professor said she would develop this time. Yusun listened in silence. The topic I will be presenting today is... He suddenly broke into a smile. Aunt Teresa stood before everyone and spoke slowly. The complete synthesis and understanding of the formula combining alchemy and magitech. The audience below listened with rapt attention. A few people showed clear surprise on their faces. One man, as if not believing his own ears, shouted out, "Do you have any idea where you are, to be saying something like that?" "Of course, sir. A place this great and prestigious is truly overwhelming for someone like me." Aunt Teresa replied nervously, "Then how are we supposed to interpret what you just said?" Aunt Teresa's hand clenched over her heart as she answered decisively, "Please interpret it from the perspective of an alchemist." The murmurs grew louder. But a formula combining alchemy and magitech is absurd. In principle, magitech and alchemy can't be intertwined. Professor Koden was lost in thought. A problem that has existed for over 300 years without a solution. And now she claims to have the answer? He spoke with a stern voice. Everyone fell silent. He looked towards Antonisa. If you rush to conclude that something is impossible just because of repeated failure, can you still call yourself an alchemist? He thought, this is promising. A young alchemist trying to find the truth. From a nearly impossible formula, Aunt Teresa was getting nervous. Go on and present it. The truth that you have discovered. She was stunned by Koden's words. Before she could say anything, Tyran shot up from her seat to speak. Thank you, sir. In that case, I'd like to present. I have an objection. In the solemn auditorium, Professor Tyran stood before the crowd, her sharp eyes showing she had already prepared her words. Before Assistant Aunt Teresa presents her thesis, I would like to raise an inquiry about it. Professor Koden, who was facing her, froze, his face shocked as he heard her words. An inquiry? What do you mean? A slight smirk curved her lips. It was a calm smile, yet it held absolute confidence from the center of the room. She declared definitively, her voice echoing under the bright lights. Aunt Teresa's eyes widened, her hand tightening at her chest as she repeated the term, a plagiarism inquiry. Panic was written all over her face. Oh my god, plagiarism? A plagiarism inquiry? Coden chuckled. Now this is interesting. Are you aware of what will happen if you raise a plagiarism inquiry and fail to prove it? She continued seriously. Of course I am. She walked closer to Aunt Teresa. She stood confidently before everyone. As you all know, the formula combining alchemy and magitech has 5 great unsolved problems. All 5 must be solved for alchemy and magitech to be harmonized. Yusan's gaze was sharp and focused, his lips pressed into a thin line. To this day, the academic world has only managed to solve 2 of them, and even those 2 can't be called complete solutions. Tyrion had an air of absolute confidence, her gaze cold and determined, her expression calm but filled with energy. It showed she had complete faith in herself. But I have already solved 4 of those 5 problems. She turned towards a nervous Aunt Teresa. And Assistant Aunt Teresa, standing here, is my alchemical subordinate. Murmurs erupted throughout the hall. If what she's saying is true, then this thesis, she continued. That's right. That thesis is without a doubt mine. Her eyes were sharp. Even if Assistant Aunt Teresa managed to solve the 5th problem, Aunt Teresa was on stage, trembling with anxiety. Can we be certain she solved the other 4 on her own? She stared at her with piercing eyes. Aunt Teresa, you insolent little brat. A confident smile bloomed on her face. I acknowledge your innate and superior talent, but your career as an alchemist ends right here. That talent will forever be mine. She strode closer to Aunt Teresa, her hands on her hips. Well, what do you have to say about this, Assistant Aunt Teresa? Aunt Teresa's body trembled slightly. I expected this might happen, but my mind is completely blank. I don't know what to do. But just when it felt like too much, she remembered something. Just call my name. Her hands were clasped tightly, like she was praying. Suddenly, she raised her hand. I'd like to call up one person, someone who will assist me with this presentation. Professor Din's brow furrowed, creating slight wrinkles on her forehead. Her sharp eyes stared straight into the audience. And who might that be? She asked, her voice tense. The co-author of this thesis. Her trembling hand pointed forward. She aimed right at Yusun's seat, her voice ringing out. It's student B Yoseon, sitting right over there. He looked completely lost, having no idea what was going on. Wait, I'm the co-author? She stood nervously on the stage as murmurs spread through the hall. No way. A student that young? But even so, this probably won't change anything. Professor Din crossed her arms, standing silently as she observed the hall. Her eyes carefully watched every single reaction. Yusan strode onto the stage. Now this was something to look forward to. He walked up to Professor Tyrion. He looked up, meeting her gaze. And as he walked past her, a blue-violet light pulsed from a wooden branch he held, activating the special function of the item. Branch, steeped in grudges. Target of grudge. May Tyrion. Tyrion looked visibly annoyed, while he just offered a faint smile. How disrespectful. Perfect. It worked. He stood tall and dignified before everyone. He held his head high, his voice echoing clearly and firmly through the silent hall. Every word was a confident and articulate declaration, without a hint of hesitation. First of all, I have heard Professor May's thesis loud and clear. Down in the audience, Professor Din sat bolt upright, her focused gaze locked on the stage. She listened intently to his every word, her serious expression not missing a single detail. They always say seeing something once is better than hearing it 100 times. His expression turned serious before breaking into a slight smile. He then continued in a calm, clear voice, as if he was completely prepared for what came next. So, why don't we try to solve the combination formula right here, right now? Anissa approached with a worried look on her face, her steps hesitant. She couldn't hide the anxiety in her eyes as she looked at him. A showdown between a professor and an assistant? Now that sounds interesting, doesn't it? You son? She was suddenly startled, her shoulders flinching slightly. Her eyes flew open as if she'd been snapped out of a daze. Assistant Aunt Teresa, you don't believe in me? Ah, no. Of course I do. He turned to her with a smile. After all, I've been watching over you this whole time. Don't worry, Assistant Aunt Teresa. You can definitely do this. Trust me, because I trust you. Aunt Teresa's face was a picture of disbelief, her eyes widening. I can do this? Her hand went to her chest, clenching softly. She raised a hand to adjust her glasses, a small but firm gesture. It was as if she was steadying the emotions welling up inside her. That's right. Yusan's right. She gently brushed back her messy hair. The light, natural movement was a way to compose herself and regain her calm. I have to believe in everything I've accomplished so far. Suddenly, Tyrion's gaze intensified, as if demanding everyone's attention. She was starting to panic. Aunt Teresa spoke softly. Well then, let's begin. Her eyes became resolute. Professor Mayrin. Ancient patterns spread out like traces of long-forgotten knowledge. A cold light shone down on the damp ground, where a set of scales and chains lay silent, symbolizing judgment, exchange, and the price of forbidden knowledge, the chaotic combination formula. 300 years ago, an alchemist once said, "I've discovered a magnificent formula that can solve this equation." He then died by slipping in the bathroom, making the formula famous for being unsolvable. Crimson magic circles were erected in the darkness. Ancient symbols spun like the eye of an entity watching from another world. Dirty papers and footprints were the only traces left behind. Since then, countless alchemists had tried their hand, but all of them failed, and eventually, no one dared to try anymore. And so, the unsolved formula was deemed impossible. Khan had been watching everything from the start, a lit cigarette hanging from his lips. White smoke drifted from it, curling up with his slow breaths, creating an atmosphere that was both relaxed and incredibly tense. And yet, now someone was bold enough to declare they could solve it. How interesting. Haijin, standing beside him, covered her mouth as she yawned, looking bored. Interesting? It's boring as hell. The two of them stood in stealth mode, their bodies relaxed but their eyes alert, blending into the crowd without anyone noticing their presence or their careful observation. But Captain, is that professor really a dark magician? I think I smell cigarette smoke somewhere. Aunt Teresa and Tyrion stood at the board, chalk in hand, meticulously writing out their research. Each stroke was decisive and careful, their focus entirely on the content they were presenting. The more I think about it, this mission really is just bad luck. Khan continued to watch them from the audience, smoke still curling around his field of vision. Meanwhile, Heejin turned to look at him, her eyes a mix of curiosity and suspicion. She closed her eyes, rubbing her head slightly. Anyway, it's because the captain always blindly believes that old geezer that we... She suddenly frowned, her eyes flying wide open as if she'd just realized something shocking. Her body froze for a second. Both of them stared blankly up at the stage. Aunt Teresa and Tyrion were now standing face to face. Hold on, did the atmosphere in this school just change? Yes. At this moment, the solution to the first problem is complete. Professor Din was stunned. Wait, two similar solutions, but not exactly the same? One was short, one was long. A similar approach, but from a slightly different perspective. Kan's expression soured a bit. Compared to Professor Mayan's solution, the assistance was clearly simpler and easier to understand. Moreover, there was a slight difference in the final answer. The two on stage immediately moved on to the second problem. Next up, the solution for problem number 2. The people in the audience stared up at the stage, dumbfounded. Surprise and confusion were written on every face as they witnessed the scene unfolding. This is incredible. I've seen many solutions to the second problem before, but a method like this is a first. Aunt Teresa turned from the board, chalk in hand. A problem that supposedly required at least 200 lines to explain clearly. She had just solved in only 12. Yusan watched everything from below, seeing the audience's positive reaction. A smirk played on his lips, but the real show is only just beginning. The two on stage faced off, eyes sharp and bodies tense. The space between them was so thick with tension, everyone could feel it. Every movement was heavy and decisive. Currently, the solution for the third problem was underway. Could the third problem, one that no one had ever solved, finally be conquered here? Aunt Teresa was nervous, her expression tense. Professor Din was so shocked she couldn't believe her eyes. No way. Did she actually solve it? The crowd's murmurs continued to rise, while Tyrion's face was a mask of horror. For Professor May to solve the seemingly impossible third problem was already phenomenal, but Assistant Aunt Teresa seemed to have done something that went far beyond that. She was so furious her whole body trembled. Her teeth were clenched, face contorted, and her eyes flashed with an uncontrollable rage, emitting a terrifying aura. What in the world is that solution? Yusan smiled. How could anyone even come up with an approach like that? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Until now, all schools of alchemy considered the 5 problems to be 5 separate equations, solving them individually. But Aunt Teresa was different. She saw all 5 problems as a single, unified system and solved them as a whole. The chalk in Tyrion's hand trembled. That was the difference between May Tyrion and Aunt Teresa. The process of solving the problems continued, and her anger boiled over, her body shaking slightly. Her teeth ground together, her gaze sharp enough to crush anything in her path. Wait, what's the next part of the formula? Her side of the board was already full of letters. In fact, there wasn't enough space. Tyrion whipped her head around and screamed, "Bring another blackboard in here, now!" Her expression was terrifying. "Hurry up! I'm already finished." Her gaze shot forward, sharp and unwavering. Then, her eyes darted to the side, observing everything with a wary and suspicious look. She looked over at Aunt Teresa and her complete, compiled analysis of the chaotic combination formula. In that moment, she was the one shining in the hall. And that was the complete analysis of the chaotic formula theory. Suddenly, someone in the crowd roared, "Insane!" The shouts grew louder. "That was completely insane! A true work of genius! I'm witnessing a historical moment. I'm so moved." Aunt Teresa was practically glowing as she smiled softly. "This is a moment for the history books. I actually did it. Down below, Yusun smiled up at her, clapping. Thank you, Yusun. This is all thanks to you. Antheresa's eyes sparkled. Antheresa, Antheresa. Just then, a suffocating, murderous aura exploded from someone, blanketing the entire hall and everything in it. That's terrifying. Antheresa. Antheresa. Professor. Yusun took a step forward, becoming a human shield for Antheresa as Professor Tyrion stalked closer, muttering her name like a curse. The professor grit her teeth, her voice dripping with venom. How much longer will you humiliate me, daring to steal my thesis and present it as your own? Does this amuse you? Yusun stood his ground, an unmovable wall protecting her. Yusun calculated silently. Is she really going to demonize right here? It's earlier than I expected, but this might work out. If she transforms into a dark demon in front of everyone? Her hands clenched, repeating the name over and over. Antheresa, Antheresa. Professor Tyron's eyes flew open, her face twisting into a horrifying mask as she called out. The one being called out began to panic, her entire body trembling as she spoke. Hey! Using all her strength, she fought back. Just admit it already. Shoving her fear aside, she declared, My thesis is better than yours, Professor. Wasn't my presentation proof enough? How much more are you going to steal before you're satisfied? Murmurs erupted from the crowd. So the paper on red herbs really belonged to the assistant? That explains everything. By now, Antheresa's anger had reached its boiling point. Professor? Professor? You're even more foolish than I am. Yusun couldn't believe she'd actually say that. Everyone was stunned. Professor Tyrion's face froze over, until a loud laugh suddenly shattered the tension. It was the old man, laughing hysterically. He exclaimed, How delightful! Today's presentation was incredibly entertaining. His words acted like a splash of cold water on Professor Tyrion. She jolted, finally realizing what she had been about to do. Her hand trembled as she thought about it. That was far too close. Professor Tyrion spun around in a rage, storming right up to Antheresa. Antheresa, how dare you! But she stopped dead. When had Yusun stepped in front of her again? He spoke in a low voice. Professor Megan, please, come back to your senses. Her face went pale. She glanced around, only to see a sea of judging eyes, scrutinizing her every little move. The old man and another woman were watching her intently. Professor Tyrion slowly turned away, desperately trying to save face. No, it's not like that. It's not. She clutched her chest, pleading. That brat is the one who stole my thesis. The old man had heard enough and gave the order. Get her out of here. The response was immediate. Yes, sir. Even as she was dragged away, Professor Tyrion continued to scream. No! I've done nothing wrong! Heejin and Kay simply watched the pathetic show as she shrieked, Let go of me! I said, Let go! Just like that, Antheresa's energy completely vanished. She crumpled to the floor, gasping for breath. She looked up to see a hand reaching down to her. Yusun spoke gently. Assistant, you went through a lot today. She stared blankly for a moment before his words registered, and a brilliant smile spread across her face. She gave a soft yeah, and just like that, it was all over. Hyjin and Sen turned to leave together. Hyjin sighed. Well, that was a total bust in the end, huh? Kane, however, remained calm, analyzing the situation. For an emotional outburst that powerful, there should have been some kind of warning sign. The sensors used to detect dark magic corruption didn't react at all. She nodded. True enough. The Black Moon Tower's psychometric abilities aren't exactly perfect. Heejin asked, By the way, that kid, is he the high school student co-author? She smiled at him. He's kinda cute, don't you think? He just glanced over and asked, Did you run the background check? She confirmed. Already did. Matcha just sent over the report. Heejin reported what she'd found. Before coming to Stella, it seems his hometown was wiped out by dark demons. He's a commoner, with grades at the bottom of the barrel, yet somehow, he got into the S class. And get this, he's attending the most prestigious magic academy in the world without using any magic. Everything about him is strange. He even asked to have his name taken off the paper today. Kane took it all in. I see, he said. Memorize his name. And then, he froze. Yusun, standing in the middle of the crowd, was looking directly at him without a trace of fear. He held his gaze for a second, then smiled as if nothing was wrong and turned away. Kane was floored. Wait a second. Did he just look me straight in the eye? Heejin was in disbelief. What? No way. How's that possible? She said confidently. The captain's perception-dampening magic and my dark barrier aren't that easy to see through. It must have been an illusion. But Khan wasn't so sure. He stared silently in Yusun's direction, who was now laughing happily. He was about to say something else, but instead, he just turned to her. Let's go. We're finished here. Fine by me, Heejin said, following him. I'm sick of this boring place anyway. Inside a luxurious carriage, Professor Tyrion was anxiously biting her nails. Her face was a mask of pure rage as she spat out curses. Damn it. If it wasn't for Yusun, I would have never suffered this humiliation. She seethed. It's come to this. I have to eliminate Yusun. Before she could finish her thought, a cold voice cut in. Calm yourself. Majin. Professor Tyrion was startled. You. Readin. He spoke with an icy tone. You've caused a massive problem. He snapped his book shut. This wasn't just causing a problem. You were on the verge. Professor Tyrion listened, terrified. Reedon's eyes went dark. It would have been dangerous if you'd lost control. Luckily, the contract restrained you. If that emotion had flared up just a little more, it might have destroyed our entire plan. She could only tremble. I'm sorry. He wasn't having it. Do you think sorry can fix this? The pontiff is extremely disappointed, Reedon said bluntly. You have lost all your value as a professor at Stella. Professor Tyrion scrambled to save herself. No, I still have plenty of connections on the plagiarism review board. I can handle this incident quietly. I haven't been fired yet, he cut her off, his words dripping with poison. Shut your mouth and stay silent. Keep your face buried in the dirt. That is the most useful thing you can do now. Reedon's expression turned vicious. Do you understand? There was a long silence. Before he vanished, he left her with one final command. Until you receive orders from the pontiff, do not move, and stay silent, her hands clenched into fists, still believing it was all Yusun's fault. A shadow of despair fell over her. Professor Tyrion's eyes narrowed with memory as she promised herself, I just need to wait, just a little longer. Elsewhere, Yusun was on a speeding train. In their compartment, Yusun and Aunt Teresa sat facing each other. He thought to himself, it's a shame. I really thought if Majin demonized at the conference, I could prevent the catastrophe in Epizelda 8. Turns out, she's sticking to the script until her planned rampage in Epizelda 4. He calmed himself, leaning back with his eyes closed. There's no other way. I can't afford to be hasty. The academic conference ended without a hitch, and the branch of resentment has been activated. There's just one thing bothering me. Yusun remembered the moment he locked eyes with Khan. Seeing them in the distance, he was sure of it. That man was definitely Kane, an elite corps of mages, chosen through the harshest trials imaginable, the Black Moon Tower, home to the strongest Dark Mage Brigade. Even within the Black Moon Tower, a place that has perfected the art of hunting dark mages, the captain of the 13th Annihilation Squad, their most elite unit, is Khan. If my senses weren't so sharp, I never would have noticed him. I have a pretty good idea why someone that dangerous showed up. They were probably there to monitor Professor Majin. In any case, it'd be better if I can turn this connection into something positive. In stark contrast to Yusun's racing mind, Aunt Teresa was about to doze off. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Excuse me, but could you spare me a moment of your time? She looked up, confused. Huh? Who is it? Aunt Teresa's eyes widened in recognition. Wait a minute. Are you? The man was dressed in an elegant white suit. He tipped his hat, offering a polite smile. A pleasure to finally meet you. It was the chairman of the Stardust Merchant Guild, Million. As the chapters of the game continue, the world itself expands, and as the main character, Full Moon, grows up, the number of conquerable characters naturally increases as well. Among them is Million, chairman of the Stardust Merchant Guild, known as the very heart of the Southern Crescent Plains. Possessing the Fate of Gold trait, his character is set up to be the richest man in the entire world. Even though he was over 50 with a daughter, he was a fan-favorite character to romance. Not because he was rich or handsome, but because his daughter was the infamous Jellian. Just as her villainess title suggested, Selen the elf relentlessly tormented the main character, enraging players who eventually devised the most brutal form of revenge. The ultimate goal was to conquer and marry Melian, the one Jellian loved most, and then utterly destroy her family. Yusun commented that it sounded like a joke, but everyone went wild for this kind of chaotic storyline. He thought to himself, even though I saw this coming, I never imagined he would show up in person. To set things up for the later chapters, I have to leave a good impression in this conversation today. With a friendly smile, he sat down across from them. The man spoke first. You must be the alchemist, Aunt Teresa, and this is your anonymous partner, correct? If you don't mind, may I ask for your name? Yusun thought, he already knows, but he's playing it smooth. Outwardly, he introduced himself. I am Yusun, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. The man replied, Stella student, it's an honor. Melian didn't beat around the bush. The reason I sought you out, he pulled a letter from his coat, is to propose an exclusive contract for alchemist Aunt Teresa's formula for the Nebula Merchant Guild. Of course, the terms will be extremely generous. Would you care to review the contract? Aunt Teresa hesitantly opened the envelope. Her eyes went wide as she read the offered terms. Unlimited materials and technical support. I've never seen a number this big in my life. Her eyes gleamed at the thought. With this, she could finally create her dream invention. Yusun would definitely be thrilled. But when she turned to him, his face was completely unenthused, leaving her baffled. Seeing his reaction, she hesitated too. I'm sorry, could you give me a little more time to think? Melian was surprised. Are the conditions still not enough? If you have any other requests, please name them. And Teresa quickly explained. No, that's not it. The conditions aren't just enough. They're overwhelming. Just then, Yusan turned to look at her. She spoke softly. I need time to discuss this with the co-author of this formula. He couldn't believe she'd said it. Melian maintained his polite smile. Is that so? He thought. A co-author. I assumed that was just for show, but it seems I was wrong. He considered it. A teenager who helped solve a 300-year-old problem. He was no ordinary genius, Yusan said with a light smile. You don't need to worry about me, but she protested. How could I not? Melian calculated again. Even so, he's still just a high school student. With that thought, Melian confidently said, Would you like to review the contract as well? He was certain that even a genius in magic and alchemy was just a child when it came to business. Yusan bowed his head to read the contract, but his expression was anything but happy. Melian arrogantly thought, With terms like these, there's no way you can refuse. I refuse. Yusan's words hit him like a splash of ice water, leaving Melian completely stunned. He pressed on. May I ask why? If the conditions are unsatisfactory, I will revise them immediately. Yusan ran the calculations in his head. An exclusive contract with the world's largest guild was obviously a good thing, but he remembered, while Melian was a brilliant businessman, he was also incredibly possessive, refusing to let go of anything he owned. If this formula was shackled to him, only the easiest to sell items would be mass-produced. The diversity, creativity, and overall performance of new equipment would be severely limited. Moreover, due to the extreme monopoly, countless mages wouldn't be able to access the equipment. Technical development would skew entirely towards commerce, leaving other mages leagues behind in technology. In fact, he'd seen players choose this story route before. They made a ton of money, but ultimately received a bad ending. Yusan replied simply, It's not about the conditions, I just don't want to sign an exclusive contract. The man looked confused, so Yusan broke it down for him. This technology is the culmination of magic and alchemy. It will have a massive impact not just on daily life, but also on crafting equipment for mages. We hope these new items can be used by as many mages as possible. Melian advised him, You have grand dreams and ambitions. That's a good thing. But to make those dreams a reality, money is essential. Yusan replied without missing a beat. As it happens, I just finished a round of negotiations with a series of investors, and one of them was you, Chairman Melian. The man simply smiled. So, you intend to sign with all of them, and with me as well? If that's the case, most of the conditions I've offered will have to be removed. Yusan let out a soft laugh. You're right, and frankly, I'm very tempted by those conditions. His gaze turned sharp. So, let's elevate the products into a premium brand. That is my proposal. Yusan laid out his plan. We will still strive to make the basic items widely available, but among them, the high-tier items that are difficult to craft will be exclusively contracted to the Nebula Guild. That's called branding, isn't it? Melian was still smiling, but his words were anything but soft. Fine, but can you guarantee those premium items will sell? I never engage in a business where I might take a loss. Yusan understood. He bowed his head slightly. Yes, which is why I'm not asking you to sign the contract right now. A look of absolute confidence washed over his face. Give me 6 months to convince you. Within that time, I will hold an investment presentation exclusively for Chairman Melian. If you are satisfied with the product presented then, please sign an exclusive branding contract with us. The chairman was a bit surprised by his tone. Then Melian let out a soft laugh. Now that is seriously cool. Hearing this, both of them beamed with joy. Melian accepted his terms. I will leave you two with this, a messenger letter, and my contact information. The messenger letter was an item that allowed one to write a message on paper, which would then fly unerringly to the recipient. They accepted it. Thank you, sir. Melian put on his hat and gave them a gentle smile. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. They both watched him go. Only when Melian was completely out of sight did Yusan finally let out a breath. The confident expression from moments ago vanished, replaced by a pale, exhausted face. I was so stressed I thought I was gonna die. And Teresa, standing beside him, was just confused. That's what you look like when you're stressed? He immediately explained. I was seriously on edge. She stared at his reaction in amazement. Aunt Teresa suddenly burst out laughing. You really are incredible, Yusan. He had no idea what she meant. She just brushed it off. Oh, it's nothing. He didn't press the issue, regaining his composure. Anyway, we've handled one major problem. He thought to himself, I should treat the club members to a nice meal when I get back. The academic conference ended smoothly, and classes at Stella Academy returned to normal. A different teacher appeared. She explained briefly, Professor May isn't feeling well, so I will be substituting for the time being. Yusan sat at his desk, calculating. Has she disappeared for good? According to the original story, in Volume 8, she would fully awaken and cause massive damage to the school. But because of the recent incident, things might change. Thoughts swirled in his head. Has the plot been pushed forward? He just hoped the situation was still somewhat under control. Not just Professor May, but Aunt Teresa was also absent from school. Even after class ended, Yusun couldn't stop thinking. She's probably being happily tortured inside the alchemist's castle right now. The sound of chatter nearby broke his train of thought. Hey, did you hear? Yusun glanced towards the gossip. That assistant, Aunt Teresa? I heard she was the one who discovered the true identity of the troublemaker. Others chimed in curiously. I heard that, but apparently she had a co-creator, right? That person is keeping their identity a secret. I wonder why they'd do that. The rumors grew more and more ridiculous. Who knows? Maybe they're just really ugly? That's probably it, right? Yusun just shot them a cold look and walked away. He felt a wave of relief. Thanks to the mystery of a co-author, I can live peacefully at school. In truth, I only borrowed knowledge from my past life to give her a few hints and suggestions. All of the attention and recognition should rightfully go to Aunt Teresa. He glanced ahead and spotted them. Found him? Isn't that back Yuseong? Up ahead, Yuseong and Iz were standing together. He silently sized him up. Look at that guy. Smart and handsome? Seriously, what a cheat code. And he didn't stop there, immediately judging the person next to him. Is that Iz? She looks like a doll. But even so, she's still just the daughter of some trashy underling. Okay, so she's pretty, I guess, Yuseong grumbled to himself. He could never catch a break. He walked over and called out, Hey, I'm here. Hearing his voice, they both turned to look. Yuseong gave a friendly wave. Hey, Yuseon, he politely apologized. Sorry, have you guys been waiting long? Iz shook her head. Not really. She cut straight to the chase. So, what is this special practice? You said you'd choose it yourself. Yuseong just smirked, smugly replying, You'll see when we get there. A moment later, they were all seated at a table. Two meticulously decorated, sparkling dishes were placed before them. Iz stared, her mouth hanging open in pure craving. Yuseong glanced over, seeing her practically drooling over the food. It suddenly clicked. Now that I think about it, her presentation mentioned something about drinking pickle juice before eating pizza. With that thought, Yuseong handed her a glass of water. Here, this is for you. Iz stared blankly at the food on the table. How am I supposed to eat this? The question was written all over her face. He couldn't believe it. A thought crossed Yuseong's mind. Don't tell me this is her first time at a pizza place. He hesitated for a second before speaking. Hey, that thing. Iz grabbed the glass he'd just offered and took a huge gulp. Her eyes shot wide open in surprise. This is delicious. The guy across from them saw her reaction and picked up his glass too, taking a small sip. He smiled in approval. Not bad, right? But inside, Yuseong had only one thought. I should have taken a picture of her by herself. On the outside, though, he just smiled. You should try this too. Iz picked up her fork and knife, ready to dig in. But in that instant, Yuseong chimed in again. Who's clumsy enough to use a knife for pizza? Then he held up a slice and took a big bite. You gotta eat it like this for it to taste good. Iz looked mortified. That's even clumsier. But unlike her, Yuseong's friend was totally on board. Sounds like fun. And he copied Yuseong, eating it by hand. Iz, however, was completely frozen. She hesitated for a moment, then finally picked up her own slice and took a bite. After one taste, her whole body started trembling, confusing the other two. Her face lit up with pure joy. The bell peppers are dancing on the cheese, and the paprika and olives are watching with delight. What an incredible combination. The bacon and onions are holding hands, dancing a passionate salsa. Yuseong grinned. You already knew the answer. It's good, right? Still chewing, Iz glanced at him and shyly agreed. It really is. Seeing her so happy made the other two smile as well. They chatted excitedly. Let's come here more often. Can I come too? We'll see about that. It was a peaceful, golden afternoon, one filled with bright laughter, calm, and happiness. As she was walking back to class, someone suddenly called her name. Full Moon, did you hear? She glanced over at Full Moon, who turned with a smile. Yeah, I heard. The other student seemed a bit flustered. Oh, you did? Okay then. She awkwardly scurried away. See you later then. Full Moon watched her rushing off. After she was gone, Full Moon let out a sigh. I didn't even need to ask. She was obviously coming to spread the rumor that Aunt Teresa solved the stochastic intersection formula. But I know the truth. Baek Yusong was behind it all. An image of him flashed in her mind. Full Moon turned and started walking, her mind racing. But how did he solve that formula? He should have forgotten most of his knowledge from the future, except for major events and key plot points. That's the price of regression. Is it possible he still remembers? Or is he just a natural genius? Up ahead, a group of students was buzzing about something. While she was lost in thought, a voice called out to her. Hey, Full Moon. Full Moon glanced over. It was none other than Jeremy. He approached with a bright smile. Hey, for the upcoming Persona Gate practice, if you want to team up with me? At the sight of Jeremy's face, she turned away in annoyance. What are you talking about? You think I'll just follow you because you asked? Full Moon shot him an irritated glare. Go find some other girl to bother. Stop hitting on me. With that, she spun around and walked off without a second glance. Jeremy just watched her small figure and chuckled. Yep, as weird as ever. The scene changes to a notice pinned on the bulletin board. Persona Gate Practice. All first-year students, please select the Persona Gate you wish to practice in. Full Moon's eyes were glued to the announcement. So, the Persona Gate practice is finally starting. Elsewhere, a separate dimension is created by the power of a dark mage's artificial persona. Once it appears, if the Persona Gate isn't conquered quickly, the area around it will become a wasteland where no living thing can survive. Furthermore, unlike dungeons that can be cleared just by killing the boss or destroying the core, a Persona Gate can only be conquered by analyzing and deciphering its unique rules and mechanisms. From analyzing spatial distortion coefficients and differential geometry to soul isolation techniques, you have to master thousands of different patterns and possibilities, and on top of all that, you still need combat skills. Her eyes scanned the information on the paper. In reality, the entire reason Magic Knights exist is to stop these Persona Gates, making this the most important subject of all. Full Moon's hand clenched into a fist. If things go according to the original story, one of the gates in this practice will be the real deal. I can't keep letting Yusung handle everything. Full Moon's face was tense, but her eyes were filled with determination. This time, I have to be the one to prevent a catastrophe. Scene change. At the Cloud9 Tower Cafe, 4 girls are chatting. Exquisite food is laid out on the tea table as one of them speaks up. Has everyone tried the new dessert yet? The pumpkin tart with cream cheese? Oh, the flavor is absolutely divine. Right? I tried it once and I was just blown away. While everyone else was deep in conversation, Bon just sat silently, sipping her tea, lost in thought. This is bad. Suddenly her eyes snapped open as someone brought up recent events. Rachel continued, I heard this from my father. The co-author is actually a student here at Stella. Her 2 friends were stunned. What? For real? Lady Rachel's father is the director of intelligence, so the information must be true. Solving a problem no one else could, while still a student? Who could it possibly be? I have no idea. Bon gently set her teacup down. An image of Aunt Teresa and Baek Yuseong appeared in her mind. So, even the director of intelligence couldn't figure it out? The fact that Baek Yuseong is the co-author of the VO alchemical engineering paper? Her fingers lightly touched the teacup as her mind raced. But why would Baek Yuseong hide it? Was it to give all the credit to Assistant Aunt Teresa? Or could it be that Baek Yuseong and Assistant Aunt Teresa are? She suddenly shot up from her seat, startling the 2 girls next to her. Princess? Bon hastily prepared to leave. I have to go. Her friends watched, confused, as she walked away. Wait, but your tea is still. The 3 girls exchanged baffled looks. What's wrong with the princess? Bon clenched her fists as she walked. On her way, a voice suddenly called her name. Bon. She froze, her eyes widening in surprise at the person in front of her. Bon was taken aback. Princess Hong Saiwa. Hearing her name, Saiwa brought a hand to her lips and giggled. Oh my, I told you to just call me sis. My relationship with Saiwa, defined by fate as the legitimate heir and the illegitimate child, we were destined to be enemies. My half-sister, Hong Saiwa Adolovit. I absolutely despise this woman. Seeing Saiwa here, Bon's voice turned cold. What are you doing here? Saiwa just smiled and stepped closer. Haha, don't look at me like that. She eyed Bon as she spoke. I have my own business to attend to. I heard there's a very interesting first-year student around here lately, isn't there? At those words, Bon flinched. An image of Yu Seong flashed in her mind. The words echoed. A commoner who embodies the spirit of chivalry that has all but vanished from this world. Seeing her reaction, Saiwa crossed her arms and sneered. Judging by your face, it seems you're also quite interested in that little knight, aren't you? She let out a bitter laugh. A knight who devotes his everything to his lady. Saiwa's face was now full of ridicule. He's the perfect ideal for any princess, isn't he? So, how about you introduce him to me? Bon just stood there, silent, her fists clenched, unable to say a word. Annoyed, Bon brushed past Saiwa. If you don't like it, then mind your own business. Hearing that, Saiwa burst out laughing. My, such a cold little sister. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Saiwa's mind. You weren't always like this. It must be because your older sister passed away, right? Bon's body went rigid, her face instantly darkening. Her eyes narrowed, shadowed with a deep sadness. Her footsteps quickened, as if trying to escape. Excuse me, I'll be going now. Saiwa watched Bon leave, her heart sinking a little. Did I go too far this time? Maybe it's still too soon to bring up our sister in front of her. Just then, Alan walked up, calling for the princess. Saiwa was startled to see him here. Yes? What is it? Alan calmly handed her a file. These are the documents on student Yusel that you requested. Your Highness. It's a copy of an assignment he submitted in class. It contains a brief summary of his past. Saiwa took the file and opened it. Really? After searching for so long, who would have thought his past would be written in a simple assignment? Then again, there was a class that required them to write about such things. In her hands was the paper that held Yusun's story. Well then, let's have a look. The title read, "To Mom. Mom, I miss you." After just the first line, Saiwa covered her mouth and let out a huge laugh. In the end, a kid is still just a kid, huh? Calling for his mom in the very first sentence. What an adorable brat. A moment later, her hand holding the document began to tremble. Alan looked at her, surprised and confused. Your Highness? She covered her mouth, so moved that tears started to well up in her eyes. It turns out, Yusol's mother didn't like black bean noodles. Alan couldn't believe Saiwa was crying over this. What? Is the princess crying? Saiwa quickly turned away, wiping the tears from her eyes. No, it's nothing. As she wiped her tears, she stared thoughtfully at the file. I've never really thought deeply about what poverty truly means. Looking at the paper, she thought, he lived like that, yet he still held on to his beliefs, onto the spirit of a knight. Her gaze softened. Yusol's hometown. It really was destroyed by the dark mages, wasn't it? Then, a smile bloomed on Saiwa's face. I'm sorry, Bon, but I'm becoming more and more curious about this boy named Yusun. Back at the academy, the day of the practical exam finally arrived. The students gathered in the garden as a professor stepped forward to explain. The first-year students' Persona Gate practical exam will now begin. Students, please proceed into the Persona Gate. Yusun stood off to the side, observing as a low rumble echoed through the air. It looks exactly like the Persona Gate from the textbooks. I'm suddenly getting nervous. It's finally starting, he thought to himself while checking his system. As a reward from the academic conference scenario, the Crested Glasses Gate analysis function has been activated. I've been grinding hard in Leheno's garden to raise my stats. This should be enough. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Yeah, it should be. The professor pointed towards the gate and continued his instructions. All students assigned to Gate C7, please gather over here. A familiar voice rang out. Yes. Yusun looked over. So this is how many of us are going in together? It wasn't just Full Moon. There were tons of others. This Persona Gate trial was a group mission with teams of 4 to 18 people. Teamwork wasn't just important, it was the key to survival. Her eyes never left him. Stella's first years were generally at a second-year level, but for their first real battle, they had to conquer a high-risk Persona Gate. This was not going to be easy. The number of students allowed into Gate C7, where the event will occur, is 16. It's a shame Mayuan and Hari aren't here, but with Full Moon, Hongbi, and Aizel, clearing the gate should be more than possible. I probably won't even need to interfere with the final boss. Step by step, Yusun approached the gate. As he walked towards the portal, he thought, after all, the only thing I need is that hidden reward from before. The petal of the enchanted tree. Stepping inside, he and the others were teleported somewhere else. Yusun's eyes widened in amazement as he took in the surrounding scenery. A system voice chimed. Welcome to the Ian's ball. Everyone was gathered in the center of a grand hall. The girls looked around, completely overwhelmed by the magnificent view. Then, another voice called out, please, come in. The voice drew everyone's attention. A maid stood there with a warm, welcoming smile. We will prepare evening gowns and shoes for you, Bon asked, surprised and curious. Evening gowns and shoes? What is this? Has a ball ever appeared in a Persona Gate before? This is no time to be standing around. I need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guide message. Just then, complex ancient characters appeared. A wave of anxiety washed over Bon. Wait a minute. Isn't this supposed to be a practical exam for first years? Why is it using such a complicated formula? The maid spoke up. My lady, the dinner party is about to begin. Please hurry. Bon looked at her, confused. What? The maid simply kept smiling. Is there some inconvenience? Bon asked suspiciously. What did you just say? Is that program dialogue too? Her mind raced with doubt. If she's really an NPC in a Persona Gate, I could accept it. But as far as I know, characters created by mages inside a gate can't act independently. Could it be? Looking at the maid's smile and her words, a thought kept repeating in her head. No, it can't be. There's no way a real Persona Gate would appear inside Stella Academy. It must just be that the technology has improved. The maid's friendly expression didn't change at all. Is something inconvenient? Bon changed her tune. Never mind. Hurry up and bring me a dress. The maid replied, yes, right away. As the maid walked away, Bon's mind was still a mess of thoughts. I don't know if it's just a personal feeling, but I have a bad feeling this practical exam isn't going to end so easily. A short while later, Bon emerged. Her silver and pink hair, combined with the dress, highlighted her stunning beauty. She glanced over at Yusun, who had also changed. The suit he wore made him look even more handsome. She felt a little shy. That outfit actually suits him really well. But then Bon's thoughts drifted back to a memory. Thierry had come to report, Your Highness, this is the assignment submitted by student Yuson. I heard it contains a record of his past. Bon looked at the paper, brushing her hair back. Is that so? Seeing something, she was taken aback. This is… Back in the hall, Bon was still staring intently at Yuson. It must be because of the personal file I got on him a few days ago. Somehow, he seems completely different now. To overcome a past like that and still choose the path of a knight at Stella. Yuson noticed her staring and turned his head. What are you looking at? First time seeing a commoner yawn? She shyly looked away. It's nothing. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air. It seems everyone has gathered. A woman approached the two of them, and all eyes turned in her direction. It was a red-haired woman holding a fan. From now on, you will all attend the ball hosted by Duchess Aharon. Her eyes flickered towards 4 doors on the wall. Those 4 hallways all lead down to the mansion's basement, but the basement is full of mazes and traps. If you get lost, the mansion's knights will start to move. She smiled softly. You can only rely on your teamwork and intuition. Can you do it? Yuson answered without thinking. Yes. The woman walked surprisingly close to him. That confident look of yours is quite appealing. I like it very much. He just gave a flat reply. Thanks. 2 other boys were shocked by the red-haired woman's dialogue. What was that? Didn't she just speak like a real person? Do NPCs really have dialogue like that? The woman left immediately after, leaving them with one last sentence. Well then, good luck. The 3 boys looked at each other, bewildered. We should get going. Everyone started moving towards the doors, but suddenly, a voice stopped them. Everyone, wait a moment. A boy turned around. Full Moon spoke with a hint of worry. Doesn't this practical exam seem strange to everyone? She calmly listed the details. The gate is difficult to analyze, and the NPCs are acting just like real people. Furthermore, I can't seem to decipher this persona gate at all. Realistically, would a first-year practical exam really be this difficult? The male students up front agreed with her. Actually, I thought it was weird too. I can't decipher anything. That's right, that NPC from earlier seemed way too human. She breathed a sigh of relief internally. Okay, I'll convince the others to follow this line of thought. In my opinion. Another voice cut her off. Hold on. Full Moon crossed her arms. You're not about to say this is a real gate, are you? Full Moon was a little flustered. What? Her voice rang out again. As I see it, this is clearly a situation set up by the professors. It's not like you can always perfectly decode a persona gate in a real battle. In other words, falling into a confusing and unanalyzable situation is all part of their grand design. Jackie chimed in, explaining further to everyone. Besides, Stella trains the most elite magic warriors and has the top magic knight squad. You really think a real gate could appear on campus without them noticing? The others started to believe Jackie's logic. I see. But Full Moon felt a knot tightening in her stomach. This is bad. Really bad. A wave of dread and anxiety washed over her. If you go by the book, this persona gate is real. But even if I said that, they'd never believe me. So I tried to create a sense of unease instead. Now what am I supposed to do? Seeing the look on Full Moon's face, Jackie let out a smug grin. The space fell silent once again. Yuson shot them a cold look and finally decided to follow in that direction. What was it again? He searched his memory. Chapter 6. Jackie's Corruption Arc. In the original novel, a character named Jackie never even existed, so Full Moon must be completely lost right now. But this scene, with Full Moon blocking Jackie's path, was one of the countless branching routes that appeared in the original game. After all, this was a scenario where one of the 3 students had to become a sacrifice to trigger their dark path. A flicker of worry crossed his mind, but Yuson's expression remained unchanged. I was hoping no one would get corrupted, but is it impossible to change a destiny that's already been written? Looking at the tough spot they were in, even if he helped Full Moon here, the ending would be the same. In that case, the right call was to take a step back. No matter what you say, I'm still going. With that, Jackie turned his back and headed for the gate, ignoring Full Moon as she chased after him to stop him. What? Wait, Jackie! But no matter what she said, Jackie was certain he was right. The professors must have planned all of this. We just need to stay calm and solve the problem. I'm going, too. And with that, her friend vanished right before their eyes. The remaining students just stared at each other in confusion before making up their minds. I'm also going. Better be prepared for these kinds of situations. Seeing this, Yuson let out a frustrated sigh. So much for teamwork. He tapped his elbow, lost in thought. Whatever, things are already a mess, so I guess we have no choice but to go. All right, I've made my decision. With a confident smirk, he strode forward, but a strange feeling made him glance back. He asked, the crowd trailing right behind him. Why are you all walking behind me? Hearing his question, they all flinched and answered in unison. It's nothing. He just gave them a weary smile. Geez, are all of you planning to follow me? You sneaky little brats? Well, whatever. It's not like anything bad will happen in this place anyway. Just then, a long, deep hallway stretched out before him, completely swallowed by darkness. Every so often, a cluster of dim purple lights pulsed from the ceiling. A faint noise echoed from behind him. What is this creepy hallway? Hearing someone speak, he glanced back. Looks like everyone else has arrived. Bond's group noticed his arrival, and everyone had the same question on their minds. Where did the others go? Seeing the people in this hall, Yusin's theory was confirmed. Just as I thought, we couldn't all have entered at the same time. In this place, 16 students had been split evenly into 4 hallways, with 4 people in each one. He analyzed the number of students and the distribution of hallways again. Suddenly, his thoughts turned to Aizel and Full Moon. Aizel and Full Moon are probably together. Being teamed up with Hong Bian was definitely not in my plans. His gaze shifted to Ban, who was already commanding her teammate. First things first, let's get moving. Yes, princess. Sensing his stare, she shot him a sharp look. What? You got a problem? Caught staring, he quickly denied it. Huh? No, not at all. Seeing him act like that, she just let out a sigh. Humph. Pathetic. His eyes glazed over as he walked, lost in thought. It might actually be a blessing that Hong Bei, Jun, and Aizel were separated. Suddenly, something clicked. Wait a second. He shot his arm out, blocking everyone behind him. There's something up ahead. As the lights grew brighter, they saw what was in the hallway. Mannequins, dancing all over the place. Mannequins? After scanning the area, Bond spotted something. There's a door in that room. The group looked at the distant door and began to whisper among themselves. Think an unlocking spell will work? Doubt it. If our skills couldn't even decode the main gate, trying anything here is probably useless, right? This whole place looks so dark and creepy. Bond turned to him and asked, Hey, commoner, can you decode this gate or not? Against all her expectations, he gave a short, blunt answer. No. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Was I expecting too much from a mere commoner? She looked away, but then he continued, But I think I have a rough idea of how to get out of here. Hearing him say that, she flinched, asking in confusion, What? Are you serious? Ignoring her surprise, Yusin calmly explained, It's those mannequins. Their movements are different, but they're all performing the same dance. As he spoke, he gestured, analyzing their forms. If it's you, you should know what dance this is, right? Bond quickly grasped the crucial piece of information in his words. It's the dance of Sarana, who, unable to bear her tragedy, danced one last time before her death. He suddenly turned to her and asked, So you must remember the movements then? She answered in a fluster, Of course not, while her mind raced, analyzing everything. If you look closely, all the mannequins' movements connect to each other. That means this empty space must be 4. Is everyone in position? Yusan's voice cut through the silence, asking the team. The other 2 quickly responded. Ready! I'm ready too! Hearing that, he glanced over at Bond. She was already in the correct stance. At that exact moment, the door slowly creaked open, releasing a thick, hazy fog. The door's open! The door swung wide, and at the end of the path, they could see a glimmer of light. The whole team rushed inside. But upon seeing the room at the end of the hall, Bond froze solid. Inside stood suits of armor, frozen in various poses. The floor was covered in strange drawings of people with bizarre postures. The 2 girls in the group started whispering. So, the hint is in these figures again? Looks like it. Let's get a closer look. While everyone else was exploring, Bond quietly watched Yusin. After a moment, she heard him mutter, No matter how I look at it, I don't get it. Could it be different this time? I can't see anything suspicious around here. She glanced over and saw him examining the drawings on the floor. Commoner, what are you staring at? After a moment, he stood up and addressed the group. It seems like the figures were just a distraction this time. The real clue is this tapestry. The question is hidden in the dance depicted on it. As he spoke, he looked down at the strange figure at his feet. If you look closely, you can see the patterns show people in specific poses. Let's try to piece them together. The other 2 looked down and immediately caught on. Oh, you're right. I know this one. It's the silent requiem of Sarana. The group worked frantically for a moment. Finally, as he traced the final drawing, the tapestry began to glow. The doors open. The team scrambled through the newly opened doorway. As they ran, he shouted commands. All right, let's move. Bond shot him a thoughtful look. There's something seriously different about him. Her mind raced, suspicions swirling through her head. I knew things changed since he learned to shift his perspective, but I never imagined the difference would be this massive. His breakthrough speed in a gate that we couldn't even decode is unnatural. Strategy, insight, observation, calculation, deduction. Is this really the level of a first-year student? Thinking about it sent a cold sweat down her spine. It's as if he's already cleared this persona gate dozens, no, hundreds of times before. In her mind, Yusin acted like he held the secrets to the persona gate itself, like he knew everything inside and out. Then she remembered the rumors that before he enrolled at BU, his entire hometown was destroyed by a dark sorcerer. Yusan, standing beside her, didn't notice he was being sized up. This time, there were training dummies. She recalled everything she'd heard about him. He was from some unknown village on the borderlands. A front line where a brutal war with dark sorcerers could erupt at any moment. How could a mere commoner like him have a better grasp of the fundamentals than everyone else? His understanding of strategy, his mastery in combat. It all made sense if he'd been fighting for his life against dark sorcerers on a deadly battlefield. Ugh. She watched as he directed the other members. Hey, you over there, help me adjust the weights. Got it. The more I watch her, the more certain I am. I don't get why, but she's totally different from the rest of the students. Everyone else is busting their butts for a good score, but she just scribbles whatever to get by. She never did her homework, and her attitude in class was a mess. Thinking about it, she froze. Huh. Wait a sec, why is she trying so hard all of a sudden? What's the deal with her? Noticing she'd gone quiet, Yusun glanced over. Hey, why are you spacing out? Get over there. But as he spoke, she cut him off with a question that came out of nowhere. Spit it out, commoner. He gave her a look of total confusion. This persona gate we're challenging, is it for real? Their eyes locked for a long moment as he thought to himself, she's catching on quick, isn't she? He carefully observed the girl standing before him. The old her wouldn't have figured out this was the real deal until the very end. She would have just kept getting in everyone's way. Does this mean Bion is finally straying from her path as a villainess? At that thought, a grin spread across his face, which only confused her. What's with you? Why are you smiling? Seeing the two of them just standing there, the others started whispering. Why isn't the princess here yet? Did something happen? But he shut them down immediately. It's nothing. Turning back to her, Yusun continued, you were right. This place is real. You can get hurt or even die. If we fail to clear this, the outside world will synchronize with the underworld. That's why I'm planning to smash through this stage as fast as I can. Hearing that, she thought to herself. So, it's true. Yusun only gets serious when the stakes are real. She pressed her lips together, but I'm not just going to sit back and be carried. Her gaze hardened with resolve. I'll survive this on my own terms. Meanwhile, in another corridor, the scene was grim, with bodies and blood strewn everywhere. Ys and Full Moon emerged together from a shadowy hallway, both looking disheveled and worn out. Hey, Full Moon! Someone waved, calling out to her. Over here! Seeing her classmates, she rushed over to check on them. Is everyone okay? Where's the last person? Her classmate hesitated. Well, Jackie just vanished. Full Moon's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Jackie? The group exchanged glances before continuing. The only reason we made it this far was because of Jackie. But right after we stepped through the last gate, he was just gone. We searched for ages, but Full Moon was floored by that. For ages? She quickly did the math in her head. Wait, so you guys cleared the stage even faster than me and Isa? And you're not even hurt? Well, this isn't our first time. They kept dropping one bombshell after another, leaving Full Moon completely dazed. What the? She scanned the area and then spotted him, Yusun, leaning against a stone pillar with his arms crossed. When did you get here? Hearing Full Moon's question, he cracked open one eye. Just now. She immediately pressed on. Then did you see Jackie? Nope. Hearing his flat reply, her shoulders slumped in disappointment. Oh, okay. With that, she turned and walked away. Yusun watched her walk away. I thought if I arrived before Jackie, I could have stopped him from disappearing. But it was no use. At this point, all I can do is help the heroines clear this stage. Meanwhile, back at Stella Academy, on a beautiful, sunny day, a piercing scream shattered the short-lived peace. What did you say? A real persona gate appeared in the training grounds? Right on cue, a frantic Juan came rushing in. The professor gasped, stunned by the sight before him. How is this possible? Stella's security system is supposed to be the best in the world. A persona gate had materialized out of thin air in the Academy's training zone. It pulsed with a powerful energy, arrogantly declaring its own existence. A teacher beside Juan spoke hesitantly. Sir, it seems someone completely analyzed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The signature fluctuations from the persona gate went completely undetected. Security is reinforcing the entire network as we speak. After hearing the report, Hanwon couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it all. But now isn't the time to worry about that. Just then, an unexpected voice cut in from beside the professor. Yeah, that's right. The speaker was Aaron Brex I, commander of the Stella Knights. His voice was grim. What matters now is who went inside that persona gate. The people around him gasped. Commander Aaron, he calmly asked the teacher who just reported, what's the situation? Can the support team enter? The man hesitated. No, we can't. Someone inside is undertaking the trial. Hearing this, Aaron cut straight to the point. What's the rank of that persona gate? We estimate it's between risk 4 and risk 5. That vague answer made Aaron scowl. Estimates don't cut it. Give me an exact number. It was originally a risk B, but the moment the students entered, its level skyrocketed. Hearing that, he instantly knew what kind of gate this was. How rare. A persona gate that can emit a fake signal to lure people in. The teacher handed him the list of students who had entered. Here are their names. Arns, eyes narrowed as he scanned the list. A Risk 5 persona gate. Even veteran mages have to prepare for weeks to have a chance at clearing one. The more he spoke, the darker his expression. God, this is no place for first-year middle or high schoolers. He made a decision that made Professor Hanwon cry. Out in horror, prepare 16 body bags. As soon as possible. Commander Aaron. Aaron ignored him, turning his back. It's just an order to streamline our course of action. As he glanced back, his eyes were ice cold. Are you trying to tell me those first-year brats will actually clear a Risk 5 persona gate? Yeah, right. I'd have a better chance believing a house cat could take down a tiger. Hanwon was speechless, knowing the odds were practically zero. The professor stared at the gate, with only one desperate hope in his heart. Please, just let the kids make it out alive. Meanwhile, the students were standing at the present end of the hall. A sudden voice made Isel and Full Moon turn their heads. Just then, a student appeared, sword in hand. You're all here? Thank goodness no one's hurt. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief when they saw her. You totally vanished on us. We were freaking out. Yusan watched from the side, thinking to himself, good, the whole party's here now. All that's left is the final boss. Outside the grand hall, a thick black fog swirled in the gloomy air, mixing with the sickening stench of blood. Another girl appeared with a sword in her hand. So everyone's here? I'm so glad you're all okay. Seeing her, the group let out a huge sigh of relief. You scared us half to death, disappearing like that. Yusun watched the scene unfold, a grim thought crossing his mind. The party is finally assembled. Now, only the final boss remains. Outside, the air was thick with a dark, ominous mist, heavy with the foul smell of blood. As they stepped past the hallway, a blood-red notification popped up in front of Yusun. You have reached the dancing clock. Go down these stairs, and you will find the ballroom. It seems the ball has just begun, so hurry. Only then did everyone realize they were standing at the top of a dizzying, spiral staircase, twisting deep into the castle's depths. I guess we have to go down this way. Full Moon hesitated, looking up. The leader, the Blade Spider, lives at the top of this tower. It's a risk level 4 monster, and all 8 of its legs are razor-sharp blades. She bit her lip, deep in thought. It's way too dangerous. We can't keep relying on Yusun for everything. Besides, with his amnesia, he probably knows nothing about the Blade Spider leader. But I've studied up on it, so I have to be the one to hold it off. She glanced up at the endless stairs, then her gaze shifted to Isel. While I do that, if Isel and Yusial can handle the final boss, we might just clear this without any major losses. Okay. Her mind was made up. She called out to the group, Hey everyone, wait up! But before she could finish, Yusun's voice cut in from behind, making her jump. Hold on a second. He crossed his arms, looking up. There's something up there. Then he looked back down at his teammates. You guys go on ahead. I'll check this out and catch up. The others started making their way down. Full Moon felt a knot of anxiety, tightening in her stomach. Yusun can't possibly know about the Blade Spider leader. She remembered how he'd warned them before, how he sensed the aura on the spot. That should have been impossible. No way. She put a hand to her chin, thinking, I can't believe his senses are that sharp. Then again, he did block that magic. Just then, a piercing screech echoed from above, making the whole group flinch. What was that? Bone instantly pinpointed where the sound came from. Above them, a terrifying, giant spider was plummeting towards them at blinding speed. The blood drained from everyone's faces. They screamed in pure terror. A blade spider? No, that's the Blade Spider leader. It's a Risk 4. Seeing this, Full Moon cursed under her breath. Damn it, where is Yusail? Bone quickly remembered he was still up there. That commoner. Isel's face was etched with worry. Could it be? Right now? Just then, everyone saw him. Standing on the spider's back was Yusun. He delivered a powerful kick to the spider's neck, making it fall even faster. Everyone gasped in shock. Yusol! Hearing them, he roared back. I've got this one. Get down there now. Isel stared, her heart pounding with worry. Can he really handle that thing by himself? She gritted her teeth. Maybe I should go help. But just then, a voice cut through. Her thoughts. I know what you're thinking. It was Bone, looking straight at Isel. But the most important thing right now is to get to the ballroom. Fast. She then dashed past Isel before glancing back. That's the best way to help that commoner. Full Moon stared in disbelief at Bone's retreating back. Hong Jian. Was she always like this? The grand doors creaked open, and everyone froze, stunned by the scene before them. It was a palace hall dripping with gold, dazzling, extravagant, and magnificent. On the main stage, masked figures swayed in a silent dance. One of the girls covered her mouth. Whoa, this is insane. Melodious music filled the entire hall. Then suddenly, The lights blinked out, plunging them into darkness. Panic set in. The sharp clack of heels echoed on the floor. Bone whispered nervously, "There's someone." On the stairs. From that one clue, Full Moon put the pieces together. It must be the final boss, Duchess I. Heron. Everyone, stay sharp. A single spotlight flared to life, making her flinch. A gorgeously dressed woman spoke from within the light. "Greetings, everyone. I am Jackie I. Heron." She covered her smirking lips with a fan, her eyes filled with malice as she stared them down. Cheers erupted from all around the hall. "My Duchess, you are as radiant as ever today. Please, just one smile in this direction, I offer." "This heart to you!" The crazed shouts terrified the students. Full Moon stared at the scene, completely baffled. What the hell? This never happened in the Fadi original novel. No, the character Jackie didn't even exist in the first place. Seeing the pressure on Bone and Isel's faces, her mind raced with theories. A normal person can't just become an NPC in a Persona gate, let alone the final boss. There was only one horrifying possibility for how someone could become an NPC. If that's the case, a terrifying conclusion formed in her mind. Is Jackie a dark mage? With the answer clear, she gripped her staff tighter. So this is why UCL told me to be careful of Jackie. But I can't just give up like this. Her resolve hardened. Somehow, I'm gonna bring you back. Staring at the glamorous Jackie on the stage, she yelled out, "Jackie, if you get lost in that power, you'll turn into something horrible. So please, just calm down." Before she could finish, Jackie let out a cold laugh. "Ha, what nonsense. Are you spouting?" She paused, her voice dropping to a low growl. I Heron." The masked figures began to chant her name again. I Heron. Jackie. Her thoughts started to tremble, to fracture. This face, these pawns, this heart. Her voice grew stranger and stranger, finally twisting into a distorted, quivering sound, so numb it felt like it was about to melt away. Her face was now a mask of model. A look of pure ecstasy spread across her face. She cackled with glee, caressing the skin on her own cheek. Seeing this, Bond's voice filled with dread. This is bad. Her mind has been completely corrupted by dark magic. The others agreed. At this point, the only option is to clear the gate and turn him back to normal. She called out to Full Moon, who was already waiting. "Full Moon, I'm ready." Full Moon quickly began gathering mana, his heart filled with resolve. "Just wait for me, Jackie. I promise I'll save you." But the Duchess's haunting voice echoed through the hall. "All right, that's enough chit-chat." Blood-red lightning, crackling with terrifying power, erupted around her. She smirked. "Everyone, let's get this party started." The boss battle, the dance of temptation, had begun. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a splash of bright green blood splattered across the walls. It was the blood of a giant spider. It tried to flee, but a single slash from Yusan split its body in two. Blood gushed from the massive wound. Yusan sighed, exhausted after the fierce battle. Damn, this thing was stubborn. But then he realized the bladed spider wasn't a required boss to clear the stage. This felt more like a hidden area. Even so, Yusan reasoned, I have two reasons for doing this. The first reason came into focus as he looked ahead, his eyes calculating. A single eye-catching red petal was embedded in the giant spider's forehead. I have to get that enchantment flower petal, he thought. Suddenly, the spider lunged, striking from above with its foreleg, but Yusan dodged out of the way. He yelled, "Flash! Step!" and leaped high into the air. Pulling out 3 vials, Yusan expertly tossed them down at the giant beast. A spark potion, a slip potion, and an oil potion. The 3 liquids mixed, creating a powerful chemical reaction. The giant spider was instantly engulfed in flames, shrieking in agony. And as for the second reason, Yusan thought to himself, a flash of light, a blur of motion. As the spider reeled from the damage, Yusan seized the opportunity, aiming a fatal blow right between its eyes. However, his strike only connected with its barrier. But in that brief moment, cracks spread across the spider's shield. He was one step closer to his goal. Yusan poured all his strength into shattering the barrier, protecting the beast. He had to succeed. This was the hidden strategy for the character questline, Swallowed by Darkness. An image of the red petal, floating mysteriously on water, flashed in his mind. The enchantment flower petal. Absorbing it grants a massive boost to one's mental power. It's an essential item to effectively use the skills Cognitive Acceleration from the slowly leaking mana and Keisuke. It was an absolute must-have item. Plus, it had an interesting connection to the main story. The spider roared in fury and charged at Yusan, but he wasn't worried. That petal is linked to the final boss, Duchess Iharusun. The pieces clicked into place. This bladed spider. They was her husband, Duke Iharon. I usually skip the story, so I never noticed, he muttered. As the spider attacked, he vaulted over its head. When its leg swept out to crush him, he dodged again. Wherever Yusun jumped, the spider followed, forcing him to evade not just its attacks, but the thick webs covering the cave. He calculated his next move. This is why every time I attack the Petal's shield, the Duchess also takes damage, making things easier for the main character's party. Still, a flicker of doubt remained. But I can't be sure my attacks are helping them at the right time. A slight smile crossed his face. Might as well just smash it then. Yusun suddenly dropped from the ceiling, sword in hand, diving straight for the giant spider. It was caught completely off guard. He then unleashed a series of continuous flash steps, blinking from one spot to another to confuse the beast. With every teleport, Yusun tossed another slip potion. The giant spider roared in frustration, unable to track his movements. After his barrage, Yusun landed on a ledge to catch his breath. Good, if I can just pin it down like this. But his eyes widened in shock at the scene below. The spider was sliding uncontrollably, plummeting into the bottomless chasm. Yusun's confidence turned to panic. Did I throw a few too many slip potions? He immediately leaped off the ledge, diving after it. The spider was in a free fall, accelerating at the speed of light. Damn it, Yusun cursed. The ballroom is right below. In his panic, an idea sparked. As he matched the spider's falling speed, he started calculating. Think. Following its trajectory, Yusun, though worried, knew exactly what to do. He adjusted his position. When the timing was perfect, a strange light glinted in his eyes. Flash step, a few minutes earlier, as a red panel appeared with the words, Boss Battle, the dance of temptation has begun. The scene shifts to the ballroom. Saiwa, Full Moon, Isol, and their friends stood together, on high alert. All around them, ghostly couples were lost in a trance-like dance. Duchess Iharan, inhabiting Jackie's body, or rather, Jackie Iharan, now lifted the hem of her dress and began to sway to the demonic music. The strange melody combined with her dance to generate a destructive red power. Her red high heels tapped lightly on a glowing magic circle. Suddenly, red lightning crashed down from the ceiling, striking at Princess Saiwa's group. They scattered in a panic, desperately dodging the attack. Everyone, get back! Princess Saiwa cried out. Seeing that no one was hurt, she checked on her team. Is everyone all right? A boy replied. We're okay. Saiwa broke into a cold sweat. There's no time to hesitate, she thought. We have to fight. That thing in front of us is a creature of darkness. With renewed resolve, she began chanting. The red orb on her staff pulsed with energy, glowing brightly. A torrent of fire magic erupted, wrapping around Saiwa before she directed it straight at Jackie's back as she danced. But just as the spell was about to hit, Jackie spun around with a wicked smile. Not a chance, she whispered. With a wave of her hand, a black magic circle appeared, completely nullifying the flames. Icy countered, casting a spell that launched shards of ice at Jackie. The other students joined in, their wands raised, creating their own magic circles. Beams of blue light shot towards Jackie, but even their combined power was useless. Her magic circle was unbelievably strong, blocking every single attack. The group began to panic. Our magic has no effect on her. More horrifying red lightning gathered in the air, preparing to strike again amidst the chaos. Here it comes again. Be careful. Just as it was about to hit, something appeared in a flash. Full Moon had created a massive, powerful magic circle, deflecting the attack and protecting everyone. Jackie froze, stunned by what had just happened. Full Moon gracefully took hold of her skirt. With her staff in one hand, she calmly began to sway to the music. As Full Moon completed a full turn, a worried Icy asked, Full Moon, why are you suddenly dancing? Full Moon's expression hardened. She didn't answer her friend. She just stopped dancing. Without warning, she conjured a yellow magic circle and launched a powerful blast of energy directly at Jackie. The spell grazed Jackie's cheek, who was still frozen in shock. Only then did Full Moon explain the situation to everyone. All right, she said. It's just like in the novel. Everyone, it's the dance. Saiwa and Isol stared in disbelief. There were clues in every stage we cleared. This isn't just a magic battle. It's a dance competition. We have to cast our spells in time with the rhythm of the dance. Realization dawned on Saiwa's face. That makes sense. Duchess Iharan's dance can't be broken by normal magic. Izzy understood as well. We have to counter her dance with Serena's silent tango. The musical notes for a new song appeared in the air. Everyone recognized it. It was Serena's Prayer for the Dead. Saiwa quickly began to dance to the new melody. Isol spun gracefully, instantly finding the rhythm. All the other students joined in, moving in perfect sync. And as they danced, Jackie's defensive magic circle flickered and vanished. She was left completely defenseless against the barrage of magic. Jackie took the full force of every spell. A massive explosion rocked the ballroom, and everyone was certain that they had finally defeated her. But even though Jackie was down, the strange music played on. Did it work? Isol asked nervously. The gentle melody suddenly became distorted. The music twisted into something monstrous. Huh? Wait a second, Isol said with dread. The tempo. It's getting faster. and as she watched in horror, a silhouette began to emerge from the white smoke of the explosion. Her friends started to panic, staring at the scene in horror. What was that? A single, bare foot, just floating there? Turns out, it was Jackie. She wasn't destroyed like everyone thought. Her face was a twisted mask of rage, her lips pulled back in a sick grin. But the real shocker? She had 4 legs. 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, and 4 legs all touched down at once. Jackie struck a calm, dramatic pose. Behind her, a massive, demonic red magic circle pulsed with evil energy. She didn't even have a scratch on her. Jackie's voice was dark and hollow as she looked at them, a ghostly smile playing on her lips. The real party starts now. Full Moon tried to get through to her. Stop it, Jackie. If you let Duchess Aharon's personality swallow you whole, you'll never come back. Jackie screamed back, her voice ripping through the silence. What do you want me to stop? Everything went quiet, leaving only Jackie's voice. Look around you. Jackie stood on the stage, looking, down on them all, surrounded by cheers calling her name. Jackie Ihar! Jackie Ihar! The people from the ball had stopped dancing and were now praising her non-stop. She's absolutely breathtaking. It was like they were hypnotized, urging her on. She's the greatest dancer ever. Punish these fools. Then, Jackie's voice dropped, delivering a final verdict. Full Moon, you are so cruel. Full Moon was stunned by the accusation. What? That single, dark condemnation dragged up a flood of selfish and brutal memories. Jackie remembered Full Moon laughing and talking with her friends. Then, she saw the image of Full Moon and Yusin looking at each other with total devotion, a feeling Jackie craved. It was so sweet, so intoxicating. Even back when Full Moon fought the giant pig monster all by herself, Jackie resented her. But you kept that secret all to yourself. Full Moon was the star, always happy and loved by everyone around her, a complete opposite to the invisible Jackie, who could only watch with jealousy. You kept that glory all to yourself. The vision of Full Moon, always shining, always surrounded by friends who loved her, was a stark contrast to the dull, faded Jackie, who could only stand in the shadows, burning with jealousy and desire. Back in the present, she looked completely unhinged, hatred radiating from her. I will never let this feeling go, Jackie declared. Saiwa sensed something was wrong. It's coming! Everyone, on defense! Jackie began to cast. Destructive beams of pure energy shot out from her demonic sigil. Saiwa and Aizel quickly channeled their power, throwing up a barrier just in time to protect themselves. But the other students weren't so lucky. Aizel saw someone get hit and collapse. In that split second of distraction, she forgot to maintain her own barrier. And just like that, the dark magic was upon Aizel. Squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. But then, a golden light flared up in front of her. She slowly opened her eyes to an unbelievable sight. Saiwa was standing in front of her, using fire magic to shield them both from the evil spell. Saiwa shot her an angry look. Hey, you idiot, can't you focus? Aizel stammered. What? Saiwa immediately started giving orders. I'm better with fire magic, so I'll handle that. You focus on blocking the lightning spells. Aizel could only nod and obey. Saiwa then looked over at a stunned Full Moon. And you, hide behind us, and attack when you see an opening. Full Moon was totally lost. What is even happening right now? She remembered a vision of Saiwa and Aizel arguing furiously while everyone else logged out. In the original story, Saiwa wrecked the whole team because she was jealous of Aizel's power, causing serious damage to everyone. But what was happening now completely changed Full Moon's perspective. The person with the clearest head in this chaos was Saiwa. Back in the fight, another of Jackie's spells shot toward a distracted Saiwa, but this time Aizel instantly reacted, summoning walls of ice to protect them both. Full Moon knew then and there. It wasn't just Saiwa or just Aizel. They were a team. Aizel gave Saiwa a stern look. Don't let your guard down. Annoyed at being called out, Saiwa snapped back. What did you say? Just then, Full Moon rushed to stand behind them, her own staff raised and ready for battle. She made a promise to herself. I can't lose. She swung her staff, creating a swirling vortex of magical energy, and fired a powerful beam straight at Jackie. But Jackie just laughed mockingly. Useless. Her dark shields easily blocked the attack. Then, a mysterious smile spread across Full Moon's face. The light beams from before suddenly grew larger, transforming into massive lightning bolts that crashed down on the magic shields. Another huge explosion rocked the room, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. The magic duel had completely destroyed the ballroom. Now, only ruins remained. Everyone held their breath. Is it over? All eyes were fixed on the cloud of white dust, waiting. And then, their worst fear became a reality. The dark silhouette of Jackie slowly stepped out of the thick smoke. Aizel started sweating nervously. Saiwa readied herself. Full Moon could only whisper in shock. Jackie. A creepy, distorted voice called out, Full Moon, Full Moon. It came from Jackie, but her legs had now morphed into the spider-like form of Duchess Ihar. Her voice was terrifying. Do you all hate seeing me happy that much? The sight made everyone around them sick with fear. Jackie had lost herself completely, leaving only raw hatred. Why can't you just leave me alone? As Jackie repeated the question over and over, Full Moon tried to reason with her. Jackie, it's not what you think. Please snap out of it. Jackie's eyes flew open as she let out a maddened scream. Shut up! Above her head, a massive, blood-red magic circle appeared. Then another powerful one formed right after it. Then more and more sigils appeared, accompanied by a twisted, demonic melody. Jackie looked like she was dancing to the sick beat. Saiwa was in total denial. No way. But behind her, Full Moon knew exactly what this was. From the blood-red magic floating above Jackie, countless beams of destructive energy, like spider threads, prepared to strike everyone down. This was at least a level 5 danger. Full Moon was truly worried now. What are we supposed to do? Then, she looked up, hearing something strange coming from above. The red sigil was making a weird noise. Full Moon tried to guess what it was. Standing next to her, she vaguely guessed. A boss? Suddenly, Jackie's agonizing scream snapped everyone's attention back to her. Saiwa looked around, confused. What's going on? Full Moon had a theory. I don't know why, but it seems like Big Yusun's fight with the blade-toothed spider is affecting her. Jackie was clutching her head, roaring in pain. It finally clicked for Full Moon. Don't tell me. Big Yusun knew about this weakness, so he decided to fight that monster alone, just to help us take down the final boss. While Jackie was weak and writhing in pain, Saiwa's resolve hardened. She announced to the others, "This is our chance!" Full Moon and Izal launched a simultaneous attack. Izal created a giant ice barrier with sharp crystals shooting upwards. The cold blue was a perfect contrast to the hot crimson of Full Moon's spell. The clash of fire and ice was absorbed by a ring of Full Moon's energy, showing off their overwhelming power and perfect teamwork. The force of the ice completely pinned Jackie down. Then, a burst of fire threw her into a state of chaos, ending with a final, massive explosion. Furious at their attacks, she screamed, "You brats! You think you can control me? You dare!" And with that, she summoned something. A giant spider with a vicious face appeared before them. Full Moon was shocked. What just happened? I don't know. It looked like something just fell from the sky. Suddenly, Full Moon gasped. It can't be. The image of the spider, with its glowing red eyes against the dark background, was terrifyingly powerful. Dust and debris radiated from it, as if it had appeared from an explosion. This was a whole new level of trouble. Is that the blade-toothed spider? But isn't it dead? The young man in the butler outfit was confused. No way. Big Yusun is just a freshman like us. How could he beat a level 4 monster all by himself? He turned to look at the figure lying on the ground. It was Big Yusun. He looked completely exhausted, like he'd just survived an insane battle. The monster spider had crashed right into a nearby church. The air went still, the calm before the storm. A pair of feet quietly approached. Full Moon walked slowly toward Jackie, who was collapsed on the ground, a portrait of failure. "Did you really have to ruin everything for me?" She slowly looked up, her face a mask of fury. "I will never forgive you, Full Moon." She continued her bitter rant. "Ha, you couldn't beat me in a dance-off, so you had to play dirty, didn't you? It's because you can't dance as beautifully as me, right? Pathetic, truly pathetic. You're just like me, jealous of anyone more beautiful than you." She smirked. "This is great. So it turns out, model, it's not just me. You're no better off than I am." Jackie's face was a mask of sorrow, as if holding back 1,000 unspoken words. She stared, confused, when Full Moon didn't react at all. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Full Moon then gave her friend an instruction. "Io, can you summon an ice mirror?" "Of course." Jackie was still lost in her own vanity. "No matter what tricks you pull, I'm still more beautiful than you." But what appeared before her was a massive ice mirror, reflecting her current face in perfect detail. Seeing her true self so suddenly left her utterly speechless. "What is this?" Baek Yusan was slowly coming to, holding his head. "Is this me? Impossible. Ah, my head. This isn't a real mirror, right?" the butler asked with concern. "Are you all right, sir?" he tried to process. "What just happened? What kind of illusion are you using to trick me?" Jackie completely lost control, screaming in hopeless denial. "Disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting." She couldn't accept the truth, her cries echoing like a bitter curse. "Please, get rid of this mirror." She imagined the stares, the whispers from everyone else. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Bon and Full Moon just watched sadly as she shrieked in despair. "No, no, no! Kunwung, this isn't me!" Her trembling hand reached out, begging for salvation from her suffering. "Full Moon, please. You guys can do anything." She continued pleading. Please, help me. Save me. But in an instant, her words turned to P.O. Easeln. Did you really think I'd say that? This is all your fault. Right from the start, she raised a sharp blade, preparing to lunge at Full Moon. Her voice dripped with resentment as she screamed, Die! The blade shot straight towards Full Moon, but was suddenly stopped by an unseen force and repelled. Jackie stared blankly at the figure who had appeared. The one who saved Full Moon was none other than Haewon Ah-Rang. In the next moment, Jackie's entire body burst into flames. Io and Bon watched in sorrow. Full Moon was just as heartbroken as her friends. All they could do was whisper a quiet apology. Jackie, we're truly sorry. The disappearance of Jackie marked the end of a journey. A system message appeared. Thus concludes the story of the Duchess Iharen, who longed to be the most beautiful and beloved person in the world. You have cleared the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. After the storm, the sky cleared, and everything returned to its former peace. At a building on campus, a professor announced, Team A6 has completed the simulation. The cadets have left the field. Team B3's simulation has also ended. Professor Lee, Han ordered, Begin evacuation immediately. Yes, sir, the professor thought to himself. Only Team C7 is still inside. A colossal vortex of energy appeared, a deep black abyss surrounded by brilliant, red flames and white lightning, creating an overwhelming pressure. It was a massive spatial gate. The professor turned to his student. The energy waves are fluctuating. Prepare for summoning. Understood. A stream of blue light appeared in the dark space. The professor was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All the students have returned. The ants have taken down the tiger. Suddenly, a voice whispered from behind. A cadet managed to clear a danger level 5 persona gate. Even veteran mages struggle in there. That cadet in the lead. That must be the team captain, right? Ah-Ren observed the situation, without a word. He then turned back to his horse and told his subordinate, We're pulling out. Yes, sir. Baek Yu-sun stood before the professor. Reporting the completion of the Persona Gate mission, Professor Han-won thought to himself, a total of 16 people, 1 casualty. 15 returned safely. So, we still lost 1 person. The professor said, You all did very well. I'll send healing mages right away. Get some rest. Yes, sir. A new voice cut through the air from a distance. What happened while I was away? A mysterious young man slowly approached. Looks like something interesting happened while I was gone. Baek Yu-sun looked bewildered. The young man smiled. Tell me everything. At the main tower, Stella, Baek Yu-sun followed Lord Elwyn inside. He walked nervously, unsure of what to say. A private meeting with Lord Elwyn. I'm so nervous. His mind was a mess. This is exactly why I didn't want to be the team captain. Memories flashed through his mind. Just before leaving the Yenbales, Persona Gate, Bon had brought up the issue. Shouldn't we pick a captain to write the report? At the time, Yu-sun had just woken up and was still dazed. How about we let Full Moon do it? He'd said, pointing to the girl next to him. Bon immediately shot him down. Hey, this commoner is perfectly lucid, you know. Why would you let someone else steal your credit so easily? Full Moon agreed. Hey, that's not right, you know. And Io added, I know I did well, but this time was different. Her words just confused him more. You too? His face fell as he was forced to remember. The conversation back at the gate, and that's how I was forced to become the captain. What on earth happened while I was unconscious? He was lost in thought, but then an opportunity arose. Lord Elwyn's voice cut through his thoughts. This is our 3rd meeting, isn't it? The Lord's tone was warm and gentle. You've grown so much. You were so small before. Baek Yu-sun was stunned by his words. What does he mean by that? The scene shifted to a hazy, white sky. The air was frigid in the midst of a harsh winter. A small boy struggled to walk through the thick snow, fighting against the cruel weather. Blink, blink, blink. As he struggled, a strange voice rang out. You're an interesting one. A man in a black cloak appeared before Yu-sun. You have quite an amusing ability. That person was Lord Elwyn. He told him, I'll write you a letter of recommendation. You should take the entrance exam for our academy later. You'll get extra points. The image of his childhood faded into the darkness, and the sounds of the present pulled him back to reality. Anyway, the reason I called you here is Baek Yu-sun yolted, remembering the moment he first met Lord Elwyn. The two were now seated in Elwyn's office. The room was decorated in a lavish, classic royal style. There was a grand desk, a sofa set for guests, and cabinets lined up against the walls, creating a vintage, nostalgic atmosphere. The two began their discussion. On behalf of everyone, I want to thank you for preventing what could have been a major disaster. I have no intention of making this public. Yu-sol flinched at the sudden sound of his voice. The man continued his speech. Of course, if the students were seriously injured, things might be different. So, thank you. This is all thanks to you. Yusan was shocked to hear Sir Elwin asking for a favor, and there's one thing I need to confirm. His face turned mysterious as he brought up a new subject. Were there any errors inside that gate? Yusun quietly studied the man's expression, understanding why they called him the Dark Mage Slayer. He looked terrifying, and Yusun wasn't even a dark mage himself. It was then that Yusun finally spoke. Yes, one student didn't make it. Jackie. He showed signs of corruption from dark magic. Sir Elwin's reply was short. What a shame. But Yusun saw no change in his expression. He just kept talking with that same bright, cheerful smile. It didn't look like he felt any pity at all. The man's next words jolted him back to reality, as if a light bulb went off in his head. Ah, what am I thinking? I almost forgot to offer you a drink. Sir Elwin's tone was still light. Coffee or tea? Or do kids these days prefer soda? Yusun fell. He hesitated for a moment. I'll have. Then he made his decision. I'll have tea. Do you have lit tea? The Lord looked momentarily surprised. Lit tea? Then he smiled. Of course we do. Just a moment. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Good. Lord Elwin brought out a cup of tea with a color as beautiful as autumn. Here. Not many people know about lit tea, and even fewer actually like it. This is a surprise. Bake Yusun took the cup and savored the essence in every drop. Thank you, sir. But the more he drank, the more he realized the taste was not what he expected. But it doesn't taste very good. He got lost in his own thoughts about the tea's flavor. Compared to food from Earth, it's like durian or fermented stingray. People who like it are addicted to it, but those who don't can't even stand the smell. They won't even touch it. He thought about why he chose lit tea, and the reason came back to him. Actually, meeting Lord Elwin privately is a turning point and an opportunity. Yusun remembered that Full Moon had once chosen coffee and was taught magic, while another chose soda and gained enlightenment. But he knew that Lord Elwin's personal favorite was lit tea. He suddenly gasped when he mentioned cha lit. You see, there was just one problem. Headmaster Elwin began to share the story tied to this legendary tea. Decades ago, it was the exclusive drink of the Lee tribe on the Western continent. They should have kept it for themselves, but they shared it with humanity, and tragedy followed. The shadows that appear in the cup are a haunting reminder of a painful past and the Lee tribe's destruction. The formula for cha lit tea was believed to have been lost with them. The headmaster spoke of the past with a deep sense of regret. This had to be one of the last remaining batches of cha lit in the entire world. If only humans hadn't been so greedy, we might all still be enjoying this tea. Such a shame. But Yusun's response caught him off guard. That's strange. I still drink this all the time. He placed the cup back on the tray. What? So it still exists? The headmaster's face fell. No, I know for a fact it doesn't. Then Yusun added, but I know how to make it. A spark lit up in the headmaster's eyes when he heard this. He leaned in, his voice filled with urgent disbelief. What? Are you serious? How could you possibly know the recipe? Yusun paused, unable to explain it. His mind was racing. It was too complicated. He couldn't just say he learned it from a game. Fumbling for an excuse, he brought up his family. My mother. She taught me before she passed away. He knew the recipe like the back of his hand. And just like that, he had the headmaster's complete sympathy. Oh, my apologies. I shouldn't have asked. It's okay, sir. You don't need to apologize for that. But inside, Yusun felt a wave of relief. Elwin immediately tried to get the recipe from him. Would you be willing to sell that recipe to me? I will pay you a handsome sum. But Yusun replied, actually, I want something more valuable than money, headmaster. Inside, he was thinking, finally, the moment I've been waiting for. The headmaster asked, what is it? Now Yusun could finally reveal his true desire. Your magic reinforcement technique, he said with a smile. I just want you to help me with it one time. But Headmaster Elwin was confused. Are you sure? You don't want to reconsider? The cha lit recipe is basically extinct. It's incredibly valuable now. Compared to that, my magic has no practical application. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, he understood perfectly. Yusun's inner thoughts continued. With Elwin's technique, combined with Antaresa's magical alchemy, and by using the mana collected from a necromancer, I can create a basic inventory. A subspace for items that only an 8th level space mage could use. In this world, very few people can do that. But with the help of a 9th level mage like him, I can possess the highest grade inventory. He couldn't tell him the real reason, so he beat around the bush. Gold and silver are nothing compared to receiving the essence of your magic. Headmaster, I would consider that the greatest gift of my life, he continued to plead his case. So please, sir. Elwin sighed, but it was a sigh of acceptance. He gave his consent. All right, if that's what you truly desire, then we have a deal. Yusun's heart soared. This was perfect. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Aki Haiden sat sternly, his tone dripping with accusation. I've heard the reports. The persona gate you worked so hard to open. And was a failure, wasn't it? Raiden stood silently for a moment before answering slowly, yes. I worry that if the master finds out, he will be furious. The man calmly adjusted his tie and continued, you're too rigid. That's the real problem. I'm not upset about the failure itself, but there were other ways. Raiden stood there in silence. Seeing this, the man continued his critique. Are you planning to let Professor May lose control? Having taken the criticism, Raiden asked to leave. If there's nothing else to report, I'll take my leave. He walked slowly down the hall. As he walked, he replayed the events in his mind. There was only one reason to open the persona gate this time: to deal with the students likely to attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. Images of the Academy's most talented students flashed through his mind. Even after opening a grade 5 gate, the risk far exceeded their abilities. And yet, Full Moon, Isilmore, the Princess of Adalavit, and Bo all came back completely unharmed. Raiden was lost in thought. Nothing had gone according to plan. As he was thinking, a voice suddenly called out to him, Professor, it's been a while. Raiden was startled. He turned around. Yusan stood behind him, casually speaking. You know, when I was a kid, you were like a wild beast. Now that you look more like a human, I almost didn't recognize you. Seriously, though, some of my friends almost got hurt recently. Was that part of your slow old master's plan too? Hearing this, Raiden's face darkened with anger. Even if you are a young master, do not disrespect the supreme leader. And friends? He scoffed. Yusan's tone turned cold. Are you getting a little too into this whole student role-playing game? So it's not just your appearance that's changed, huh? At those words, Raiden froze, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He then exploded with rage, shouting, how dare you spew such insolent nonsense in front of me? As he finished, Raiden felt an immense pressure as Yusan smiled with menacing eyes. You'd better watch your step. You people are a real eyesore. He left him with one last line. See you around, Professor. Those words sent Raiden stumbling to his knees, clutching his chest. To the ground, clutching his chest and whispering, I'm screwed. He gritted his teeth, breathing hard. Ha, ha, he told himself. If it's for the Moon Shadow Cult, this is nothing. In a corner of the hallway, a group of female students were gathered, talking. Thank goodness the princess is safe. I heard the persona gate was created incorrectly because of a school error. Is that true? How could they be so careless? I don't know. Hearing them whisper about the gate, Bon thought to herself with a gloomy expression, of course, the other students don't know the truth. From the school's perspective, I guess this is how it has to be. As she was lost in thought, someone called her name. Bon. She snapped out of it and turned to see Mon, a bit surprised. Senior. He just laughed it off. You don't have to be so formal, but I guess just dropping the titles feels a little weird too. She replied, there's a proper order to things within the school. They chatted pleasantly. Haha, I'm just glad to see you're safe. I was so worried about you. Bon calmly replied, I'm fine, Senior. You don't need to worry. But in her head, she felt a wave of disgust. This sly fox, he wasn't worried about me. He was worried about his own position. She knew he belonged to one of the two great powers in the Adalavit kingdom, the ducal family of Aki, who assisted Princess Hong Sihua, and the ducal family of Adalek, their rivals. And Edmund Mon was the sole heir to Duke Adalek. Bon guessed his reason for approaching her. His goal was probably to marry her. After helping her become queen, suddenly, Mon suggested, hey, how about a game of sun chest? The school tournament is coming up soon. She accepted. Yes, let's do that. Edmund smiled, a bit slyly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Good. Today I'll teach you a thing or two. Watch closely. Hearing that, she tensed up, biting her lip. He walked ahead, greeting people casually. Haha, hello there. She followed behind, thinking to herself, the tragic reality is, without this man's help I can't become queen. If only I had enough power on my own. At least, if only someone with power rivaling Duke Adalex was on my side. As she thought this, she happened to look down and see Yusan on the floor below. Seeing her dazed, Edmund turned back. Bon, what are you doing? Hurry up. Before he could finish, she quickly replied, yes, Senior, and went to his side. Down in the courtyard, a single flower petal landed on Yusan's hand. He stood there and said to himself, let's see, this should be about right. He was a bit surprised. After absorbing the petal from the enchantment tree, his mental power stat, which resists charm-type magic, had permanently increased. His stats now read Muscle, 73%, Agility, 42%, Durability, 99%, Senses, 57%, Stamina, 19%, and Mental Power, 24%. Seeing this, he thought, not bad. And what's more, For completing his training, he had received a special reward. Yusun thought for a moment. Now then, what should I get this time? Should I use it to increase my growth potential? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, what about American's pendant? The system replied, possible. He immediately accepted. Then I'll take that. The moment he spoke, the system announced, item granted, American's pendant, Moran's pendant. Item information, grade, high tier. Description, a pendant forged by the future mechanical alchemist Maricon to protect his own life. Its barrier has been refined to its absolute maximum. Special skill, Maricon's shield, grants unconditional defense against any attack below class 6, can be used one time. He put on the necklace and continued to think. It's a shame it's only a one-time use, but a rare item is a rare item, especially since in Chapter 8, I'll have to clash with an awakened gene. As he was thinking, the system notified him that the ancient grudge tree branch had accumulated 78% hatred. Seeing this, Yusun lit up. Good. Preparations for the battle with Jean are going smoothly. The rest is up to Anissa. At the International Alchemy City, an assistant cheerfully greeted him. Welcome. This is the Gordon Alchemical Talc School, facility number 13, located in the annex by the Grand Elm Tree. Yusun walked up and asked, I'm here to see alchemist Aunt Teresa. The assistant politely refused. I'm sorry, but she is unavailable at the moment. Hearing this, he already knew what was coming, figured. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a letter. Here, an invitation given to me personally by instructor Aunt Teresa. Seeing the letter, the assistant was stunned. Oh! Then she spoke politely. My deepest apologies. I will guide you immediately. She then showed him the way inside. Please, this way. Yusun thanked her. In front of the room, the assistant politely announced, Instructor Aunt Teresa, you have a visitor. The two of them stood there for a moment, but there was no reply. Seeing this, the assistant knocked again and said, We're coming in. Standing there, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. This feeling was unsettling. Then, all of a sudden, a blast of power shot forward. The explosion blew the door to smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge. He let out a sigh of relief. Ha, that was a close call. Any closer and it would have been a disaster. The terrified assistant stumbled backward. Yusun stepped forward to check on her. Assistant, are you all right? Before he could get an answer, he heard someone call his name. Oh? Is that the student? He froze for a second and turned to see Aunt Teresa and Koden. She called him over. Come here, quick. There's something I want to show you. Yusun noticed how calm they were. Guess they didn't care much about the explosion. She held up the watch on her wrist and pointed to it. Student, you see this? This is a protection bracelet. The man demonstrated as he spoke. If you press this button twice, even in this state, it has defensive capabilities on par with a Class 3 barrier. The watch emitted a small shield, but its power was immense. Then he continued, Oh, but if you press it right here, one more time. Before he could finish, Yusun was stunned. He saw the protective barrier expand to cover Koden's entire body. The man smiled confidently and asked, What do you think? Pretty epic, right? He continued. Even someone with low mana and weak magic can cast a shield spell. It's only a one-time use with about 500 defense points, but it'll be a huge help when you need it. Koden retracted the shield and kept talking. If this thing goes public, it'll turn the world upside down. And it's all thanks to this kid, Aunt Teresa. His voice held a hint of admiration. Ah, that reminds me. You're a co-author too. Yusun was a little shocked. Then he heard the man continue. On that note, what do you think about joining the Alchemy Tower as an alchemist? Faced with this offer, he hesitated a bit. I don't have any mana, so I can't be an alchemist. Hearing his answer, Koden and Aunt Teresa froze, completely caught off guard. What did you say? What do you mean? Yusun calmly replied, It's a congenital condition. I can't receive mana. It's called mana leakage. The two of them were floored. She raised a hand to her mouth to hide her shock, while Koden looked completely rattled. His face was frozen, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He spoke, needing to confirm it. Does that mean you have a human limitation? Yusun thought to himself, well, things just got complicated. Not that he's wrong, he then spoke up to reassure them. It's true that I have a limitation, but I don't plan on dying. I know what I have to do, so neither of you need to worry. Anissa let out a sigh of relief. Ah, okay. Seeing that things had settled down, Yusun changed the subject. So, can I see that protection bracelet for a second? He asked while holding out his hand. Hearing his request, she was startled for a moment before reacting. Huh? Oh, right. Yusun took the watch and began to examine it closely. He noticed some tiny script engraved on the inside. The bracelet was definitely still in its early stages, so everything was crude and had a lot of redundant parts. Yusun seemed to have discovered something and spoke up. Could I borrow a monoline pen for a moment? Hearing His request, she hesitated. Huh? But Koden seemed intrigued by the idea. Oh ho, what are you planning to do now, kid? Yusan got serious and quietly shushed him to focus. Seeing that, the man froze. Aunt Teresa put up a hand, signaling him to be quiet. Meanwhile, Yusan was completely focused on fixing the bracelet, his hands moving while his brain calculated the method. If I connect this part with the mana-line pen. After a moment, he was finished. A satisfied look crossed his face. Koden was ecstatic, shouting with joy. No way! How is that possible? With a look of utter disbelief, he exclaimed, the defense jumped up to 800. That's a 1.5 times increase. Calling you a co-author wasn't just for show. Yusun and Aunt Teresa just stood there calmly with a slight smile. The man was so excited he immediately tried to recruit him. Hey kid, you're sure you don't want to try working under me? Realizing his phrasing was a bit off, he quickly corrected himself. Ah, not under me, but I'll set it up so you can. Work on equal terms with me. Don't worry about not being able to use magic. I'll assign an alchemist to you as a mana conduit. Despite Koden's sincere offer, he still gently still-inent. Refused. Haha, I'm sorry. I have my reasons for walking the path of a magic warrior. Hearing his refusal, the man replied, a bit dejected, what a shame. But Yusun just grinned slyly and made another suggestion. But more importantly, I have a favor to ask. Yusun handed Aunt Teresa an orb. Can you help me make an item with this? She took it and asked, an enchantment? The boy calmly replied, it's for space magic. The principal of Stella has already decided to help me. Aunt Teresa's jaw dropped in shock at his answer. Wait, the principal? Koden seemed calmer but was still a bit skeptical. That old man from Stella agreed to help? Good grief. The more I see of you, the more incredible you seem. She really wanted to help, but was afraid she wasn't skilled enough. She calmly stated, I want to do this for you, since you're asking. But I'm sorry, I don't think I can handle something at that level. I've never even tried to enchant attribute magic before. Hearing that, he didn't seem to mind, and even added with a playful smirk, I know, I'm not in a rush. Whenever your skills are up to it, you can help me. Then, he figured it wouldn't take her more than a few months anyway. Since Yusun put it that way, she couldn't refuse anymore, and agreed to his request. All right, you can count on me. Besides, this was a new opportunity for her to research something new. It was also about time she crafted a masterpiece. Back at the classroom, Iz was struggling with her lesson. She kept thinking but couldn't figure it out. Then she saw Yusan sitting to one side and thought, maybe I should ask him. But he was just yawning sleepily. Before she could go over, someone called out, Commoner. Bond stepped in front of him. I have something important to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Iz was curious. Important? What's it about? Yusan calmly replied, yeah, I've got time. The two of them walked outside, and she could only watch them go, not knowing what to do. She sat in silence, trying to comfort herself. Whatever they're talking about has nothing to do with me, so why do I feel so annoyed? He followed Bon out into the empty hallway and calmly started. So, what did you want to talk about? She didn't turn around as she replied, I heard that the Alchemy Tower has developed a product of magical alchemy science. Bon paused. For a moment, then continued, I also heard that the co-author of that magical science was you. He stood there silently, letting her finish. Yusan thought, with the Adalvit royal family's intelligence network, this was bound to happen. He then spoke slowly. So what? Are you trying to use me to get a direct business deal on the item? Bon turned around, a superior look on her face. I won't deny it. But don't get me wrong. The item is important, sure. But I think building a connection with you is even more crucial. Yusan was taken aback. Huh? He was lost in thought. This was completely off script. He never thought she'd value him this much. So different from the character he remembered from the original story. A new thought sparked in his mind. Maybe this time, Bi Yon's tragic death could actually be prevented. While he was processing this, Bon shyly started to speak. So, I was hoping to ask you to dinner sometime. But as they stood there, a voice cut through the air from a distance. Well, if it isn't Bon? They both turned to see Iman striding toward them, his expression cold. His voice was dripping with accusation. You turned down lunch with me, so I figured it had to be for something important. I never imagined you'd be hanging out with this commoner. What a disappointment. A heavy, awkward silence fell over the three of them. Yusan sized up Iman, his mind racing. I've seen this guy in the game before. He's one of the characters with a major death flag, the one who drags Bi Yun into the abyss, Emon Adalek. Judging by his smug attitude, he has no idea that I'm the co-author of the random interference formula thesis. Bon quickly stepped in. He's not just some ordinary commoner. I intend to use him to connect with the House of Atija. So please, senior, don't interfere. Iman just laughed, shattering the tense air. Bon, are you serious? What could a commoner possibly do for you? Wouldn't I be a better choice? Yuson inwardly sighed. Asterisk, what a clown. Asterisk. He was used to this garbage, always being underestimated because he was a commoner. Bon's brow furrowed, her voice sharp. Senior, what exactly are you implying? Seeing how this was going, Yuson cut in. You know what? The deal for the item is off. Bon was stunned. What? Iman, however, just smirked, crossing his arms. A wise decision. At least you finally know your place. Yuson calmly stepped forward, his face unreadable. Oh, and about that item deal. I'll be sure to inform them that Duke Italic has personally refused to supply the kingdom of Adalvit. The smile on Iman's face instantly twisted into a scowl. You're getting bold, aren't you? He asked, his voice dripping with ice. Do you have any idea what happens when a freshman disrespects a third year? Who knows? Yuson shot back. And who cares? She stood, behind him, panicking internally. Asterisk. This is crazy. He must know Stella has a strict hierarchy. And Emon is one of the most powerful third years. What is he thinking? Saying things like that? Asterisk. Yuson spoke again. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. And with that, he walked off, leaving a fuming Iman and a stunned Bon in his wake. Watching him go, Iman let out a dark, interested chuckle. A freshman who doesn't know fear. Looks like I'll have to make his school life a little more interesting. Meanwhile, Yuson walked silently down the academy hall. He thought to himself, asterisk. Sorry. Biyun. Asterisk. Asterisk. But unless I knock that guy off his high horse, you'll never get a happy ending. Whether you take the throne or the dukedom of Italic collapses. Death is your only future. But, at the very least, asterisk, asterisk, I won't let you be forced to bow to a creep like him, asterisk. Elsewhere in the academy, life went on. Bon leaned against a wall, frustrated, pressing a hand to her forehead. Asterisk. Maybe I should just ditch this whole princess's act for good. Asterisk. Asterisk. The reason Iman Adalek is always on my case is obvious. He can't stand the thought of me being independent. I usually keep my cards close to my chest, but he just had to provoke me. Asterisk. That night, at home, Yuson smiled. Perfect. The package arrived safely. Inside the box was a small set of jewelry. The first prototype from Atesia had arrived ahead of schedule. All right, let's see what these can do. The item information panel appeared. Defensive necklace. Quality. Low mid. Description. When worn, activates a protective barrier around the body. Effects. Agility plus 11%, stamina minus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special skill level 1, shield ready. Damage absorption rate, 3%. He was a little surprised. Whoa, better than I thought. Another item's info popped up. Mysterious dagger ring, quality, common. Description. When used, the ring transforms into a hilt, creating a blade of magic. Effects. Agility plus 14%. Perception plus 9%. Special skill, level 3, mana blade. Duration, 5 minutes. Defensive shield bracelet. Quality, low mid. Description. When activated, transforms into a gauntlet protecting the forearm. Effects. Strength plus 7%. Stamina plus 9%. Mana plus 2%. Special skill level 1. Spirit armor shield. He stared at the ring, impressed. Asterisk, that's Atesia for you. They're already producing mid-tier items. Asterisk, I need to test these in a real fight to send them proper feedback. I already gave Dr. Hans Gordon a heads up. Now that everything is ready, it's time to start dismantling the dukedom of Adalek. A few days later, the second exam was just around the corner. The test was split into 2 parts, practical and theory. For the practical, the combat magic test was graded differently depending on the magic type. For example, lightning magic was judged on max voltage and chain count. Wind magic was graded on its explosive force. Ice magic was based on its lowest temperature and area of effect. There was also healing, light magic, and other unique attributes. The variety was insane, but the one who stood out, as always, was the fire magic user. Yuson watched him. Asterisk. Of course, the main character. Asterisk. He's on a completely different level. An examiner turned to Yuson. Yusol, you're up. Prepare to begin. The examiners watched Yuson's speed, impressed. Every time I see it, it's incredible. There's 0 delay after his flash step, and his aim is instantly perfect. Terrifying! Stop! One of them shouted. Yuson's test is complete. He stopped, thinking to himself, asterisk. Okay, the practical is partially done. I can't use magic, so the rest is a total loss. But with the oracle glasses, I might be able to salvage the theory section. Asterisk. But as he was walking away, a voice called out to him. So you're UCL. A whole group of students blocked his path, their eyes filled with scorn, and they started jeering at him. I heard you're the freshman who actually talked back to a third year. You've got a death wish. Seriously, I would have never dreamed of doing that back in my first year. Yusan didn't say a word. He just stared at them silently. Asterisk. So, it's starting. Asterisk. Asterisk. These must be Iman's lackeys, right? Asterisk. A guy named Catalum stepped forward aggressively. Look at this little punk. He's actually glaring at us. When Yusan still didn't speak, he pushed further. You gonna look down or what? Yusan sighed internally. Asterisk. I knew this was coming. Asterisk. Still, getting jumped by a bunch of useless thugs is a real pain. The two of them were locked in a silent stare-down. Catalum let out a short, ugly laugh. He snarled, Look at this kid. I told you to lower your eyes. Yusan's continued silence only seemed to fuel his rage. This little bastard is even cockier than the rumors said. A commoner, right? I also heard you don't have any parents. If you don't want to die, get on your knees, you piece of trash. The commotion finally drew someone else's attention. What's going on? A fight? That's Senior Iman's crew. Isn't that the freshman we met at the Mat V cemetery? I think his name is Yusol. A new voice cut in, freezing both Yusan and Catalum in place. Just what do you think you're doing over there? Catalum's tone immediately softened as he tried to explain. Can't you see? We're just teaching a junior his place. Stay out of this, Bandian. This punk had the nerve to talk back to a third year. It's our duty as seniors to discipline the underclassmen. She glanced over at Yusan. Asterisk Yuseol. Is he actually going to kneel? If he's strong enough to beat a level 5 summoner, this mob should be nothing to him. Asterisk. Asterisk. So why isn't he fighting back? It can't be. Asterisk. Bandian spoke up, her voice firm. No, don't do that. Her words made Catalum stop in his tracks. Huh? What? She explained slowly. If a freshman really did disrespect a third year like you said, then this isn't a minor issue. In the military, that would be considered insubordination. So, I propose we make this an official special training session for the underclassmen. Catalum hesitated for a moment. That kind of session needs approval from the student council president. She didn't miss a beat. I'll get the approval myself. So let's make sure we do this by the book, okay? A triumphant grin spread across his face. Fine by me. This sounds like it could be fun. Just then, Bandion moved closer to Yusan. She spoke in a calm, polite voice. Sorry for stepping in, but they weren't going to let you go that easily. Yusan was a little surprised. You think they wouldn't have let me go? Bandion looked at him knowingly. You were planning on using this moment of public humiliation to set up a massive counterattack, weren't you? A person smart enough to defeat a summoner wouldn't provoke a senior for no reason, which means there's only one logical explanation. You want to destroy Stella's ridiculously outdated tradition, the seniority right. You were going to sacrifice yourself to do it. As his thoughts trailed off, her words left him stunned, though his expression never changed. Me? He glanced at the retreating group. I get it, she said calmly, but some of them had no other choice but to join AF Monday. They were forced into it by family circumstances. And even if you're right, you can't let people like that be punished. Bandian gently patted Yusan's shoulder. So, I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president. But Yusan's face was a mask of confusion. What in the world has she been talking about this whole time? Later, during the magical protocol interpretation exam, students stared at their papers. Some groaned in despair. I don't get any of this. Are we supposed to finish this today? Yusan, however, calmly stood up. I'd like to turn in my paper. Professor Jarun took the exam sheet, worried. It's only been 20 minutes. Are you giving up? Yusan just shrugged. No, I'm finished. The professor stared doubtfully at the paper. What? You mean you solved it the moment you saw it? His eyes widened in pure shock. Yusan simply walked out, stuffing his hands in his pockets with a sigh of relief. I didn't even study, but finishing that felt incredible. Whispers erupted behind him. Hey, isn't that Yusol? I heard he's the freshman who mouthed off to Asmon's Adalek. Looks like he's about to get put in his place. Yusan ignored them, figuring the whole school already knew. Now Bandian had to get involved, setting up a special training session for a junior. Simply put, it was a place where an upperclassman who wanted to discipline someone could issue a direct challenge, a one-on-one duel. At Stella, seniors are forbidden from insulting or hitting juniors, but in these training sessions, it's a legal way to punish them. In reality, it was just an excuse for seniors to beat down juniors with magic. That's why it needed the student council president's approval to prevent abuse. However, S-class students could submit a request directly. Yusan sighed, frustrated with himself. All I had to do was kneel, and now it's turned into this mess. He'd thought, let's just get it over with and go take a nap. Back in his room, Yusan locked the door, since it had come to this. He opened a small box containing a little toy. If you can't avoid it, you might as well enjoy it. Meanwhile, in the Stella Student Council office, the Student Council President, Miro Ayun of the 52nd S class, looked up from a mountain of paperwork. Bandian, what brings you all the way here? She walked forward and, without a word, placed an application on his desk. I want you to approve a special training session for a junior. The target is Yu Seol, an S-class freshman. Miro looked intrigued. I thought you hated these ridiculous spectacles. Why the sudden change of heart? She answered coolly, it's because I hate it that I'm doing it. He offered a sly reminder. I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't beat a second year. The gap created by experience isn't something stats alone can overcome. Are you sure you want to do this? Bandian just waved the form. If you want to know why, just come and watch. It'll be fun. He seehed, completely exasperated. Seriously, what are you plotting? Suddenly, a new voice cut in. Oh, student Miro Ayun! Professor Jarun rushed over, holding Yusan's paper. Could you please take a look at this report? A student's thesis report? Miro replied politely. Ah, Professor Jarun, welcome. Did this exam produce a thesis worthy of being sent to the academy? The last one you brought wasn't exactly up to par. The professor grinned, shoving the paper into his hands. Just take a look. The moment he saw it, Miro's expression flickered with astonishment. Isn't this Professor Procus's layered circuit design? This is impressive. It cuts the inverse model decomposition loop formula in half, using such a simple equation. The layered circuit was considered complete, perfected by countless scholars. To push it even further, this was the work of a true genius. He demanded, Who wrote this? The professor beamed. Student Yusel. At this level, he could be invited to participate in the Aslan conference. I have to report this to the vice principal immediately. Jaren hurried away, leaving Miro staring at the paper. Yusal, huh? Far more interesting than I thought. A doubtful voice rang out. What? Hadian slammed his hands on the table. Professor, you want to recommend student Yusol for the Aslan conference? Yes, Jaren confirmed quickly. The vice principal will review it, but this is truly a surprise. Hadian sighed. That's going to be a problem. Professor Jaren looked confused. Huh? Hadian explained. Right now, Stella has many other candidates for the conference. This year's freshmen are exceptional. The maximum number of attendees from one school, not counting the noble lineages with guaranteed spots, is only 2. And you want to nominate Yu Sol for one of those spots? A magic swordsman who doesn't even use magic? He'll just embarrass the mages. If you understand, you may leave. Yu Sol's participation in Aslan will not be permitted. Defeated, Jaren said, I understand. Once he was alone, Hadian crushed the paper in his hand. As if I'd let a bug like that into Aslan. Not a chance. The second exam was over, and the rankings were posted. Yusun and the other students gathered in front of the board. He scanned the list for his name, mumbling, let's see. There it is. Rank 419, S-Class Yusol. 419. Even with a perfect written score, I ended up here. I really am one of a kind. As expected, the top spots were held by familiar names. First, Ma Yuel. Second, Izel. Third, Full Moon. Fourth, He Guiriang. Fifth, Hong Biyan. Yusun was surprised. Ma Yuel, last semester, He Guiriang was second. Why did he drop to fourth? Is it because Izel and Full Moon can actually focus on their studies, now that the original story has changed? Since Jackie chose the path of black magic, He Guiriang's and Ah Guang's story branches should have disappeared. Yusun didn't even notice Bon standing beside him. Are they just adjusting the ranks for convenience? She commented. Then she looked at him. Still, I think I've caused too much trouble. He jumped back, startled and suspicious. Whoa, where did she pop up from? What is she planning now? Bon spoke again. Anyway, if you're in the top 600, you must be planning to join the coalition tournament. Yusan's mind clicked. Oh yeah, there's an event like that. It's where selected students get to compete against other famous magic academies. What is this? What is this feeling? He stepped closer to Bon. Is there something else you want to say? Her face turned beet red as she looked away, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her skirt. After a moment, she finally asked the question. Why did you do it? He was a little stunned. Huh? Bon pressed on. I'm asking why you did that to Senior AS Monday. That man holds a serious grudge. He'll definitely harass you until graduation. Can you really handle that? Yusan stared at her for a long moment before answering. No, I don't think so. I'd rather beat those punks down and get expelled than let them bother me. She clenched her fists, her voice filled with confusion. Then why did you do it? What did you gain? Yusan met her gaze again, then looked away. It's because our relationship is important to me, too. Besides, my help isn't free. When this is all over, you're signing an item contract with me. Bon bowed her head slightly. But you'd have no problem getting an item contract with families other than Adelite. So why? He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. I guess I can't just tell her I want to save her and see a happy ending. He decided to dodge the question. I'll tell you about that later. Bon didn't push it, changing the subject instead. All right. By the way, what are you planning to do about the freshman training session? Yusun sighed. Well, I guess I have to go through with it. Her next words caught him completely off guard. You don't have to hold back. Yusun was confused. Huh? As she explained, her eyes sparkled with admiration. You can face the seniors with your real strength. It's okay. I'll take care of the consequences as much as I can. Yusun was flustered. Oh, okay, thanks. She seems to want to help, but why is she so sure I'm going to win? Neither of them noticed that from a nearby corner, someone had heard their entire conversation. Axioang silently turned and left, his expression unreadable. Later, in magic practice class, Axioang summoned a brilliant full moon. Jay watched him and praised, Your control is excellent. Excellent. His destructive force might be lacking, but with that kind of precision, he'll pass this test easily. Against highly sensitive enemies or in stealth missions, he will perform exceptionally well. On the other hand, your magic. Her gaze shifted to Bon with a heavy meaning. Is still far behind. How many more times do I have to say that fire magic is not just about destruction? Jay turned away, her voice stern. And yet you are, the one with the highest affinity for fire. It's completely absurd. Now, do it again. Bon lowered her head, her teeth clenched in pure frustration. In the dark of the Stella night, sparks of fire flashed relentlessly. She constantly summoned flames, blasting the target before her. She frowned, her voice filled with annoyance and envy. I lost again. I tried so hard. So why? Why? Can I never win? The chatter from the crowd caught Isel's attention. Come to think of it, today is the sparring match between the first years and second years, right? We should go watch, she thought to herself. Are they talking about Baek Yuseong? But that has nothing to do with me. I still have to study. Then, the whispers in her ears fell silent. In that moment, A lowered her head awkwardly. And yet, I ended up coming anyway. Someone approached her and asked, You came to watch too? It was Harlan, she said enthusiastically. I heard it's about your boy, Baek Yuseong. First year, Class B, Harlan. She sat down comfortably next to Isel. Aren't you two secretly dating? That's why you're here. Isel's face turned beet red as she quickly denied it. No way. In the first place, Baek Yuseong and I are not. Harlan just looked at her flushed face and couldn't help but smile. Surprising, she thought. I figured you'd be different, since they call you the traitor's daughter, but you're actually way cuter than I imagined. She quickly took the initiative to introduce herself. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Harlan, from Class B. It's great to meet you. Isel replied, Yeah, nice to meet you too. Suddenly, a sound like a collective roar echoed through the arena. Seeing Yusong had arrived, someone shouted with excitement. Looks like it's about to start. Yusang saw the massive crowd and felt confused. Why are so many people gathered here? The berserker screamed out his support. Hey, my brave little brother! I'm not sure what's going on, but please go easy on them, okay? Seeing the berserker's eager expression, Yusong became even more puzzled. Wait a minute, aren't I the one about to get beaten up by a senior? Why is he telling me to go easy? Vendigion just sat silently in the stands, looking down, below, while a few other students sneered with delight. Finally, that bastard Baek Yusong is gonna get what's coming to him. A commoner acting like he's the center of the universe. He deserves this. Once a senior, and it was game over. Just then, Bizon's murderous glare stopped them dead in their tracks. She stared them down, her eyes like piercing bullets. They knew better, instantly shutting up and stepping aside. Bon looked back down at the fighting ring. A commoner? John was still looking totally relaxed, not showing a hint of panic or worry. Catalum entered the ring, taunting him. Yo, kid, you, ready yet? Second year, Class C, Caliban. Yusong quickly sized him up. Class C, so he's probably ranked somewhere in the 300s, even though I'm in Class 5. In terms of pure combat ability, he's got the edge on me. It's best if I avoid a direct confrontation as much as possible. Yusong finally spoke up. Yeah, I'm ready, I guess. The senior just smirked contemptuously, stubborn until the very end. The referee began to explain the rules. Since everyone is present, I will now explain the rules of the duel. The match will last a minimum of 15 minutes and will continue until one side has fallen. If there are signs of life-threatening danger, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically terminate the match. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either combatant can choose to forfeit, and the duel will end immediately. And now, let the duel begin. The two were instantly teleported into a simulated space. The timer started to run, and they both drew their swords, ready for battle. Outside the arena, Haralon asked Isel, "Who do you think's gonna win?" She replied without a second thought, "The senior, of course." After all, Senior Caliban is a successor of the Earth attribute. Earth is an element with incredibly strong defense, and Baek Yuseng's firepower isn't exactly the overwhelming type. Not to mention, Earth is an element that specializes in terrain control. The more he controls the field, the more varied his attacks become. Can Baek Yuseng's magic sword even pierce? The defense of a third-tier Earth mage? A seed of worry began to grow in Isel's heart. Haralon's right. There's no way Yuseong can win this match. At least, not by any normal standards. Down below, Caliban confidently declared, "Today, I will show you the true meaning of fear. Domain of Earth." But in that instant, Yusong used Flash Step to teleport far away. His expression was calm, while Caliban's was one of utter disbelief. Yusong suddenly smirked, turned on his heel, and just ran for it, leaving his opponent stunned. "What the hell?" Harlan sounded a bit exasperated, running from the very start without any pride. But I guess in this situation, that might just be the right move. Caliban roared in anger. "Hey, you bastard, get back here." Yusong just ignored him and kept running. I mean, who hears that and actually turns back around? His opponent gritted his teeth in fury and used his magic. Stone spears. Magic circles appeared in mid-air, creating massive, sharp projectiles of rock. Yusong glanced back, startled, as his opponent waved his hand, and the stone spears shot towards him, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The expressions of everyone in the stands darkened. Caliban, however, was already celebrating as he walked forward to check. That definitely landed. But when he saw what was in front of him, he froze. What is this? Before him, a monkey doll was hanging upside down from a tree. A monkey doll? He asked himself in confusion. What the hell is this doing here? The doll's hands quickly clapped together. By the time Caliban realized something was wrong, it was too late. An explosion, with the monkey at its center, instantly erupted outwards. The young man's eyes widened in shock as a blinding light filled his vision. He stumbled back a few steps as small pebbles rained down at Caliban's feet. Caliban staggered backward, feeling a sense of relief. That was too close. Good thing I increased my weight with Earth's gravity. Suddenly, he heard a sound. He quickly looked up, surprised to see that from behind him, a swift figure was appearing unexpectedly. But Yusung froze mid-attack when he saw a green light suddenly envelop his sword. Caliban turned his head with a sinister smile and said, "Die." He spun around and swung his wand. "Rock Breaker!" Caliban looked forward confidently, feeling a little smug. Then his pupils dilated. He stared ahead, stunned. Before him, there was not a single soul. He exclaimed, "What? He vanished!" Caliban looked all around him, shouting threats. "Hey, freshman, is running and hiding all you know? Was all that talk about your knightly spirit just a rumor?" He stomped across the ground, searching. When suddenly, Caliban's body was lifted into the air. He felt both confused and worried. Why is my body suddenly frozen like this? He gritted his teeth and looked. Up. He saw Yuseong sitting in a nearby bush right in front of him. Yuseong just raised an eyebrow and smiled mockingly. Caliban gritted his teeth in frustration. That little brat. Is he laughing at me? He struggled to force himself back down to the fast. Ground. Earth's gravity. Caliban swung his wand forward, but again, he saw nothing. He shouted in frustration. This damn brat really wants to play these games, huh? Get out here, now! Caliban swung his wand wildly while shouting, "Stop with these cheap little tricks." His wand connected with something. A strange gas suddenly burst out. Caliban yelled. His vision was now blurry, filled with nothing but black smoke. Caliban coughed violently. He covered his mouth, realizing in shock that it was CS gas. He noticed the sound of a bell ringing from the ground, and then Caliban's eyes widened as a blinding light burst out. Haralon covered her ears, a frown on her face. She wondered, what the hell was that? Isel also covered her ears, replying, "It looks like some kind of flashbang, meant to cause temporary blindness and deafness." She looked at Caliban, who was now standing in a crater, and explained, "CS gas and a flashbang assault. The second-year senior can't even get his bearings." Bond was thinking silently, "It's over. All he needs to do is approach slowly and deliver the final blow, and the winner's name will be that so-called commoner." But suddenly, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She saw Yuseong throwing strange balls. She spoke with a hint of doubt. "What's this now?" A ball flew straight at Caliban's face. Yuseong continuously threw the small spheres. He kept muttering the same two words, "Flash Step." The Berserker and Van Digion were now in a lively discussion. He spoke first. "Are those more CS gas grenades?" She watched intently as she answered. "This time, it seems there's only a little smoke that comes with them." Van Digion looked at Caliban standing in the cloud of black smoke. She added, "You know, Baek Yusung's attacks aren't exactly fatal, but he only managed to give his opponent a minor injury." Caliban roared with absolute fury. You soul! You bastard! Without another word, Caliban raised a small mountain right in front of Yuson. His face twisted with rage as he glared down at him and screamed, "Screw this training! I don't need it anymore! I'm going to fight you for real!" Yuson ignored the threat, simply looking up in admiration. Staring at the towering peak before him, he mused, "Still, isn't using rock magic a bit much for a freshman?" Hearing this, Caliban gritted his teeth. "Are you insane? You're the last person who has any right to say that." The two beside him, Wild Toxin and Bandigian, nodded in agreement. He's got a point. Then, thousands of sharp spikes rained down from the magic circle. Time ticked by. 11:47. Minute by. Agonizing minute. 14:49. Caliban roared, swinging his staff down. Die! Another few seconds. Passed. 14:55. Yusun just stood there, face tilted up, silently watching the thousands of spikes hurtling towards him. The clock hit 14 minutes, 57 seconds, and Yusun remained calm as time. Ticked away. 14:58. 14:59. Right at 15 minutes on the dot, a small smile touched his lips. He casually raised his hand and said one thing: "I forfeit." Everyone there was stunned. Even Caliban froze. In place. He could only manage a confused, "Huh?" An announcement echoed through the arena. The match is over. Everything returned to normal. Caliban stood frozen, hearing the announcement. "Freshman Class 5 Sol has forfeited," he asked. "Himself? Is that it?" The referee declared. "Therefore, the winner is Caliban of Class C52. Yusun bowed his head slightly, a small smile on his face as he thought, "I'm just glad I'm still alive." The announcement came again. "And that concludes the special training match." Caliban's whole body began to tremble. His scream of frustration echoed across the entire school. Yusun's match became the hottest topic on campus. Did you see the look on that second year's face? He was furious. If that were me, I would have punched him before the match even ended. I know, right? They were all buzzing with curiosity. What was that stuff Yusiol was using? Maybe it's some kind of newly researched magic tool? Yusol did great, but those items were what really caught my eye. That was the exact same thing that Bandigian was wondering. Could it be that those items were just too powerful? Most alchemists rely on the terrain to fight, but Yuseol planned his magic placements from start to finish. He used high mobility to set up his tools in a private domain, creating his own favorable battlefield. He's truly an extraordinary person. Wild Toxin leaned in and asked Han. "Miro Yun said you were the one who proposed this training group. So, did you get the results you wanted?" Bandigian looked straight ahead, whispering with satisfaction, "The result I wanted. Now, the second years won't dare bully the first years so easily anymore. Even the second years now know that they could be defeated by a first year. Indeed, the upperclassmen were still bitter about what just happened. Too bad we didn't get to see that arrogant first year get beaten down." "Exactly." Bandigian's voice was cheerful as he replied, "I think this result isn't bad at all. Things have just gotten a lot more interesting." Wild Toxin let out a hearty laugh. "Well, that's good then." Meanwhile, at the Red Hawks club room, Edmund was furiously cursing. "Caliban, that idiot." In the distance, Bon was focused only on the newspaper in her hands. She turned each page carefully, slowly studying the news. Bon had already seen through Yusun's intentions. So, he let that guy win, huh? For 15 minutes of their duel, Yusol just played with the upperclassmen, never once fighting seriously, which means if he wanted to win, he could have finished it from the very beginning. His deliberate forfeit proves that no one thought a first year could actually beat a second year. Finally, she came to a conclusion. So power isn't everything after all. That commoner, he's completely unpredictable. Edmund's bitter voice cut through her thoughts. "What are the second years doing now?" "I told them to give Yusan some special training." His assistant reported hesitantly. "Well, the truth is, none of the second years dare to mess with Yuseol." Edmund's temper flared. "What?" The assistant continued honestly. "Contrary to the rumors, Yusol greets his seniors very politely and acts warmly. I was going to scold him myself, but I ended up getting roped into buying snacks for him." The more he heard, the more Edmund's blood boiled. "You what?" Suddenly, a frantic voice yelled from outside. "Young master!" Edmund quickly replied. "What is it?" The maid urgently relayed the message. "The Duke just called. You should go see him right away." For him, this was completely unexpected. Edmund walked towards the desk phone, thinking with suspicion. "This is strange. Father is calling me first?" He answered politely. "Yes, father, it's me, Edmund." The voice on the other end was excited. "My son, I just received a call from the Alchemy City," Edmund repeated with curiosity. "From the Alchemy City?" His father continued grimly. "Because Duke Italic's house refused. The alchemists from the Antarisa school have stopped supplying the kingdom. Do you know anything about this?" Edmund frantically denied it. "What? No, how could I possibly? But it's the truth, his father interrupted, his voice heavy. The co-creator of the random mana infusion formula said, so. Edmund seemed to freeze on the spot. The co-creator himself said it? He hastily tried to explain. Wait, father, I really don't know anything. I've never even met the person. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. Cold sweat dripped down Edmund's face as a horrifying thought struck him. Don't tell me. It's you, Seol. With no other choice, he had to bite the bullet and compromise. The deep voice on the other end of the line continued. Even so, daring to refuse a request from the Adalebit Kingdom is unacceptable. You know how much influence we have in the Alchemy City. This is a technological revolution. A technology that can craft items rivaling ancient artifacts once thought impossible to reproduce. Even the Golden Alchemist is cooperating with Teresa's research. Edmund started to show extreme fear. The Golden Alchemist? This is much bigger than I thought, his father declared sternly. That's right. Soon, the kingdom will restore trade with the Alchemy City. But the name Adalek will not be on that list. I'll ask you one more time. Are you involved in this? After that tense conversation ended, Edmund began trying to make peace. Bon looked at his stressed face as she replied politely, Yes, senior. Edmund's voice was low as he asked Bon for a favor. Can you arrange a meeting with Yuseol for me? A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Then she quickly regained her usual indifferent expression. Yes, I'll take care of it. At the same time, on the southern continent in the Hayu Plains, a beautiful girl was standing on a balcony, gazing at the lush scenery below. Jeliel remarked, The price of land is rising. Suddenly, a trembling voice from behind made her turn around. Lady Jeliel, model. Please, I'm begging you. A pathetic number 3 floated above his head. Just this once, Jel coldly observed the man kneeling before her. She focused on that number. 3. That was the inherent value of all things. This trait allowed its user to see every living creature, from humans to beasts, as a numerical value. The lowest was 0, the highest was 100. And with that power, Jel judged this man. Only a 3? He was as worthless as a rock on the side of the road. She scoffed at him. See? Why go bankrupt over such useless ventures? I warned you not to invest in that pointless business. He gritted his teeth, cursing Jeliel in his heart. Lies! This business should have been a success! From his perspective, Jeliel was the one who manipulated everything. She had ruined him. Once she'd had her fun, she gave a simple order to bury him. The guards moved instantly, obeying without question. Yes, milady, the man cried out in desperation, pleading for his life. Lady Jeliel! Through it all, she just watched coldly as he was dragged away. Lady Jeliel, a small, amused smile played on her lips. As Jel turned away, she thought to herself, how boring. Kids these days have no backbone. Her expression changed the instant she heard a voice call from outside. Jel, are you in there? A wave of joy washed over her, but that voice was strange. Even with her ability to see the value of all things, a single question mark hovered over that person's head. Melion's warm voice filled the room. Jeliel, my treasured daughter, are you doing well? Seeing her father return, Jeliel's face lit up as she rushed into his arms. Father, how did your trip go? Jeliel asked sweetly. How did the business deal turn out? Melion answered with a gentle smile. Everything's fine. It's still being negotiated. He began to tell his precious daughter everything that happened. The Thoris Alchemy Citadel has developed something incredible. Artifacts created by combining alchemy with magic engineering. I have a recording of the technique's co-creator using them in actual combat. Would you like to see it? At her father's suggestion, Jeliel's eyes sparkled. Yes, that sounds fascinating. But deep down, a different thought surfaced. Honestly, I just wanted to spend more time talking with you, father. I could never refuse you. He beamed with excitement. Then let's go to my study. She nodded obediently. Of course. In Melion's study, they both gazed into a glowing magic orb. Looking at the projection, he began to explain. This young man is a freshman at Stella. He took on a second-year senior using only these artifacts. And get this, he's the co-creator of this magic alchemy technique. Hearing her father's high praise, Jeliel grew curious. Asterisk, who is this person? Asterisk, but as her eyes fell on the screen, she froze, her breath catching in her throat. On the screen, Yusun was practicing his swordsmanship, but it was the stats above his head that shocked her. Asterisk what? Why can't I see his value? Asterisk, asterisk, this has never happened before. Asterisk, Jeliel recalled being able to read the stats of the Scanvan Emperor and the King of Adalebit. There were only 2 scenarios where a person's value was unreadable. Jeliel subtly glanced towards her father, who was still beaming with pride. 1. The target is someone the user loves. Her eyes flickered back to Yusun on the screen. And 2. The target possesses a value that is simply immeasurable. After a moment of thought, Jeliel asked, Father, what is his name? Melion answered, His name is Useol. He added, Remember that name. One day. You might just meet him, she replied softly. If you say so, father, then I will absolutely remember it. With that settled, Jeliel made a suggestion. By the way, would you like to play a game of soul chess before you leave? Of course, Melion could never say no to his daughter. Of course, why not? But inside, Jeliel's mind was racing. Asterisk, an immeasurable value? Asterisk. She repeated the name to herself. Asterisk, Useol. Useol. I will remember that name. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Yusun was calmly sipping his drink. Across from him sat Edmund. The noble looked flustered, struggling to face Yusun directly. Seeing the hesitation, Yusun set down his cup. His voice was calm. I've finished my coffee. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Edmund panicked. Wait, he stammered, completely flustered. About what happened. I apologize. I deeply regret underestimating you just because you're a commoner. So please, will you take back what you said? Yusun just stared at him, his face an unreadable mask. Not a single emotion flickered across his face. Asterisk. Honestly, I don't care about his apology. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. But to lower Bi-yun's death flags, I need to strip him of his political power. Asterisk. Asterisk. And to do that. Asterisk. But the words that left his mouth were the complete opposite. I'm not ready to forgive you just yet. Yusun decided to play hard to get. Edmund was thrown off balance. Then, what do I have to do? Yusun's reply was ice cold. How should I know? Then an idea struck him. Reaching into his jacket, Yusun proposed, How about we do this? He pulled out a contract and slid it across the table. This is a magic contract, written on mana paper. Yusun's voice was low. Let's make a wager. The sudden proposal left Edmund speechless. A wager? Yusun laid out the terms. The game will be soul chess. If I lose, I'll take back my words and supply artifacts to Adalabit exclusively through House Adalek. Edmund seemed unsure. He repeated, Soul chess? Yusun continued, his voice steady. But, if I win, you will transfer your spot at the Aslan Symposium to me. At this demand, Edmund stared in disbelief. What? He had to confirm what he'd just heard. Do you have any idea how absurd that is? Yusun knew his demand was outrageous. Asterisk. Of course it's not reasonable. Asterisk. The Aslan Symposium was an exclusive conference where descendants of ancient magical houses gathered to debate the highest levels of academia. Attendance was strictly limited by 3 conditions. 1. You presented a brilliant paper the year before. 2. You received a transfer spot and have a qualifying paper. Or 3. You are one of the 12 new stars of the year. It was a battlefield where genius mages from across the globe clashed. Just earning and keeping a spot, there was proof of immense power. The ducal house of Adalek had held a seat at the Aslan Symposium for decades. It was a critical pillar supporting their family's influence. Yusun knew how impossible it sounded, but he was determined. This was his target. He stood up, speaking with cold indifference. Take it or leave it. As Yusun turned to walk away, Edmund's voice cut in. Wait. His expression had turned dead serious. Soul chess, you said? A confident smirk spread across his face. Without another moment of hesitation, Edmund agreed. Fine, I'll sign. I'll see you here, same time tomorrow. The deal was struck. Yusun was satisfied. Schemes were already forming in his mind. The next day, an unusual crowd had gathered at the academy. Whispers echoed through the halls. Why is the cafe so packed today? I heard Senior Edmund is wagering a game of soul chess against a freshman. Seriously. The surrounding chatter felt like a personal attack on Yusun. Who at Stella is better at soul chess than Senior Edmund? What freshman has a death wish? Yusun could only sigh internally. Asterisk, that would be me. Asterisk. He let out another quiet sigh. Asterisk, don't think I'm doing this for fun. Asterisk. Asterisk, I was never that interested in soul chess to begin with. Asterisk. Suddenly, a shout cut through his thoughts. He's here. Edmund strode in, radiating arrogance. The crowd erupted. It's Senior Edmund and Princess Bi-yun. Yusun wasn't surprised. He'd expected Edmund to bring her. The moment Bon appeared, compliments filled the air. The princess is gorgeous today. They're always together, aren't they? But her eyes, they were fixed on Yusun. He could feel her intense gaze. Looking up to confirm, Yusun was bewildered. Asterisk. What's this? Why is she staring at me so hard? Asterisk. Asterisk. Did I do something wrong? Asterisk. Bi-yun took a seat as the organizers prepared the board. She couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk Yusol. What on earth is he thinking? Asterisk. She knew Edmund had studied soul chess since he was 5. He'd long been hailed as a prodigy. Within Stella and even the entire kingdom, few could match his skill. And yet, this commoner challenged Edmund at his strongest game. Asterisk. What a foolish commoner. Asterisk. While she was lost in thought, Edmund flashed a relaxed, confident smile. He sat at the board, his heart pounding with excitement. Asterisk. Honestly, I can't believe Usiel was foolish enough to wager the Aslan spot. Asterisk. As he arranged the pieces, he smirked. Asterisk. But this is the perfect opportunity. Asterisk. A sly look crossed his face. Asterisk. A chance to utterly humiliate him in front of Bon. Asterisk. He picked up a game piece. Shall we begin the match? Asterisk. I'll crush him. Right here, right now. Asterisk. Before they began, Edmund gave one final warning. Let's confirm one last thing. Once this mana paper is signed, breaking the contract will cause you to lose all of your mana. Are we clear? Yusun's reply was nonchalant. Of course. But inwardly, he wasn't concerned at all. Asterisk. I don't have any mana to begin with. So what does it matter if I break the contract? Asterisk. Edmund placed the final white piece on the board. He declared arrogantly, all the pieces are set. You can have the first move. Asterisk. Giving up the first move in a match this important? Asterisk. Yusun's expression hardened. He pulled a pair of glasses from his pocket. Asterisk. He's completely underestimating me. Asterisk. Yusun put on the glasses, his focus sharpening. Asterisk. This is perfect. Asterisk. Now, for a quick rundown on the rules of Soul Chess. Players choose 20 pieces from over 200 different types, placing them on an octagonal board. You move one piece per turn. Unlike regular chess, every piece and every space, each with their own attributes and skills, combining tactics to capture the opponent's king and claim victory. For me, someone with 10 years of experience in pure E-class Soul Chess, this game isn't easy, but it's way more fun than PvP. He quietly stared at the black chess piece in his hand, lost in thought. He then looked toward his opponent. After all, Edmund was one of the top Soul Chess players, not just in Stella, but in the entire world. Edmund crossed his arms, throwing his opponent an arrogant glare. I was surprised he dared to bet his Aslan entry ticket, but to challenge me in Soul. Chess? What an arrogant commoner. He had no respect for his opponent. I'll crush him so completely, he'll never dare to defy me again. Yusun, having finished setting up his pieces, decided, all right, let's begin. The moment the match was declared, they were both transported to another dimension. Edmund looked at the board in front of him and noticed something was off. He stared at Yusun's bizarre piece arrangement. What is this formation? It felt like his opponent's pieces were subtly breaking his own strategy. He calmed himself. It's probably just a coincidence. After all, there's no way a commoner like him has much experience with Soul Chess. Yusun paid no mind to Edmund's thoughts. He made his first move. Since you let me go first, I'll start here. Seeing the queen move first, Edmund was stunned. He saw his opponent's strange move and instantly understood. Not only did he lead with his queen, but he charged straight into my territory with it. At the same time, he picked up his knight, thinking, confirmed. Edmund moved his next piece with confidence. This guy is a complete idiot. He didn't hesitate, placing the knight down. The moment the knight touched the board, it sprang to life. It immediately attacked the queen, which was right in its attack range. It was a move that gave him a huge advantage right from the start. Edmund sneered, idiot. Moving your queen into danger from the very beginning? That knight was a flash knight, able to move across the entire map with absolute mobility. Even after losing a major piece, Yusun showed no signs of panic. With his overwhelming advantage, Edmund didn't hesitate to press the attack. His knight continuously swept through Yusun's other pieces. Seeing his opponent playing so foolishly, Edmund couldn't help but laugh. He began to let his guard down. I can't believe this. I never thought he'd be this careless. This match will be over before he even reaches the next phase. For this match, Edmund brought one of his favorite strategies, Blazing Flash. The core of this tactic lies in the perfect coordination of 3 flash knights. The first step is to use the flash knight's mobility to harass the enemy. Step 2 is to use 5 fire pawns to safely gain map control, creating a burning terrain. Burning terrain is a special map that reduces the defense of units weak to fire and increases the damage of fire-type units. If he reached this stage, Yusun would have no chance. However, Yusun remained unfazed by his movements. He continued to make his moves. It should have been this way. Yusun's last move stunned Edmund. A pawn that hadn't appeared until now suddenly materialized on the board, shocking him. A stealth pawn? A trap. Iron bars created a prize zone within a designated area. Any piece caught inside is unable to move for 5 turns. Edmund's knights were chained down. He raged. Damn it, my Flash Knight stealth effect should have worn off after 3 turns. How? As soon as he asked, he saw the answer for himself. Stealth pawn. The pawn remains invisible, completely unseen in the fight. The invisibility effect ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before the effect runs out, it gets extended for 7 more turns. Eamon realized, but it was far too late. That bastard sacrificed his queen early on purpose just to activate this skill. Even so, the advantage was still on Iman's side. He didn't have to worry just yet. Iman continued his attack. His next piece, telling himself, "It's fine. That effect only lasts 5 more turns anyway. Besides, this turn I'll." As a new piece was placed, Yusan decided to proceed to step 2. Activate Burning Terrain. Burning Terrain reduces the defense of all non-fire units by 30%. Fire-type units gain a 200% damage boost when Burning Terrain is activated. A massive full moon engulfed the chessboard. He regained his initial confidence. "How about that, Yusan? Now that the terrain is active, you're toast next turn." Yusan's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He continued to move his pieces. At Yusan's move, Edmund cursed inwardly. Another stealth pawn? That cunning bastard. But no matter what he places, once this turn is over, suddenly, his face twisted in shock. Occupy. Reverse tide. When you occupy a terrain, while the opponent's terrain is active, you receive a reversal effect. As soon as Yusan's pawn was played, a new effect was triggered. Activate Icy Terrain. With the reversal effect, elemental damage increases by 200%. The hidden condition for reverse tide had been met. Gain an extra turn. Edmund's smile had now completely vanished. He stared blankly at the board. Edmund couldn't believe it. What the hell? He saw through my entire strategy. His surprise turned to despair. No way. It has to be a coincidence. In front of Edmund, his opponent was no longer the commoner he'd looked down on. Yusan radiated an overwhelming, suffocating power. He kept denying it. It's a coincidence, right? Looking at his knight, now frozen solid on the board, he told himself, "Snap out of it." Edmund was so tense he dug his nails into his own thigh. Sweat started to bead on his forehead. "I've faced countless opponents like this. I just need to hold out until the next turn. Then I'll turn the tables. If I can just hold on, I'll win." He desperately tried to find a way to change the game, but the arrogant gleam in his eyes was gone. "I can win." Even as he tried to reassure himself, he was now starting to doubt his own abilities. Can I really win this? The skill gap was immense. It was like Yusan was crushing him with every single move. He questioned if his own strength was even relevant anymore. At that moment, Yusan sat observing the field he had just created. He couldn't help but acknowledge his opponent's talent. Edmund's skills really aren't bad. In fact, they're quite strong. In the world he'd left behind, beating Edmund in Soul Chess was always one of the hardest challenges. But after 10 years, some crazy veteran players emerged. That guy was a real maniac. A certain veteran player had fought thousands of matches against Edmund and finally wrote the perfect strategy guide. Yusan smiled faintly. "And that very guide is stored right here in my stigmata glasses." He moved his final piece. "In other words, I'm playing Soul Chess with an entire walkthrough in my hands. Thunder Supervisor. Unleash your Thunder Strike. It dealt 200% damage to the frozen enemy. Ice. If the frozen targets are linked, the attack becomes Chain Lightning. The moment the piece was played, its effect activated. A surge of energy began to build. Slowly at first, then a bolt of lightning crashed down on Mon's pieces. They were instantly obliterated. His entire strategy shattered right before his disbelieving eyes. Seeing that he had been so utterly defeated, he could only laugh. Mon finally had to admit it. "I lost. You Seol." He acknowledged Yusan's undeniable skill. "Yes, you played well." But Mon just lowered his head to the board, a stark contrast to Yusan's triumphant stance. They returned to reality, finding themselves surrounded by countless students. Everyone had witnessed it all, and no one could believe it. Whispers erupted through the crowd once more. "That's insane! Did you see that? Senior Mon lost? How is that even possible? His strategies are top tier." Faced with all the chatter, Mon could only bow his head in defeat. The whispers felt like 1,000 daggers twisting into his pride. Then he saw the scene of Yusan talking with Bon, and Mon was still asking himself, "Did I really lose?" And in a game of soul chess, the gravity of the situation finally hit him. The item contract was void, and even his right to participate in Aslan was gone. Mon's head spun as he thought about a solution. What am I supposed to do? How did this even happen? Is it really over? Just then, the one in charge, Han, was clearing the chessboard when Mon's curse echoed through the hall. "Damn it!" He slammed his fist on the table in pure rage. "Damn it all to hell!" Seeing this, the other students had fresh gossip to chew on. Suddenly, someone's arrival sent a few students scattering, but Mon didn't even notice. He was still drowning in the agony of defeat. What was he supposed to do now? A familiar voice pulled him from his chaotic thoughts. "Senior, look up." He blinked, realizing Bon was standing right in front of him. Bion? Out of nowhere, she made him a very tempting offer. "I'll persuade that commoner on your behalf, Senior. I'll get back the item trading rights and make him take back what he said about leaving the Adalek family." Hearing that, Mon felt like he'd just grabbed a lifeline. Are you serious? Thank you, Bon. Thank you so much. He asked desperately, how can I ever repay this debt? Bon replied, a debt? Her voice became cold and superior. I am destined to become the king. Bon stared down at Mon, her eyes filled with contempt. So it's only natural that I take care of the one who will become my subject. She walked away, leaving Mon in a state of complete shock. Well then, I'm off to see Boo. He just stood there, muttering to himself. My subject? She didn't give a damn about his condition, turning her back on him without a second thought. As she walked, a satisfied smile played on her lips. Meanwhile, at the post office, Yusan was on the phone with someone. Yes, please postpone the deals with Adalovit's top corporations for about 1 month, he asked cheerfully. During that time, I want exclusive distribution through the royal family. Is that possible? The person on the other end responded with equal excitement. Of course, we have to agree. Whose request? Is this, after all? He ended the call with a word of gratitude. My thanks. Assistant Yusan stepped outside and stretched. Finally, that's all settled. It's good that it ended well, but what am I supposed to do with these Aslan political participation rights? Oh well, the main characters will find their way into the top 12 Nova on their own anyway. Suddenly, a clear voice called out to the commoner. Bon approached him and asked, You haven't left yet? Yusan didn't answer, instead pulling something from his coat. You came just in time. He presented a contract for Bon to see. Here it is, the contract, Yusan explained cheerfully. The Isia academic faction will only distribute through the Adolovit royal family for 1 month. Bon listened intently while reading over the document. How you use it is up to you. She clutched the contract tightly in her hand. Then I'll accept. Just as Yusan was about to leave, Bon spoke up. I owe you a favor for this, she said in a small, shy voice, her face slightly pink. Thank you. He turned back, flustered. All right then. Getting a thank you from Bi-Yon is a once-in-a-lifetime event, huh? But Bon wasn't done yet. She still had something to say. Wait, you said before that you were helping me because you wanted something in return. If you tell me what it is, I'll do it for you. Now that she brought it up again, Yusan finally started to think. Something in return, huh? He glanced at her. What he really wanted was obvious. For Bi-Yon to not be consumed by evil, to stand on the side of justice, and to fight with him. For the best possible ending. But he couldn't just suddenly ask her to become a good person, right? After a moment's thought, Yusan made a simple request. Then, buy me a meal. She looked at him, completely bewildered. A meal? Yusan repeated with a grin, rubbing his stomach. Treat me to a meal. I want to eat a feast personally prepared by the princess, herself. Bon couldn't believe he would throw away such a powerful favor so easily. An unconscious, gentle smile formed on her face at Yusan's innocence. Very well. Follow me. And so, the two of them headed off together. They both stepped out of a luxurious car. Yusan turned back to look at the vehicle in awe. The game's been out for 10 years, so it's packed with all kinds of high-end items. A car in Itera? Bon was already walking ahead, this way. Following behind her, Yusan's imagination ran wild. Wow, she brought me all the way out here. She must be planning a huge feast. With the princess's fortune, she could probably treat me to the 5 best dishes in Itera. They stopped in front of a small restaurant. We're here, Bon announced. The best black bean noodle shop. Yusan froze. He didn't understand what she was saying. Huh? He asked, completely baffled. All his fantasies of a gourmet meal vanished in an instant. Where's my grilled salmon belly fillet? What about the salmon caviar? Canapes? Or the truffle cream arizelto? In the end, he followed her inside, his mood sinking as he stared at the menu. Bon scanned the options. Found it. The one I know. When? Boo said he wanted a meal. She had thought long and hard about what he would like best. She remembered a report she'd read about his past. Is that so? It seems a file on his history was recorded here. It was clear that expensive, fancy food would mean nothing to Boo. The dish she learned about from reading his file, the one thing she happened to see. Bon pointed to an item on the menu without hesitation. I'll have this. The dish she chose was none other than black bean noodles. Yusan had also made his choice. I'll take 3 bowls of jampong and 1 sweet and sour pork. Seeing his order wasn't what she expected, Bon panicked a little. Noticing her slight flinch, Yusan asked, What's wrong? Is 3 bowls not allowed? She quickly replied, No, that's not it. She was, frantically wondering why he didn't order the black bean noodles. Wasn't that the dish filled with memories of his mother? Suddenly, she had a realization. Or, rather, Bon started jumping to conclusions. That's right. Why? Would that commoner deliberately write about his mother and the noodles in his assignment? He hasn't overcome his past at all. He's still filled with regret. She convinced herself this was the truth. It's because now he can't repay his mother's kindness for what he couldn't do when he was a child. While she was lost in thought, the food arrived. Your order is here. Yusun accepted the dishes with a polite, Thank you. The more she thought, the more her assumptions spiraled out of control. For that commoner, black bean noodles aren't a nostalgic meal. They're a symbol of regret. And I had no idea. Feeling terrible, Bond said. I'm sorry for treating you to a meal at a place like this. Yusun, completely startled, tried to comfort her. It's okay, really. It's not a problem. He had no clue what was going on in her head and just assumed the simplest explanation. Everyone's tight on cash sometimes. Besides, she's a princess, so ordering more should be fine, right? Excuse me, can we get an order of fried dumplings, please? From inside, the kitchen, the chef replied. The fried dumplings are on the house for our esteemed guests. That alone was enough to make Yusun ecstatic. Awesome. The scene flashes back to the match. Meanwhile, word of the Seoul chess match between Edmund and Boo had spread like wildfire among the students. Girls gossiped about the duel. Someone like him actually lost to a first year. It's hard to believe. What? Senior Mon lost to Boo? What really happened? Whispers echoed across the campus. I heard this from AN, a retainer of the Adalek family. Apparently, Boo is the co-developer of alchemical engineering magic. That little rumor, combined with the fact that Mon Atalic had apologized to a first-year student, sent shockwaves through Stella Academy. The truth about Boo being a co-author of a major magic system made his name legendary overnight. His reputation shot up so fast, it even reached the Dark Mages, let alone the nobles in Acanium. In his office, the vice principal of Tower 1, AK2, felt a surge of irritation. Ever since that incident, everything had been turned upside down. What an eyesore, just a mere commoner. And wasn't he the one who interfered with Mijin's plan? One of his subordinates was more aggressive. Let me take care of him quietly, sir. Don't be ridiculous. If even one Stella student goes missing, it will cause absolute chaos. Even as a council elder, I can't afford that kind of trouble for myself. I'm not happy that the Aslan participation rights fell into that kid's hands, but it's still better than getting on the bad side of the Adalek family. For now, just keep an eye on Boo. The two were actively discussing their best course of action. Furthermore, what is Mzen's condition? We're using the High Priest's suppression arts to control the dark magic, but there's no telling when it might erupt. Not yet. The Familia contract ceremony is about to start. Going off half-cocked against King El right now would just be a massive headache. He orders Ridden to check on Men's condition, insisting they can't just let this slide. They need to be ready to mess with Elm Eltwin's plans when the time is right. But Ridden doesn't look too thrilled with this mission. Yeah, I get it. Alone in the darkness, another figure stares into the void, lost in thought. This is serious. She struggles to get the words out. Are you also here to tell me to just wait? If I'm patient, will I get my old life back? But even as she asks, she has a sinking feeling. He thinks to himself, totally unimpressed. How pathetic. She spent her whole life stealing that position from someone else, and she actually started to believe it was hers. You're useless now. Once a fraud, it's pretty hard to keep your spot. Once you're in the crosshairs. When the plagiarism hearing starts, you'll be stripped of everything and kicked out of the academic world for good. Still, she doesn't get why she's being kept here. Then tell me, Sir A. Kehan, why am I still in this place? He could see it in her eyes. The darkness had completely consumed her. Because you might still have another use. That's the role I've kept you for. But from her defiant glare, it's clear she still doesn't get it. You want me to. Lose control? You bastard. Hearing his plan, her face twists with fury. Now, get out of here. What? He tosses a crystal onto the floor, a final, unspoken command, showing her the path she must now walk. Go to the Garden of Paradise, in the desolate west. There you will find our people. If you can survive long enough to find them, shatter this crystal. It will break the seal that's holding back the dark magic inside you. The instructions were crystal clear, but she still had one question. Why are you letting me live? His simple answer was enough to make her reevaluate everything. In the dark room that had become her prize home, I just don't like seeing our people thrown away so meaninglessly. Her mind reeled. How could they treat one of their own like this? How dare you? You think you can turn me into this, and I'll just let it slide? Unable to contain her rage, Tyrion destroyed everything around her. A respected professor, reduced to this. I'll tear it all down. The scene shifts to a sky filled with countless airships. All of them are converging on one location. Today, the first-year students of Stella are on their first field trip to the Cradle of the World Tree for the Familia contract ceremony. A group of 4 girls are chatting while they eat. The topic of conversation? None other than BU. You know, the upperclassmen used to give him so much crap for the longest time, but now, nobody messes with him. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Isn't he supposedly the co-developer of Magitech Alchemy or something? After that rumor got out, some of the seniors even went to apologize to him personally. One of them asks doubtfully, wait, you knew about that too? Nah, but the story about him isn't over yet. Anyway, Is that why BU is? Like that? Maybe it's just my mood? I don't know. For some reason, I feel like I'm drifting away from BU. Inside, our main character thinks, feeling a pang of loneliness. Something about all this feels fake. I totally thought you and I were dating. The sudden comment nearly makes her choke on her cake. Whoa, you okay? Here, have some water. Thanks. Anyway, he's been super close with Princess Bion lately, right? But still, no way a princess would be seduced by a commoner. Listening to her friends gossip, it's hard to stay calm. But the way the princess looks at BU lately, it's definitely not normal. The thought makes even Digion suspicious. Just take a sip. Later, she walks alone, her mind a total mess. He seems to be getting along with his friends. If things were normal, he'd be here by himself right now, arguing with Biyun. She recalls a book she read, and a feeling of dread washes over her. Something has changed, somewhere she can't see, and all of it seems to trace back to BU's influence. While she's lost in thought, a friend sneaks up on her, making her heart jump. There you are. Hey, can you do me a huge favor? Startled by his sudden appearance, she forces a friendly smile. Whoa, I didn't even see you there. What is it? He holds out a beautiful box, and his request leaves her absolutely speechless. Could you pick one of these flowers for me? A Hanbaram flower, the one-wind flower, the kind of flower that always faces one direction? What do you think I am, a flower vending machine or something? Without even waiting for her to agree, he cheerfully opens the box. Thanks. So where are you going to use this anyway? She hasn't even agreed yet, let alone asked about the 4th floor. He doesn't answer, just smirks. Of course I'm going. Why else would I get this? Just be careful, okay? Seeing his curious look, she quickly backtracks. It's nothing, she says, glancing away. What about you? Are you okay? I mean, after the class this morning, you seemed kinda asking if I'm times okay. What's that about? It's just, you looked pretty bummed out after the Persona Gate practice. It's not like that. Man, you're nosy, he scoffs. Don't think I'll thank you for worrying about me. I won't. While the two are bantering, someone watches them silently from the shadows. Sure looks like you're thanking me now, she teases. I said I'm not. This person doesn't look too happy, seeing them talking together. So dishonest, he mutters. Oh, then give me the flower back. Placing a hand over her chest, the two look toward a streak of blue light. They discuss something serious. The whereabouts of Mason Terrell, who vanished into Stella, are still unknown. Ken stands, deep in thought, discussing this year's complications. Starting today, the first-year students of the Combat Magic Department will be having their field trip. In the shadows, Sen, captain of the Black Star Squad number 13, stares at the light ahead. This is where the dark mages are expected to make their move. Suddenly, a flash of light transports them to a lush green place. This could be it. Masan Terrell, keep a close watch. The moment they arrive, the vice captain is already complaining. Ugh, I am so not feeling this trip. Why is the Tower Master so obsessed with Stella anyway? Asks Vice Captain Hazen Macaron. The captain is clearly annoyed with her complaint. And just like that, they start bickering the second they land. The Tower Master possesses the power of prophecy. So, stop messing around and just do it, because more than half of those prophecies were dead wrong. He tries to defend their boss, though their past missions haven't been great. In most of those cases, we either solved the disaster before it happened, or before we even had to act. The situation was stopped by other variables, but she won't let it go, trying to get under his skin. Whatever. The captain trusts the Tower Master's words too much. That's the real problem. Totally flustered, he just snaps. I know, all right? Let's just hurry up and get this over with. They're in a paradise-like location, surrounded by a vast, green forest, and a single ancient tree that could cover an entire village. The Cradle of the World Tree is also the place that nurtures spirits. It seems a training session is in progress. Here, after you participate in the World Tree's birth ceremony. Tomorrow you will begin the Familia signing ritual. Until assembly time, you are free to explore. Yes, sir. Digion looks around, completely captivated, as if she's feeling the beauty of this place. Maybe it's because of all the nature, but I feel so at peace. Suddenly, she spots her classmate BUCO over there and starts to ponder. He's wandering off by himself again. Just then, Prince Jeremy approaches her with a greeting. Flem, hello. The prince looks like he's dying for a friendly chat with her. Why don't you show me that cute little expression you were making just now? She still doesn't understand what he wants. What are you talking about? He tries to close the distance between them. If you have time, why not join me? I don't have time. With a look like that, maybe you should reconsider. She can't sense a single good intention from this guy. This dude is seriously dangerous. She can't be near him for too long. Just as things get tense, the future Tower Master steps in. Crown Prince, that's enough. He doesn't hold back, calling him out directly. Are you aware that your actions are incredibly rude and oppressive? But that kind of attitude isn't enough to scare Jeremy. I have no idea what you mean. The two of them face off so intensely that she can't even get a word in. Oh my god, what is this situation? Seeing that Gun Ryong won't back down, the prince decides to leave. He has to leave first. It seems your friend here has the wrong idea. See you next time. After dealing with the prince, he turns back to his friend, assuming she was just playing hard to get. Hey Ryong, what do you think you're doing? Blocking Jeremy's path. Making an enemy out of the Skavens is a terrible idea. Full moon, you need to be careful. Seeing she wasn't responding, he pressed on. The crown. Prince is dangerous. If he wants something, he'll stop at nothing to get it. And right now, you've become the one thing the crown prince desires most. She leaned closer with an annoyed look, or maybe it was a helpless question. You trust that guy? He still didn't understand what she was trying to tell him. What guy? Suddenly feeling awkward, he turned to leave. Sorry, I've said too much. She asked again, not giving him a chance to run. She was determined to get an answer. Hey, who is that guy? Simply saying the name made him break out in a sweat. Hey, Ryong. But when she saw how much he was struggling, she couldn't help but worry. Are you okay? She yelled. I'm fine. Fine? What part of this is fine? Seeing him walk away without a second glance, she called out, Wait! Hae Ryong kept calling her name, but as Haeyong disappeared from her sight, she knew something was very wrong. Only then did he dare to breathe again. He wasn't sure when it started, but this mysterious symptom was getting much worse. He felt frustrated. Damn it. He couldn't let this feeling interrupt the important ceremony. How am I supposed to complete the Familia Pact like this? Oh, who do we have? Here? Someone was quietly walking towards him. Professor Ma-sun, you're radiating a dark, murky aura. I was wondering where my seed had gone. So one of them landed here? He had no idea what she was saying, but her mysterious tone was terrifying. This is perfect. I didn't expect the corrosion to have progressed this far. Professor, what are you talking about? Suddenly, she swung her arm toward him. Now don't. Resist. Is she trying to make the future Tower Master her personal errand boy? Because from now on, you will become my pawn. He tried to stop her, but it was probably useless. Stay away. The images of his friend slowly faded, and then Full Moon Orenha approached a magnificent chamber, politely calling at the door. Your Majesty, if you don't appear at this birth festival, the Council of Elders will use it as an excuse to make things difficult. The aide to the Elf King, Oren, stood in the dark room, engrossed in his troubled thoughts. Their plan is to seize control of the gate leading to the divine Tree's Garden. Why must someone so noble be constantly burdened by sorrow? The Spirit King, formerly Sioran, hearing her aide's persistent calls, finally answered, I know. I'll be out soon. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. After her attendant left, she couldn't help but ask herself, when was the last time I felt truly free? She slowly pulled the hood over her beautiful face. Even with this body, I can only hold out for an hour. Walking under a canopy of lush green trees, she prayed, please, just let things go peacefully this time. After spending a few hours in prayer in the beautiful flower garden, she turned back towards the waterfall, hoping for the best. Okay, it's almost done. The prayers are finished. Now I just need to go back the way I came. But suddenly, in this tranquil place, she sensed the presence of something unclean. This energy was strangely subtle, but it was definitely dark magic. A powerful dark magician had infiltrated this sacred land. Even with her guards, she had to face this alone. No one else could sense this thing's existence. Judging by the knight's reactions, it seems I'm the only one who can feel the dark magic. There was no information about this kind of threat. During the World Tree's birth festival, the Spirit King was not supposed to act on her own will. But she couldn't just let a dark magician desecrate the cradle of Celestial Flower Island. Clenching her fist, she thought, there's no other way. I can't depend on anyone else. I'll have to handle this myself. At that moment, Dijion went, looking for his friend but lost the trail. Hae Ryong's condition seemed strange, so I followed him. He was here just a moment ago, but now I can't find him. Where did he go? That voice was so familiar. Full Moon saw him, and a sense of unease washed over her. Huh? Haeyong could feel something around him. This ominous aura. It couldn't be anything else. It's dark magic. Although she was scared, she tried to reassure herself that it wasn't complete yet. Damn it, I don't know what's happening. But thankfully, Haeyong's dark magic corrosion isn't finished. I can still bring Hae back to normal. She tried to calm her friend down. Calm down, Hae Ryong. Be calm. That's right. All the feelings and emotions you're sensing right now aren't yours. She looked into his vacant eyes. You hate to lose, don't you? Don't lose to the dark magic. Suddenly, he screamed. Why are you avoiding me, huh? What's that about? He kept roaring in her face. Do you hate me? Am I that untrustworthy? She tried to explain. No, please don't think that. Someone appeared. Han, are you okay? Thankfully, her friend's help saved her from that last bolt of black lightning. Sorry. Just forget it, please. Though they were safe, he still wondered why she didn't choose to fight Gungryong. Hey, why didn't you fight? You almost died. Well, we're friends. I can't just use force against him. I was trying to solve it by talking. Talking? He was in disbelief. Yeah, talking. She remembered the time. In the Eisel Principles, they used only dialogue to purify countless dark magicians. A girl who tried to use her heart to dispel the darkness, who was even given the title Saintess of Absolution. So I thought maybe I could bring Hei back too. The words sent her into a spiral of thought. In the end, with my own power, can I not save anyone? Suddenly, he cut through her train of thought with a loud voice. I don't know what your plan is, but first, you have to fight. She tried to reassure herself. I can do this, right? Raising her weapon, she steadied her stance. Yeah, I can do this. She was determined, not to let a comrade fall to darkness again. This time, I absolutely will not let him die like Ki did. I will definitely save you, Haeyong. The battle erupted. Both of them joined forces to fight with the whip of the earth. It seemed like their attacks had no advantage against their friend's blows. She had no choice but to join the fight. Binding light, he cried out in pain. Full Moon seized the moment while he was distracted, and Seo landed another blow from behind, sending him collapsing backward. This was the moment that moved her. Now's our chance. She tried talking again, but it wasn't over. Unexpectedly, he had become much tougher. Hey Ryang. Thanks to that energy, his personality was gradually warping. Damn it! The corrosion is spreading! Bui, it's dangerous! Get back! She kept calling his name, but it seemed like things were spiraling. Out of control. Bui froze for a solid 5 seconds. Hey Ryang couldn't even say his friend's name clearly anymore. Wrong. He was slowly turning into someone else. Just before the next blow landed, Tyner still couldn't block that overwhelming power. He took a direct hit. However, things didn't go smoothly, as the figure in front of him grabbed Bui by the throat and lifted her into the air. In a fight like this, I can't join the fight, but if I don't rush in now, I won't make it in time. At this rate, Haerang is going to kill Bei, but with my current strength, I can't stop him. His grip just keeps getting tighter and tighter. What do I do? Biu has a tiny sliver of hope to win this. Even if it's a long shot, I have to beat Biu. He struggled to voice his suspicions. Finally, he got the words out. It seems something's not right here. His words made the figure before him freeze for a split second. Huh? He saw every little detail. Haerang just showed an opening, didn't she? She probably planned to charge, but before she could, she was stopped in her tracks. Buso and the others were falling into an endless darkness. I thought you were the only one who lived in a world like mine, but in the end, is this all you amount to? He couldn't hide his disappointment in his friend. How pathetic, Haewon. And just like that, he finally got him to speak since his corruption. A single sentence that brought hope to them all. Buso has to win. Spring, first year of high school. Haiyang stood there calmly, waiting for Yusan's reply, but he seemed completely spaced out and didn't hear a word, asking back, huh? Guang stood before Yusan and declared, fight me. Confused, Yusan glanced around, wondering if Guang was even talking to him. He asked again, are you talking to me? Needing to be absolutely sure, he spoke up again. Why the sudden challenge? Guang shot back, his voice filled with resentment. I refuse to accept you being ranked above me. We need to settle this, once and for all. Yusan was completely stunned by the declaration. So, you want to establish a pecking order? He smirked, replying casually. All right then, let's see what you've got. With that, they headed to the dueling grounds. Yusion looked at the magic staff and wondered aloud, a magic duel, huh? Then he placed his staff on the ground and let out a soft, confident chuckle. You first, Guang. Come on, show me your best shot. Wajang was bewildered, his mind filled with doubt as he watched Yusan. What kind of stance is that? Is this guy really supposed to be a genius? I am the heir of the Full Moon House of Magic. I started learning spells the moment I learned to read. To become the strongest magic warrior, I trained relentlessly, never missing a single day. But when the rankings were posted, number 1, Ma Yusayan. Number 2, Hari Guang. He was stunned. How could he lose to a freshman? I'm number 2? The existence of a genius like Ma Yusayan struck him like a bolt from the blue. As Guang was lost in thought, he heard the name that haunted his mind. Turning, he saw his friends happily chatting with that very person. Hey Yuseon, want to come with us? He cheerfully replied. Sure thing. Guang watched with suspicion. So, that's Ma Yuseon? It was the first time Guang had ever laid eyes on the one who stood above him. Driven by curiosity, Guang decided to follow him, but the more he watched, the more disappointed he became. The guy just read weird books that had nothing to do with his studies, wandering around every day without a shred of effort. Guang couldn't stand it. He couldn't accept it. Someone like that is better than me? He made a vow. I'll prove that my hard work wasn't for nothing. But the result was an absolute disaster. The magic staff slipped from Guang's hand, clattering to the ground. He stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. Did I really lose to him? Meanwhile, Yuxian stood there without a single scratch. Calmly, he walked closer to Guang, a casual tone in his voice. Oh, did I win? Man, magic duels are pretty fun. He clapped Guang on the shoulder with a smile. Thanks to you, I had a great time. Let's do this again soon. Guang stood there in silence, clenching his fists in frustration. How could I lose to someone who doesn't study, who doesn't even try? How? Is this what it means to be a genius? On the verge of breaking down, Guang tried to comfort. No, I just haven't trained hard enough. Clutching his staff, he made a silent promise. If I push myself harder, I can win. From that day on, he trained until he was half dead, day in and day out. Every single day was just train, and more training. And yet, he lost to Yuxian again. He collapsed, his world shattering. Impossible. I analyzed all his spells for this rematch. He couldn't believe the gap between them was this massive. After his victory, Yuxian politely offered a hand to help Guang up. He spoke with a cheerful voice. This time was even more fun than the last. I'll be counting on you for the next one too. Guang stared blankly at Yuxian, then lowered his head in silence. After a moment, he took Yuxian's hand and stood up, declaring with renewed fire, next time I will definitely win. Yuxian just smiled, looking forward to it. Haha, I'll be waiting. This time Guang accepted reality. I have to admit it, my Yuxian is a genius. But even so, I won't give up. I have to prove that the time I spent training wasn't meaningless. Thinking of Yuxian's carefree smile, he made a new vow. One day, I will defeat Ma Yuxian, and now, seeing Yuxian caught in his magical chokehold, he thought his moment had come. I have him in my grasp. This time I can finally win. That's what he thought, but he couldn't believe his eyes. He gasped. How is this possible? Even while being choked, Yuxian was smiling. Already lost yourself to the power of dark magic? How disappointing. Guang cried out in disbelief. I trained so hard just to fight you. Don't you remember? He continued. During the dungeon practical, we were evenly matched. Yuxian listened in silence as Guang went on. I was shocked back then, too. Turns out, I have a pretty competitive streak. After that day, for the first time, I started truly training, and I've been waiting for a rematch with you ever since. He screamed in frustration. I've never won against you, not even once. This is my chance. Hearing this, Yuxian just scoffed. Then do it. Kill me. The words stunned Guang into silence. Yuxian continued his challenge. Use that power to pierce my heart. Enjoy your victory. Then regret it because this will be the last fight we ever have. That single sentence shook Guang to his core. He snapped out of his rage, panicking. Full Moon watched as Yuxian remained trapped in Guang's grip. Then the magical hand loosened. Guang spoke in a low voice. I won't kill you. Because winning like this would be a betrayal of my own effort. Full Moon let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, Hari's humanity has returned. Now I can save him. Seeing the dark magic recede, she quickly moved to save Guang from its corruption. Suddenly, all three of them were hit by an immense surge of power that crushed them. Guang let out an unconscious groan. Yuxian was no different. Gah! Full Moon had no idea what this power was. As she struggled, she heard a voice. Well. A girl slowly approached them. Seeing the scene before her, Heejin continued speaking. Isn't this the Magic Mountain Tyrant? While Full Moon was exhausted and confused, a voice rang out next to her ear. My. Long, slender legs strode forward. A woman with stylish brown hair and large, golden hoop earrings appeared, exuding a mature, charismatic, and powerful aura. The one who appeared was Heejin, carrying herself with dignity and authority. Vice Captain of the Black Star Squad number 13, Heejin Macaron. Then, Heejin turned her back as another person approached. Looks like the prophecy was wrong this time after all. Stepping up beside her was Ken, dressed in black with long blue hair. Right, Captain? Stop talking nonsense, Heejin snapped. Full Moon stared intently at Ken, thinking to herself, as I expected. That man came too. The captain of the Black Star Squad number 13, Ken. At the same time, Usain and a blue demon materialized in front of Heejin and him. Ken silently observed the demon. The energy fluctuations are faint. Surprisingly so for a creature that can emit this much power. Indeed. What's the plan? Ken manifested a small blade and gave his verdict. Target confirmed. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into the demon's chest, proceeding with on-site execution. His swift action shocked the demon, Full Moon, and Yusian. Heejin couldn't understand his decision. You're dealing with it now? It's still in the early stages. We could observe it a bit longer. But he argued back. If it can unleash this much power at this level, it will become a catastrophe if it escapes. The demon trembled from the piercing blow. Dealing with it now is the right call. A new voice called out, "Stop!" Heejin turned in surprise. Oh, a young man who looked just like Yusion appeared. His body was covered in wounds, making it difficult for him to even stand. To be able to endure that, Heejin praised him with a click of her tongue. You're Ma Yuseon of Stella, aren't you? As expected of the #1 freshman, you really are something else. Her eyes then glinted mysteriously, but Yuseon's face suddenly contorted as if he'd been stabbed through the heart. The next second, he collapsed to his knees in front of Heejin. She just kept smiling silently, as if she knew this would happen. Just lie still for a little longer, she thought. You can't get in my way. Yuseon was in agony, fighting against the pain. Full Moon knelt beside him, trembling with fear, completely helpless. She had a good idea of what was happening to him. No, Ma Yuseon's condition. She recalled the knowledge she had gained from the novels she'd read. Even though things are so different from the novel I know, that spell Ma Yuseon just used was definitely dark magic, but the spell's influence is immense. It could destroy an entire Sai. At this rate, if Yuseon uses up all his mana, his dark magic will be exposed to them. When that happens, he'll be sacrificed right along with Hari. With great difficulty, she forced herself to stand. I can't lose them both here. Please, please, just move. Please. But Ken cut her off. It's over now. The creature that was once Guang began to revert to its demonic form, ready to face its fate. Someone. Full Moon kept whispering, sending a desperate hope into the distance, a fervent prayer for a miracle. Help us. Ken angrily unleashed his magic. Die, dark magic user! Another voice cut through the chaos. Wait, Ken glanced towards the voice. Before everyone's eyes stood another young man, who was also Yuseon. You are. Just 10 minutes earlier, a spirit child was getting his head patted, with an embarrassed look on his face. Yuseon was buying vegetables at a stall from a grandmother and her grandchild. Before leaving, he even said goodbye. I hope you have a great day of business. Thank you, young man. Then, suddenly, he fell silent. What the heck? The notification window declared a variable had appeared in the Epizelda. Immediately starting Epizelda 8, the Hey Dark Corruption storyline was now in progress. What? He reeled back in shock. How is this possible? The Dark Corruption arc was supposed to be over after finishing the JKI storyline, right? He racked his brain, recalling the original game's plot. A total of 3 students were supposed to fall to Professor Masun's dark influence, each one a target, taken out by a blow to the head or a strike to the heart. And among them, the Heiryang Dark Corruption storyline had a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. The difficulty was beyond nightmarish. He trembled, clutching his chest as a terrible premonition washed over him. He shoved the snacks he just bought at another girl passing by. Here, this is good. You should eat it. And then he bolted. Still, there was no way he could just sit back and let a bad ending happen. The scene flashes back to the present. The demon and the young man were both being crushed by the overwhelming magic. Full Moon's energy was fading fast, unable to resist. Kan and Heejin both screamed out for Yusung. He arrived just in the nick of time, panting. He's still breathing, thank God. Kan shouted to Hazen. She shot back, I know, leave the kid to me. Gripping her massive axe, she walked toward Yusung with a vicious grin. Big Sis is about to show you a gorgeous illusion. She sneered as the timeline itself seemed to flash. Her immense power surged, ready to overwhelm Yusung. But he just met her gaze, his eyes firm, without a shred of worry. The air between them grew terrifyingly still. Heijin was floored. Her power wasn't affecting Yuseong at all. Huh? What gives? She kept casting spells from her axe, but it was completely useless. He stood like an unmovable mountain, just narrowing his eyes at her. Kyan barked impatiently. Stop messing around and get serious, Heejin. She shot back, completely helpless. Captain, he's not falling for it. This is me being serious. She finally observed him more carefully. She considered the phenomenon. Kids trying to escape the demon in front of them. Basic illusion magic works by throwing the target's mana into chaos. She was just scrambling their mana, making them feel like they were being crushed by gravity, but Yuseong alone was totally unaffected. For some reason, I can't sense a single drop of magical power in that kid's body. How should I put this? It feels like I'm trying to put a joint lock on a slime. She started to sweat, her mind racing. Her magic was, at minimum, Class N, but it was completely useless against him. Just what kind of ability is that kid hiding? Yeah,